And that's interview on iHeartRadio. Happy listening.
Today after 1 o'clock on the John Cobell Show, we're going to talk to Republican Congressman Kevin Kiley from Northern California. He and another congressman are calling for an investigation to find out what happened to the money, the firing money, that was supposed to go to the fire victims in the Palisades in Altadena. It's after 1 o'clock today on the John Cobell Show. Now, I'm a big fan of various platforms on TV, diabetes, subscribe to almost everything. And so I watch my main TV, YouTube TV, and Amazon, Peacock, I have them all. And like almost a lot of people, there's amazing apps, payments, passwords. And here's what I want, and what Americans want. We want to sign up for streaming services to one provider. Now, by far, Prime Video is number one. I love Prime Video because through Prime Video, I happen to just pick up another platform, and it's BBC Select through Prime. And it has some of the best documentaries I've ever seen. I watch part of those documentaries. That's basically what I watch. And so, and occasionally short video. But you can only do that with YouTube TV. I become a football fan. Now, games, some are on Prime, some are on NBC, some are on CBS, some are Peacock. I mean, it's all over the place. And so I have to basically be a subscriber to almost everything. Can you imagine one platform that has everything? And that's where the future is. Now, right now, you can bundle as a every quarter, what figures out what's available on what platform. And so that changes all the minutes. It's big to get a real quick deal. You pay a little more than $200 a month. I know that seems like a lot of money, but we probably have 12 or 15 platforms. There is not a platform. We don't have Acorn, Redbox, there's BBC Select, and a whole bunch of other ones. So, and otherwise, we would pay twice as much. So, she is our money. Now, if it turned out that you could get one platform where everything was available to you, yeah. And are platforms in favor of it? Yeah, they are. And the question is, why hasn't it been done yet? That makes no sense. All right, we're done with that. Interesting story coming up. illnesses, and even fatalities are a possibility.
He's urged people to stay hydrated and stay inside with the air conditioning on, if possible. News brought to you by American Vision Windows. Boxer Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. has been deported to Mexico and sent to prison following his arrest in Studio City last month. Chavez's deportation was confirmed by Mexico's president. The feds accused Chavez of being linked to a drug cartel and having an active warrant in his native country. Chavez is the son of boxing champ Julio Cesar Chavez. A person of interest has been taken into custody for a triple murder in the Antelope Valley.
33-year-old Axel in Trevino was considered a suspect in a triple shooting, which happened this past Sunday afternoon on a remote road near Lancaster. Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department says 2 men were shot inside a truck, while a woman was shot inside a nearby car. Trevino was arrested on Tuesday night, not long after being announced as the person of interest. David Workdown, KFI News.
Staff at Los Angeles General Medical Center are looking for anyone who might recognize a patient who has been in their care since July 31st. He was found in the Torrance area, is 5'7", 166 pounds, and is possibly about 35 years old. If you know anyone who's missing and matches that description, they're asking you to call LA General. California has seen a decline in homelessness in some areas.
Santa Cruz County reports a 20% drop in homelessness from 2024. LA County has a 4% decrease, and Contra Costa County is down 26%. But CalMatters reports in some communities, chronically homeless numbers have risen.
How these crypto Jews were able
to trends despite criticism from the California State Association of Counties over funding cuts. Last year, it was allocated $1 billion for homelessness, which was reduced to zero.
were able to receive any kind of information about their faith, however distorted it often was. So, coming to the end of this, what happened to all of these Jews? Simple mathematical calculation indicates there are about 100 million descendants of those crypto Jews. If you want to take the strictest definition of who is a Jew, and you say it's all through the matrilineal line, we're still talking about double digits of millions of Jews who are just as Jewish as I am and have no conception of whatsoever. This has ironically resulted, well, actually, what has been happening in the last few years with the advent of DNA testing services like Ancestry.com and 23andMe and things like that. Many people have discovered that they actually have Jewish Sephardic roots. And in fact, they can do some distinctions, whether it's the mitochondrial DNA or it's Y-type, haplotypes, things like that, whether it flows through the matrilineal or the patrilineal line. And all of a sudden, you have hundreds of thousands of people who are claiming Jewish ancestry with almost no understanding of what that actually means. From the 19th into the 20th century, there were various travelers who would go way into the back villages, including, if any of you are going to come on a trip with me on the Douro this year, including villages off the Douro River in Portugal, whole communities who say, yeah, we're all descended from the crypto Jews. They're completely Christian in just about everything they do, but they have a consciousness of being essentially descended from converts. What do you do with these people? Many of them are so enthusiastic about coming back to Judaism that an organization called Reconectar, which is very active in Israel, is reaching out to such people when they find that they have Sephardic Jewish identity somewhere in their genetic history, and they're inviting them back into the Jewish body politic and saying, we'll explain what you need to know, and you can make your decisions. According to DNA testing, it appears that 1 in 20 males in Spain is of crypto-Jewish stock, and 1 in 15 American Hispanics in this country. The Northwest, actually, I should say Southwest, sorry. I don't know who types these things out. So just ignore that, right? I was in a bit of a rush this morning. But it's a phenomenal thing that so many crypto-Jews are, because of science. Now, the science obviously does not make a Jew. There are many people who are Jewish now. There's a lot of things that go into it. But nevertheless, it does point to a renaissance of Sephardic Jewish identity from the most unlikely of sources. Those are my comments on this topic. I hope you found this as meaningful as I did. Next week, God willing, we'll have our concluding lecture on how Rabbi Yosef back to the biographies, and I think you'll find his life absolutely fantastic and inspirational. Thank you very much for your attention. Hello, everyone. I hope you found that lecture interesting. I know that the material in Giblit's book is just overwhelming and absolutely fascinating. I just want to share one last concluding thought. I find it so tremendously ironic on a historical level that, the identity of these crypto Jews is so tenuous under such tremendously challenging environmental circumstances, and nevertheless, so many of them made often the ultimate sacrifice to try and preserve whatever scraps of Jewish theology or practice or belief they could preserve for themselves and for future generations. And we contrast that with the way we live here in contemporary North America, with incredible wealth and unprecedented freedom and the ability to explore our Jewish background and our Jewish heritage, Jewish thought, Jewish ideas. There's such a range of possibilities for Jews, and yet the vast majority of American Jews remain disconnected from their Jewish heritage. That's one of those shocking realities that it's hard to pass over. If you had a chance to watch the Jewish History Manifesto video that I recorded a long time ago, it crystallizes my thinking and putting together this Jewish history series, and I'm hoping that people will get some kind of motivation to explore the greater aspects of Jewish identity and thought, the tremendous wealth that's present there, and that massive contribution to civilization. And they have so much to do all the time. They're dealing with airports, videos, other people. I'm a platinum member, so what I do is I text them, I'm not getting points. But it's like, you guys made me so late. Thank you very much for your attention,
and final lecture of this shit happens. Could be worse. Could always be worse. You know what doesn't help? You know what really doesn't help? Your wife could be worse. You know that saying? I know there's nothing worse. I know you're supposed to be thankful for you should be thankful. But when you're going through stress, whatever it might be, and somebody goes, you could be in Gaza. Yeah, I know, dude. And it's like, there's nothing worse. Now I'm more depressed because I'm depressed.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming back week after week to these great lectures on the history of Sephardic Jewry. We've been studying them for an entire year. I myself have grown tremendously from the experience, and I'm really grateful for the therapeutic effect you have had on my own scholarship by listening to me talk about the things that I find really fascinating. Tonight is the final lecture of the series of the semester. God willing, we will return in the fall. I've already decided what the topic will be, but I haven't yet decided how to release it. But it is going to be so cool. It's going to be a totally new approach to the way that we've done these things. I've been using all of the feedback that I've received from you in these classes to make something really amazing. At any rate, just a quick thank you for tonight. Tonight's lecture on Chacham Obadiah Yosef is sponsored by my friends Katie and Vic Crespin of Miami Beach. As last week, we sponsored a lecture as well. It's in honor of the 6 million and all who were killed just for being Jewish. A couple of interesting notes wrapping up the semester. I like to have a look at the metrics online just to let you know that we're not alone in this room. This is what the daily viewership was back in 2013 when I started giving these lectures, and back when I lived in Florida. And this is what they looked like when I came to Brooklyn in 2015. And thank God, they're going up pretty steadily. These are when it dips, that means I was telling jokes, and it goes down the joke. And this is when the Sephardic Jewish History series began. So thank God we're enjoying continued popularity on the web, and I'm glad that so many people find these lectures meaningful. Also, I really want to raise money for our students. We are ongoing with our long-range goal to reach $100,000 in scholarships. Don't laugh.
was
want to reach a
my
little more than
buddy
that.
has a
But
house.
right now we have
and a-
13,596, including the occasional donation
He's got a
from the
house,
pushka
right?
on my desk.
So
So if you are so motivated,
it's
you
nice.
enjoy the lectures,
Except for
I
he
love
has a
having you here. Your participation is sufficient sponsorship.
Yeah.
But if
So
you want to
he's
support
got a-
our students,
he
because
has
they're
a
really
river
why this all happens,
that runs
here's
through
the
his house.
website, and you can
Through
donate
the house?
online.
Yeah, through
Okay.
his house.
The topic for tonight, of course, is a fascinating figure, Maran Ovadia Yosef. Maran, as we shall see soon, is a uniquely Sephardic way of referring to our master. It's actually an Aramaic form that you see occasionally in the Talmud, like Rabban, our rabbi. Maran would be our master. He's also known as a Chacham, as a wise person, which is a uniquely Sephardic term for a well-known rabbi. I will probably bounce back and forth between these various titles. My main source for tonight is a rather large work, about 600 odd pages, but I have to say I read it with so much interest. Every single page was a delight. By a scholar named Yehuda Azulai, who's actually not a professional scholar, but is quite gifted in collecting materials and relaying them in a very appealing fashion. So I highly recommend this work if you want to go deeper into the life of Rabbi Yosef, and it is where I take most of my material for tonight. So who was Rabbi Yosef? The short version is he was a famous Sephardic rabbi, originally from Baghdad, who spent most of his life in Israel. He eventually rose to the position of chief rabbi until he passed away in the year 2013. He is, however, a uniquely gifted individual. In my humble opinion, I would think he is the most important Sephardic person of the 20th century. Remarkable contributions specifically to Sephardic culture and to world culture. I myself, long before I gave these lectures, I was a big fan of Rabbi Yosef. I own a set of his Kapia Omer, just to give you a sense of his output. This is one of 8 volumes, and if I can balance it while holding a microphone, this is like a really small double-column print on every page. Phenomenal memory. Even his critics are loath to say that his memory was not verging on supernatural. Incredible eidetic or photographic memory that allowed him to retain incredible amounts of material. And a very creative scholar. He was able to bring together that material and offer quite innovative ways to solve difficult problems. He was not a scholar who lived alone in an attic somewhere. He was very much a man of the people, very involved with the daily struggles of Jews all over the world, but particularly in Israel, and particularly Sephardic, for whom he felt a unique and powerful drive to return them to their earlier state of glory. And in a large way, that is exactly what he achieved. So what I'd like to do over the next 50 minutes or so is go through his biography, highlighting a few elements of his life and work, and hopefully we will leave at the end of this series with a better appreciation of what he did for Jews in general, for Spartan in particular, and for the world at large. Here's a picture, I should mention, by the way, he's also known for rather amazing fashion sense. And I can tell you, I myself am Lithuanian, so I don't qualify, but if I had half a chance, if they let me dress like this, I would be Sephardic in a heartbeat. I just think that the turban looks so cool with a kind of Nike swoosh on the side, and the Elvis style embroidery is just amazing. Now, he also, when he was in his 50s, he suffered from an eye ailment that nearly left him blind, but for the rest of his life, he was sensitive to light. So he was always appearing with these shades. So you put together the turban, the shades, the embroidered gown, and like, my gosh, what a look. Now, I should mention, he himself detested the robe. He referred to it as his work clothing, and he refused to wear it on Shabbat, which is, when you would think he would dress up. He would refuse to wear it on Shabbat unless he had to make some kind of official appearance as the chief rabbi. He preferred to wear just simple black robes, but nevertheless, this was a garment of office that indicated he was a Rav Harashi, or the Rishon LeZion, the first one in Zion, and he donned it when necessary for the purpose of killings that exalted role. But that's his classic, really iconic look that characterized much of the rabbinate in the 20th century in Sparta. So let's go to his background. He was born in Baghdad in 1920. Here he is with some of his younger siblings and his parents. You can zoom in on him there. This is without the beard and the glasses and everything. His father was a simple grocer, and they struggled desperately to make ends meet. While he was really a very young child,
What up, Pimp? How you living, big dog?
Emigrated to Israel from back.
I'm at the vet with my dog,
What's good?
trying to figure out what's going on with his guts.
Dog, get to fucking Mexico.
Get to Mexico. I got a dog and a mom to take care of, man. It ain't just about me.
Well, you're not going to be able to take care of him in a couple months, my friend.
So at least I can have my shit set up before I have to go, man.
Dog,
All I have in this world is my mom and my dog.
dog, you take him with you. Take him with you, dog.
In what car?
Do you have a vehicle?
I'm not allowed to drive. I'm epileptic.
All right, is your mom allowed to drive?
He ain't gonna help me with that shit.
Just say, Mom,
Everything I do illegal. My mom wants nothing to be a part of.
I mean, couldn't you say, Mom, let's take a vacation to Mexico and then just never come back?
You got the money for it?
I mean, if you sold everything that you own and put it in a car, then you got the money for it.
Sell everything where?
On Craigslist, if you just have a moving out sale, yeah, you just have a yard sale, and you put out all your stuff, or a tag sale, whatever you want to call it, and or garage sale, I don't know what you call it, and you say everything must go. You get a few $1,000s from that, and then you and Mom and the dog get in the car and drive to Mexico.
Mom's really not in fucking helping me go on the run, man.
All right, well then.
She wanted to bail me out, otherwise I'd still be in jail.
All right, well then you just say to her, Mom, I'm gonna bounce to Mexico, and I'm gonna take the dog if you want.
She's got to pull $25,000 out of her ass.
For what?
For my bail, I'm already out. I'm out on bail right now. If I jump bail, that means my mom gets held responsible for that, and she has to come out of pocket even further than the $5,000 she has to put up to get me out of jail.
So wait a second. She put up $5,000 for you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have $5,000 you can give her?
Nope.
Okay. Do you have $5,000 in stuff you could give her?
Nope.
Okay.
All my guns and shit were seized.
Okay. Do you have like a TV?
I have a TV. It don't be worth shit.
Okay, but I mean, if you sold all your stuff right now, how much is it worth? Aside from your
probably
$8,000.
$8,000.
Okay, so you get $5,000 together. You give that to your mom, and then you bounce with the remaining $3,000.
So how do you expect me to make $5,000?
You sell all your shit.
I've tried to sell a lot of shit. Nobody wants to come to the middle of bumfuck nowhere. Come pick it up.
All right. Well, you can. Okay. So why would your mom have to pay $25,000 if you bounce on $5,000?
Because the bail bond's been put up for $20,000 to get me out.
Okay, and it's on her credit.
Yeah, on her credit.
All right. Well, would she be interested in moving to Mexico?
No.
Would she be interested in
She doesn't
moving?
understand. She's too racist to go to another fucking country.
How about Canada?
He still ain't gonna try to go to Canada, bro. He can give a fuck less what happens in prison for me.
All right. I mean, you could just. I mean, all right. So then, you have an attorney.
I got an appointment on the 25th to go see an attorney.
Okay, and see if they can get it lowered. I'm telling you, if you are looking at more than 2 years, then you bounce. And basically, you can say to your mom, I'm going to go to Mexico and I'll start working there and I'll send you money as I can. You're an able bodied individual.
I'm actually disabled.
Okay. Well, you're able bodied enough.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay. I know you have seizures. But dude, you could go live in paradise. Go get yourself a Mexican wife. They won't chase you to Mexico over that. Doug, if you're looking at losing 4 years of your life, it's enough time that you just would say to your mom, I could make $25,000 in 4 years and send it back to you. And at least this way I'll be free. I know it's not ideal. And if you don't want to do Mexico, get to Miami and just get on a cruise ship and go to one of their ports and just fucking stay. Did they take your passport?
I don't have one.
Okay. Well, you could. I mean, just get to Mexico. Once you get to Mexico, let's see where you can go. Where can an American live in without a passport outside USA? All right. So you can live without a visa in several countries outside the United States for extended periods, though a passport is still required for entry. Okay, so you need the following countries allow U.S. citizens to stay for up to 180 days without a visa: Antigua and Barbuda, Belize, Dominica, Mexico, and Peru. The Dominican Republic allows indefinite stays without a visa, but has a high crime rate, making it unsuitable for long-term stays. Other countries offering visa-free stays of up to 360 days include Palau and Marshall Islands, with Palau offering job opportunities, especially for teachers, and the Marshall Islands providing opportunities for biomedical engineers, firefighters, and cybersecurity officers. Georgia allows stays of up to 360 days, but most jobs require knowledge of the Georgian language. Mauritius permits a 6-month stay without a visa, ideal for a long holiday. Additionally, U.S. citizens can live in U.S. territories without a passport, including, dude, why don't you go to Puerto Rico?
It's getting to Puerto Rico is my issue, man.
Okay. Um, why don't you just move out of Why don't you just move out of state and then hope that they don't extradite you?
I did that before. I was on the run for 6 years.
But weren't you in the same state?
I've done the whole.
Hold on. Hold on. You were on the run.
I've done the whole.
Hold on.
dash
Hold
shit
on.
the police
I get it. I get it.
fucking
I get it. I get it. You were on the run for 6 years in another state?
No, I had to come back to this state after I shot myself in the head because I'm sick of fucking living.
Okay, that's another issue. But like, let's see if there are any states that don't extradite.
Okay, that makes sense. However, outside of climate change, and this is a story out of the hotness level of food across the board, processed food, restaurant food, is climbing like crazy. People just want heat. For some reason, it has just expanded. I'm saying the way it, not that what you say doesn't make sense. Well, maybe that.
It's a big what if, but there is some change, and I think some of it is a stimulus.
Let me ask this, because I love Indian food, and I love Thai food, and I never go beyond mild or medium, and here's why. Because I want flavor, and once you get into heat, that overrides flavor.
Absolutely. No,
And you go into a restaurant, a good restaurant that has really good flavor, flavorful foods, Indian food is particularly flavorful, certainly Thai food, Chinese food, there's a lot of flavor to it. You put heat in there, that kills it. You might as well go to a crap restaurant if you want heat.
my favorite Thai place in town is Cheeklada, and it's fantastic. However, they have a part of the menu that you have to sign a waiver to consume because it is that hot. Another thing is food tech is used to be for heat's sake, maybe a novelty or for people that really wanted that stimulant, but now it's gotten much better. They balanced the peppers and gotten more flavorful, more floral. The flavors have changed, and so it's not just about the heat per se. The dishes have gotten better. However, everywhere you look, chocolate, ice cream, all kinds of things. Absolutely. Now, I think there's a dozen or so different types of, chips that you can get that the brand now, the Cheetos. But you do
Flamin' hot Cheetos. Yeah, 18 different kinds of flavor Cheetos.
and just hot Cheetos, where my Latinos are like, they're bright orange, red fingertips. So it's not going anywhere. It's getting more. You went from like 30 some odd percent of the population enjoying heat to 50 plus percent now of consumers really looking to heat their food, and it doesn't seem to be backing down at all. And everybody's on board. Every chick, everyone.
Yeah. Although I have changed last week, little tiny bit, kind of nice. Nice little thing is kind of nice. Beyond that, flavor. That was fine. I don't think the basket was outside. I never understood that. Why would you do that? I know people that put Tabasco sauce on their on soup. That is its whole.
They're actually smart.
No.
Put it in their Bloody Mary.
Yeah, I don't drink, so you put it in Bloody Mary all you want. I don't care. But I like mozzarella soup. I have actually been to Glenn's Deli, of course, my favorite deli in the world, and I saw someone put Tabasco in their mozzarella soup. And I happened to be talking to Ronnie, who's Glenn's Deli's good friend, and I looked at him throw that person out right now. You have the right to refuse service. Throw him out.
You think that person is Jewish?
No. No chance. None. All right, we are done. Coming up, Jim Kenney. And I forgot what we were going to talk about, but we are. Oh, yeah. We're going to talk about why I forgot what we were going to talk about. That's coming right up. KFI AM 640. I think that's the station. Amy.
It's going to be hot. The heat is on the way. The National Weather Service says we've got an extensive heat warning in effect starting later this morning and lasting till Sunday night with temperatures in the valleys and Inland Empire expected to top 100 for the next several days. The LA City Council has approved a series of measures to better safety Republican Assemblyman David Tangiba had his mic cut off when he was questioning coloring. California is getting ready for a November 4th special election on those new congressional maps. Counties are scrambling for ballot printers, polling sites, and staff. They say they want the state to cover the costs so local services don't get cut. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein has declared a state of emergency as Hurricane Aaron threatens the coast with flooding and high winds. NBC's Aaron Gilchrist says Aaron is not expected to make landfall, but the storm is still really dangerous.
Coastal flooding already impacting some areas along the Outer Banks, with Hatteras and Overlook Islands under mandatory evacuation orders, with more than 2,100 people ferried off both of them. Many beachside rental properties threatened by Hurricane Aaron now empty.
Residents have been urged to have emergency kits ready and to listen to weather alerts. Aaron is now a Category 2 hurricane. LA County DA Nathan Hoffman is going to honor 3 people who went above and beyond for their fellow residents. At the Westchester YMCA today, Hoffman's going to recognize a woman who intervened when a family member attacked another family member, a convenience store worker who helped stop a woman and her baby from being kidnapped, and a construction worker who stopped someone who randomly attacked a coworker. We'll check some problems on the 91 next.
If you are living in Southern California and you're drinking the water, it's safe. I mean, there's no question about that. But God, it is so bad. I'm talking about city water, tap water coming out of your sink. And so what we do now, when I was a kid, is have home filter systems. It just didn't happen. And bottled water was the water at work and not cold. So let me tell you what I've done. 13 years ago, I had a light source whole house water filtration system installed in my house. And I've tried every filter. So I've done salty systems. I've done same even those pitchers, filter going down the middle, put in the fridge, and none of them compared to light source. That's easy. Light source delivers water from outside the house. My filter system is in the garage. So as it flows in, every faucet, every tap is highly filtered, absolutely delicious water. And you don't get better than this. It's as good as bottled water. And They think this water as good as bottled water. Call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99. Visit LifeSourceWater.com, LifeSourceWater.com.
Southland weather. KFI and heat advisories in effect later this morning through Saturday evening for inland areas. It's going to be sunny and hot. Highs in the low and 80s at the beaches, 90s for Metro LA and Inland OC, 90s to about 105 for the valleys and inland Empire, around 100 for the Antelope Valley. Hotter tomorrow with inland areas up to 109. It's going to be 80 at the beaches or 80s at the beaches, 90s for the metro areas. It's 80, not that warm yet. It's 68 in American Grove, 67 in Yorba Linda, and we've got a crashing Grand Park on the 91.
This was up in East Coast, 91 and not out. Like vehicles involved right there, such a white range was affected. The traffic kind of slow off and on as you get away from the 710 on eastbound 91. Right around the corner, southbound side of the 5s, getting out of southbound Mud Lincoln, crash possibly some injuries, 3 vehicles all tangled up. That's got traffic jammed up from before Beach Boulevard. Melissa Chris checks out an issue on the 110 freeway.
As you get into Alicia Park, it's all full up. You're able to watch that sunrise before you reach the 5. And that's going to back you to your speeds all the way from up to 60.
Also, some reduced speeds on
But he did make it to the majors. The Major League Baseball player.
Yeah.
Damn.
You go, so if I, you know, if you can do it,
Redo it. I guess have your dad. If he's not a pro baseball player. No, I'm just saying. Not make all that money.
the dad's going, oh, I'm sorry. Did you like play for the Chicago Cubs?
You're a regular guy.
Was I too hard on you? But you played at Wrigley fucking Field, you ungrateful bastard.
Dad's not there.
I know,
Did Dad do his job? Like, did Dad do it? Did Dad do his job? Like, you hate me, but guess what? You made it to the major. So, welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
Right.
Like my
Make some money. You made some money in the major leagues.
Make some money. Meet your wife by doing that.
I mean, but
No, but I'm telling you,
he could have his dad.
kid, yeah.
And would be working somewhere else. Be a regular guy.
His dad's like, sure, okay, keep talking shit. Make the pros.
Hey, we give you dad.
Yeah, but you could call your dad.
Call your dad.
But there are crazy dads. Like,
Sure, but he did his best. His dad, yeah.
maybe, but he didn't. Or like I've seen, I've seen it personally where the dads are so hard, like they're just tearing into the kid. Where the kid, he already knows he messes up on the field, and the dad's yelling from the sidelines, from the bleachers, and then he's gonna tear into him on the way home. So you got an hour ride home. So the kid's just like, the guy who couldn't mess up.
Yeah.
And then when you get in the car, the kid knows, and sometimes it lasts days. So you know, because you struck out, you made an error, which are kids, that for the next few days, it's going to be hell at home. That sucks.
That sucks. Serena and Venus.
Try not to do that.
I know. But Serena and Venus Williams' father, I'm glad they made a movie about him because I've always said that's the unsung hero who literally came out of nothing, didn't even understand tennis, and figured out a way to read books and psychologically get his children. I mean, he created some of the greatest female tennis player of all time, and his daughter.
And not that the dads need credit, but like when Freddie Freeman hit that grand slam in the World
Yeah, and he hugged his dad.
Well, no, what he do? He got on the mic and goes, "This is for my dad."
Yeah,
this is for my dad. Every night was thrown to me.
That's right.
Like so,
That's right.
No one talks about it, but the kids who are good, maybe football, soccer, and some stuff is different. When it comes to baseball, it takes so much work to get good at it. If you don't have a dad who's hands-on and spends time with you, it's gonna be super tough. Especially this day and age, the athletes in baseball are so good. If you don't have that dad doing the extra work, man, it's gonna be tough.
So when you see, I love tennis, and you watch tennis, and you see those women and those men, especially the ones from Eastern Europe, like or Russia, or really almost anywhere. It doesn't matter where. What people don't understand is that those kids go from tournament to tournament, and they live in a van with their father. Their father's their coach because they can't afford to have a coach. Their father's their coach for their first 18 years, 20 years, literally 21 years. And their father, they literally will live in a van. I'm talking about a Volkswagen van. and they go from thing to thing.
Well, I knew families in California that the dad worked 2 jobs, the mom worked 2 jobs just to pay for their kids' travel ball and lived in an apartment because the travel ball was so expensive for them. And he would work overtime, everything, just to put his son through it. And he spent a ton of time with his son. His son was a baller. But he's 5'6", and the wife's 5'4". So you could say, well, there's a Tuve. It's like, there is. There's the one guy. That could be your North Star.
Yeah, but it's
and you could just feel the pressure on the kid. Now, he dealt with it well. He's a baller, Latino. And he was a baller, but you could just tell.
Yeah.
Like, when he had a bad game, like, it was like he let down his dad, his mom.
That's
They have a lot of bad
yeah.
games. He's a baller. But
Yeah.
you're like, man, at a certain level.
I know a kid who was said that way. He was destined to be this great tennis player, and he doesn't talk to his dad. He hates tennis. I can't bring it up to him. He's like, at one point, I could play with anybody in the world, and I fucking hate it. I don't even look at tennis right
Yeah,
now.
I tell parents all the time that, the little advice I can give is, like, if you want your son to stop playing video games, if he's playing a lot of video games, you want to stop playing video games, when you play video games, sit down next to him and critique everything he does. Go, no, go left, go right. What are you doing? And yell at him, and then yell at him for the next 2 days. He's going to stop playing video games.
Wow.
Same thing with baseball. Hands up. What are you doing? Elbow up. Where's your prep step? Like, your kid's going to be like, fuck this.
So do you know they did a study on this, and they found that the parents
Are
the
great
kids,
cats.
yeah, well, the kids that played on went on to play, so they were really good as kids, and then went on to be college and pro athletes. They did a study on this, and they found that the best thing a father can do is say the following words: "I love to watch you play."
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
So a lot of times it's like he doesn't want to hear critique. It's like, man, I love watching you play.
God, that's why you talk to any coach. Like our favorite kids are the ones that come from parents who were athletes because they know what it's like, and usually they're hands off because they know yelling from the bleachers it's never helped a kid in the history of baseball.
Right.
Ever.
Or it has, right? I mean,
No, never. I've never seen it work. Ever. It just embarrasses
how do you deal with it? It's hard for you though, right? Because you love it so much.
And me and T working very hard at it. So when I see him not doing the things that we're working at, that's when I get mad. So I take myself out of the equation, and that's why I'll watch from right field.
Because
I
otherwise,
can't help it. I yell. But he can't hear me out there. And the parents can't hear me.
yeah.
So I just take myself out of the equation. Let's take a little break, B.
Take a little break. So the one supplement that's probably been studied more than any other supplement on the planet is creatine. And I've done my own research on this. If you're looking for more power, better recovery, the ability to push through, most people are gassed. If you train seriously, if you're an amateur, if you're a pro, whether it's lifting, running, competing, or just staying dialed in, creatine is probably the best place to start.
It's the number one supplement.
It's
I
the
use
number one
it
supplement.
every single
Good for
day.
literally everything.
Recovery, muscle building, it's great for your brain. There's so many benefits to creatine.
So not all creatine is created equal, and this is where Beam comes in. Okay, this is exactly why people switch to Beam creatine. Okay, they send me a package. They get it comes with a mixer. It's awesome. I started using their creatine, and it's been for me. I mean, I love it.
Yeah, I love creatine, man, but you can't just trust any creatine because it's not creating equal, right? That's exactly why we switched to Beam creatine. And I recently started using creatine. I've been using it for a hot second, but it has to be good creatine, and Beam creatine is clean, it's effective, and you can trust them, all right? But like everything else, the quality matters. Beam creatine is just that high quality. They don't use fillers like most companies. They don't use sugar, nothing synthetic. I mix in my pre-workout or in my coffee because I'm a psychopath. Just clean, pure creatine backed by science, used by people who care about staying mentally sharp and strong. With Beam creatine, you get the strength benefits, the endurance, the recovery, and putting something, you're putting something in your body you can trust. 1 scoop a day, simple as that. I use 25 grams, so I use a little more. So if you use too much,
it's literally good for everything.
Oh, yeah.
Gut health, your brain, everything.
Creatine, number one supplement. Everything else is smoke and mirrors. Creatine actually works.
And it's true that every time I go to buy creatine, there's always something else.
People are always asking what creatine use.
Yeah.
So right now, Beam is giving you guys 30% off for limited time. Just head on over to Shop Beam. That's BEAM.com/fighter. Use the code fighter at checkout. That's shopbeam.com/fighter. shop.beam.com/fighter. That's shopbeam.com/fighter. Use the code fighter to get up to 30% off your first order.
What an amazing thing.
Yeah, it's great. That's great.
Love it.
And then I follow the rules. We don't talk baseball when we get in the car.
Really?
If he had a great game or a bad game, I'll take him to get ice cream.
Yeah.
But when he first started, I would only take him to get ice cream if he had a good game. That's not the way to do it.
Right.
Because then it's all based off his performance all the time.
Right.
So he's going to be like, okay, Dad's only happy when I do really well. Well, it's baseball. You're not always going to do really well. He goes, so if he does really bad, he's already embarrassed. But then he has to worry about coming home with that. You don't want that.
None of my kids are going to be pro athletes, obviously, but the one thing about my son is that, I explained to my mother, my son Finn, I was like, he'll get so much out of the sports regardless. Like, he'll get so much for showing up every day, for practicing.
Oh no! If you're only putting your kid in sports, you think he's gonna go pro? You're doing it
crazy.
wrong.
Yeah.
You're doing it wrong.
Do it for the
Less than 1% are even gonna play college. I think it's something like 90% of kids stop playing baseball at the age of 13. Because at 13 it gets super serious.
Yes.
13 it ramps up another level. So most kids quit at 13.
Yeah. Yeah.
Already at 9, trouble. It's pretty fucking serious, dude. But even the head coach, and I love, he goes, I love Daddy Ball. Because they asked him, they go, he's like the head honcho, right? And he's won he's won everything. He's like a big deal in Texas. And they can ask him, what do you think of Daddy? He goes, I love it. You just have to know how to manage it. He goes, now, I love it because it means dads care and they're invested. He goes, because the coaches make the same money no matter what. Whether we win 4 games on a Sunday or we win 1, I don't want the coach who goes, I don't care, I'm getting paid. I want the dads like, no, I want to be here from 8 a.m. to fucking 10:30 at night and watch my kid play ball. He goes, so you just have to know how to manage that energy. He goes, but that means they're investing, they care about their kid.
But baseball requires a different kind of skill. Like, you've got to really work at that, no matter how athletic you are. But you can be a wide receiver in the NFL because you're ridiculously athletic, right? I mean,
to a certain point,
right? Like, some guys,
you're going to get the not in the NFL, but you're going to get to a certain level where those guys, everyone's just as athletic as you, but then they know the game, and you're going to get it.
Okay, so you need to know the game.
You're going to have that at some point, because you're going to have to come along and invest in it.
What I saw with Travis Kelce, I kept wondering, I was like, why does he keep getting open? I was like, he gets open because he knows exactly how to split those. Like, he knows that the route, he knows how to run around.
But then there's guys like Antonio Gates who never played football, ever, and then he played basketball. They're like, you have good footwork.
So he never played football in college?
No, never.
Are you kidding?
He didn't play football at all. Until he got to the NFL.
What?
He just went in the Hall of Fame like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
So he's just going to run out there and catch balls.
Now, his catching was amazing. His route running was amazing. His footwork was amazing. His blocking was atrocious. It was a liability.
Okay.
Yeah, he couldn't block with shit. Because he didn't come up with it.
Yeah. Did you watch the UFC fights, Brett?
Dude, so that party I was telling you about at my boy Ed's house was amazing. But I had this is how much I cared about watching this fight. I had a timer when the prelims started to go off on my phone because I was only 10 minutes away from the house.
Yeah.
As soon as that timer went off, I went, Bossy, we gotta go. Ran to the car, rushed home. I watched every single fight. I was so excited for this. And the card delivered.
The card delivered. Michael Venom Page is just trying to strike with that guy is so unbelievable. Like, good luck.
Yeah, the only knock on Michael Venom Page is he should have went for the finish instead of
made a mistake. Yeah, made a mistake.
He almost lost.
Yeah.
And at this level, especially Jared Cannonier, he's big, dude. So you let that guy hang around, and then you end up like in mountain shit. It's like, dude, you can finish.
Is there a 42-year-old in better shape in the history of the game? Like 42 years old and just stupid shred.
Fought at heavyweight, fought at light heavyweight, middleweight, body the fuck up. 42.
But Michael Venom Page is in a different shit.
How about your boy Aaron Pico?
I was so impressed with him. I was like, damn, this kid is the new blood. Just boom, body shots coming in, wrestling. But this wrestling, his boxing, everything was just unreal. And I was like, look at this motherfucker.
I told Jen on Chop Show, I looked at my wife literally first like 20, 30 seconds before I went, oh, he's going to get knocked out.
You mean because he just kept pressing forward? I didn't see
He's
that.
way too aggressive. And when he was throwing the shots, his head's like, he's like this.
I didn't see that.
His chin's over his feet. So he
knows better, doesn't he?
Clearly fucking not. But it's also, it's the UFC, so you can get away with that Bellator and all that stuff. And he was so aggressive. And then you're fighting Jerome Murphy, who's,
I'm sorry.
what'd you say?
I mean, yes.
You're fighting, do you watch it?
Yeah.
He's fighting Murphy, who's undefeated in the UFC, has beat some world-class guys. And he said in the lead-up, he goes, his aggression, he comes out really aggressive, I'm going to use it against him. At a world-class level, they go, oh, you're just going to rush it? Okay.
I was like, for me, I was like, oh, he got lucky with that spinning back.
Oh, God.
He did. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, of course. He even called it. He's like, I'll use it against him. That's what he did.
Well, Aaron Eagles 28 with all that experience, you'd think he'd know. Because remember we watched him and he was so aggressive and he got slept his first time.
I was working at Madison Square Garden.
Remember?
Yeah,
it's like,
I
why
played
so
that fight.
aggressive?
I know.
No, this was a fight companion. When he got dropped, he got shut off right away.
The
It was one of the first
one
times.
where he got choked out was Madison Square Garden. I worked it in
Yeah,
person in New
it's the
York.
one where he got punched and just slept. And you were like, why so aggressive, right? It was this.
Oh, probably Adam Borg's.
I don't know. But it's like,
Yeah, it's probably the Adam Borg's fight because the other one.
but damn, he looks.
Oh no, maybe it was the Henry Corrales one. That's where he got KO punched
Yeah.
in 1 minute. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We did a
Yes.
because we were watching because that was
Yes.
Inglewood.
Yes.
And then after that, they give him Adam Borg, who's a beast, and then again he gets flying knee.
Dude, it's like it's.
But then he went on a tear. And he gets with Greg Jackson, but. Listen, the UFC jitters are real. That's a real fucking thing. MVP talked about it because they go, why do you think these Bellator and PFL guys come over and struggle? He goes, listen, I've had 3 or 4 fights. He goes, I'm still not fighting like I should.
It's just so.
He goes, guys are trying so hard and they're coming out like in their tents. He said, because it's the big show.
So that's why he was pushing. He was like, let me get out of this.
Yep.
And you got a guy like fucking Murphy who's just.
It was fantastic.
He's a phenomenal athlete.
What do you think of the main event?
It's what I expected. Because
You did say Hamzat decision.
yeah, I just said Hamzat is going to. There's no way that Duplessis is going to deal with that wrestling. I just saw too much of it. I watched him with everybody, and I saw what happened with Duplessis and what's his name? Who's the black guy wrestler? He
Brunson? I'm sorry, Brunson.
yeah.
Jim Brunson's my buddy from Jared Vincent.
He was. These guys were taking him down, putting him on his back, and I said, "You're dealing with a different level." And I just don't see how. Like people are saying, he's a really good submission fighter. Your jiu-jitsu is not going to get you out of this problem. Yeah, your jiu-jitsu, right? It's not going to get you out of this problem. That problem is that top pressure. That problem is that those takedowns.
Did you enjoy the fight, or were you kind of like,
I enjoyed the fuck out of it.
me too, I liked it too.
I enjoyed the fuck out of it.
People didn't like it because they want Hamza to go for the finish, but the thing about DDP, when he would go back to square, he's like, don't worry, I got it. Something's going to happen. And I was like, I believe him.
Well, he's amazing. Like, he gets put in that crucifix and somehow survives it by burying his head. Like, he is as rugged as it gets. But physics is physics. Physics doesn't care about how rugged you are. It doesn't care about your
technique. Doesn't care.
The physics, yeah.
Yeah, the technique.
And he said, because it wasn't his strength. It's his incredible technique. And especially when you told me, you saw him wrestling with, you saw him playing with world-class motherfuckers.
And I didn't want to blaze him too hard and be out his nuts, but I was like, maybe because I've been.
You said you've not seen anything like that since Sean Jones.
Yeah, I haven't seen John Jones do that. I'm telling you, I didn't want to place him too much, but I walked away and like cold Rogan. I was like, dude,
Yeah.
this fucking guy is a monster. Rogan's like, I know. I'm like, you don't.
Yeah.
This dude is as good as advertised, if not more.
Yeah.
It's fucking scary.
So now what's going to happen? Here's my prediction. Everybody in the 185-pound weight class is going to hire Russian wrestling coaches and say, I need to learn how to stand up against this guy and escape.
You can't. There's nothing you can do.
Maybe not,
It
right?
doesn't matter. There's not enough hours that, like, DDP will never be champion again.
He'll never be able to get a Russian, like a couple of Russian wrestlers in there.
Doesn't matter. He's too old for it. He's too old. Really? Nobody can learn the concept to beat them.
You can't.
You
You
can't.
can't.
There's
You
nothing to do.
can't. You
You
can't.
have your skill set. You're setting your ways, and I think DDP surviving 25 minutes is going to age so well over time because I don't think these contenders coming up.
I agree.
The only reason DDP didn't get finished is because he had good defense with the submission, and he didn't create a lot of opportunity for Hamza. These other kids these other guys Fluffy Hernandez Fluffy will create those transitions where Hamza will capitalize.
And DeRitter also, I'm talking about DeRitter, I'm like, DeRitter's great with his jiu-jitsu and stuff, he's on the top, bottom, great, good luck.
I think RDR is the easiest fight for him. Really? Rogan thinks it's toughest because his guard. This is why I think people are mistaken. You think that Hamza is going to come up with the same game plan against RDR as he does DDP. He's going to be like, oh, no, watch this, and he's going to fucking knock him out.
Probably.
He's going to knock him out.
Probably.
See what he did? His striking.
Yeah, his
striking is horrible.
With all due respect to it's not good.
No, like, you see what he did to Mershard? Yeah. There's no takedowns.
Hamza
faked it. Boom.
Hamza's right. Pepper the fuck out of him. But I also would say, too, this. Like, jiu-jitsu is amazing and it's very important. When you at that level of wrestling, and when you're on your back, no matter what your jiu-jitsu is, the advantage is always going to be with the guy that comes on. It's just too much. You can't.
Let's take a little break because let's talk about Harry's, dude.
Harry's.
Them hairy legs. What's up, man? It's Harry's. Let's be honest. Most razors suck. They're either way overpriced or dull after a few shaves. It's a waste of time. And they leave your face feeling like it's been attacked by sandpaper. Don't get me started on overpriced refills. God, they get you. $20 for a 4-pack should be illegal in this country. Well, that's where our friends at Harry's. That's where Harry's.
It's got the best of both worlds. It's got a barbershop quality shave with German engineered blades and a sleek ergonomic handle.
Those Germans, they make cars, they make blades.
That's it, bro.
Questions?
Literally at the price of the premium razors. The precision manufacturing process measures each blade in microns. We're talking aerospace level accuracy for sharpness and consistently reducing irritation and radius.
Here's the kicker, dude. Harry's isn't just one of the best engineered razors on the planet. It's also affordable. By owning their factory and cutting out the middleman, Harry's delivers top-tier blades for as low as half the price of the big brands. It's time to stop overpaying for a bull crap shave, all right? For a limited time, you guys can get Harry's trial set for only $8 plus a free gift at harrys.com/fighter. Just head on over to harrys.com/fighter to receive our exclusive discount. After you purchase, they will ask you where you heard about them. Please tell them the Fighter Kid sent you. And that's harrys.com/fighter.
Now it's McRace's got a full-on grooming essential shave.
Oh, they got it all.
Body wash, all.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, I Will Have My Vengeance, Good Burger,
This is what I call fast food.
Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
You cannot deal with that kind of pressure.
Now, if you told me Hamzat's going to fight RDR and stay in his guard for 25 minutes, I'm like, he has a shot. I still don't think he wins, but he has a shot. He has to throw a Hail Mary. He'll be catching. Hopefully, Hamzat leaves a limb out or something like that, but he has more of a shot than DDP.
He's going to end up on his back, and Konzo will be
He's
inside.
going to end up looking at the ceiling. He's going to end up knocked out. I think RDR is his easiest fight. And I'm a huge RDR fan. I don't know.
He's got his stand-up. He's got that knee, and that's it.
He's long. He has that knee against Bo Nickal.
Konzat's not hearing a peep out of him. I agree. He's going to punch that. Yeah. I mean,
I don't see anybody beating Hamzat unless he makes a mistake and they catch him with a flying knee or some random spinning back elbow. But if he's smart and calculated about it, I don't see anybody beating him.
I'd love to see a wrestling match between Konzat and Bo Nickal, yeah. But
if Bo Nickal would change his approach to the game and use his wrestling like Hamzat does, now we're cooking.
He might be trying. That might have been. I'm sure he watched that fight. I'm sure he took notes.
How is team gonna look around and go, should we still hit mids? No, dude. There's not enough hours in a day for you to catch up striking wise with the rest of the division. Fucking be John Fitch. Fucking wrestle these guys and get the wins. And
be
get
John
10 wins.
Grind that shit out.
That's it, dude. And if you find a submission, great. We're winning fucking fights.
Problem is that there are guys that like DeRitter that can stop his takedowns, knee him to Kingdom Come, just punch the shit out of him. You know what I'm saying?
It drives me nuts.
Yeah.
It drives me nuts. The card was good.
I mean, dive for the ankles. Just grab that fucking the back of that knee and take him down.
Yeah, what I don't want to see is Bo Nickal in a striking form. No, what? Are you?
No way. No.
It's painful to watch.
Yeah.
They're just staring down the wrong road. Even DDP's team in the corner, were you listening? They're just like, oh.
Well, I can't.
Because DDP, his main attribute, his main skill is he's really big and really tough.
Right.
And I'm sure in the gym,
And a hell of a submission wrestler. He's
pretty good. But again, his main thing is being this big, tough dude. Well,
and cardio.
Sure. Yeah. But when big and exactly. But when big and tough, is it paying like when in the fight they kind of go, I don't know.
Kazat doesn't care about your big and tough.
What? No.
He doesn't care. He's gonna grab you about the small of the leg. Because you know that's my area. That's where I live. So I recognize you. And you're so big.
You grab my idea.
It's fine. We've done this before, but I want to remind you because I've been training so hard.
You're like Hamza, dude. You're like an old gray Hamza.
Well, first of all,
dude, you got a nickname, the Gray Wolf.
Yeah. Now, I come here.
Where the teardrops at?
I never come here.
Where the teardrops at?
I don't want any of this.
You don't want this? Yeah.
I don't want any of this.
Nope.
But I love this.
Yeah.
I love this.
Right below the kneecap.
And I love getting my head wet right there, and I drive. And your knee buckles. Tell me one, man.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And then what do we get?
You with a back injury? Your back blown out?
No, look, am I grabbing your ankles?
Oh, okay.
Am I grabbing the top of your foot? Yeah. So that's where
You're the old Gray Wolf.
I am. So as strong as you are, I'm always on the outside. Don't let me on the outside. You'll let me on the outside. This whole area is right where I live.
Touch me, dude.
Where I live.
All right.
Let's get back to the podcast.
Let's get back to the podcast. The old Gray Wolf.
The old Gray Wolf. He's got some tricky booze in his sleeve. Yeah, man. Is there anyone in the 85-pound division that you can see? Is there anyone in 205? Hamza's gonna go to 205.
He has a lot of. Okay. Maybe Izzy, RDR, Borrelio, Fluffy. You know, he'd have to take out those guys, and if he can clear out 5 to 6 guys, then he could go to 205.
I mean, if he's dominant as hell at 85,
Ankalaev's gonna be a problem.
they'll give him Ankalaev. Ankalaev's striking. You know, I rewatched that. Don't sleep on his fucking strike.
His strike's not bad.
Wow.
Now, if he can counter Hamzat's wrestling, and
Which he probably has a very good chance of.
a better chance. I don't think so, but a better chance.
Strong guy.
Strong,
Yeah. Who is used to that system? Who has seen a lot of those looks,
He's
right?
familiar with it.
Right. So that's an interesting.
I think Hamzat beats up Yeri. I think he beats up Carlos or Goldberg.
I don't know what they do against him.
Roundtree.
Yeah. He takes them.
Go, dog.
Jamal Hill beats Rakic.
Hey,
But
why don't you go to Louisiana? They have a non-extradition agreement.
yeah, if I go back to Louisiana, I've got to deal with some people that I think it's going to end up. It's not going to end up good.
All right.
I'd rather serve this little 4 years than to go down to Louisiana where my family's at and have to hunt down somebody. Fucking, you know, there's somebody there that if I go to that state, I'm going to officially murder drugs.
Okay, well, what about South Carolina?
Well, North Carolina,
No, they'll extradite you.
Montana.
North Dakota.
I don't have anybody there. South Dakota.
No, North Dakota.
Upper 90s about 105 in the valleys and in Empire, 300 and 100 for the Antelope Valley. Overnight lows next to 60s and 70s. Then it's going to be even hotter tomorrow.
All right. What about
Low to mid 90s for the metro areas up to 109. 104 in the IE, 107 in the Antelope Valley. It's going to be hot all the way through the weekend. The thunderstorms possible in the
Okay,
high desert.
let's see.
It's going to start cooling down just a bit on Sunday and then a gradual cooling as we head into next week. It's 73.
Yeah, I'll call you when I get home. I gotta leave the gotta leave my dog here.
And 73.
All right, Pam.
Santa Monica. The KF5 market report. Love to tell you. Oh, there's the numbers. Okay, the Dow is down 99 points. Actually, the Dow just switched, bouncing around the block. It's now down 63 points. The Nasdaq is up to 51, and the S&P 500 is down 40. We've got a crash in Seal Beach, slowing you down on the 405.
And this is going to be northbound right there at Seal Beach Boulevard. Like 4 vehicles, all of them on the right shoulder. And it's kind of slow on the roundabout side as you get away from Westminster Boulevard. Also, that drive westbound 22 from Golden West. We've got some slow traffic in South Orange County, it sounds like. Yeah, you know what? North outside of the 405 really slow as you get away from the 5 past the 133 up towards Jeffrey Road, and then it gets better. So we might have had something in lanes and so that's good. 5 southbound in Anaheim, still looking at some slow traffic there right around earlier crashing and slow out of Buena Park. As far as LA, just slow in the east LA to downtown area, small freeways there. We'll kind of break that down for you next time around with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports at local traffic. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? Widespread racism against the Asian American Pacific Island is a serious and devastating issue that is impacting the lives of millions every day. It's up to all of us to stand up and speak out against this racism. Stop AAPI is a national coalition that tracks incidents of hate and discrimination against the AAPI community across the United States. To report a hate incident or learn more about what you can do now, visit stopaapiu.org now. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Interesting, non crazy beats.
He's got big boys, by the way, at 85, at 205. They're big boys. It's a significant size difference.
Yeah, you can do it though. You can do it. It's too early today. Jeff came middle of the gym.
I'm a little
that's the casual take. Like, oh, let's have him jump this.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
He has so much work to do at 85. He just got the belt. We're talking about open weight classes.
Yeah.
The fight would be if he could make 70 again and fight
Makachev.
Stop. Now we're cooking. Stop it. Now we're cooking.
That's kind of crazy. Yeah, that's interesting.
70's top one, but he fought 70 for
It's really hard for him.
But Islam versus Hamzat, interesting.
I'd love to see him make it at 80. Islam has no problem at 80.
You're talking that bullshit right now? Why? Because
Catchweight.
Well, they don't do that, right? You're talking that bullshit right now? Hey, is this casual podcast?
Just
is this the MMA casual?
Why not 80, bro? Take it easy.
Dude, Connor him, it's
Well,
gonna be fun.
we can't get
my face.
We can't
If you
get
start making up divisions.
I'll go down the
If you
stairs.
start making up divisions, fuck my
I'm
face.
adding a new division.
It's never happening.
But I can't have Kamzat sucking down 70. It's too much weight.
He's done it before?
He missed weight. Actually,
No, he's made 70
I think
before.
it was 176. I think he missed.
He's made 70 before.
Has he?
Yeah.
See if he has.
He was there for a while, man.
I feel like he
Came in the UFC at 70, bud.
Yeah.
His fights that were taking place over during COVID.
Look at it. Sucks. That is. I know he wrestled 70, but wasn't he over twice?
So he fought.
Wasn't the lightest he was 176? I feel like. Because I think for the Usman fight he was 176 is weigh-in.
Well, he made it with Gilbert Burns, right?
Yeah.
That was at 170. He made 170 for Gilbert.
I think he missed weight there.
No, he didn't. They did a catch weight with Kevin Holland.
No, I think he did.
No, because look, he fought Gilbert Burns at 170, made 170, and he fought your boy DeLeach at 70. Yeah, because it would say middleweight bout. So he fought Joe Burchard where he starched him in 17 seconds. Then he fought shortly after in October back to welterweight. He said DeLeach. Then he fought Gilbert Burns. And then he had to do a catch weight against Kevin Holland. Yeah. And then he went back to middleweight for good against Kamar Usman.
That's what I'm saying. You just said catch weight. Why you gotta be?
No, he made welterweight.
Well, let's have a catch weight.
You know, the only reason he catch weight is because he missed the weight by so much. Remember that? They're supposed to give us Nick Diaz. I'm sorry, Nate Diaz.
Oh my God.
Nate Diaz tweeted out, "Can't fight."
I don't blame him.
Okay.
Nate Diaz will fight anybody, but like, why? It's like fucking wrestling some wrestler like that, man. Nate Diaz has nothing to prove. It's like, no.
Yeah, that would be good.
God. Different weight class. He's a bigger man. Everything, you know. God. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I just don't see Hamza losing for a long one.
Because you got to solve that puzzle, that wrestling puzzle, and I don't know if anybody can.
The answer is no. You're gonna have to catch him. And your odds of doing that aren't great. So he's just gonna ring champ for a long time. But he could get caught. There's that.
Absolutely.
So the same with Corey Sandhagen. It's like he's fighting Marab. Again, Marab's only gonna lose if he gets caught. Flying knee, flying elbow, some
ankle.
Maybe.
Heel hook.
Maybe catch him with something like that. But Marab trains for that. You know, but you're gonna have to catch him with something that he can't expect, like a flying knee, like something random. It has to happen for those guys to lose. Right. So again, your odds are 1%. You know, so it can happen.
Give him more than
1%.
No, come on. You got to give Corey more. I don't like that. Don't say that.
No, Corey's my boy. The 8 down.
You know, I know it's not even about him, whether he's your boy or not. Sandhagen's got 5%. No, I got to give him higher than that.
To beat Marab?
Yes. Yeah.
Have you seen the odds?
What are the odds?
300. I think he's a plus 600.
God, that's disrespectful.
Well, it's a nightmare. But again, out of anyone to do it, I like his chances better than Sugar's. I like his chances better than Aljo, any of these guys. Yes.
Okay. Plus 300.
Plus 310. Yeah.
All right.
Now I'm going for Corey. I'll be very clear. I'm rooting for Corey. That's my guy. But very tough. But if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be Corey. Because he has those Hail Marys he can pull out of his head.
Great striking. Great striking. Great knees. Great punches. Great on the ground. I mean, remember, he gave Rob, Magomedov fits for a long time.
He kept giving up his back there. Remember that? That was weird. Yeah. Rob would capitalize on that.
Yeah.
Well, it's all interesting. What do you got, Chin? All right, man. Did you watch the fights, Chin? Of course.
I actually met up with this is like the first time I actually went out since I moved here.
Holy shit, you left the house?
I left the house. I went to a place called Minchaka. Have you heard of that?
Nah, man.
Minchaka. It's a sports bar, and I met up with our old Showtime guy, Daniel. That half.
Oh yeah, he's out here. Who's he working for?
Dude, he works for like a beverage company, you know, like just like completely different.
Good for him.
And he's happy, so that's good.
That's good. So it's just you and him?
Yeah.
Mandate.
Dude, we're watching fights, man.
Yeah, it's a mandate though.
Mandate.
All right, you guys have some wings and beer?
I didn't eat, but have a couple sips, yeah.
All right. What? Nothing, man.
Mandate.
It's funny because mandate's another word, too.
What'd you say?
Because mandate's a different word as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's funny. Shakari Richardson was caught at the airport, domestic, pretty much beating up her boyfriend, pushing him into like the wall.
And this is at LAX.
And she was arrested.
So if you're doing this in public,
No, this is Seattle. Seattle, Tacoma.
So if you're doing this in public, I bet indoors she beats the shit out of him.
And he's also
You've seen her, right?
Oh, yeah.
She's a phenomenal athlete.
Fast
So there she is right there. Where you going? The airport is frustrating. I get it. People are shitting in those bathrooms, peeing everywhere.
Oh, no. Bro,
And she's calling him a coward?
he might. Yeah, jeez.
Oh. He's just kind of walking away, and then she just gets
That's all you can do. That's all you can do.
Oh, this is like,
That's all a man can do.
this is in public, in front of security, everything.
Oh,
She's a handful.
She's in his face. She's on him like glue, dude. You know, she's like Rob right now. She got him up against it.
Oh,
Damn!
God. But what do you, if you're that guy, you're not going to push her in public.
Can't do a damn thing.
I mean, you would push her anyways, just like, you get away
Oh,
from her.
yeah, it's not. She might be like,
You can give her a beer hug. Hey, stop pushing me.
well, you know, this is the thing. Like, is that him?
Yeah, he's just
There are a lot of cases where women will beat on men for a long time.
She stated that the argument all stemmed from lies Coleman had told her.
Sorry?
She said it came from a lie. He was lying about something. But then she said she didn't touch him, which is obviously the case. We have video, girl.
Well, it sounds like there's just.
But also,
That looks like a jealousy thing.
okay. She didn't sock him in the face. You shouldn't be touching people, but
You know, it's one of those.
Are they good now?
Relationships.
I don't know if they're good now.
You have kids will be fast.
The fastest kids in the world.
Are they going to be part of the crowd over there?
Would they?
Yeah,
hopefully.
I think so.
Remember this interview with Hunter Biden? That guy?
Yeah.
Andrew Callahan?
Yeah.
Channel 5 News. So apparently Melania Trump has threatened to sue Hunter Biden for
She's such a classy
for
woman.
over $1 billion.
Melania Trump is a very classy woman.
Okay. But because of defamation and whatever, so I'll just play this clip for you. She threatened to sue apologize.
Yeah, well, there's no evidence that Melania Trump, like this rumor that's where.
Yeah, that's the reason why
It's just that people love to say it, and I'm sorry I even brought it up on the podcast because I felt queasy
I
about
heard
it.
it from you.
She's a classy woman.
Yeah, hey, I heard it from you before anybody.
No, but they
No, I know, but it was
like, oh, the reason, you know. I'm like, no.
But it came out that was a rumor. Like they said that she met Trump through.
It's a delicious rumor. People love to.
That's a good one.
Like Melania Trump didn't need to do any of that shit. She's one of those women when she was younger and even still now who is so beautiful. You'd be like, oh my God. Like she had the world.
You'd be like, oh my God, get to my island.
I mean,
That's how much it is. Have you out of your mind? You don't think the richest people in the world get 100 chicks in the world?
Richest people in the
She's
world.
very attractive. Buddy, that island, I'm sure they had the primo of primo. She was a primo.
I am not. She is.
Where's the Hunter Biden? Good chance
She's willing to put her money where her mouth is. That says a lot. God, what is it?
But she just wants an apology.
Yeah.
In my hand is a legal demand letter addressed to Mr. Hunter Biden, the First Lady of the United States, demanding a retraction of Channel 5's video called Hunter Biden Returns, in which Mr. Biden here makes some speculative comments about the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein
That's daddy's money, though.
and Donald Trump. Okay, they knew each other well. They spent an enormous time together. According to his biographer, Jeffrey Epstein introduced Melania. That's how Melania and the First Lady and the President met. Really? Epstein made the intro. Yeah, according to Mike Wolf. And so I only can go by what people were saying, and I don't know. What people are saying out of nowhere. They come from another journalist named Michael Wolf, who was a biographer that actually spoke to Jeffrey Epstein. But now here we are. And I've got $1 billion document in my hands because Mrs. Trump is seeking $1 billion in damages if we don't take the video down and if Hunter here doesn't issue a formal apology to Mrs. Trump. So now we're here, maybe to give you the platform to apologize to the First Lady for your statements that you made about her possible connection to Jeffrey Epstein. Fuck that. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, you know you do it. He's the backing of his fucking dad.
Well, he was echoing what someone else said, right?
Yeah, but you can't do that in a public interview. This gets millions and millions of views.
You can. You can. So here's how it goes. For a defamation case, you have to prove malice. And what Hunter Biden is saying, I was just saying what other people.
Oh, he's saying I'm just saying what I heard.
That's what he's saying.
He goes, I didn't originate the story.
Yeah. So if you go to court and said, well, I heard that Jeff Epstein had introduced. Jeff Epstein knew a lot of people, a lot of women, beautiful women, and everything else. Not all of them were hookers, but he ran with a very rich crowd, so he might have met her. And there were pictures of them together, so that'd be a really hard case.
The other thing is, too, let's say they did meet at the island. I don't think the island, every single party was whores and rich guys. Like, it could have been like a public party with
Or it was like a petting zoo and they had little kids there.
Yes, there's also that. I think they had a kind of a smorgasbord of all that.
Sure.
Maybe they met that. That doesn't mean that she was part of this drug prostitute ring. They for sure met that. Right? That's what I heard. What else you got, Jim?
Who knows?
Let's do. I mean, if they met there, it's like Lady and the Tramp, baby.
This video kind of went viral. This is a guy throwing a sandwich at a.
This is so funny.
You saw this already?
I haven't seen it.
So, but then I'll get into more details afterwards.
This is Sean Dunn, who used a Subway sandwich that was our missiles. Subway sandwich is a weapon to attack a federal officer deployed by President Trump on the streets of D.C. earlier this week. He's been charged with felony.
Since you know what's going on in D.C.
Is it a tuna?
Do you know what's going on in D.C.?
Yeah.
So Trump has just tired of driving to the White House and seeing homeless encampments. Also, just so everybody knows, I lived in D.C. when it was the murder capital of the world. And when they talk about D.C.'s crime wave is lowest it's been in 30 years. 30 years ago, you dummies, it was the murder capital of the world. Okay? So I will tell you this. When you go to D.C., they lock up the toothpaste in the Walgreens. Hey, bro.
I'm listening. I just got breaking news.
What?
No, keep going. I got breaking news. No, it's the toothpaste in D.C., dude. No, listen.
Breaking news.
I had the American from D.C. text me.
I love that Brian called you out on this. This is perfect.
Hey, bro.
I'm sorry, man. It's a late pod. I get shit going on.
All right.
Family.
Take it easy, Jack. Keep going. Take it easy, Jack. Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, the story. What the fuck is going on over there?
I think she was on a single shot,
Oh, man. I guess he should be. But,
keep going.
Yeah, but it's like DC's a shithole right now, and he's like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. It's my city, so no. You guys, I'm going to take this over because the police are hemmed in by the, city council probably and all this stuff. So, and I believe he is constitutionally within his right in DC to do this.
Let me see the video, Jen. Yeah, there's a 6-inch meatball.
It looks pretty big.
It's hot. Those come out.
And he gets some white guy who probably, just judging by the way he dresses, I like the way he's dressed, but he looks like he's probably not taking a lot of punches to the face. Looks like he's been pretty comfortable in his life.
Okay.
Oh. Look at the way he runs. Look at the way he runs.
Wait, did he get arrested after this?
Yes, and by the way, he also got fired from his job. And guess what his job was?
What?
He's an attorney for the Department of Justice.
Yeah, so just so everybody knows, okay? No, let me just say this. This is an exact example of an asshole. This generation that's never been punched in the face. I would never do that to cops. If I saw a bunch of cops, even if I didn't like them, and I saw a bunch of cops like that, dressed up like that, you gotta know that you're gonna take a fucking beating and should when you get that
Are we in the paddy wagon? The voice,
It's like, but I just would never do that. I'm not gonna go fuck you unless I'm really willing to take. Unless I'm willing to fight. Yeah. Unless you're willing to really fight, and you're gonna throw a sandwich at the guy.
Also, those guys are just doing their jobs, and they might not agree with it. Doing their jobs.
I'm calling them a fascist.
Yeah,
you don't know what fascism is, you fucking dummy. You live in America, you privileged American.
So he got fired from his job for this?
Yeah, after that.
His girl dumped him to her, man. Follow up on the story, bro.
So he got fired.
Yeah.
He was an attorney, a trial attorney. Wow. throwing a sandwich at a federal agent.
He must have been drunk though, you know. You would assume.
Yeah, maybe.
But the other thing is too is,
dick.
do you think throwing that sandwich was going to change the policies?
So, Rick, this podcast brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Do you ever find yourself playing the budgeting game, shifting a little money here, a little there, and hoping it all works out? Well, with the Name Your Price tool from Progressive, you can get a better budgeter and potentially lower your insurance bill too. You tell Progressive what you want to pay for car insurance, and they'll help you find your options within your budget. Try it today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
Do you think by throwing that sandwich, let's say it hit him in the face, you think anything was going to change, Dum Dum?
And he ran away too, which is like, what are you doing?
No, he doesn't look very athletic.
No.
No, now you got fired from his job. He's probably like, God damn it.
Yeah, that's what
He's
happens.
going to have to leave DC.
You know what it is? It's spoiled behavior. There are other ways to voice your opposition in this country, and you should voice your opposition if you have a problem with it.
Yeah, do it like the Democrats get paid for it.
Yeah. By the way.
What else you got, Jen?
See a mugshot of this fucking guy. Is there a mugshot? See what he looks like.
I'll Google his name. I don't think it'll show, but
You always got to take a good mug shot. How would you take a beer?
Like this.
No, I don't think you do anything with your hands.
Just this.
Yeah, mug shot. Yeah, see, you'd go viral with that.
And not in a good way.
I like the ones with the guys because it's kind of like, oops,
That might be it.
there's no mug, huh? It's all right.
that's not him, right?
That's
that him?
That's Brian. That's Brian Callen.
I know. White dude.
That's not him. Come on.
Throw something.
No, it's not. I guess that's
All right, that's a bird.
That's a Marie. How dare you, Joe? No, I'm just looking at it, breaking it down. That's all right.
Oh, look, he's a runner.
No, this is David Goggins. I guess he finished the Bigfoot 266 hours. I have no idea what reference this is. As
You
far
know,
as
his knees, they had to do experimental surgery on his knees.
experimental.
Yeah, that bad.
He's lost like all cartilage and stuff. Like he should. It doesn't make sense he can run.
It looks like he's not running great.
His knees look like they're hurting.
Yeah, 66 hours. Look at this. Look at this. The way he's walking.
He's missing like cartilage and shit.
They're so knock-kneed, too. They're all.
Yeah. You know what he does for motivation? He reads the haters' comments and then records it, and then when he runs, he plays the haters' comments.
Okay.
The current record for the Bigfoot 200-mile ultra marathon run in Washington State is 44 hours, 57 minutes, and 16 seconds. The race features over 44,000 feet of elevation gain, descent, making it a challenging event. So 44 hours is the record, basically 45. And what did he finish in it? 66. Still. That's insane.
66 hours.
Placed 23rd overall.
So average is 106 hours.
Holy shit, he's cooking that.
Yeah.
My lord. Wow, that's impressive. All right, what do you got, Jim?
I think
Just as man pretending to be Justin Bieber tricked XS nightclub at Wayne, Las Vegas, and to let him perform. Everybody fell for it. And this is hammered. Let me see.
Oh, that's so good, dude. What a great story. These kids are all like,
I feel like that bodyguard's not buying it though. I'm really kidding.
oh man, wait, something look into. Let me see this. Apparently, all of the Win access got duped by a fake Justin Bieber last night. He performed everything.
They performed everything before they realized it was him. Keep going down, Chin. Keep going down. Yeah, can someone explain why this is a thing? Going this far to look like somebody, or him and Justin working together to promote something? Not going to lie, he almost had me fooled. Clearly had all these other people fooled. Play it?
That's so
it doesn't even look like.
It kind of does, though.
Not really.
I mean, not at all.
I wouldn't know. I'd be like,
I would. And those young kids, like, come on, dude.
Kind of looks like embassy at the same time.
I mean, like a tiny little bit, but yeah, I guess Justin doesn't have a beard like that. His beard's not that thick.
That's so
Yeah, but to me, they're totally different.
okay.
I like to think I would be duped by that. You would 100%. You take pictures of the kids and shit. Trying to promote your shows and shit. Oh wow! So take pictures of the baby.
And he doesn't wear glasses like that. If he wore like regular sunglasses, it would probably look.
Yeah, those are terrible. That guy's hilarious.
Great story.
Yeah, that's funny. That's not real, is it? Is this confirmed? It says WNBA players turned down a deal that would have quadrupled their pay, minimum $66K to $250K, maximum $250K to $1 million. Let's go ahead and play this clip.
We got a proposal from the league, which was honestly a slap in the face, and I think we really have to put an emphasis on the players that are in our league right now. But I love to see the league growing. I think, adding these teams in Philly and Detroit, like that, how amazing is that the league can grow, but how cool would it also be to have like a little bit expansion on the rosters? Like, let's focus on the teams that have everything set up right now, and maybe focus on the teams also that find excuses continuously to lack investment into their players before we focus on adding more to the grain of people that can't.
But you don't make any money. Nobody wants to
I
watch.
wonder if they actually did. I wonder if that's just a rumor, because obviously WNBA, I don't fucks with it either, but people, I don't think there's any official reports they offer $250K minimum. I would doubt it. How could you offer more money when you're losing money?
You're losing money. Why doesn't anybody want to watch the WNBA? Just saying.
Sure. You know what? I'll watch Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, but
Hey, she's good. The rest of them aren't very good.
good level of skill, isn't it?
But if I want to sit down and watch a basketball game, I want to see the very best man or woman. I want to see the best of who's better. Oh, the Chicago Bulls are the best basketball team in Chicago. Oh, the LA Lakers are better than the LA Spark. Well, I'm gonna spend my fucking time watching the LA Lakers.
Yeah, that's right.
But I wonder if that's a real story. I doubt they would turn down $250,000. That sounds.
You're not making any money.
If they did, they're
watches
just
you.
dumb.
Nobody watches them. That's charity.
I'll watch Caitlin Clark, but even I'll be frank, I'll watch the highlights. Yeah, I watch WNBA like you watch UFC. I catch the highlights.
That's not.
Hey, catch the highlights.
No, I watch them.
I would never pay for it.
I always pay for my fights. I don't do that shit.
So according to Yahoo Sports,
I'm saying I would pay for the WNBA.
Yeah, but I don't pirate UFC fights. I don't.
Hey,
I really don't.
hey,
No, I don't. I don't.
they told me you did one.
No, I did it one time. Somebody said, "Here's a website," and paid for it. Said I missed the fights,
Yeah.
and they sent me the website. I watched it, and then I was like, "This is still shitty to the players. I mean, the fighters." So I
It
stopped
doesn't
doing
matter.
it.
They make the same money.
Do they?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Just top dogs don't have to get pay-per-view points. The rest of them get paid.
yeah, I don't do it.
Hey, sure.
No, I really. I wouldn't even know where to go. No, I wouldn't even know where to go.
Hey, you're the same guy that was watching Madden on YouTube and thought it was a live game. So, hey,
That's not true. That's
what else you got, Jen?
I was gonna say, according to Yahoo Sports, it says it is true, and they're just holding out for a larger raise.
I mean, you guys aren't worth it. You don't
If
make money.
that's true, that is
You don't
wild.
make money.
Alright, let's check out some of these here.
Is it too late to say sorry?
You guys remember Nelly Furtado, right?
Oh, what she got? Oh, I know where you're going.
Nelly Furtado got.
Do you remember?
She was not binary for a while.
Bro, she got stupid thing. Like, hey, you know me, I like big girls.
She got
She got fat.
truck driver.
Hey,
It's not even like she's fat. It's kind
She's
of weird.
wearing flannel.
Yeah, no, she got power slap thick. She got power slap thick. It's
You ain't lying.
yes, sir.
You ain't lying.
She power slap thick. That's a
She was
different.
non-binary for a while.
Sure.
Someday she wake up, she'd be a guy. So,
I'm gonna go. Hey, excuse me, ma'am. Did you eat all your feelings?
well, she was in a coma. She's had a history of drug issues. There's a lot of issues with Nelly. She
Power
she
slap
can
thick.
sing her
That
ass
power
off.
slap thick is a different level of fat.
She can sing. She can
Yeah.
sing. Let me see what's going on here.
Yeah, so I saw her pop up recently, but I thought I honestly thought
Was
this
that her
was
now?
I thought this was she looks like Tom Kershaw off Tropic Thunder.
Okay.
Jeez. She looks like Ben Stiller from Dodgeball when he goes down south.
Okay. Yeah.
It's kind of wild, right? Like it's not like she
Her
looks.
and Lena Dunham. Really?
Hey, I like this comment. God forbid a woman feels comfortable in her own skin. Yeah, no doubt. Did you see before she got power slap
I don't
thick?
think she feels very
No. Although she's kind of owning it. Yeah, this is her walking.
I don't care. She can sing.
Remember when like Steve Nash? Steve Nash is like, thank God I didn't sign up for that. It's wild though, yeah. This is her before.
Nelly's. Damn. Gorgeous there.
Yeah,
Wow. Gorgeous.
Here, power slap thick.
Beautiful. Probably starving herself. You know, I don't know, man.
What are you saying? Starving herself?
There.
The opposite. Fucking. Hey,
No, right
the
now.
opposite.
I'm saying
Oh, you're on the before. You're saying there's no starvation. That's just her living life, and then something.
Hey, wait a minute. That guy's teeth has got something to say.
Yeah.
That's a close up too. We gotta take care of
This
this teeth.
bitch is he has food in him.
Yeah.
Video. Hey, that's Timberland.
You want to do video here?
He does have food in him. Yeah, he does. It's disturbing.
Okay, that's all right.
Small
It is what it is. Now she.
Do we know what happened with her?
That looks like
Give us some other
Uncle's
pictures.
teeth after Jemima.
Yeah, it does.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it does.
Now she's had a tough time with it.
It's tough when you're a performer.
Well, she generally has a tough time. She's coming out as this, she's coming out as that.
Go to the orange one. Yeah. But even there, she's not as big as the one we see. She ain't small. But I mean, look, it's like it's kind of
She probably battles with a lot of
cheeseburgers.
She's starving there. She's starving there.
I can't even
One
imagine.
piece of cheese in 2 days, right there.
Did she get kidnapped in a Burger King and eat her way out? That's the only way to explain this.
She
Power slap thing.
It's called yo-yoing.
But I mean, her frame is so small. I don't see how. Did she turn into an evil villain? What happened?
Yeah,
She's the Penguin. She's Colin Farrell, the Penguin.
Yeah. There's a lot going on there.
She can't be happy. No. I mean, she's smiling a lot now.
That doesn't mean much.
How she's embracing her new silhouette.
There are a lot of enablers. There's a lot of stuff going on.
That's the problem. She needs friends to fat shame her. Right?
I think she had some.
Like, if you shut up like that,
Yeah.
we'd be on the ear and I go, hold on. You're so fat. That's good. Girls, 100%. I go, whoa.
Girls never do that to each other.
Right, are you competing in power slap with a fucking Under Armour shirt
I
on?
just show up and I'm
You're so fat. And you go, it's what, dude? Stop fucking eating.
That's how guys talk
Yes,
to each other.
stop eating.
Girls don't talk to each other that way. But I think she's had like serious issues in general. Like, didn't she go into a coma for drug overdose?
I don't know. I sure, bro. I think she did. Amy Winehouse and she
No, I'm
died.
talking about Nelly Furtado. Who was the one who was into MMA for a while?
Drug addiction into MMA?
Yeah.
Oh, you're thinking of Gina Carano. Sing.
No.
Wait. Sorry.
The one who can sing.
You're thinking of homegirl who can sing.
Yes.
Sing Grapple.
Yes.
Oh,
You're
Demi Lovato.
Demi Lovato. I've been thinking about
Who's a
this whole time.
dime? Who's a dime?
That's what I've been thinking about. Demi Lovato.
Big difference.
Okay,
Demi Lovato never got power slap thick.
Okay, so now this is Nelly
her.
Furtado. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Demi Lovato.
That's why I was like, she can sing. I was thinking about Demi. Okay. Demi Lovato.
She's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Oh, she was very skinny too before.
Yeah, she does the same thing. She goes through these things where
she's dumb talented.
Oh, dumb talented. Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, she's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
But Gina Carano too, she gained a lot of weight.
Well, Gina's just a big.
But Gina's cutting weight. She has excuses, and she's fine now.
She's an athlete. Her dad was a pro football player. She's back.
But Nelly Furtado, she didn't take any punches to the face.
No. Okay.
You see, come on.
What's that?
That's Gina Carano. Not now. Jan, why are you doing her like that? No, I'm serious. As of, I think today, or as of present time, she got really big. No, she's not big anymore. She's not like super big. She was really big. She's better. And then plus, I think she was pregnant too, so that's also part of it. I don't think she has any kids, Jen. I see you trying to get yourself out of this. She didn't have any kids, but with that, yeah, look at her face. Look at her face. So pretty. Look at her face in the hat. No, she's gorgeous. That's her right now.
She's beautiful.
Yeah, that's so filtered though, but yeah. But she's always been pretty. Yeah, she's really pretty. And that's why she was like, try Chen. Sorry she doesn't look like her Strike Force days, you piece of shit. And she won the lawsuit against Disney, so yeah, ballin', Elon Musk.
How big is she? How tall? You talking about her, right?
Yeah, I've seen her a few times. She's great. She's not huge. Yeah, I'm a fan.
Okay. I need auto parts, but I need friendly, knowledgeable service. I want new wiper blades. What if I want my battery changed while I'm still in my car, Brennan?
I'm glad you asked, buddy. That's why our friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you'll need for all your maintenance and repairs. Right, whatever you need, whether you're a rookie or an expert in the car game, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your knowledgeable, helpful, and best of all, super friendly. The professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto do-it-yourself. You can find what you need in-store online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly. Nice try, Jen. Whatever, dude. I thought this is hilarious by Brian, too. Let me just play it. Hold on. Oh, yeah. There you go. What are they doing? I know.
Yeah, for anybody who cares, this is Turkish oil wrestling. Great sport.
Yeah, Timberland's teeth on.
And this is the reason, not one of the reasons, but the reason that P. Diddy is a much better wrestler than people give him credit for. You guys gotta get your mind out of the gutter. Everybody's like, 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Anybody who's a fan of Turkish oil wrestling knew immediately that this was what was actually going on. P. Diddy clearly knows how to train and take his wrestling to the next level. Because let me tell you, you oil up, if it works when you're oiled up, you and your partner, it's going to work when you guys are dry. And so that's the one, probably the only good thing I can say about Diddy is he takes his wrestling seriously and trains properly. I don't like any of the other stuff about him. But either way, I'm looking forward to this Khamzat Duplessis fight. And I always say to all my UFC buddies, oil up, bro, oil up. And when you get out there, it's going to make a big difference. But nobody listens to it.
Oh, he is in his ass. I know, what the hell?
That's what you do. You gotta use the old pants.
I've been around wrestling a long time. I've never seen that.
You gotta do that, man. You gotta get your hands.
I wonder why they're doing that.
It's a whole tournament, like a yearly tournament. It's so weird. They boil up,
Gay.
and they fuck each other.
Yo, pimp.
Yeah.
Well, I thought this was hilarious. I don't know how legit this is, but this is apparently a pit stop for an electric vehicle race. They're so gay, they make no noise.
Battery box is out. Money comes on with 8 Battery going away. On young, couple more races to hold the body. Get out the bolts on the battery packs. Jack the car up. Battery packs hook over the side rail. Jack. Going Norway underneath. cover the battery so the purple will stay for a electrical podcast.
What about the tires?
Taking a long time.
Well, what about the tires? There's so many things. The batteries die before the tire. They need to switch tires?
Yeah.
I'd rather watch Nelly Furtado eat a fucking 6-inch sub.
Guys, like, this hurts to watch.
Yeah, I'm with that guy. Ugh.
Yes. That's
This is not as straight as that oil wrestling. Ugh. Oh,
And it just takes forever.
it's taking forever.
Take a long time.
Yeah, because that pig crew is probably not professional pig crew. Because it's EV.
He's already lost
There
the race.
has to be a better way.
He's lost the race. Lost the race. Took way too long.
Someone said, the main thing says, hopefully they will get faster.
Yeah. Man. All right, guys. You guys, a couple cheetahs out there. Look at this.
10 minutes later, you boys ready? The race is over, bud. Get going. Start up the computer. I hate it all.
It's so boring, guys.
I hate it all.
Yeah, fuck that.
This is installing updates 1 of 20.
That's fucking Eric Griffin's car every time we get in it. Yeah, it's always updating, we get locked in there. I hate that thing.
Took a Waymo.
I don't know what the fuck.
I took a fucking Waymo. Is that?
Oh, the self-driving?
Yeah. It's by Google. And let me tell you something. I literally,
Can you grab the steering wheel?
doors wouldn't open. And then it drove away from me. And I had to run after it. And then it takes a long way. It goes super slow.
That's what you get.
That's literally the history where nobody's going to drive.
What's this? Creepy Crawly creeps out her performance?
This is Jennifer Lopez, and how would you guys react if this actually happened to you?
Oh, that bug?
Yeah, did you see it?
What is it, though?
It's only like a grasshopper or a cricket or so. I wouldn't give a fuck, but you would know. Like if you felt that on your neck.
Oh, dude, that's a locust.
She tossed it, though, right?
Dude, she's like a
Nice
badass.
job, Jennifer.
She's a professional. You try to get to that ass till you throw him away.
Good for her. She was like, nice throw, too. She kept it going.
I'll show you a clip on Wednesday, Brian, about some EV stuff as well. But this is probably the last one for today. Have you guys seen this? This has gone viral.
No, the homesick Aussie punter going viral. Australian teenager Archie Wilson broke down when discussing being away from his family while chasing his American football dream. So he's trying to do what? Oh, he's at Nebraska. He's an Aussie kid playing for Big Red.
Okay, so just play for it.
Oh, I turned 19 tomorrow. So I'm 18 right now. So, like, the first time you're away from them? Yeah, that part's hard. I mean, I'm sorry.
Oh, man, get him home. Oh, man.
Yeah, I love it a lot.
Poor kid. Yeah, it must be tough.
Yeah, I got 2 little brothers and they're both dead.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, that's the tough part about being here. I love them a lot and I miss them. But it's, I mean, they know this is what's best for me and it's good I can still talk to them plenty over the phone and they're coming here to see the first few games, so I'm looking forward to that.
Good kid. Yeah, good kid.
Good fucking kid.
He has 2 little brothers. He probably misses home.
Dude, you miss the shit out of your kid.
Dude, and Australia is so far away.
So far.
It's not like they're in Florida. You can just fly over. Australia is so far. Where are you going to be, Abby?
It's the latest podcast with Australia's family. I'm going on Australia's family.
It's
I miss
so
them
far.
too. It's so far. Oh man,
I'm doing like 4 years.
Jesus. San Diego.
San Diego, bud.
Mike Drop Comedy Club. I'll see you this weekend, Friday, Saturday. I can't wait. And then Covina Laugh Factory, September 12th, 13th, 14th. Let's go. Charlotte, North Carolina, September 19 and 20. And then I got Albuquerque, New Mexico, man. We're packed. I'm loving this.
A long ways away.
Yeah, baby. All right, so we'll see you in a bit.
10 days left. There's 10 days left. We are finally giving away the TRX with over $50,000 of mods. I'm sick of staring at this thing. I'm looking at it right now in the shop here. It's all going down. You have 10 days to enter to win the TRX with over $50,000 of mods and $10,000 cash. You got Kibby Tech, you got King Shocks, Fiberworks Carbon Fiber, Lock Off-Road Wheels, Toyo Tires, Sig Motorsports build. This thing is wild. You have 10 days to enter to win this badass Ultimate Dad rig. Go to drivefastallgas.com. 10 days. I can't wait to see who wins this bad boy. Anything you buy on the site automatically enters you to win. So head on over to drivefastallgas.com. That's it, kids. We love you guys. Thanks for watching. This is the Fire Kid. We're out. This is really the Fighter and the Kid.
Here we are. First, before I start, I want to give a shout out to Delta Airlines for being terrible and being so much worse than they used to be. Thank you for those smelly bathrooms always, and thank you for always being delayed. I don't know. I don't even like to go in too hard in the paint on an airline.
So what are you gonna do?
It's like a bus service, and they have so much to do all the time. It's they're dealing with airports. Maybe
So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Not fly Delta?
I'll get
what
some-
Delta does? Okay.
No, I'm a platinum member, so what I do is I
don't care.
I text them and I get points. But it's like, you guys made me so late. And then we sat on the tarmac. But is that the airport's fault? And it doesn't matter, does it? Because
Just shit happens.
shit happens.
Could be worse. Could have crashed.
Could always be worse. You know what doesn't help? You know what really doesn't help?
Your wife?
Could be worse. You know that saying? I know
Oh, there's nothing worse.
I know you're supposed to be thankful for and you should be thankful. But when you're going through stress, whatever it might be, and somebody goes, you could be in Gaza. Yeah, I know, dude. And it's like,
There's nothing worse.
now I'm more depressed because I'm depressed that there are people suffering more. Like, way
Also, that didn't help anything.
and it also makes me, you piss me off that I'm being a bitch.
Was the third one to tell you the worst thing that happened to you is the worst thing that happened
Yeah.
to you.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah, I could be in Ukraine or Gaza. I
Thousand
hear you.
things.
But I'm not.
Yeah.
So today,
And it does also remind me that other people are miserable even more than I am by far.
none of it helps.
No.
But those bathrooms at the airport, whatever it is, the guys are just like, I'm at the airport, I'm going to shit everywhere. Oh, guess what?
Do you mind if I write my name and shit on the wall?
Yeah, what is that?
I don't know. People are a little weird.
Oh, I hate when I don't shit at the airport. When I just have to take a piss, and you got to walk by all the guys just hold their shit in, waiting for the shitter.
God, it's so.
And there's a line of 15 at all times.
And they all, for whatever reason, look exactly like the kind of guys that do that. Then you see them, they're like,
And they just are love. No, not ashamed of just.
and they sit on the seat, and their clothes are draped over everything. They're generally a walk-in petri dish.
Those bathrooms are disgusting. Can you hear? And then there'd be pee next to here. And no one laughs.
What bothers me?
I do.
I like that.
Yeah.
What bothers me is when I'll see a guy push his clothing against the urinal. He pushes everything. Everything is touching the urinal. This fucking spaz. And he's pissing. I'm like,
It's a
you are
disgusting
fucking
place.
disgusting, man. Everybody's gross.
And the guy, the old guy, just no fucks him. Just
Oh yeah.
he
Just lets it
you're
go.
like giving for you.
Yeah, man.
Oh God.
Get me
God, it's
out of here.
Texas. I'll admit, Texas is a little hot today. The past few days have been hot. When it hits 100 here,
It gets a little. I was in the mountains of Utah. Let me tell you something.
it's about 80, 85.
About 75, 70, 65 at night. Still clean mountains.
Yeah, that's why they got fair skin out there, man.
So many wealthy people out there, just hanging out with people so much richer than I was. My buddy has a house up there, and you think I'm kidding? He's got a house, right? So it's nice, except for he has a river running through it. Yeah. So he has a river that runs through his house.
Backyard. Oh, through the house?
Yeah, through his house.
Is that the guy who won at Sundance?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Ken,
yeah.
the best.
Yeah.
Owns all the land that they leased it.
That place was dope.
It's got a river.
Yeah, I remember that river.
Yeah, you remember that? You were there.
I was there. We stayed there.
Yep.
We're in Sundance.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. How about that house? How big was that?
Yeah,
and that guy trying to fight you on the, come on, let's go.
Oh, no.
Please save us. Please save us.
God, dog. Yeah.
That was great. That guy was super wealthy.
These guys are balling.
It's like they ball and they just hang out. They wear jewelry and they.
Yeah, opposite here, because for all like the bases in the area we live in, say you're going to, I forget his name, Ed. You're going to Ed's, right? I'm like, why would I go to Ed's? I don't know Ed.
Yeah.
And like, you're going, it's at 3:30. I'm like, what is it? They're like, oh, it's like to kick off the season. So I'm like, all right, I guess I'll go.
They take sports very seriously. Oh, your son
It's
is
life.
Your sons are
Came to the right
9 and 5.
5, yeah. So
And even there it starts.
Oh, so they go, you gotta go to Ed's. I'm like, okay. Pull up, there's there's no close parking. It's like a Broncos game. So if I park far away, I walk in. He has his house, house is cool. It's an old school house, but he redid it, so the house is nice. It's not like some mansion. And then he just has a huge front yard, and the backyard's massive. And it's right by my son's school. Massive. He built, this is sports for you. This is sports dad. He has 2 sons. He built a baseball field in the back so the kids can practice.
It's a Shangri-La. Yeah.
But again, it's not like some ritzy thing. It's like, he was like, nope, I want this house with the land because I want my kids to be good at sports. They built a full baseball field, full bleachers, everything. And all the kids from the neighborhood from his boss was there, from 5 to 12, they do a home run derby. And there's like 300 kids. And there's a food truck, there's Pete Terry's food truck, there's ice cream, there's swimming.
What a great time.
Oh, dude. And then the older kids, the high school kids are pitching the young kids. One high school kid I'm talking to, he's a junior in high school and already signed with the University of Texas because he throws 99 miles an hour.
What?
He came 6'4", dime piece, 6'4". But you can just tell it's like, he's the man. You know, like he was like, yeah, bro.
You know what? You're like Joe Burrow, quarterback, by the time he was.
Yeah, it's like varsity blues, but for baseball. And I was like, I bet that kid's getting dick sucked, bro. Nonstop.
Yeah, how old is he? 18?
18.
Yeah.
Yeah. Handsome big dude. You ever see it, Texas?
Yeah, it's gonna be.
You just go to school and go, you have your Longhorns? Very cool. I'm going there. Full ride. It's the dream everybody wanted. I mean, they're number 1 in baseball, not in football. Yeah. But it was like Pleasantville, and all the dads there just, it's just different. It's just all about sports, family, religion. And they go,
love that.
Oh, it's the best. And the dads are so nice.
What if your kids are not athletes like that?
Oh, yeah, well, you can't come in, bro. Like
Really?
I would tell.
So it's only for athletes.
You know, but all their kids, like, even if they're not phenomenal athletes, here's the other thing, the area we live in, there's so many former pro athletes. I'm one of a handful. There's so many.
Whole genetic
monsters. Oh, there was this giant black kid, his ass up his back. He's huge. And I go, the fuck, how old is that kid? And I'm not going to say his dad's name. And they go, I go, that's his son. I go, what grade is he in? 4th. Just like a giant Great Dane. Yeah, 4th grade. Yep. Picks up the ball.
Destined for.
That's what you're dealing with. That's what you're dealing with.
Wow.
And then Tiger and Bossy.
Great time for the boys.
Oh, dude. And for me, it's fucking awesome. Of course. And now Bossy and Tiger start football this week and baseball this week. The Team Tiger's on some majors team. So, so it's intense. So they have to have a meeting for the parents.
A meeting for the parents.
About, just because they call it daddy ball. So it was just kind of giving an overview on what not to do as a dad.
Parent etiquette.
Basically, and also, hey, this is about baseball, but it's also, what's more important is the relationship with your son.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of dads that ruin the relationships over baseball with their son.
Like this.
And just this is how you should handle it.
Because dads get crazy.
Oh, buddy.
Because this is their chance to be the baseball player. They weren't.
And then also on the team Tiger plays for, there's a staff. I'd say half of them played major leagues. The other are college coaches. Oh, wow. University of Texas. So that's the training they're getting. But these major guys were talking, and this one guy goes, I'm just going to, this whole daddy ball thing, putting the pressure on a kid, yelling at a kid on the way to the car. He goes, I have that dad. And he goes, I made it to the pros, but I lost my dad. Like, we don't have a relationship. He goes, so I made the MLB, and, you know, he brought me to the cages, and we did all that work. He goes, but we don't even talk to him.
Damn. He lost his dad.
Because dad was so hard on him.
But he did make it to the majors.
The majors.
Major League Baseball player.
You know,
Damn.
he goes, so if I, you know, if you can
redo it, I guess, Dad, have your dad be not a pro baseball player. No, I'm just saying, not make all that money.
The dad's going, oh, I'm sorry. Did you like play for the Chicago Cubs?
You're a regular guy.
Was I too hard on you? But you played at Wrigley fucking Field, you ungrateful bastard.
Our dad's right there.
I know.
Did Dad do his job? Like, did Dad do it? Did Dad do his job? Like, you hate me, but guess what? You made it.
Now what?
To the major, so welcome.
Welcome. Right. Like,
Make some money. Make some money in the major leagues.
Make some money. Meet your wife, right? Doing that?
I mean, but if Bob,
no, Bob Todd did.
He could have his dad.
Kid, yeah.
And would be working somewhere else. You're a regular guy.
Zad's like, sure, okay. Keep talking shit. Make the pros.
Hey. Give your dad.
Yeah, be cool. Call your dad.
Call your dad.
But there are crazy dads. Like,
sure, but he did his best. His dad, yeah.
Maybe, but he didn't go or like I've seen, I've seen it personally where the dads are so hard, like they're just tearing into the kid, where the kid,
despite expectations to the contrary, often with a slightly amused or ironic feeling of wouldn't you know it, or of all things of all people, etc.
So it's
definitely or exactly stated. Specifically wiser just to annoy, just to be contrary day, school Jewish, grade school, where students learn both Jewish and secular subjects. The general name given to private Jewish schools in the United States and Canada J-style Lezara Beshiada don't try to find crises. Leonard Gay, a rabbinic judge who may directly question and cross-examine witnesses, a judge. Dafyomi Lit. Page of the day refers to the program of study conservative Judaism.
Get his children. I mean, he created some of the greatest female tennis player of all time, and his daughter.
And not that the dads need credit, but like when Freddie Freeman hit that grand slam in the World Series,
and he hugged his dad.
Well, no, what did he do? He got on the mic and goes, "This is for my dad."
Yeah,
this is for my dad. Every night was throwing to me.
That's right.
Like so, that's right. No one talks about it, but the kids who are good. Maybe football, soccer, and some stuff is different. When it comes to baseball, it takes so much work to get good at it. If you don't have a dad who's hands-on and spend time with you, it's gonna be super tough. Especially this day and age, the athletes in baseball are so good. If you don't have that dad doing the extra work, man, it's gonna be tough.
So when you see, I love tennis, and you watch tennis, and you see
those
women and those
a long life used to grieve a mourner after someone has died. A necktie top knot on your life. An impossible occurrence, forget about it.
Is that those kids go from tournament to tournament, and they live in a van with their father. Their father's their coach. Because they can't afford to have a coach. Their father's their coach for the first 18 years, 20 years, literally 21 years. And their father, they literally will live in a van. I'm talking about a Volkswagen van. And they go from thing to thing.
No, I knew families in California that the dad worked 2 jobs, the mom worked 2 jobs just to pay for their kids' travel ball and lived in an apartment because the travel ball was so expensive for them. And he would work overtime, everything, just put his son through it. And his son was
his son was a long life used to grieve a mourner after someone has died. A necktie top knot on your life. An impossible occurrence, forget about it. Who is he trying to keep? Father, Daddy, Abby isn't as long as you're healthy, you can be happy. Achuran, Chavi, the very last one is beloved. Last but not least. Acma slang adjective, interjection. Awesome, excellent, great, the best Akron, modern-day religious authorities. Scholars of the Renaissance and later times liners. That's up now, immediately at K that I catch so much. Has it gone this far? Why, sir? expression of wonder regarding the extent or intensity of something. As Nabi Esran may Yuki live until 120, often used as a birthday wish for long life, or when mentioning a person who is getting on in years. Adafina the Ladino Judaism term for a slowly cooked stew of meat and vegetables, similar to the Ashkenazi cholent. Regardless its month of the Jewish calendar year.
What are you doing?
Adarona certainly, by
Where's your
all
bread
means.
stuff? Like your kids gonna be like, fuck
I
this.
certainly
you know,
don't
they did a
object in the
study on this.
contrary
They
Adloniana
found that the
Cardinals.
parents, the kids,
Advert on
yeah, well,
passing
the kids
spiritual
that
leader.
played on, went on to
Along
play,
in the
so they were really
traditional
good
Jewish
kids, and
liturgy,
then went on to
usually
college
recited
pro
before
athletes.
Shabbat and
They did a
often
study
sung
on
after
this, and
services
they
in
found
synagogue.
that the
May
best
thus
thing a
praise
father can do
attributed to God Adonai
is
Yahweh,
say
my
the
Lord.
following
Another
words:
word for
I'd
God.
love to watch you play.
Yeah,
That's it.
God
Yeah.
of the
So a lot of
Son,
times it's like, he doesn't want to hear critique. It's like, man, I love watching you play.
God, that's why you talk to any coach. Like our favorite kids are the ones that come from parents who were athletes because they know what it's
They
like,
know.
and usually they're hands off because they know yelling from the bleachers it's never helped a kid in the history of baseball.
Right.
Ever.
Or it has, right? I mean,
No, ever. I've never seen it work. It's just
so
embarrassing.
how do you deal with it? It's hard for you though, right? Because you love it so much.
And me and T work very hard at it. So when I see him not doing the things that we're working at, that's when I get mad. So I take myself out of the equation, and that's why I'll watch from right field.
Because
I
otherwise,
can't help it. I yell, but he can't hear me out there, and the Bears can't hear me. The Bears can't hear me.
Yeah.
So I just take myself out of the equation. Let's take a little break,
Take a little break. So the one supplement that's probably been studied more than any other supplement on the planet is creatine. And I've done my own research on this. If you're looking for more power, better recovery, the ability to push through, most people are gassed. If you train seriously, if you're an amateur, if you're a pro, whether it's lifting, running, competing, or just staying dialed in, creatine is probably the best place to start.
It's the number one supplement.
It's
I use it every single
good for
day.
literally everything.
Recovery, muscle building, it's great for your brain. There's so many benefits to creatine.
So not all creatine is created equal, and this is where Beam comes in, okay? This is exactly why people switch to Beam creatine, okay? They send me a package, it comes with a mixer, it's awesome. I started using their creatine, and it's been, for me, I love it.
I love creatine, man, but you can't just trust any creatine because it's not created equal, right? That's exactly why we switched to Beam creatine. And I recently started using creatine. I've been using it for a hot second, but it has to be good creatine. And Beam creatine is clean, it's effective, and you can trust them, all right? But like everything else, the quality matters. Beam creatine is just that high quality. They don't use fillers like most companies. They don't use sugar, nothing synthetic. I mix it in my pre-workout or in my coffee because I'm a psychopath. Just clean, pure creatine backed by science, used by people who care about staying mentally sharp and strong. With Beam creatine, you get the strength benefits, the endurance, the recovery, and putting something, you're putting something in your body you can trust. One scoop a day, simple as that. I use 25 grams, so I use a little more. So if you use too much,
it's literally good for everything.
Oh yeah,
gut health, your brain, everything.
Creatine, number one supplement. Everything else is smoke and mirrors. Creatine actually works.
And it's true that every time I go to buy creatine, there's always something else.
People always ask me what creatine you use.
Yeah.
So right now, Beam is giving you guys 30% off for a limited time. Just head on over to ShopBeam. That's BEAM.com/fighter. Use the code fighter at checkout. That's ShopBeam.com/fighter. That's ShopBeam.com/fighter. Use the code fighter to get up to 30% off your first order.
What an amazing thing.
Yeah, it's great. That's great. Love it. And then I follow the rules. We don't talk baseball when we get in the car. Really? If he had a great game or a bad game, I'll take him to get ice cream.
Yeah.
But when he first started, I would only take him to get ice cream if he had a good game. That's not the way to do it.
Right.
Because then it's all based off his performance all the time.
Right.
So he's going to be like, okay, Dad's only happy when I do really well. Well, it's baseball. You're not always going to do really well. He goes, so if he does really bad, he's already embarrassed, but then he has to worry about coming home with that, and you don't want that.
None of my kids are going to be pro athletes, obviously, but the one thing about my son is that, I explained to his mother, my son Finn, I was like, he'll get so much out of the sports regardless. Like he'll get so much for showing everything, for practicing.
Oh no, if you only put your kid in sports, you think he's gonna go pro, you're doing it crazy.
Yeah,
you're doing it wrong.
Do it for the
less than 1% even to play college. I think it's something like 90% of kids stop playing baseball at the age of 13 because at 13 it gets super serious.
Yeah.
13 it ramps up another level. So most kids quit at 13.
Yeah.
Already at 9, trouble. It's pretty fucking serious, dude. But even the head coach, and I love it, he goes, I love that moment. Because they asked him, they go, he's like the head honcho, right? And he's won all these, he's won everything. He's like a big deal in Texas. And then they ask him, what do you think of Dad? He goes, I love it. I love it. You just have to know how to manage it. He goes, now, I love it because it means dads care and they're invested. And he goes, because the coaches make the same money no matter what. Whether we win 4 games on a Sunday or we win 1, I don't want the coach who goes, I don't care, I'm getting paid. I want the dads like, no, I want to be here from 8 a.m. to fucking 10:30 at night and watch my kid play ball. He goes, so you just have to know how to manage that energy. He goes, but that means they're invested and they care about their kid.
But baseball requires a different kind of skill. Like you got to really work at that, no matter how athletic you are. But you can be a wide receiver in the NFL because you're ridiculously athletic, right? I mean,
to a certain point,
right? Like some guys,
you're gonna get to not in the NFL, but you're gonna get to a certain level where those guys, everyone's just as athletic as you.
Yeah.
But then they know the game, and you're gonna get
okay. So you need to know the game.
You'll have that at some point because you're gonna have to come on and invest in the game.
What I saw with Travis Kelce, I kept wondering. I was like, why does he keep getting open? I was like, he gets open because he knows exactly how to split those. Like he knows that the route, he knows how to run around.
But then there's guys like Antonio Gates who never played football, ever, and then he played basketball. They're like, you have good footwork.
So he never played football in college?
No, never.
Are you kidding?
He didn't play football at all.
Oh,
until he got to the NFL.
What?
He just went in the Hall of Fame like 2-3 weeks ago.
So he's just gonna run out there and catch balls.
Now his catching was amazing. His route running was amazing. His footwork was amazing. His blocking was atrocious. It was a liability.
Okay.
Yeah, he couldn't block for shit. Because he didn't come up with it.
Yeah. Did you watch the UFC fights, Brett?
Dude, so that party I was telling you about at my boy Ed's house was amazing, but I had a time. This is how much I cared about watching this fight. I had a timer when the prelims started to go off on my phone because I was only 10 minutes away from the house.
Yeah.
As soon as that timer went off, I went, Bossy, we gotta go. Ran to the car, rushed home. I watched every single fight. I was so excited for this. And the card delivered.
Michael Venom Page is just trying to strike with that guy is so unbelievable. Like, good luck.
Yeah, the only knock on Michael Venom Page is he should have went for the finish instead of showboating.
Yeah, made a mistake.
He almost lost.
Yeah.
And at this level, especially Jared Cannonier, he's big, dude. So you let that guy hang around, and then you end up in mountain shit. It's like, dude, you gotta finish.
Is there a 42-year-old in better shape in the history of the game? Like 42 years old and just stupid shred.
Fought at heavyweight, fought at light heavyweight, middleweight, bodied the fuck up. Bodied the 42.
But Michael Venom Page is made a different shit.
How about your boy Ian Pico?
I was so impressed with him. I was like, damn, this kid is the new blood. Just boom, body shots coming in, wrestling. But this wrestling, his boxing, everything was just unreal. And I was like, look at this motherfucker.
I told Chin on Chop Show, I looked at my wife, literally first like 20, 30 seconds, I went, oh, he's going to get knocked out.
You mean because he just kept pressing forward?
He's way too aggressive. And when he was throwing the shots, his head's like this.
I didn't see that.
His chin's over his feet.
So he knows better, doesn't he?
No, clearly fucking not. But it's also, it's the UFC, so you can get away with that Bellator and all that stuff. And he was so aggressive. And then you're fighting Jeff Murphy, who's,
I'm sorry.
What'd you say?
I mean, yes.
You're fighting, you watch it? Yeah. He's fighting Murphy, who's undefeated in the UFC, has beaten some world-class guys. And he said in the lead-up, he goes, his aggression, he comes out really aggressive, I'm going to use it against him. At a world-class level, they go, oh, you're just going to rush it?
Because I was like, for me, I was like, oh, he got lucky with that spinning back. He did. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, of course. He even called it. He's like, I'll use it against him. That's what he did.
Aaron does 28 with all that experience. You think he'd know? Because remember we watched him and he was so aggressive and he got slept his first time.
Yeah, I was working at that square.
Remember? I was like, why so aggressive? No, this was a fight companion. When he got dropped, he got shut off right away. way.
The one where he got choked out was Madison Square Garden. I worked it.
And it's the one where he got punched and just slept. And you were like, why so aggressive, right? It was this.
Oh, probably Adam Borg's.
I don't know. But it's like.
Yeah, it's probably Adam Borg's fight because the other one.
But damn, he looks.
Oh, no. Maybe it was the Henry Corrales one. That's where he got KO punched.
Yeah.
In 1 minute. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We did a.
Yes.
Because we were watching because that was Inglewood.
Yes.
And then after that, they give him Adam Borg, who's a beast. And then again, he gets flying knee.
Dude, it's like
but then he went on a tear. He gets with Greg Jackson. But listen, the UFC jitters are real. That's a real fucking thing. MVP talked about it because they go, why do you think these Bellator and PFL guys come over and struggle? He goes, listen, I've had 3 or 4 fights. He goes, I'm still not fighting like I should.
It's just so
those guys are trying so hard and they're coming out like in their tents. He's like, because it's the big show.
So that's why he was pushing. He was like, let me get out of this.
Yep.
Oh, and you get a guy like fucking Murphy who's just.
It was fantastic.
He's a phenomenal athlete.
What'd you think of the main event?
It's what I expected. Because
you did say Hamzat decision.
Yeah, I just said Hamzat is going to. There's no way that Duplessis is going to deal with that wrestling. I just saw too much of it. I watched him with everybody, and I saw what happened with Duplessis and God, what's his name? Who's the black guy wrestler? He
Jeff Brunson, my buddy from Jared Benson.
He was. These guys were taking him down, putting him on his back, and I said, "You're dealing with a different level." And I just don't see how. Like people are saying, he's a really good submission fighter. Your jiu-jitsu is not going to get you out of this problem. Your jiu-jitsu, right? It's not going to get you out of this problem. That problem is that top pressure. That problem is those takedowns.
Did you enjoy the fight, or were you kind of like,
I enjoyed the fuck out of it.
Me too. I liked it too.
I enjoyed the fuck out of it.
People didn't like it because they wanted Hamza to go for the finish, but the thing about DDP, when he would go back to score, he's like, don't worry, I got it. Something's going to happen. And I was like, I believe him.
Well, he's amazing. Like, he gets put in that crucifix and somehow survives it by burying his head. Like, he is as rugged as it gets. But physics is physics. Physics doesn't care about how rugged you are. It doesn't care about your
technique. Doesn't care.
The physics, yeah.
Yeah, the technique.
He said it. He goes, it wasn't his strength. It's his incredible technique. And especially when you told me, you saw him wrestling with, you saw him playing with world-class motherfuckers.
And I didn't want to glaze him too hard and be on his nuts, but I was like, maybe because I've been.
You said you've not seen anything like that since Sean Jones.
I haven't seen John Jones do that. I'm telling you, I didn't want to place him too much, but I walked away and like, I called Rogan. I was like, dude, this fucking guy is a monster. Rogan's like, I know. I'm like, you don't.
Yeah.
This dude is as good as advertised, if not more.
Yeah.
It's fucking scary.
So now what's going to happen? Here's my prediction. Everybody in the 185-pound weight class is going to hire Russian wrestling coaches and say, I need to learn how to stand up against this guy and escape.
You can't. There's nothing you do.
Maybe not, right?
It doesn't matter. There's not enough hours that, like, DDP will never be champion again.
He'll never be able to get a couple of Russian wrestlers in there.
He's too old for it. He's too old. Really? Nobody can learn the concept to beat them. You can't. You can't have your skill set. You're set in your ways. And I think DDP surviving 25 minutes is going to age so well over time because I don't think these contenders coming up.
I agree.
The only reason DDP didn't get finished is because he had good defense with the submission, and he didn't create a lot of opportunity for Hamzat. These other kids these other guys Fluffy Hernandez Fluffy will create those transitions where Hamzat will capitalize.
And Dorita also, I'm talking about Dorita, I'm like, Dorita's great with his jiu-jitsu and stuff, he's on the top, bottom, great, good luck.
I think RDR's the easiest fight for him. Really? Rogan thinks it's toughest because his guard. This is where I think people are mistaken. You think that Hamzat is going to come up with the same game plan against RDR as he does DDP. He's going to be like, oh, no, watch this, and he's going to fucking knock him out.
Probably.
He's going to knock him out.
Probably.
See what he did to striking. Yeah, his striking's horrible.
With all due respect to it's not good.
No, like, you see what he did to Mershon? Yeah. There's no takedowns. He faked it.
Hamzat's right. Pepper the fuck out of him. I also would say, too, this. Like, jiu-jitsu is amazing and it's very important. When you have that level of wrestling, and when you're on your back, no matter what your jiu-jitsu is, the advantage is always going to be the guy that comes out. It's just too much. You can't.
Let's take a little break because let's talk about Harry's, dude.
Harry's.
Harry Legs. What's up, man? It's Harry's. Let's be honest, most razors suck. They're either way overpriced or dull after a few shaves. It's a waste of time, and they leave your face feeling like it's been attacked by sandpaper. Don't get me started on overpriced refills. God, they get you. $20 for a 4-pack should be illegal in this country.
Well,
that's why our friends at Harry's. That's where Harry's.
It's got the best of both worlds. It's got a barbershop polish shave with German-engineered blades and a sleek ergonomic handle.
Those Germans, they make cars, they make blades.
That's it, bro. Literally at the price of the premium razors. The precision manufacturing process measures each blade in microns. We're talking aerospace level accuracy for sharpness and consistency, reducing irritation and razor.
Here's the kicker, dude. Harry's isn't just one of the best engineered razors on the planet. It's also affordable. By owning their factory and cutting out the middleman, Harry's delivers top-tier blades for as low as half the price of the big brands. It's time to stop overpaying for a bull crap shave, all right? For a limited time, you guys can get Harry's trial set for only $8 plus a free gift at harrys.com/fighter. Just head on over to harrys.com/fighter to receive our exclusive discount. After you purchase, they will ask you what you heard about them. Please tell them the Fighter Kid sent you, and that's harrys.com/fighter.
Don't just make razors. You got a full-on grooming essential shave. Body wash, all of it, man.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator. I will have my vengeance. Good Burger. This is what I call fast food. Beverly Hills Cop. The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo. And Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
You cannot deal with that kind of pressure.
Now, if you told me Hamzat's going to fight RDR and stay in his guard for 25 minutes, I'm like, he has a shot. I still don't think he wins, but he has a shot. He has to throw a Hail Mary, he'll be catching. Hopefully Hamzat leaves a limb out or something like that, but he has more of a shot than DDP.
He's going to end up on his back, and Hamzat will be
He's going to end up looking at the ceiling. He's going to end up knocked out. I think RDR is his easiest fight. And I'm a huge RDR fan. I don't know.
He's got his stand-up's got that knee, and that's it.
He's long, he has that knee against my leg.
Hamzat's not hearing a peep out of him. I agree. He's going to punch it. You know, yeah. I mean,
I don't see anybody beating Hamzat unless he makes a mistake and they catch him with a flying knee or some random spinning back elbow. But if he's smart and calculated about it, I don't see anybody beating him.
I'd love to see a wrestling match between Hamzat and Bo Nickel. Yeah, but if
Bo Nickel would change his approach to the game and use his wrestling like Hamzat does, now we're cooking.
He might be trying. That might have been. I'm sure he watched that fight. I'm sure he took notes.
How is team gonna look around and go, shoot, we still hit mitts? No, dude. There's not enough hours in a day for you to catch up striking wise with the rest of the division. Fucking be John Finch. Fucking wrestle these guys and get the wins and get 10 wins.
Grind that shit out.
That's it, dude. And if you find a submission, great. We're winning fucking fights.
Problem
is
that there are guys that like DeRitter that can stop his takedowns and need him to Kingdom Come to punch the shit out. You know what I'm saying?
It drives me nuts.
Yeah.
The card was good.
I mean, dive for the ankles. Just grab that fucking the back of that knee and take him down.
Yeah, what I don't want to see is Bo Nickel in the striking war.
No.
What?
No way.
No, it's painful to watch.
Yeah.
They're just staring down the wrong road. Even DDP's team in the corner, dude, were you listening? They're just like, I can't. Because DDP, his main attribute, his main skill is he's really big and really tough.
Right.
And I'm sure in the gym,
and a hell of a submission wrestler. He's
pretty good. Pretty good. But again, his main thing is being this big, tough dude. Well,
and cardio.
Sure. Yeah. But when big and exactly. But when big and tough, is it pain like when in the fight they kind of go,
Hamzat doesn't care if you're big and tough. What? No. He doesn't care. He's gonna grab you about the small of the leg. Because you know that's my area. That's where I live. So I recognize it. And you're so big.
You grab my idea.
It's fine. We've done this before, but I want to remind you because I've been training so hard.
You're like Hamza, dude. You're like an old gray Hamza.
Well, first of all,
oh, dude, you got a nickname, the Gray Wolf.
Yeah. Now, I come here.
Where the teardrops at?
I never come here.
Where the teardrops at?
I don't want any of this.
You don't want this? Yeah.
I don't want any of this.
No.
But I love this.
Yep.
I love this.
Right below the kneecap?
I love this. My head went right there, and I drive, and your knee buckles, because you're the one, man.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
One man.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And then what do we get?
You with a back injury? Your back blown out?
No, look, am I grabbing your ankles?
Oh, okay.
Am I grabbing the top of your foot? Yeah. So that's where
You're the old Gray Wolf.
I am. So as strong as you are, I'm always on the outside. Don't let me on the outside. You'll let me on the outside. This whole area is right where I live.
Touch me, dude.
Where I live. All right. Let's get back to the bike.
Let's get back to the bike. The old Gray Wolf.
The old Gray Wolf. He's got some tricky booze in his sleeve. Yeah, man. Is there anyone in the 85-pound division that you can see? Is there anybody at 205? Well, Kamzat's going to go to 205.
I think eventually he has a lot of work to do because he just became champ. Hopefully he's an active champ. That's not one knock on him. He's not active enough. So that's why I love DDP, because he's active. So hopefully he's an active champ. But he would have to fight Strickland. Okay. I don't know. Maybe Izzy, RDR, Borralio, Fluffy. You know, he'd have to take out those guys. And if he can clear out 5 to 6 guys, then he could go to 205.
I mean, if he's dominant as hell at 85,
Ankalaev's going to be a problem.
They'll give him Ankalaev. Ankalaev's striking. You know, I rewatched that. Don't sleep on his fucking striking.
His striking's not bad.
Wow.
Now, if he can counter Hamzat's wrestling,
which he probably has a very good chance of.
A better chance. I don't think so, but a better chance.
Strong guy.
Yeah.
Who is used to that system? Who has seen a lot of those looks, right?
Familiar with it.
Right. So that's interesting.
I think Hamzat beats up Yeri. I think he beats up Carlos Olberg.
I don't know what they do against
Roundtree.
Yeah. He takes them
John would be interesting. Jamal Hill beats. Rakic interesting. Don Crazy beats.
He's got big boys, by the way, at 85, 205. They're big boys. It's a significant size difference.
Yeah, you can do it though. You can do it. It's too early. Jeff came middle of the gym. I'm a little towards nothing. That's the casual take. Like, oh, let's have him jump this.
Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah. He has so much work to do at 85. He just got the belt. We're talking about open weight classes.
Yeah.
The fight would be if he could make 70 again and fight
Makachev.
Stop. Now we're cooking. Stop. Now we're cooking.
That's kind of crazy. Yeah, that's interesting.
70's tough one, but he fought 70
It's really hard for him.
But Islam versus Hamzat,
interesting. I'd love to see him make it at 80. Islam has no problem at 80.
You're talking that bullshit right now?
Why?
Because
Hatchway.
Well, they don't do that, right? You're talking that bullshit right now? No. Hey, is this casual podcast?
Just
is this
saying,
the MMA casual?
Why not 80, bro? Take it easy.
Dude, Collar him. It's gonna be fun.
We can't
fuck
get
my face.
We can't
if you start making up divisions.
Go down the
if you start making up divisions, fuck my face.
I'm adding a new division.
It's never happening.
But I can't have Kamzat sucking out 70. It's too much weight.
He's done before?
He missed weight. Actually, it's 70.
No, he's made 70 before.
I think it was 176. But
he's made 70 before.
Has he? Yeah. See if he has.
He was there for a while now.
I feel like he
came in the UFC at 70, bud.
Yeah.
His fights that were taking place over during COVID. Look at him.
Suck. That is. I know he wrestled 70, but wasn't he over twice?
So he fought.
Wasn't the lightest he was 176? I feel like. Because I think for the Usman fight he was 176 at weight.
We made Gilbert Burns, right?
Yeah.
That was at 170. He made 170 for Gilbert.
I think he missed weight there.
No, he didn't. They did a catch weight with Kevin Holland.
No, I think he did.
No, because look, he fought Gilbert Burns at 170, made 170, and he fought your boy, the Leech, at 70. Yeah, because it would say middleweight bout. So he fought Joe Mershard where he starched him in 17 seconds. Then he fought shortly after in October back to welterweight, the Leech. Then he fought Gilbert Burns. And then he had to do a catch weight against Kevin Holland. Yeah. And then he went back to middleweight for good against Kamar Usman.
That's what I'm saying. You just said catch weight. Why you gotta be?
No, he made welterweight now.
But let's have him at a catch weight.
No, the only reason he catch weight is because he missed the weight by so much. Remember that? They were supposed to give us Nick Diaz. I'm sorry, Nate Diaz.
Yeah, oh my God.
Nate Diaz tweeted out, can't fight.
I don't blame him.
Okay.
But Nate Diaz will fight anybody. But, like, why? It's like, freaking some wrestler like that. Nah. Nate Diaz has nothing to prove. It's like, no.
Yeah, that would be
God. Different weight class. Just a bigger man, everything, you know. But God. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I just don't see how I'm not losing for a long time.
Because you got to solve that puzzle, that wrestling puzzle. And I don't know if anybody can.
The answer is no. You're going to have to catch him. And his odds of doing that are great. So he's just going to ring champ for a long time. But he could get caught. There's that.
Absolutely.
So the same with Corey Sandhagen. It's like he's fighting Marab. Again, Marab's only going to lose if he gets caught. Flying knee, flying elbow,
ankle,
maybe.
Heel hook.
Maybe catch him with something like that. But Marab trains for that. You know, but you're gonna have to catch him with something that you can't expect, like a flying knee, like something random. It has to happen for those guys to lose. So again, your odds are 1%. You know, so it can happen.
Give him more than that.
1%.
No, come on. You gotta give Corey more. I don't like that. Don't say that.
No, no, Corey's my boy. It's 8 down.
You know, I know it's not even about whether he's your boy or not. Sandhagen's got
5%.
No, I gotta give him higher than that.
To beat Marab?
Yes. Yeah.
Have you seen the odds?
What are the odds?
He's a big underdog. I think he's a plus 600.
God, that's disrespectful.
Well, it's a nightmare. But again, out of anyone to do it, I like his chances better than Sugar's. I like his chances better than Aljo, any of these guys.
Yes. Okay. Plus 300.
Plus 310.
Yeah. All right.
Now I'm going for Corey. I'll be very clear. I'm root for Corey. That's my guy. But very tough one. But if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be Corey. Because he has those Hail Marys he can pull out of his bed.
Great striking. Great striking. Great knees. Great punches. Great on the ground. I mean, remember, he gave Rob, Magomedov fits for a long time.
He kept giving up his back, though. Remember that? Was weird. Yeah. Rob will capitalize on that.
Yeah. Well,
it's all interesting. What do you got, Jim? Carnivets? Did you watch the fights, Jim?
Of course. I actually met up with this. This like the first time I actually went out since I moved here.
Holy shit! You left the house?
I left the house. I went to a place called Menchaca. Have you heard of that?
Nah, man.
Menchaca. It's a sports bar, and I met up with our old Showtime guy, Daniel.
Oh yeah, he's out here. Who's he working for?
Dude, he works for like a beverage company, you know, like just like completely different.
Good for him,
and he's happy, so that's good.
That's good. So it's just you and him?
Yeah.
Mandate.
Dude, we're watching fights, man.
Yeah, it's a mandate, though.
Mandate.
Do you guys have some wings and beer?
I didn't eat, but had a couple sips, yeah. All right. What?
Nothing, man.
Mandate.
It's funny because mandate's another word, too.
What'd you say?
Because mandate's a different word as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's funny. Sha'Carri Richardson was caught at the airport domestic with pretty much beating up her boyfriend, pushing him into like the wall.
And this is at LAX.
And she was arrested.
So she's doing this in public.
No, this is
Seattle.
Seattle, Tacoma.
So if you're doing this in public, I bet indoors she beats the shit out of him.
And he's also
you've seen her, right?
Oh yeah,
she's a phenomenal athlete. So there she is right there. Going, where you go? The airport is frustrating. I get it. People are shitting in those bathrooms, peeing everywhere.
Oh no. Bro.
And she's calling him a coward?
He might. Yeah, she's.
Oh.
He's just kind of walking away, and then she just gets.
That's all you can do. That's all you can do.
Oh,
this is like
that's all a man can do.
This is in public. Oh, in front of security, everything.
Oh, she's a handful.
She's in his face. She's on him like glue, dude. You know, she's like Marab right now. She's got him up against it. Damn!
But what do you, if you're that guy, what are you, you're not going to push her in public?
Can't do a damn thing.
I mean, you would push her anyways, just like, get away from her.
That's not, she might be like,
You can give her a beer hug. Hey, stop pushing me.
well, you know, this is the thing. Like, is that him?
Yeah, this is
there are a lot of cases where women will beat on men for a long time.
She stated that the argument all stemmed from lies Coleman had told her.
Sorry?
She said it came from a lie. He was lying about them. But then she said she didn't touch him, which is obviously not the case. We have video, girl.
Well, it sounds like there's just...
But also...
That looks like a jealousy thing.
Okay. She didn't sock him in the face. You shouldn't be touching people, but...
You know, it's one of those...
Are they good now?
Relationships.
I don't know if they're good now.
Maybe their kids will be fast.
The fastest kids in the world.
Are they going to be part of the crowd over there?
With me?
Yeah, hopefully. I think so.
Remember this interview with Hunter Biden? That guy?
Yeah.
Andrew Callahan?
Yeah.
Channel 5 News. So apparently Melania Trump has threatened to sue them, or sue Hunter Biden.
She's such a classy woman.
Over $1 billion.
Melania Trump is a very classy woman.
Okay. But because of defamation and whatever, so I'll just play this clip for you. She threatened to sue, but let's her apologize.
Yeah, well, there's no evidence that Melania Trump, like this rumor that's where.
Yeah, that's the reason why.
It's just that people love to say it, and I'm sorry I even brought it up on the podcast because I felt queasy about it.
I heard it from you.
She's a classy woman.
Yeah, I heard it from you before anybody.
No, but
I don't have really
like, the reason, I'm like, no.
But it came out that was a rumor. Like, they said that she met Trump through.
It's a delicious rumor. People loved it.
That's a good one.
Like, Melania Trump didn't need to do any of that shit. She's one of those women when she was younger and even still now who was so beautiful, you'd be like, oh my God. Like, she had the world.
Like, oh my God, get to my island.
I mean,
that's
whatever.
You don't think the richest people in the world get 100 chicks in her, dude?
Richest people.
She's very attractive. Buddy, that island, I'm sure they had the primo of primo. She was a primo.
I am not. She is.
According to Hunter Biden, good chance
she's willing to put her money where her mouth is. That says a lot. God, what is it?
But she just wants an apology.
Yeah.
Lawsuit time. In my hand is a legal demand letter addressed to Mr. Hunter Biden from the First Lady of the United States, demanding a retraction of Channel 5's video called Hunter Biden Returns, in which Mr. Biden here makes some speculative comments about the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein
and daddy's buddy.
And bring a bitch. Okay, well, they knew each other well. They spent enormous time together. According to his biographer, Jeffrey Epstein introduced Melania. That's how Melania and the First Lady and the President met. Really? Epstein made the intro. Yeah, according to Wolf. And so I only can go by what people were saying, and I don't know what people are saying. Out of nowhere, they come from another journalist named Michael Wolf, who was a biographer that actually spoke to Jeffrey Epstein. But now here we are. And I've got $1 billion document in my hands because Mrs. Trump is seeking $1 billion in damages if we don't take the video down and if Hunter here doesn't issue a formal apology to Mrs. Trump. So now we're here, maybe to give you the platform to apologize to the First Lady for your statements that you made about her possible connection to Jeffrey Epstein. Fuck that. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, you're not gonna do it. He's the backing of his fucking dad.
Well, he was echoing what someone else said, right?
Yeah, but you can't do that in a public interview. This gets millions and millions of views.
You can. So here's how it goes. For a defamation case, you have to prove malice. And what Hunter Biden is saying, I was just saying what other people.
Oh, he's saying I'm just saying what I heard.
That's what he's saying.
Because I didn't originate the story.
Yeah. So if you go to court and you said, well, I heard that Jeffrey Epstein had introduced Jeffrey Epstein to a lot of people, a lot of women, beautiful women, and everything else. Not all of them were hookers, but he ran with a very rich crowd, so he might have met her. And there were pictures of them together, so that'd be a really hard case.
Another thing is too, let's say they did meet at the island. I don't think the island, every single party was whores and rich guys. Like it could have been like a public party with a lot of
like a petting zoo and they had little kids there.
Yes, there's also that. I think they had a kind of a smorgasbord of all that.
Sure.
Maybe they met there. That doesn't mean that she was part of this drug prostitute ring. They for sure met there, right? That's what I heard. What else you got, Jim?
Who knows?
Let's do. I mean, if they met there, it's like Lady in the Tramp, baby. You know?
This video kind of went viral. This is a guy throwing a sandwich at
This is so funny.
Sonic started.
I haven't seen it.
So, but then I'll get into more details afterwards.
This is Sean Dunn, who used a Subway sandwich. Those are missiles. Subway sandwich is a weapon to attack a federal officer deployed by President Trump on the streets of D.C. earlier this week. He's been charged with felony.
So do you know what's going on in D.C.?
Is it a chicken gun?
Do you know what's going on in D.C.?
Yeah.
So Trump has just tired of driving to the White House and seeing homeless encampments. Also, just so everybody knows, I lived in D.C. when it was the murder capital of the world. And when they talk about D.C.'s crime wave is lowest it's been in 30 years. 30 years ago, you dummies, it was the murder capital of the world. Okay? So I will tell you this. When you go to D.C., they lock up the toothpaste in the Walgreens. Hey, bro?
I'm listening. I just got breaking news.
What?
No, keep going. I got breaking news. No, the toothpaste in D.C. Dude. No, listen.
Breaking news.
I had the mayor from D.C. text me.
I love that Brian called you out on this. This is perfect.
Hey, bro.
I'm sorry, man. It's a late pod. I got shit going on.
All right.
Family.
Take it easy, Jack. Keep going. Take it easy, Jack. Holy shit. I mean, what the fuck is going on over there?
I like Jim was on a single shot, you know?
Oh, man. I guess he should be. But,
keep going.
But it's like DC's a shithole right now, and he's like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. It's my city, so no. You guys are, I'm going to take this over because the police are hemmed in by the, city council probably and all this stuff. So, and I believe he is constitutionally within his right in DC to do this.
Let me see the video, Chin. Yeah, is it a 6-inch meatball?
It looks pretty big.
It's hot. Those come out.
And you get some white guy who probably, just judging by the way he dresses, I like the way he's dressed, but he looks like he's probably not taking a lot of punches to the face. Looks like he's been pretty comfortable in his life.
Okay.
Oh. Look at the way he runs. Look at the way he runs.
Wait, did he get arrested after this?
Yes. And by the way, he also got fired from his job. And guess what his job was?
What?
He's an attorney for the Department of Justice.
Yeah, so just so everybody knows, okay? No, let me just say this. This is an exact example of an asshole. This generation that's never been punched in the face. I would never do that to cops. If I saw a bunch of cops, forget even if I didn't like them, and I saw a bunch of cops like that, dressed up like that, you gotta know that you're gonna take a fucking beating and should when you get that cocky.
In the paddy wagon? The boys,
It's like, but I just would never do that. I'm not gonna go fuck you unless I'm really willing to take, unless I'm willing to fight. Yeah. Unless you're willing to really fight, then you're gonna throw a sandwich at the guy.
Also, those guys are just doing their jobs. They might not agree with it, but they're just doing their jobs.
I'm calling him a fascist.
Yeah,
you don't know what fascism is, you fucking dummy. You live in America, you privileged American.
So he got fired from his job for this?
Yeah, after that.
His girl dumped him to her, man. Follow up on the story, bro.
So he got fired.
Yeah.
He was an attorney, a trial attorney. Wow, throwing a sandwich at a federal agent.
He must have been drunk, though. This guy,
he would assume.
Yeah, maybe.
But the other thing is, too, is
dick.
Do you think throwing that sandwich was going to change the policies?
Let's take a little break. This podcast brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Do you ever find yourself playing the budgeting game, shifting a little money here, a little there, and hoping it all works out? Well, with the Name Your Price tool from Progressive, you can get a better budgeter and potentially lower your insurance bill too. You tell Progressive what you want to pay for car insurance, and they'll help you find your options within your budget. Try it today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
Do you think by throwing that sandwich, let's say you hit him in the face, you think anything was going to change, Dumb Dumb?
And he ran away too, which is like, what are you doing?
No, he doesn't look very athletic.
No,
Now he got fired from his job. He's probably like, God damn it.
yeah, that's what
He's
happened.
going to have to leave DC.
You know what it is? It's spoiled behavior. There are other ways to voice your opposition in this country, and you should voice your opposition if you have a problem with it.
Yeah, don't let the Democrats get paid for it.
By the way.
What else you got, Jen?
See a mugshot of this fucking guy.
Is there a mug?
See what he looks like.
I just Googled his name. I don't think it'll show him.
You always got to take a good mug shot. How would you take it, B?
Like this.
No, I don't think you do anything with your hands.
Just this.
Yeah, that shot. Yeah, see, you go viral with that.
Yeah. And not in a good way.
I like the one where the guys gets kind of like, whoops.
That might be it.
There's no mug, huh? It's all right.
That's not him, right?
That's Brian Callen.
I know. White dude.
That's not him. Come on.
Bro, Subway.
No, it's not. I guess that's all right. That's a Marine. That's a Marine. How dare you, Joe? No, I'm just this guy breaking it down. That's all right.
Look, he's a runner.
No, this is David Goggins. I guess he finished the Bigfoot 266 hours. I have no idea what reference this is. As
Do
far
you know
as
his knees? They've had to do experimental surgery on his knees.
experimental.
Yeah,
His knees, he's lost like all cartilage and stuff. Like he should. It doesn't make sense. He can run.
It looks like he's not running great.
His knees look like they're hurting.
Yeah, 66 hours. Look at the way he's walking.
He's missing like cartilage and shit.
Yeah, they're so knock-kneed too. They're all.
Yeah. You know what he does for motivation? He reads the haters' comments and then records it, and then when he runs, he plays the haters' comments.
Okay.
The current record for the Bigfoot 200-mile ultra marathon run in Washington State is 44 hours, 57 minutes, and 16 seconds. The race features over 44,000 feet of elevation gain, descent, making it a challenging event. So 44 hours is the record, basically 45. And what he finished it in? 66. Still, that's insane.
66 hours.
Placed 23rd overall.
So average is 106 hours.
Holy shit, he's cooking them.
Yeah.
My Lord.
Wow, that's impressive. All right, what do you got, Jim?
I think
This is
from
man
Barcelona.
pretending to be Justin Bieber tricked XS nightclub at Wayne, Las Vegas, and to let him perform. Everybody fell for it. And this is hammered. Let me see.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, save more at the top of Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles.
Oh, that's so good, dude. What a great story. These kids are all like,
I feel like that bodyguard's not buying it, though. I'm gonna look at
oh, man, wait, so look at it. Let me see this.
What?
Apparently all of them win. Access got duped by a fake Justin Bieber last night. He performed everything.
They performed everything before they realized it was him. Keep going down, Chin. Keep going down. Yeah, can someone explain why this is a thing? Going this far to look like somebody, or him and Justin working together to promote something? Not going to lie, he almost had me fooled. Clearly had all these other people fooled. Play it?
That's so good.
It doesn't even look like.
It kind of does, though.
Not really.
I mean, not at all.
I wouldn't know. I'd be like, all right.
I would. And those young kids,
Like, come on, dude.
Kind of looks like him. I see it at the same time.
I mean, like a tiny little bit, but
yeah, I guess that Justin doesn't have a beard like that. His beard's not that thick.
That's so funny.
Yeah, but to me, they're totally different.
Weird. Okay, well,
I like to think I would be duped by that. You 100% would be. You take pictures of the kids and shit. Yeah. Try to promote your shows and shit. Oh wow! So take pictures of the baby.
And he doesn't even wear glasses like that. If he wore like regular sunglasses, it would probably look.
Yeah, those are terrible. That guy's hilarious.
great story.
Yeah, it's funny. That's not real, is it? Is this confirmed? It says WNBA players turned down a deal that would have quadrupled their pay, minimum $66K to $250K, maximum $250K to $1 million.
That's one place. We got a proposal from the league, which was once they slap in the face, and I think we really have to put an emphasis on the players that are in our league right now. But I love to see the league growing. I think adding this team to Philly and Detroit, like that. How amazing is that the league can grow? But how cool would it also be to have like a little bit expansion on the rosters? Like let's focus on the teams that have everything set up right now, and maybe focus on the teams also that find excuses continuously to lack investment into their players before we focus on adding more to the brain of people that can.
But you don't make any money. Nobody wants to watch.
I wonder if they actually did. I wonder if that's just a rumor because I'll see WNBA. I don't fucks with it either, but people, I don't think there's any official reports they offered $250K minimum. I would doubt it. How could you offer more money when you're losing money?
You're losing money. Why doesn't anybody want to watch the WNBA? Just saying.
Karen, you know what? I'll watch Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, but
hey, good. The rest of them aren't very good.
The level of skill is.
But if I want to sit down and watch a basketball game, I want to see the very best man or woman. I want to see the best of who's better. Oh, the Chicago Bulls are the best basketball team in Chicago? Oh, the LA Lakers are better than the LA Spark? Well, I'm going to spend my fucking time watching the LA Lakers.
Yeah. That's right.
But I wonder if that's a real story. I doubt they would turn down $250,000. That sounds.
You're not making any money.
If they did, they're just dumb.
Nobody watches them. That's charity.
I'll watch Caitlin Clark, but even I'll be frank. I'll watch the highlights.
Yeah.
I watch WNBA like you watch UFC. I catch the highlights.
No, that's not.
Hey, catch the highlights.
No.
Yeah.
I watch them.
I would never pay for it.
I always pay for my fights. I don't do that shit.
So according to Yahoo Sports,
I wouldn't pay for the WNBA.
Yeah, but I don't pirate the UFC fights. I don't.
Hey, sure you don't.
I really don't.
Hey,
no, I don't.
They told you did one.
No, I did it one time. Somebody said, "Here's a website," and paid for it. Said I missed the fights.
Yeah.
And then they sent me the website. I watched it, and then I was like, "This is still shitty to the players. I mean, the fighters."
So it doesn't matter. They make the same money.
Do they?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
the top dogs don't have to get pay-per-view points. The rest of them get paid.
Yeah, I don't do it.
Hey, sure you don't.
No, I really don't. I wouldn't even know where to go. I wouldn't even know where to go.
Hey, you're the same guy that was watching Madden on YouTube and thought it was a live game. So, hey.
That's not true. That's all.
What else you got, Jason?
I was going to say, according to Yahoo Sports, it says it is true, and they're just holding out for a larger raise.
I mean, you guys aren't worth it. You don't make
If
money.
that's true, that is wow.
You don't make money.
All right, let's check out some of these here.
Is it too late to say sorry?
Do you guys remember Nelly Furtado, right?
Oh, she got. I know where you're going.
Nelly Furtado, God,
do you remember her?
She was non-binary for a while.
Bro, she got stupid thick. Like, you know me, I like thick girls.
No, she got
fat.
Truck driver.
Hey,
it's not even like she's fat. It's kind of weird.
She got power slap thick. She got power slap thing.
You ain't lying.
Yes, sir.
You ain't lying.
She power slap thing. That's
she was non-binary for a while.
Sure.
Some days she wake up, she'd be a guy. So
I want to go. Excuse me, ma'am. Did you eat all your feelings?
well, she was in a coma. She's had a history of drug issues. There's a lot of issues with Nelly.
She
can sing her
That
ass
power
off.
slap thing is a different level of that.
She can sing. She can sing.
Yeah.
Let me see what's going on here.
Yeah, so I saw her pop up recently, but so I thought I honestly thought
Was
this
that
was
her
like
now?
I thought this was she looks like Tom Cruise off Tropic Thunder.
Okay.
She looks like Ben Stiller from Dodgeball when he goes down south.
Okay. Yeah.
It's kind of wild, right? Like it's not like she looks.
Lena Dunham. Really?
Hey, I like this comic. God forbid a woman feels comfortable in her own skin. Yeah, no doubt. Did you see before she got power slap?
I don't think she feels very.
No. Although she's kind of owning it. Yeah, this is her walking.
I don't care. She can sing.
Remember when like Steve Nash? Steve Nash is like, thank God I didn't sign up for that. It's wild though, yeah. This is her before.
Nelly's. Damn. Gorgeous there.
Yeah, gorgeous. Here, power slap thick.
Beautiful. What? Starving herself? You know, I don't know, man.
What are you saying? Starving herself? The opposite fucking pain.
No, right now.
Opposite.
I'm saying.
Oh, you're on the before. You're saying so there's no starvation. That's just her living life. And then something.
Hey, wait a minute. That guy's teeth has got something to say.
Yeah.
That's a close up, too. Oh, we gotta take care of those teeth.
He has food in them?
Yeah.
Video? Hey, that's Timbaland, baby.
Video here.
He does have food in there. Yeah, he does. It's disturbing.
Okay, that's all right.
Small
it is what it is. Now,
do we know what happened with her?
That looks like
give us some other pictures.
teeth after Jemima.
Yeah, it does.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it does.
Now, she's had a tough time with it.
It's tough when you're a performer.
Well, she generally has a tough time. She's coming out as this, she's coming out as that. She's
go to the orange one? Yeah. But even there, she's not as big as the one we see. She ain't small. But I mean, look, it's like, it's kind of
she probably battles with a lot of
cheeseburgers.
She's starving there. She's starving there.
I can't even watch
a piece of cheese in 2 days, right there.
Did she get kidnapped in a Burger King and eat her way out? That's the only way to explain this.
She
power slap thing.
It's called yo-yoing.
But I mean, her frame is so small. I don't see how. Did she turn into an evil villain? What happened?
Yeah, she's
the Penguin. She's Colin Farrell, the Penguin.
Yeah. There's a lot going on there.
She can't be happy. No. I mean, she's smiling a lot now.
That doesn't mean much.
How she's embracing her new silhouette.
There are a lot of enablers. There's a lot of stuff going on.
That's the problem. She needs friends to fat shame her. Right?
I think she had some.
Like, if you shut up like that,
yeah,
we'd be on the air. I go, hold on. You're so fat. I would not do that. Girls, 100%. I go, whoa.
Never do that to each other.
Right? Are you competing in power slap with a fucking Under Armour shirt on?
I just show up and
you're so fat. And you go, it's what, dude? Stop fucking eating.
That's how guys talk to each other.
Stop eating.
Girls don't talk to each other that way. But I think she's had like serious issues in general. Like, didn't she go into a coma for drug overdose?
I don't think so. I think she did. Amy Winehouse and she died.
I'm talking about Nelly Furtado. Who is the one who's into MMA for a while?
Drug addiction. Into MMA?
Yeah.
Oh, you're thinking of Gina Carano. Sing. Wait.
The one who can sing.
You're thinking of homegirl who can sing.
Yes.
Dating Gronkle.
Yes.
Oh, Demi Lovato.
Demi Lovato. I've been thinking about this whole time. That's what I've been thinking about. Demi Lovato.
Big difference.
Okay,
Demi Lovato never got power slap thick.
Okay, so now that's Demi Lovato. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Demi Lovato.
That's why I was like, she can sing. I was thinking about Demi. Okay. Demi Lovato.
She's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Oh, she was very skinny too before.
Yeah. But then she does the same thing. She goes through these things where
she's dumb talented.
Oh, dumb talented. Yeah, amazing.
She's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
But Gina Carano too, she gained a lot of weight.
Well, Gina's just a big.
But Gina's got weight. She has excuses, and she's fine now.
She's an athlete. Her dad was a pro football player. Stepped back.
But Nelly Furtado, she didn't take any punches to the face.
No. Okay.
You see, come on.
Who's that?
That's Gina Carano. Not now. Jen, why are you doing her like that? No, I'm serious. As of, I think today, or as of present time, she got really big. No, she's not big anymore. She's not like super big. She was really big. She's better. And then plus, I think she was pregnant too, so that's also part of it. I don't think she had any kids, Jen. I see you trying to get yourself out of this. She didn't have any kids, but with that, yeah, look at her face. Look at her face. Look at her face in the hat. No, she's gorgeous. That's her right now. She's beautiful. Yeah, it's so filtered though, but yeah. But she's always been pretty. Yeah, she's really pretty. That's why she was like, "Strike, shit." Sorry, she doesn't look like her Strike Force days, you piece of shit. And she won the lawsuit against Disney, so I had a ball in Elon Musk.
How big is she? How tall? You fucking know her, right?
Yeah, I've seen her a few times. She's great. She's not huge.
Yeah, I'm a fan. Okay. I need auto parts, but I need friendly, knowledgeable service. I want new wiper plates. What if I want my battery changed while I'm still in my car, Brennan?
I'm glad you asked, buddy. That's why our friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you'll need for all your maintenance and repairs. Right, whatever you need, whether you're a rookie or an expert in the car game, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your knowledgeable, helpful, and best of all, super friendly. Professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto do-it-yourself. You can find what you need in-store online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly. Nice try, Jen. Whatever, dude. I thought this was hilarious by Brian, too. Let me just play it. Hold on. Oh, yeah. There you go. What are they doing?
Yeah, for anybody who cares, this is Turkish oil wrestling. Great sport.
Yeah, Timberland's teeth, huh?
And this is the reason, not one of the reasons, but the reason that P. Diddy is a much better wrestler than people give him credit for. You guys gotta get your mind out of the gutter. Everybody's like, 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Anybody who's a fan of Turkish oil wrestling knew immediately that this was what was actually going on. P. Diddy clearly knows how to train and take his wrestling to the next level. Because let me tell you, you oil up, if it works when you're oiled up, you and your partner, it's going to work when you guys are dry. And so that's the one, probably the only good thing I can say about Diddy is he takes his wrestling seriously and trains properly. I don't like any of the other stuff about it. But either way, I'm looking forward to this Kamzat Duplessis fight. And I always say to all my UFC buddies, oil up, bro, oil up. And when you get out there, it's going to make a big difference, but nobody listens to it.
I mean, he is in his ass. I know, what the hell?
That's what you do. You can use the old pants.
I've been around wrestling a long time. I've never seen that.
You got to do that, man. You got to get your hands.
I wonder why they're doing that.
It's a whole tournament, like a yearly tournament. It's so weird. They oil up.
Gay.
Then they fuck each other. Yeah.
Well, I thought this was hilarious. I don't know how legit this is, but this is apparently a pit stop for an electric vehicle race. They're so gay, they make no noise.
Car comes to a stop. Battery box is out. Mine comes off with 8 pin. Batteries go away. Body out. Couple of braces to hold the body. Get out the bolts on the battery pack. Jack the car up. Battery pack scoop over the side rail. Yeah. Roll a dolly underneath. Cover the battery so the turbo will stay for a technical contact.
What about the tires?
Taking a long time.
Well, what about the tires? There's so many things. The batteries die before the tires. They need to switch tires?
Yeah.
I'd rather watch Nelly Furtado eat a fucking 6-inch sub.
Guys, like, this hurts to watch.
I'm with that guy.
This.
This is not as straight as that oil wrestling. Ugh.
And it just takes up forever.
It's taking forever.
It's taking a long time.
Yeah, because that pig crew is probably not professional pig crew. Because it's EV.
He's already lost.
There has to be a better way.
He's lost the race. Lost the race. Took way too long.
Someone said, the main thing says, hopefully they will get faster.
Yeah. Nah. All right, guys. You guys are a couple of cheetahs out there. Look at this.
10 minutes later, you boys ready? Race is over, bud. Get going. Start up the computer. I hate it all.
It's so boring. All right.
I hate it all.
Yeah, fuck that.
This is installing updates 1 of 20. That's fucking Eric Griffin's car every time we get in there. Really? Yeah, it's always updating. We get locked in there. Hate that thing.
Took a Waymo.
I don't know what the fuck.
I took a fucking Waymo. Is that?
Oh, the self-driving?
Yeah. It's my Google. And let me tell you something. I literally.
Can you grab the steering wheel?
Doors wouldn't open. And then it drove away from me. Then I had to run after it. And then it takes a long way. It goes super slow.
That's what you get.
That's literally the history where nobody's going to be driving.
What's this? Creepy Crawly? Creeps out her performance?
This is Jennifer Lopez, and how would you guys react if this actually happened to you?
Oh, that bug? Yeah, did you see it? What is it, though?
It's only like a grasshopper or a cricket or something. I wouldn't give a fuck, but you wouldn't know. Like if you felt that on your neck.
Oh, dude, that's a locust.
She tossed it, though, right?
Dude, she's like a badass.
Nice job, Jennifer.
She's a professional. You try to get to that ass until you threw him away.
Good for her. She was like, nice throw, too. She kept it going.
I'll show you a clip on Wednesday about some EV stuff as well. But this is probably the last one for today. Have you guys seen this? This has gone viral.
No, the homesick Aussie punter going viral. Australian teenager Archie Wilson broke down when discussing being away from his family while chasing his American football dream. So he's trying to do what? Oh, he's at Nebraska. There's an Aussie kid playing for Big Red.
Okay, so just play for him.
Oh, I turned 19 tomorrow. So I'm 18 right now. So, like, first time you're away from them? Yeah, that part's hard. I mean, I'm sorry.
Oh, man, get him home. Oh, man.
Yeah, I felt that a lot.
Poor kid. Yeah, it must be tough.
Yeah, I got 2 little brothers and a mom and dad.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, that's the tough part about being here. I love them a lot and I miss them. But it's, I mean, they know this is what's best for me, and I can still talk to them plenty over the phone, and they're coming here to see the first few games, so I'm looking forward to that.
Good kid. Yeah, good kid.
Good fucking kid.
He has 2 little brothers. Yeah,
Dude, you missed the shit out of your family.
Dude, and Australia is so far away.
So far.
It's not like they're in Florida. You can just fly over. Australia is so far. Where you be, Abby? It's the latest podcast we've done.
I'm going on to his family.
It's
I
so
miss them
far.
too. It's so far. Oh, man.
I'm doing great for him.
Jesus. San
Diego, bud.
Mic Drop Comedy Club. I'll see you this weekend, Friday, Saturday. I can't wait. And then Covina Laugh Factory, September 12, 13, 14. Let's go. Charlotte, North Carolina, September 19 and 20. And then I got Albuquerque, New Mexico. Man, we're packed. I'm loving this.
A long ways away.
Yeah, baby. All right, so we'll see you in a bit.
10 days left. There's 10 days left. We are finally giving away the TRX with over $50,000 in mods. I'm sick of staring at this thing. I'm looking at it right now in the shop here. It's all going down. You have 10 days to enter to win the TRX with over $50,000 in mods and $10,000 cash. You got Kibby Tech, you got King Shocks, Fiberworks carbon fiber, Lock Off-Road wheels, Toyo tires, Sick Motorsports built. This thing is wild. You have 10 days to enter to win this badass Ultimate Dad rig. Go to drivefastallgas.com. 10 days. I can't wait to see who wins this bad boy. Anything you buy on the site automatically enters you to win. So head on over to drivefastallgas.com. That's it, kids. We love you guys. Thanks for watching. This is the Fire Kid. We're out.
A nice heat wave coming through Southern California. Today we'll see temperatures approach the triple digits, but if you're out in the desert, it's going to get well above the triple digits. The bigger issue, I think, coming through is going to be Friday, Saturday into Sunday. The potential for monsoonal thunderstorms. They're talking about localized flooding, free flows, destructive winds, potential lightning that come in, and that could obviously cause some problems. The center of Hurricane Aaron is out past North Carolina's Outer Banks, distance of less than 300 miles or so right now, which means they are seeing some significant winds and rain. Most heavy wave action is going to be through today and tomorrow because of Hurricane Aaron before it moves farther north. Loses some strength. It's still going to cause problems up and down the eastern seaboard for a couple of days.
Would you like your Jeopardy question?
Darn it, I love it.
What's that medium for $1,000? A different way to say from one place to another is the expression from pillar to this support. Yes. We'll keep you all old-timey over there.
We are just getting news, by the way, that former chief of the LA Fire Department, Christina Crowley, has filed a formal tort claim against Mayor Bass. The claim sets out a pattern of dishonesty, scapegoating, and unlawful retaliation that destroyed the career of a 25-year public servant, not because of any failure in her duties, but because she told the truth. This statement came out from her attorneys. The tort claim makes clear that Chief Crowley did her job. She told city leadership and the public that Mayor Bass's budget cuts and the city's decades of neglect had left the LAFD underfunded, understaffed, and ill-equipped to handle the rising demands of a growing city, especially one at risk of dangerous wildfires. Instead of addressing those concerns, Mayor Bass retaliated.
Briefly, South Lake Tahoe resident has tested positive for the plague. No, they think that the person got this after being bitten by an infected flea while camping in South Lake Tahoe, which we've all done. Yeah. This group. Yeah, the plague, that one that killed 25 million Europeans in the Middle Ages. It's bad.
Oh, well, 1700s.
It's never stopped. Yes.
I'm stealing their lollipops.
Here we go. The problem is that our leaders have done
The other side never quits.
so.
I can imagine what can be and the unknown by what has been.
A political wonder is when a politician actually tells the truth.
Swamp Watch. Our Swamp Watch segment brought to you by the Good Feet Store. If you're looking for good pain, a good diagnosis of plantar fasciitis, you can visit the Good Feet Store and learn how you can find relief without shots, surgeries, or medications. The Good Feet Store. So the biggest issue out of DC continues to be what sort of brokering President Trump is going to be able to do between Vladimir Putin and Vladimir Zelensky. U.S. and NATO military officials are set to meet today to talk about potential security guarantees for Ukraine, because the White House is at least a baby step closer to some sort of a summit between Zelensky and Putin. President Trump had made clear that this, whatever security agreements we come up with, would not include American boots on the ground sky as part of that agreement. The Kremlin said it's ready to discuss a settlement with Ukraine, including security guarantees. But any talk that does not include Russia, like the ones today, would be a road to nowhere. It also is in no rush to actually sit down with Zelensky. You mentioned this yesterday. One of the biggest stumbling blocks is Vladimir Putin doesn't see Ukraine as a country. Vladimir Putin does not even see Volodymyr Zelensky as the president of a country. So he's going to have to kind of go against what he has publicly said repeatedly in order for this summit to actually take place. If that $10 by September 30th, is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's not going to happen.
Right.
You say it.
I say it will be before September 30th.
Okay. I'd love that for us. You know, have a little skin in the game.
A little challenge.
You know, skin in the game. $10 will get you, $10. But half of a Starbucks drink? Maybe. I mentioned this earlier in the Sacramento swamp. There was a shouting match at a California legislative hearing yesterday. A Republican lawmaker got into it with Democrats over this plan to rewrite the U.S. House maps to win the Democrats more seats. It got ugly. Women yelling at each other. It's always on.
Women yelling at each other.
It's worse. It's like a fight in a football stadium. You know, you'd rather see men throwing beers at each other. When it's women, it's worse. But anyway, the redistricting fight is getting. Everyone's trying to make a name for themselves, which is why I'm not naming names, because you've never heard about these assembly members, and I'm certainly not going to give them name recognition for behaving like children. But it did get heated.
At least at the assembly side, I did see a report earlier that was diagramming that fight basically. And they said in the Senate side, things were much more calm.
Sure.
I don't know if
you expect that out of the Senate.
Yeah, the states. Meanwhile, in Texas, legislators are scheduled to vote on that plan to redraw their congressional maps. Democratic lawmakers did head back to Boston. If you remember, a couple of weeks ago, they fled to places like Illinois and California and New York to try to prevent the state house there in Texas from having a quorum that was required to vote. Several of them actually spent last night on the floor of the state house in protest, which I guess matters. State Republicans here are also suing to try to block the action on Gavin Newsom's redistricting gerrymandering plan, because there are a couple that they argued in their emergency petition to the Supreme Court, state Supreme Court. The Constitution bars consideration of the plan until September 18th because new legislation, according to the state constitution, new legislation would require a 30-day review period before lawmakers can act on it. And Republicans are arguing that the governor and others opposing this plan are not following the Constitution when it comes to this legislation.
Well, there are different theories on what makes a good life. One says good life is a happy life. You're pursuing comfort and satisfaction and joy. The second says a good life is a meaningful life. Purpose, connection, make the world better. Recently, researchers have come up with a third answer. We'll tell you about it when we come back.
Gary Shannon will continue. Regina D'Agostino's live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Here's the latest. California lawmakers weigh a plan to let taxpayer money fund political campaigns to even the playing field for underfunded candidates. Plus, new research warns don't believe every flashy scientific study you see. And President Trump says Europe, not the U.S., will carry the load if Russia strikes Ukraine again. Going to a Rabbi time into our office 16. Right before you ran it down, there's several cars involved in this. One of them is going to be a second truck like the rest over on the right shoulder. It's stopped right now from the 71. In Marino Valley, 60 westbound at Redwoods Boulevard, got an accident in the center lane. It's heading from the WLC Parkway. Anaheim Mills, 91 westbound at Imperial Highway. Got a stall trying to clear from the middle lane. And in Hollywood, 101 southbound from Melrose Avenue, got that disabled car cleared from the right lane over the right shoulder. Southern California's most accurate traffic report, signed Jimmy Harmon. Get into summer with Alrighty. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Tucker to Michael. And more. Commercial-free
reset.
Strangers called at me. Some sleepless redirection, all stereotypes that work so hard to break are second reversed. And I won't let that happen.
We all have their favorite parts that journey with farmer.
I didn't pass.
We deserve respect as much as everybody else. I'm a nurse.
I'm a delivery woman, chef, a neighbor artist.
What's wrong? I'm a doctor. I'm an artist.
Stop the spread of anti-Asian racism by visiting iHeartRadio.com/fight-the-bias. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels, the Ad Council, and iHeartRadio.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and listen to more podcasts like this.
Don't love a good jailbreak. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong,
Oh my god, the twists and turns.
and when things finally click into place.
Thank God we lived to tell the tale.
I'm out of Augusta, and I'm lucky enough to do stuff like Broad City and Narcos and Roadhouse and so many commercials about that thing. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel the space is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest escape stories in history.
Very few people know this story.
Each week, I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians. People like Ed Helms.
I climbed up and it's just like,
Diane Guerrero,
And she goes, you're on your own, you have to run.
and Joseph Gordon. I love storytelling and I love you, so I can't wait. Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most wild true escape stories of all time.
like, what should you do?
Maybe write a musical?
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to like water ski across the road.
So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeartRadio brings you New to View, streaming edition.
Looking for something to watch? Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Tuesday, the second season of the reality docu-series With Love Meghan, with the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle. Next Wednesday, the launch of the Netflix docu-series Katrina, Come Hell and High Water. Next Thursday on Netflix, the season 2 debut of the kids' animated series Mark Mysteries. Season 2 of the romantic drama My Life with the Walter Boys, as well as the new Netflix mystery comedy Thursday Murder Club starring Helen Mirren, Pierce Brosnan, and Ben Kingsley. Next Friday, the premiere of the Netflix documentary Unknown Number, The High School Catfish, as well as the new Spanish mystery series Two Graves. Next Tuesday on Hulu, the launch of the docu-series Ruby Red-Handed, stealing America's most famous pair of shoes. Next Wednesday on Hulu, the debut of the reality series Love That Nader. Next Thursday on Hulu, the premiere of the documentary film Reported. Next Friday on Apple TV Plus, the launch of the music competition series K-Pop, as well as season 2 of the kids show Shape Island. Next Monday on Disney Plus, the debut of the movie Lego Disney Princess Villains Unite. Next Monday on Paramount Plus, the streaming premiere of the movie The Friends, starring Bill Murray and Naomi Watts. Next Wednesday, the season 2 launch of the Disney Plus series Shipwreck Hunters Australia. Next Wednesday on Amazon Prime Video, the new action drama series The Terminal List Dark Wolf, starring Chris Pratt and Taylor Kitsch, a prequel to the original Terminal List series. And next Thursday on AMC Plus, the debut of the Ripped from the Headlines true crime series Kidnapped, the Chloe Haley story, starring Nadia Parks.
And that's New to View on iHeartRadio. Happy Tuesday.
AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Well, it says Sunday, 2020, but I believe it's Wednesday.
Who said that? Oh, wow, look at that. Is it August 20th for real?
It is the 20th.
Okay, but it's not Sunday.
It's not Sunday. It's
Weird.
we did a show last night. Has it been there was an attempt on the president's life? That may
I usually have things on Sunday.
Again, the developing story out of downtown Los Angeles. Former LA Fire Department Chief Kristen Crowley, of course, fired by Mayor Bass. after the Palisades fire, has now filed a legal claim against the city and the mayor. Basque Fire Chief Crowley died in February. 6 weeks after the fire started, she actually praised the chief and the firefighting effort early on, but said she later learned that there was an additional 1,000 firefighters that could have been deployed on the day the fire started. Bass also said that Crowley rebuffed a request to prepare a report on the fires that would be a critical part of investigations into what happened and why. The legal claim that was filed today by the former chief demands immediate retraction of all false and defamatory statements, a formal and public apology to former Chief Crowley, and to end all ongoing retaliation. If you remember, the big deal, the big nail in her coffin, so to speak, was the interview that she gave with Gigi Graciette from Fox 11, asking whether or not the city failed the chief and the fire department.
It's my job to stand up as a chief and exactly say justifiably what the fire department needs to operate to meet the demands of the community. Did they fail you? That is our job, and I tell you, that's why I'm here. So let's get us what we need so our firefighters can do their jobs. Did they fail you? Yes.
That is it. So, Chief Crowley suing the city and the mayor.
Researchers have proposed a new way for you to have a good life. We've always heard about a happy life, driven by joy, a meaningful life, driven by purpose. That's 40 plus years of research on those two, but now we've got a new third answer. A good life is a psychologically rich life. What is it marked by? New experiences, perspective shifting insights, complexity, discomfort, and challenges. Psychologists at the University of Chicago first conceptualized this psychological richness, and we wanted to capture more explorative, adventurous, creative types of good life, like those of artists and poets, people who struggle because they don't make any money in life. That's where the discomfort, the challenges come in. But you keep an open mind, that can be a recipe for a happy life. I said, this psychologist said, happiness can be thought of as a batting average. It goes up and down with good and bad experiences. Psychological richness, on the other hand, is more akin to career highlights. How many interesting stories and experiences we have over our lifetime. Travel, meeting interesting people, reading books, overcoming challenges. I love that. What a full life that is. It asks us to leave our comfort zones, being open to changing our mind. It is cognitively and emotionally uncomfortable to realize that the world is one way and then realize it is another way. But thinking it's one way and realizing it is not.
I fully agree.
I do too. Totally.
So, is it suggesting then that discomfort is okay?
Yes.
Why do so many people fight discomfort?
Because we've been telling people that discomfort's not okay and you need to take drugs to fight it. Discomfort means change most of the time. And if you're not changing, if you're not growing, you're boring.
Facts.
This is the worst motivational speech I've heard in a while.
Well, that's because, well,
go on. I know what you're going to say.
What was I going to say?
You're going to say, I don't like change.
You don't like change.
But I also know that discomfort is the only way to grow.
Yes. I think that you are an example of a person who lives a meaningful life. But I also believe that your mind is not closed to leading a more psychologically rich life. You know that you are a person who doesn't like change, for instance.
Sure.
And you're willing to open your mind to new things within reason. You're not, throwing caution. You're not gonna go on a meditative retreat and take mushrooms. but you were willing to try a sip of that matcha the other day.
That was a difficult step.
Baby steps. But I like this because it shows that when you struggle, you grow as a person, and that growing as a person really can lead to you being satisfied on the deathbed.
There's a study of obituaries that people did in terms of trying to flesh out the differences between the happy life, the meaningful life, and the psychologically rich or good life. And they said psychologically rich lives are often meaningful, but they're not usually super happy. Any good story does involve a challenge or involves a problem. And I'll go back to that because in every context of your development, human development, whether it's nutrition, health, wellness, attitude, personality, something, in order for you to get better at that thing, you have to have gone through some amount of discomfort, whether it was intentional discomfort, accidental discomfort, whatever it is, mental discomfort. Hopefully you come out more positive on the other side, or you come out having learned something on the other side, having developed some, some strength that you didn't have before. And again, it's all context of human development. Strength, health, mental health, all of that stuff. But I guess it's just how far do you go to develop a psychologically rich life?
You have to go far. I mean, you're picking up golf. It's an experience.
I suppose that's what people do, right? It's kind of cliches. And if you're 50,
it's okay to be cliche. The cliches for a reason. That's what I tell myself every time I take my collagen gummy and my protein bar at 45 years old. Everyone's doing this, and they're all doing this for a reason.
Speaking of everybody doing this thing, there is a growing trend. It's not spectacular. It's not blowing the doors off of adoption agencies, but there's a growing number of straight single men who are going about parenting alone. There's an interesting article in The Atlantic about this growing cohort of single dads who are choosing to do so. Not after a divorce, not something losing a spouse or something like that, but choosing to go about fatherhood by themselves.
When they say the cohort is growing, did it go from like 2 dudes to like 6 dudes now in the country?
They reference, the writer does reference that the number's bigger than that, and then other groups that deal specifically with men having babies. Right? That's what the group's names. But they've seen an influx in the number of people who want to do this. So we'll talk about that next. Gary and Shannon will continue. Virginia D'Agostino's live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The former Los Angeles fire chief has filed a new legal claim against the city. She says she was wrongfully fired after January's wildfires.
Ik ben al zo lang samen met dezelfde frisdrank. Er zijn gewoon geen verrassingen meer.
Ching, chang, chang.
Te lang samen met je...
Fucking chicken squash.
ABC's Alex Stone says Crowley claims she was fired not for failing her duties, but for telling the truth. She criticized Mayor Mazzei.
What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey and Lisa Ayat here for the Church New Testament. It's Tuesday, the 19th of August. Chip, chip. Labor Day's around the corner. You can't dress in white no more and all that stuff. But anyway, we're here for another fun-filled episode. Also, today's 5 years ago today, I moved to New Jersey. What a nightmare. So fun. We'll be right back. Oh, Uncle Joey's back. I got to talk to you about something. If you're sick and tired of always being sick and tired, listen up. Bioma is here to fix all that. With the blend of pre, pro, and postbiotics that'll get you back into the zone. Taking these smooth shits again. Your mood, your digestion, your energy, basically your whole life revolves around your gut health. How many times have you felt bad? You take a big fucking shit, and next thing you know, you're feeling like a king. All the time. This is what I'm talking about. Biola probiotics. I was just on antibiotics for 3-4 months at a time. I was walking around with a little gut like I was pregnant. I took a couple of these Biomas. I took a shit, the toilet broke 2 times. You understand? So when you're looking to drop some weight, take care of your hair, skin and nails, or need to get your feminine health on track, Bioma has what you need. Like I said, I love Bioma with all my heart. I've taken other probiotics, but this one changed the game for me. Look at my teeth, I got none. Antibiotics. Look at my ear, I got none. Antibiotics. My whole life has been antibiotics the last year. Bioma finally brought me back. I got some color to my face. I got energy. Listen, your gut is the foundation of overall health and vitality. If you want to be a motherfucking savage, you better keep it in check. So do me a favor. I'm going to take 15% off my Bioma order when you press in code CHURCH, CHURCH, at gobioma.com/church, CHURCH. That's 15% off with code CHURCH at gobioma.com/church. Or just click the link in our show notes. Enjoy. This is going to change your life and your stomach and your toilet and everything around you. Kick this motherfucker into the league. What's happening, you savages? Uncle Joey here. What's happening, Tarzan? I'm doing good. Are you taking Labor Day off? I don't know what I'm doing. What's wrong with you? You can't be. Are you excited for Florida? Well, we gotta do Philly first. Let's do Philly first. Then you got Labor Day, and then we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. I'm not even thinking of Florida. No. I don't know how you care the fuck less about Florida. I got a show Wednesday. I got a show Friday. I got a show Saturday. And then I got 2 more weeks of training. Then we got fucking Labor Day. And then we got Florida. So Florida's not even on my horizon. Not even thinking. Don't even care. People call me, hey, can you go on the list? There ain't no list yet. Call me 2 days before. Bye. I've been getting Facebook from all my friends in Miami that I went to McKinley with. I'm like, I ain't taking no requests right now. And then 2 days before your phone's gonna die. No, I'll call them on it. Half of them hit me up on Facebook. But I just can't. Guys, I've never been able to do that. That is my weakness in life. I like to focus on what's in front of me. Because if you start, you ever see, and you know, all of us like sports. How many times you gotta play the Bulls, but you're talking about Golden State in the finals, and you're like, I'm betting against these motherfuckers because they're not focused. It's so weird how people do not focus on what's in front of them. That's it. Today is Tuesday. Today's Tuesday. All I care about today is Tuesday. I got jiu-jitsu, I got bocce tonight. Anything else that comes in. But that's all I'm worried about. If you call me about Thursday, you know what I'm going to tell you. Go fuck yourself. And I do it to everybody now. It's over. Like, I used to be kind of nice. Like, yeah, no, listen. Because I don't have that time. I got a daughter. I got a life now. And some of my comedy's all I do. Right? But even when I see these people in the schedules at comedy clubs, and then you talk to them, and they'll tell you, oh, we had a bad weekend with George. No. Because you already advertising fucking Nick in September. Right? Keep Nick away from that fucking computer. You should be just pushing George. If you want a busy weekend. But no, you're pushing the Smothers Brothers in December and a New Year's show. Nobody's even thinking about that. No, the economy sucks. Nobody's thinking that. Let's go. Nobody. All this pre-sale shit, unless you're the Beatles, that shit's gonna end. Because people are not gonna decide what they have to do to the week of. Not even then sometimes. So usually it's like day off for people. It's a day off. It's a week off. We live in New Jersey. Nothing gets called till Friday night in this town. And my Lion George. And my Lion Nick. The week is the week. If you talk to people in Jersey, the week is the week. We just came back from the shore. Holy shit, it was a party. Okay. But the week is the week. But they'll tell you, like, they'll start checking the weather Tuesday. Jersey people. And they don't know anything till Friday. So if you got a show on Saturday, they hold on. And then it's going to rain. So now let's, okay, Georgie's at Atlantic City. How much is the hotel for the night? $500. We ain't doing that. No, we ain't doing that. We don't even buy the ticket. We're dropping 500. Right, and that's the thing. That people are gonna pull up and how much roll the 5. His ticket is one. That's 8. That's 7. That's without parking. You gotta eat. You gotta throw some dice. And then you think about your vacation with the kids to Disneyland in August, and you're like, fuck George. We'll stay home and play Monopoly. Yeah. So every week is very, and this is the life we live in now.
But you've been like that pretty much the whole time I've known you. You don't. I think we were planning on shooting the documentary, and I was asking you questions about where we were gonna shoot and who we were gonna. And I think eventually your wife was like, "Why do you keep asking these questions?"
You do a lot. Anybody does a lot better when they don't have to ask me a question. But you do a lot better in life with no question when you don't. Yeah, what time is the show Saturday? I don't even answer that. It's 2 in the afternoon. Tell people that 2 in the afternoon. Really? No. Then why the fuck did you ask? Right. You just fucking want to aggravate me. Right. Or give me conversation. There's no conversation. Look straight ahead. Look straight ahead. I know it's tennis. Make believe you're watching it. Just make believe. Give it a hard fucking try.
Do you do that now that you're hearing? Do you just pretend like you can't hear people all the time?
No. I'm to the point in my life that I can't hear it all. So you can talk to your green the fucking face. And it's so funny because people say things to me and they look at me because maybe I replied differently to them. But that's what you got. You hear music, you look at my face. Look at somebody's face. So whatever your fucking stupid story is, you're focused on it. Without looking on my face and the pain that this conversation is bringing me.
Do you show it in your face when you're just dying on the inside?
Think of your face when somebody's talking to you and you don't know what the fuck they're talking about. If I secretly take you talking to an Arab that just pulled in front of you, what's the brothers allow? You don't know what he's saying. And same thing if you sent somebody from Israel here and stood in my face and just started going off. That's the same thing when you're deaf. Right. So it's not that I'm deaf. There's music on. It's over. That's it. We didn't come here to chit chat. I came to buy you a drink and hopefully you suck my dick. That's it. That's the bottom line. Am I lying? But no, it's just I can't hear if there's music.
Right. No, I know that.
And then if you're 3 people away from me, I just stare at you. Yeah. Good. No shit. Come on. I press. Come on.
You just keep pulling the string?
Yeah, I pull a string and it's the same conversation. Really? Well, nice to hear. Come on. So I think they're asking me something else. I'm like, come on. And they're like, okay, you can't even talk to this guy. He's an idiot. No, I don't know what you're saying.
I gotta be honest.
And even if I tell somebody, here's the funny thing. If I embarrass you, can I talk to you for a second? I can't hear a word you're saying. 9 out of 10 times, what do you think they'll do?
Say it again.
No, they double up. Now they give me a bigger beating than the one before. Now my blood pressure's not going. Because I already told you, I can't hear a word you're saying. Now you want to tell me more. You want to double up. I just don't even look at you anymore. I stop looking at you. I just look straight at the park, like I was doing. Until you go away or something happens. I mean, because I'm fucking deaf. I just told you. Right. I can't hear a word you're fucking saying.
And they just want to say it. They don't really care.
New Year's, I went out. Some guy kept talking until I just got up and walked away. And his brother-in-law came up to me. He's like, dog, I'm sorry. He's on shit. And then he gave me a gram of coke. And I gave it to my friend. That's why he was talking to me like that. And he didn't care. It was the same story over and over. I saw episode number 300. He would leave with fun, and then he'd have a drink. And I saw episode 308 times. After I go to the bathroom and take a shit, stick it in my mouth. I do make smells, so you don't talk to me no more.
Oh, I'm very envious of how you will just yell at people or just I just let it happen. I feel
I let it happen. You've all judged me. I've let it happen. You witnessed me let it happen. And then it just doesn't end. It's like a bad rape. It just doesn't fucking end. Like this guy hasn't come yet. 22,000 people come in a minute. This guy's been fucking me for 18 hours straight. You know what I'm saying? It's the same fucking thing. Right. Like, it's just, you know, after a while. The thing is, guys, even in my fucking cocaine days, I don't remember lighting people up like that. Like, I shut the fuck up. I did coke. Really? I didn't say, yeah, because at that point, I didn't say much. It was like the first 10 years that I burned that dopamine, whatever the fuck that is. And then I just got, after a while, just shut the fuck up. And let people talk. I just let, if I was with a girl and I was trying to get in the pants, I knew she would, it was like only jiu-jitsu with a fat guy. Just run around him. He's going to gas out eventually. Just give him more coke. They keep talking. But then you got to watch because their jaws might be tied. So you got to control the fucking.
I don't know. Like you, it sounds like you did coke. Like no, like every time you describe you on cocaine, it sounds like no one else on cocaine. You gained weight. You didn't really do much. You did it by yourself. Like yeah, like maybe it's like some women sometimes, but like
you know, you gotta remember, I was up to 99. That road stuff was great. But after I started dating Terry, it was like I had to do it by myself. Right. I had to do it by myself unless I had a guy friend and who wants to stock up with a guy. Really? Well, look at your titties and one over here.
Welcome. What up? How are you?
Do guys do coke?
Oh, fine. Good evening.
I'm kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods? How are you?
You said what?
I'm kicking ass and I'm taking names. How are things in your neck of the woods? How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Fine.
How'd you find out about me, pimp?
You said what?
How'd you find out about me?
Yeah, I just logged into the server.
I know. How'd you?
I saw you video.
How'd you find out about me, though?
There's in the server.
I know. How did you find this server?
Okay, you sent me an invitation.
Oh, okay, cool. How's your day going?
Yeah. Oh, fine.
Excellent. Are you the guy? You had a picture in front of a mountain or something?
No.
Okay, that might be somebody else.
I'm younger than that.
How old are you?
26.
Oh, okay, that's good. I just want to make sure 18. All right, so do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person ever. Data, according to The Economist magazine, is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum. And I have more data online than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, my friend Pascal, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family, all are made financially independent if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have enough money to have generational wealth. And most of all, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own to help the world. How does that sound?
Incredible. Nice.
Excellent.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely. So what are your hobbies? What do you like to do?
Actually, I like to play football.
Like soccer?
Football and yeah, soccer. And actually, I'm a graduate.
Oh, you're a graduate?
An engineering graduate.
Oh, that's great. Congratulations.
Yeah.
What kind of
electrical electronics engineering.
Oh, you're a smart person. Good on you, man. That's great. So, what do you are you an electrical engineer?
Yeah, I'm an electrical engineer.
Okay, very cool. And what do you work for a company?
Actually, not yet. I'm just self-employed.
Oh, you're self-employed?
Self-employed. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very well. Well, cool, man.
Yeah.
What are your
Thank you.
aside from soccer or football? What are your other hobbies?
Actually, I read books. I read books.
What kind of
I read books.
what kind of books do you like?
I think novels, they're not too bulky because they get boring when it's too much.
Word dog. All right. Very well. Do you like any other sports aside from soccer?
Yeah, absolutely. Basketball, baseball, volleyball. I
Oh,
love them.
that's
I play them
amazing.
as well.
Oh, excellent. All right. So in soccer, what position do you play?
I play as a number 11 and 7.
No, no, no,
And
no.
sometimes I'm deployed to.
What position?
Oh, okay. I play as an attacker, a forward.
Oh, okay, good. So you like to score.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Excellent. Are you good at it?
Sure.
Amazing.
I bet you can watch me. Very good at it.
Okay, excellent. And now basketball.
Yeah.
What position do you play?
Actually, I just play random basketball, not too serious about it. You get. So I don't actually have any sure position.
That's okay. And what about the other sports you named? What else did you name?
Oh, volleyball.
Oh yeah. What do you play in volleyball?
Volleyball. Is play the defense.
Oh, okay.
Volleyball. Yeah.
Okay, very well. Do you like board games?
So what?
Do you like board games?
I play games.
No, yeah, okay. What kind of games do you like?
COD, soccer, uh, many of those mission games, finger research, brain thinking games, anything that has to do with the intellectuality.
Good on you, man. You're a smart person.
Okay.
I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. So if you ever need anybody, you ever want to talk to anyone, I'm always here for you. And I'm just chilling right now. And you should know that I'm always here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world.
Absolutely.
And just most of all, I just want to give people hope. So if there's anything you ever need from me, I'm here for you. Okay, big dog?
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, my friend.
So do I call you Rabbi?
Yes, you do.
Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend.
Yeah. I'm going offline. Then I'll come back and probably come talk to you.
Excellent. Sounds like a plan. I'll be here, my friend.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Take care, my friend.
Thank you.
Pleasure to meet you.
Take care.
Yes, sir.
If my mother played a role in this, I don't think she should die thinking that she got away with it.
A serial killer, I believe. I ask her, what are you doing here? She looks at me and says, I'm here to kill you. Listen now for free, wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Amazon Fire TV supports podcasts now on your big screen TV, Amazon Fire TV, and the Fire Tube. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio brings you New to You, streaming edition.
Looking for something to watch? Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Tuesday, the second season of the reality docu-series With Love Megan, with the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle. Next Wednesday, the launch of the Netflix docu-series Katrina, Come Hell or High Water. Next Thursday on Netflix, the season 2 debut of the kids' animated series Dark Mysteries. Season 2 of the romantic drama My Life with the Walter Boys, as well as the new Netflix mystery comedy The Thursday Murder Club, starring Helen Mirren, Pierce Brosnan, and Ben Kingsley. Next Friday, the premiere of the Netflix documentary Unknown Number, The High School Catfish, as well as the new Spanish mystery series Two Graves. Next Tuesday on Hulu, the launch of the docu-series Ruby Red-Handed, stealing America's most famous pair of shoes. Next Wednesday on Hulu, the debut of the reality series Love Thy Neighbor. Next Thursday on Hulu, the premiere of the documentary film Reported. Next Friday on Apple TV Plus, the launch of the music competition series K-Pop, as well as season 2 of the kids show Shape Island. Next Monday on Disney Plus, the debut of the Lego Disney Princess Villains Unite. Next Monday on Paramount Plus, the streaming premiere of the movie The Friends, starring Bill Murray and Naomi Watts. Next Wednesday, the season 2 launch of the Disney Plus series Shipwreck Hunters Australia. Next Wednesday on Amazon Prime Video, the new action drama series The Terminal List Dark Wolf, starring Chris Pratt and Taylor Kitsch, a prequel to the original Terminal List series. And next Thursday on AMC Plus, the debut of the Ripped from the Headlines true crime series Kidnapped, the Chloe Ailing story, starring Nadia Parks.
And that's New to You on iHeartRadio. Happy binging.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bunch of stories that are going on. The big deal is that former LA fire prodigy Kristen Crowley has filed a legal claim against the city and the mayor. Of course, Mayor Bass fired her back in February, 6 weeks after the Palisades fire. She praised Kristen Crowley in the first few days, but then fired her a few weeks later. Hot temperatures expected this week. Only one of 3 major concerns, of course, extreme heat. We're going to see near record temperatures throughout the next couple of days. And add to that threat of monsoonal thunderstorms they're talking about that could come in starting on Friday.
I went to go get my water out of the refrigerator since you told me yesterday that I should be drinking cold water for weight loss. I had a bottle of warm water, and you said, have you heard that cold water helps you lose weight?
That's not what I said.
So I promptly put this in the refrigerator and then forgot about it and drank no water all day. It was parched.
So Reds beat the Angels again yesterday, 6-4. They play against tonight. Dodgers beat the Rockies 11-4. They also play against tonight. It's like some of the chickens may be coming home to roost when it comes to some of the times GLP-1s, etc.
You knew there would be lawsuits, right? And everything comes with a lawsuit. But just how indicative are these to true side effects? These lawsuits add up to about $2 billion so far. Patients that are on the Ozempic are claiming stomach paralysis, vision loss, and lasting health damage.
I don't know why they don't just throw in a couple of testicular things in there too. Just for
I love that side effect because you said it's just a Tuesday.
Sometimes. I mean, it's
When's
been a
the
long
last
time.
time you felt pain in your testicles?
Months. Just you mean like out of nowhere?
Yeah.
Many months.
Yeah. How long does it last?
Moments.
Were you driving?
Probably, I don't know. I think it's probably a sitting thing. Sit,
Totally, they get cramped.
you get a little, yeah.
You gotta stand up and go like this.
It's your skinny jeans. It is my skinny jeans. When I wear my skinny jeans.
No way. If this fucking worked.
I can't tell what you're doing with your body, but it's not. I have done that. That's for certain. Now, when it comes to Ozempic lawsuits, as we said, there have been about 1,200 GLP-1 lawsuits that have been consolidated into multi-district litigation in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. You mentioned that some of the symptoms that they're talking about: stomach paralysis, which is gastroparesis, vomiting, vision problems, saying that the company that makes Ozempic specifically, again, this is just the Ozempic, not the others, Mounjaro, Wegovy, or anything like that, but they say that Novo Nordisk, the company that makes Ozempic, did not provide adequate warnings. The company has continued to deny wrongdoing, said it's safe if you use it the way they tell you to use it. Plaintiffs have argued that the company failed to fully disclose the risks, especially when it comes to the off-label use when it comes to weight loss. Because Ozempic is only FDA approved for diabetes. Period. It's not approved for weight loss. Although that's one of the things that it does, that's not what it's meant to do, according to the Food and Drug Administration. And the company has argued that the off-label weight loss use has exploded beyond what they meant in the first place. If you're using it to lose weight, at least the Ozempic part of it, you're doing it on your own. You're doing it on your own volition. You're not doing it because that's what they tell you is going to happen. So, but we don't know. It's going to be years before we finally get a full reckoning as to what happens, especially for the people who are on it for a couple of decades and they can either get off or have to get off for whatever reason. What that's going to do to their bodies. We don't know.
It is here. Our first news and brews of the 2025 summer. Summer started late. It hasn't been hot this weekend. As soon as the heat came, so did the news and brews. Hey, what's the party you got going on? Is it tomorrow or Thursday?
Tomorrow is. Yeah, tomorrow is.
Anyway, I'm going down there.
Hot soup and cold beer. BJ's Restaurant and Brew House in Huntington Beach on the Beach Boulevard. Stop by. We're giving away a bunch of stuff, including Chargers tickets, Dodgers tickets, Carrie Shannon show swag, BJ's gift cards, among other things. BJ's Restaurant Brew House home to the award-winning handcrafted cold beers, signature deep dish pizzas, hot soups, and world-famous desserts. All of our trending stories coming up next on Carrie and Shannon.
KFI KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County, or stimulating talk.
Firing back at Rochelle D'Agostino live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Former LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley has filed a claim against the city and Mayor Bass.
Crowley accuses the mayor of defamation, retaliation, and negligence. The former chief says she was fired at the January wildfires in Pacific Palisades as a scapegoat. She says her 25-year career was destroyed not because of her own actions, but because she told the truth. Crowley claimed at the time that the fire department had its budget cut by Mayor Bass before the fire. She was fired soon after. She's demanded immediate retraction and public apology. Michael Lowe's, KFI News.
News brought to you by Sellers Advantage. Some political groups in California are going after the guy funding the fight against California's redistricting plan.
Charles Munger Jr. is a physicist from Palo Alto. He's reportedly contributed over $150 grand to socially conservative causes over the last 25 years. Some of the causes include independent redistricting and legislative transparency, but the Democrats are said to be focusing on his other contributions to organizations that oppose abortion rights and religious groups that are against LGBTQ+ rights. Those organizations say funding those groups speaks volumes about Munger's values, but the billionaire spokesperson says the attack is just a distraction. Jason Campidonia, KFI News.
In case you haven't noticed, it's hot out there.
We're really going to be seeing this as a significant heat wave that temperature soars.
The National Weather Service warns of a multi-day heat wave lasting Saturday.
Temperatures well over 100 across the city interior section. In Antelope Valley, looking at temperatures upwards of 105 to
restaurant near a middle and high school has put a new policy in place to, as it put it, ensure a safe and respectful environment for all guests. Anyone 17 and under must now be accompanied by a parent, guardian, or adult chaperone to dine in. The policy is similar to restrictions put in place at Knott's Berry Farm on certain days. On social media, some are complaining that all are being punished for a few minors getting out of line. Others support the new policy put in place a week ago, saying nobody there makes enough to constantly remove disruptive teenagers who are unruly and disrespectful. Amy King, KFI News.
The border wall in New Mexico is getting a new coat of paint. During a visit to the southern border, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said the president wants it painted black.
In the hot temperatures down here, when something is painted black, it gets even warmer, and it will make it even harder.
Noem said the cost of the wall's renovation was included in President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Sony is raising the price of its PlayStation 5 gaming console. Starting tomorrow, the cost goes up $50 in the U.S. The standard model will now sell for $550. Public weather from KFI today in Metro LA and Orange County. It's sunny and wind, partly cloudy on the coast with highs in the mid-70s to 90s. In the valley's IE and high desert, hot and sunny with an extreme heat warning. Temperatures soaring to 109. On Thursday, it's more of the same. Right now, it's 85 in La Palma, 85 degrees in Orange, 88 in Studio City, 87 in Santa Monica. The KFI financial report, the Dow is down 4. S&P 500 down 22, NASDAQ down 171. Right now we're going to a crash in Ontario on the 10. It's on the 10 suspect right before you get to the 15. Try to clear this from the center fire area over to the right shoulder. Moreno Valley, 60 west end of Redlands Boulevard. That accident clearing from the center lane over to the shoulder as well. In Laguna Hills, on the front north end of Toro Road. Kind of disabled car going to be clocking the right shoulder area. They just got that move. Still pretty heavy though from Oso Parkway. Glenwood, left line westbound connector to the northbound 710. Got that accident partially in the left lane of that transition. And good news in Downey, 5 southbound below Paramount Boulevard. They cleared that detached trailer from the center lane. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Jenny Harmon. Hey.
Western Sunset. Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
From iHeart Podcasts and Ribbon Miles for Maryland, this is Counter Time, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater Audio Universe. Listen to Havertown on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Havertown and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Some shows, you're going to have to convince me. The show you're telling me about, you're going to have to convince me. We'll talk about it coming up at 12:30. I have also found a show, and it's a British show.
I just were down to see both of the shows, which is why I landed on the show that both of us rejected last year.
It has been a weird.
It's a dead time. It's a dead time. I've gotten things done. I've gotten things done around the house. I'm working out more. I'm reading my book. I'm not watching television in bed. What's going on?
Are you eating still, though? It's the ice creams and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, constantly talk area about telling how good he is and whatever. I wonder why that is.
So maybe I have a self-esteem issue and she doesn't.
That was accurate.
What else is going on?
Well, we've been mentioning this ever since the news broke just about an hour ago from our LA Fire Department Chief Kristen Crowley suing the city and the mayor. This goes back to the fires and the fire response from January. Mayor was out of town and came back to hellfire in terms of public perception on her being out of town when she knew the forecast. So it seemed like a head needed to roll, and LA Fire Department Chief Kristen Crowley was that head. called out the department by mass, who said she didn't do an after-action report, she didn't put enough firefighters on the line, all of it.
Again, most of it stemmed from an interview that Crowley did with Fox 11 about who is responsible and did the city let down the department.
It's my job to stand up as a chief and exactly say justifiably what the fire department needs to operate to meet the demands of the community. Did they fail you? That is our job. And I'll tell you, that's why I'm here. So let's get us what we need so our firefighters can do their jobs. Did they fail you? Yes.
In the lawsuit or in the claim, the quote is the lies, deceit, exaggerations, and misrepresentations need to be addressed with the only thing that can refute them, the true facts. As firefighters, we run towards uncertainty and are willing to risk it all. Doing the right thing, even when it's hard, is always the right decision. And Crowley writes, that is why I'm continuing to fight for the resources our firefighters need to keep us all safe.
West Hollywood has chosen to ban retail sales of nearly all live animals. They had an existing ban on the retail sale of dogs and cats. That's been in effect over a decade. So is this a puppy store or things like that, like a designer puppy? Is this what he's trying to crack down on?
Yes.
Listen, there's people that are rich are going to buy their fancy animals not in a storefront. There's numbers, there's a network of people. How did you buy your fancy dogs? You know somebody.
We had somebody who came in here who had a Scottish Terrier, and that's what we were looking for, was a specific Scottish Terrier.
Right. If somebody is going to buy an animal,
it was but through connections. It wasn't.
Yeah, it's not a store, right? I mean, you've seen the documentaries about the stores, though. They're horrific. They're awful. Like you said, designer puppies are treated, chihuahuas and the like. But anyway, nearly all live animals. What else were people trying to buy? Reptiles, rabbits, rodents, hermit crabs, amphibians, arachnids, birds, and fish.
Hermit crab?
Where am I supposed to buy a fish if I can't get it in the fish store? I have a connection to buy goldfish.
Go to the carnival.
I could do
Throw
it.
the ping pong ball into the bowl and you get
It's
fish.
awful, isn't it? They have outlawed that, right? It's horrible.
The Drug Administration, speaking of animals, investigating contamination reports of frozen shrimp sold at Walmart.
We should get a fish.
We've done that before.
Yeah, we know. We never had a fish.
According to a press release from the FDA, they found cesium-137 detected by Customs and Border Protection in shipping containers that arrived from ports of LA, Houston, Miami, and Savannah, Georgia. Samples found the presence of the cesium-137 in a shipment of bread and shrimp, most of it being sold in the South and Midwest. Please do not eat radioactive shrimp.
In that vein, we've got the plague. The plague has made a comeback. I'm assuming the bad shrimp ends up with gastrointestinal issues. I think that's how the plague starts, right? Anyway, the plague, yes, this is the same plague that wiped out all those people in the 1600s in Europe. It's in Lake Tahoe, South Lake Tahoe. Somebody went camping, got bit by an infected flea, and now they have tested positive for the plague. Squirrels and chipmunks carry these little darlings. Let's see, symptoms include, they have within 2 weeks of exposure. They include fever, nausea, weakness, swollen lymph nodes. You can take antibiotics and you'll be fine. The plague is much more sexier to say than it actually is.
Swollen buboes.
What's a swollen bubo?
Isn't that what they're called? Is that the nose that gets swollen?
A bubo?
That's why they call it the bubonic plague.
Really? What a fun name. Bubo.
You can do a Labubu knockoff and call it.
Reading my mind.
Disneyland Resort hotels are going to change their early theme park entry program. If you were lucky enough to have stayed in one of the hotels, they used to allow you 30-minute early access before everybody else, tours were allowed to go to Disneyland. So now, instead, starting January 5th next year, if you have a valid hotel reservation, you'll receive 1 complimentary Lightning Lane entry for a Lightning Lane multi-pass attraction during the day. Not all of them have them, but you can always go check it out. Disneyland's the early entry program is not widely used, which is strange. They did 30 minutes
notes and not go and not lymph nodes instead. Lumos is so much more fun to say.
I don't know. Maybe somebody thought it was too fun in science camp.
Maybe probably. See, Lumos is what the guy who spun the end of the bar said. Was it?
Hey, you guys like Lumo? Can I get a John? We'll be here back. And let me show you my Lumos. This Lumo looks full of air.
Ain't fun.
Very chatty. Continue.
Will it?
Unless somebody comes running down the hallway and tells us.
I'm sorry.
It's been a while. Sheena D'Agostino's live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Here's the latest. Extreme heat is moving in. The National Weather Service says triple digits are on the way with parts of the San Fernando Valley hitting 108. Former LA Fire Chief President Crowley takes on the city and Mayor Bass, saying she was unfairly pushed out, and the families of young girls killed in a Texas summer camp flood are breaking their silence. Right now we're going to a rank in Irvine on the 405.
On the 405, northbound Reddick and Chester, they are pulling that over to the right shoulder. In Long Beach on the 7th and South right in the 405. It's until Hollywood is going to be in the left lane. Making your way to Plano Park on the 90 eastbound toward Beach Boulevard. Got to report up some debris in that right lane. Also in Plano Park on 5 southbound Lionel Property Road. Some more debris in the right shoulder and in Linwood on the 105 westbound connector from northbound 710. Still got that crash on the shoulder of that transition. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports on Jenny Hartman.
Must extract it. Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
This is Captain Town, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater Bayou. Listen to Habitown on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Habitown and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Welcome to How We Met Your Mother, which I think we'll call it Quick and Funny. That's an estimate. I think this is our new podcast. Rewatching 280 episodes of How I Met Your Mother. I'm Josh Radner, and I played Ted Mosby on the show for 9 seasons. I'm thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Days. Well, if you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs / pineapples, and general knowledge. We'll also use media and our relationship to it. So years later, we'll talk about life and love and art and everything between them.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Hey everyone, I'm Amy Poehler, and I watch a new podcast called Good Night with Revelation. I asked some of my friends to send some videos and things like this. Is there anything fun too? Well, everybody has an opinion and a podcast. So join me for Good Night. It's right about there. We're just trying to lighten it up. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Los Angeles, 2021. A friendly neighborhood appears out of nowhere and promises to make all my dreams come true.
Let's not forget that David Blaine was a professional con artist, so you didn't stand a chance.
And I think it was figured out before he realized it, and I started recording every drive. Getting con artists to pay for their crimes isn't easy. But I'm not going to stop until I bring this con man to justice. I'm Caroline Moore. Listen as I take down my scammer on Once Upon a Con, starting February 12th on the iHeartRadio app. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
There are verities in this great land. You all can certain confidence that some places are safe.
chaos, violence. Most murder crimes are the worst I've ever seen. Careful what risks you choose to rely on. I'm Keith Morris. This is Murder in the Moonlight, all new podcast from Daytime. You can listen to all episodes now, completely free.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Free iHeart app and listen now.
KFI KN648, all stimulating talk. I'm on Thomas Evans and Conway Jr. later today on the Conway Show. A veterinarian stuff with all the answers to love children. The doctor comes through to talk about all the things that are related to everything. Well, it's a class of life.
Do you hear one, ladies, how much they love your voice?
Hi guys, I just wanted to chime in and say that I love Elmer's voice. It's great. Love you guys. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
There you go. That's not the first time we've heard one either.
Oh, thanks, stranger.
You're right. I wanted to bring this to your attention. There was a survey of doctors released today. This is from NBC News. We talked about, WebMD and all of the pitfalls of Googling whatever your ailment is and how it's going to lead you to give you cancer within 3 clicks. But apparently, it's gone crazy. It's gone crazy. It's not just online, but also within the walls of medical exam rooms where doctors and patients talk. Medical falsehoods become like fake news, really. That's what the doctors are all saying. Fake news. People become obsessed with things on social media, whether it's skinny talk or it's different medical treatments for your face, different procedures, what have you, and they just snowball. Like one conversation snowballs into a trend, snowballs into a truth, and it's got peak crazy according to the Physicians Foundation. 61% of doctors now say they've encountered patients influenced by misinformation or disinformation over the past year. And yeah, if you're going to get into it, some of it's political as well.
I wonder if this is or I wonder how much of an impact social media has on this. And obviously, it's significant, but I want to know how significant. Because 40 years ago, your grandma had a remedy for everything.
Yes.
Was it based in science? No. It was based in trial and error. Well, she put oil in science, but
what was it, oil and Olay? Put that on everything.
Yeah. I mean, the silly, you remember from Big Fat Greek Wedding? Yeah.
Chris Rock had the Windex bit.
Well, that was Big Fat Greek Wedding. Where the grandpa would drink Windex.
Chris Rock was tussle.
Yeah, it's a little tussle. The overwhelming majority of physicians, that's 86% of the incidence of the falsehoods among patients, increased over the last 5 years. Now, this is something we cannot ignore, how absolutely botched up the public health community screwed everybody during COVID.
But it's been screwed up for years. Like the food pyramid we grew up with,
good example,
is baloney.
And when it came to a head at COVID, when everybody looked to public health for clear, unadulterated, scientific guidance, we all got slapped around like children. I mean, we were taken advantage of because so many people were afraid of what we were told. We were told that children were dying in the streets from this random bag.
It wasn't just fear, it was people using COVID for political gain and for power. It was a power grab. Yet you can't tell me that Gavin Newsom didn't love everyone running to their television at noon to hear what he told you could or couldn't do. He loved having that godlike power. A lot of politicians did. They used it for their own benefit. So there's that. there's the social media that knows more than your doctor. It's the politicians know more than your doctor. And it's got to be frustrating as hell to be a real doctor and to put up with people coming in thinking that they know better than you. So, of course. So how the food pyramid that we had didn't say to eat bread like all the time, all day.
That was the bottom of the pyramid.
Bread.
Much bread.
And we did. Oh,
And we
bread.
couldn't figure out why
In the 80s, you had bread.
25% of adults have diabetes.
You had bread with every meal. I mean, you had toast in the morning, you had sandwich in the afternoon, you had bread at supper. Did we say supper? Do I say supper now? Holy hell. Is that how we learned to love bread?
We just forced them to big brain sold us bread.
You know, and then we got this. There was anarchy, there were riots in the street. We went the other way. They started making us pay for bread in the restaurants. You want bread with your meal, you have to pay $6 for it.
Sorry, Chinese meal.
My mom will still do that. She'll get bread. And my mom doesn't even eat bread. It's just the sake of the principle of having the bread on the table.
Some places where the bread is necessary.
Yeah. You know, all of them are.
Here's a question.
You need the breadstick.
You have diagnosed yourself at the stage cancer failure.
I left work because I thought my kidneys were giving out. I was convinced my mind is so freaking powerful, and I went to the whole of WebMD, and Oscar said it. You're in the office and saying you're going to give yourself cancer. Click, 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 immediately. I'm out of here. I totally remember calling Robin, our boss, because I'm on the way. I'm on the 210. I remember I called her, and I'm like, yeah, I left work. I'm not going to do the show today. She's like, okay, what's wrong? And I was like, I think I have kidney failure. I'm going to the urgent care. And she said to me, in the most calm voice that is only reserved for the craziest of crazy people, that you're basically taking to their 5150 situation. Oh, that sounds really scary. Like she used that tone, that verbiage. That's what you say to somebody who's nearing a breakdown.
She caught that line drive with softness.
It was masterful, and it worked in the moment. I didn't even know what she was doing. I was like, thank you, yeah, okay, I'll let you know, bye. And I zoomed into urgent care.
She listed my financial translate donors.
The woman in the urgent care saw that line drive, and she caught it, and she threw it back at my head. She said, what are you talking about? Basically, so to be like, I'm a dumbass, all dumbasses, complete dumbass.
You may not be the right person to ask the question, but how do you keep one foot in reality if you are looking up stuff on the internet? I mean, because you're going to go to a doctor and you're going to say, oh, I saw online that if I mix 2 cups of brown sugar, some cayenne pepper, and lemon juice, it will replace my synthetic thyroid medication.
That concoction will do a lot for you.
Okay, now, this is... But the doctor will the doctor take that line drive with soft hands and say, actually, it's not a great idea.
And I'm glad you brought up my thyroid condition, because I was really out of remission at that time when I thought that I had late-stage kidney failure.
It have a massive
Having a very hormonal impact on my kidney process. The idea of now having a pain in my back, which really just turned out to be slight back pain, and thinking it's kidney failure is bonkers. That's insane. That's an insane person.
Well,
And that's how powerful the thyroid is. Check your thyroid.
And that is important because we have to be able to find a way, especially with the amount of information that's available to us online. How do you synthesize the information that's available to you and make an accurate decision? Or even this, how do you come up with the right questions to ask your doctor? Your doctor's human too. Your doctor is fallible. Your doctor can get things wrong. Hopefully not. And hopefully if they have questions that they ask their doctor friends or whatever. I mean, that's the whole process of the scientific process is going to be the trial and error. But is there a way for us to do this and keep ourselves grounded in reality and not go off into it? Not give ourselves.
For some of us, yes. For some of us, never know. There are some people who are always going to jump to conclusions with their ailments.
All right. what you watch on Wednesday when we come back. Do not forget that tomorrow is our news and news. We're going to be live at BJ's Restaurant and Brewhouse on Beach Boulevard in Huntington Beach tomorrow. Stop by for your chance to win gift cards to BJ's, gift from Barry and Shannon, Joe Swag, local Dodgers tickets, Chargers tickets. Grab a Mizuki, grab that deep dish pizza, grab a burger, get great steaks there as well. Maybe salad or just eat everything. Just go there and say, I'll take one of everything and make it large.
My sister just texted me, Watkins liniment oil and fixed bagel rub.
Yeah.
You will probably have these things that works for everyone.
I've never heard of Watkins with that fixed bagel rub. I've never mentholated. Mentholated was humongous in my house. You could solve probably 90% of medical ailments with just a quick swipe of mentholated somewhere on your body.
Yeah. Well, like Ben Gay, I throw that everywhere.
You could.
That worked for muscles.
Probably to keep away from your eyes.
Sure, it's 7-Up and Rub. That combo together will save many.
When you put 7-Up on your body,
If you drink it, dumbass. Very gentle. Continue. Appreciate Taggie's Needles live at the KFI 24-hour news.
The National Weather Service has issued an extreme heat warning that starts today and runs into the weekend. Triple-digit temperatures are forecast across Southern California. Dr. Ariel Cohen with the Weather Service says parts of the San Fernando Valley could get as hot as 108 degrees. Desert areas even hotter.
Temperatures this warm will be capable of creating an environment where extreme heat-related illnesses and even fatalities are a possibility.
He's urged people to stay hydrated and to stay inside with air conditioning if possible. Former LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley has filed a legal claim against the city and Mayor Matz. It's the first step before a potential lawsuit. Crowley says she was scapegoated after Pacific Palisades wildfire and was fired in retaliation for criticizing department budget cuts. Crowley is demanding an apology and retraction. Families of the girls who died in flooding on the 4th of July at Camp Mystic in Texas are speaking publicly for the first time today.
In support of a state bill to protect children's camps in Texas from future flooding threats, parents of the girls who died at Camp Mystic gave emotional testimony. Cece Williams Stewart's 8-year-old daughter, Seal, has not yet been found.
38 days later, Seal remains somewhere in the devastation of the Guadalupe River.
ABC's Alex Jones says she told lawmakers her family feels betrayed and protocols were ignored. Country superstar Morgan Wallen will be in the running at the 2026 Grammys. Reports say he's not submitting his latest album, I'm a Problem, or any of his songs. His team hasn't explained why. Despite his huge success, Wallen has yet to win a Grammy. We're going to check the 710 Frequent next.
Being heard in an accident can change your life. We want you to be empowered in that situation.
That's why we told you for years now to call Sweet James. One of our listeners was hurt in a motorcycle accident. Was pretty shocked by the offer, the very low offer he got from the insurance company.
Remember, 4 wheels carry the body, 2 wheels carry the soul. Anyway, he called Sweet James. The attorneys at Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed to be recovered as quickly as possible to get back up on that soul delivery system.
And they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 reward. Listen, if you're ever in an accident, you're going to need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you.
Compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that's why they win 98% of the time. They win big.
So call Sweet James, 800-9 million. They can't guarantee the outcome, but you want to make sure you have it by your side.
800-9 million, 800-9 million,
800-900-0000, or go to sweetjames.com.
Public weather for KFI today, Metro LA and Orange County. It's sunny and partly cloudy on the coast with highs in the mid-70s to 90s. Valleys, IE, high desert, hot and sunny with an extreme heat warning and temperature soaring to 109. Right now it's 83 degrees in Downton Valley, 85 in Garden Grove. Let's do a crash on the 710 in Long Beach.
710 now, one people 405. Gotta get run on the semi, trying to clear the shoulder, take way mark on the 91 East 50 Boulevard. We got some Caltrans work with the intermittent lane closures there. Gray at 57 27-year-old break and a new accident involving semi is moving over to that golf break and an Encino on the 101 westbound 81st Avenue. Heads up to metal debris in that center divider area, partially sticking into the left lane. With Southern California's most accurate traffic for inside Jenny Arnett.
There's a little symbols in this town. Must excise it. Take it to a deep breath. Cut it out.
From iHeart Podcasts and Ribbon Miles from Mary Kay, this is Hamilton, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater audio universe. Listen to Hamilton on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Hamilton and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today. My name is Dale Kuzinski. I volunteer with United Way to help the homeless in my community. Learn computer skills and build a basic resume. I don't just wear the shirt. I live, give, advocate, volunteer. Living on it. Go to livingoniit.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Over the free iHeart app to explore podcasts like this. September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Metro Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible. Recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours. They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. I'm Jamie Beatrice, music and culture writer. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahan Newton, Neil Cave, and Harry Cupcake Coleman. Put it this way, we were the band of the state penal system. They will come in and stand around a bar and sweat with full off them just like it pulled off of us, just to hear us play. They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past behind them, but they also have some unfinished business. And anyway, as a love, schools have been fired up by another album. They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming either. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. We all love a good jailbreak. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong.
Oh my God, the twists and turns.
And when things finally set into place.
Thank God we lived to tell the tale.
I'm a tour festival, and I've been lucky enough to do stuff like Rock City, Narcos, and Roadhouse, and so many commercials about that day. And now I'm starting a podcast because, honestly, guys, I don't feel this place is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest escape stories in history. Very few people know this story. Each week I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians. People like Ed Helms. I climbed up and it was like, ah! Diane Guerrero.
And she goes, hey, you're on your own, you have to run.
And Joseph Gordon. I love storytelling and I love you, so I can't wait. Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most wild true escape stories of all time. Like, what should you do? Maybe write a musical.
I would hide under the desk.
Tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to like water ski across the road. So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app. Nobody covers it like KFI.
Questions are swirling over who actually joined California's proposed legislative map. The reality is that it was a collaboration and lives of a line. The border wall in New Mexico is getting a fresh coat of paint. In the hot temperatures down here, where something is painted black, it gets even warmer, and it will make it even harder for people to find it. Don't keep summer camps on flood zones, require them to have emergency plans and weather radios and warning sirens.
And I'll send them to a hotel. Send her to Canada. Trust that she will be safe. KFI AM 640, your #1 preset for breaking news in Southern California. KFI AM 640, born stimulating talk.
Did you see John Cobalt's picture?
Yeah,
It's the best one. Everyone's posting pictures of their radio career, and I love them all. But John went today. How long ago was this? It says it's John's first radio job in back east in Pennsylvania, working at 100.3 WKAD-FM from 1983 to 1985. John, are you out there? Sounds like a lie. Anyway, check it out. It's on his Instagram at John Cobalt Radio. That's a great picture. It's actual turntables. Just the outfit, the glasses, the hair, the whole bit.
It's hard to manage. That's the best part about looking at some of those older pictures is the amount of equipment that existed in that old radio studio.
Real equipment.
From the mid-80s, late 80s.
Yeah.
At least 2 turntables, sometimes 4. Real machines, like art machines. You did not have computers. You did not have these stupid TVs.
When I first got into radio, they had computers, but it was very rudimentary. It was like the first computer in your elementary school, or my elementary school from like 1985, right? And those were the computers in the radio stations. They didn't have like the latest technology or programs or anything like that.
And
that was the late 90s.
They were not song. I mean, every song now is obviously digital. You think about your Apple Music, Spotify, iHeartRadio, everything is digital. You could have digital commercials back then, right? When I started, when you didn't have digital songs, it would take way too much space for you to record a song digitally. I also remember the extent of how advanced the computers were. I told the story before about when I met my wife. She saw that I had a pager on my hip. I made a joke about me being a drug dealer, but that was hooked up for a transmitter at the radio station I worked at, so that if the transmitter went down, I could on a touch-tone phone get the right combination of numbers and reboot the transmitter. That's how it is.
That's very cool. It is cool. Like you like radio and the way it used to be. You also had a nice buggy that you took to work.
My horses,
donkeys,
my dogs.
You weren't fancy enough for horses, right? Right, nasty.
It's not what you're watching. Program is brought to you.
They're cute.
Okay, tell me, you're gonna have to convince me. Platonic. I watched a couple episodes. This is a comedy. Rose Byrne and Seth Rogen, and they play. Guess what? Friends.
The premise is this. They were friends 20 years ago. And she goes on, she gets married, she has 3 kids, she's 40-ish, I want to say in the show. He is the same. He owns a brewery, kind of came up through bars and stuff, and ended up partners with a couple guys, and they own a brewery downtown LA. And they were friends. They were the best friends. He was like the best man, or the maid of honor, or wedding, or what have you. And then he also got married. And the reason that they start talking again is because he's going through a divorce. He ends up divorcing this woman. So she reaches out, like, I should reach out to my friend. It's been a long time, and it's falling out because she didn't like the wife when they were dating and then soon to be married. And so you know that if you're a dude, and your wife doesn't like one of your friends, and it's a female, you're probably not going to see her. You're probably not going to see her that much. It's just the way it is. The wife's going to make the social calendar. That's just the way it is. And that's what happened. And so now he's divorcing the woman who didn't like Rose Byrne, whose name I can't remember in the show, Sylvia, which is kind of a funny plot point as well. Anyway, and so they pick up their friendship again, and they're great friends, and it is funny, and it's fun to watch somebody who's our age-ish, and what that friendship looks like, especially because we're all in that same boat. You know, we had these great friends in our 20s, and then people get busy with life, and you move on, and you have kids, and that's your priority, as it should be. And then when you hang out again, it's kind of cool. You regress a little bit. You kind of have to find your road about how your friendship's going to look 20 years later. And I gave up on it because I thought it was going to be one of those obvious rom-coms where they're friends and it's platonic, but it's more, and they end up together, and I didn't want to sign up for that because it's been done. And when Harry Met Sally can't be touched, in my opinion. So that's why I gave up on it. I thought I saw the writing on the wall. And then I saw something about season 2 of Platonic, and whatever I saw about it is they're still friends. They're not, that was never a thing. And I thought, I'm going to give that show another chance. And so I did, because I had run out of the internet. Like, I'd run out of shows to watch. I started watching The Real Housewives of New York, but it's the vacation one with the old housewives. And I was like, I got to find something to watch. This is bottom of the barrel stuff. And like the Real Housewives Vacation Edition or something. I don't know. It was pretty bad. And so I'm watching Mona, for the 100th year of my life. And I'm like, I gotta find something. And I bounced back to Platonic. And I loved it. And I liked it. Episode 6.
The second season just came out a couple of weeks ago. So there's 10 episodes in season 1. There's 10 episodes in season 2. The first, I think it's 4 episodes of the second season are out now. There's some strange, I can't figure out exactly what it is. There's a strange Saturday Night Live connection to this because a handful of recurring cast members are Saturday Night Live alums. Kyle, Tony, Brian, Beck Bennett. So I don't know. I don't recognize any of the other names like producers or anything like that or writers. But I just said, listen, I tried to watch Seth Rogen in the studio, and I got about 5 episodes in, was choking that thing down like it was a healthy meal, and I couldn't. I don't know what it is about Seth Rogen.
I get it. I get it too, but I really enjoy the show. I'm good. I'll mark this one. That's good.
I don't like any of this fight.
You Santa Barbara, love watching TV and shows called Hudson Express. That dog on that show is absolutely spectacular. It's really, really good. And it's all like a Doyle area, St. John's, Canada. Check it out.
Hudson and Rex, and the dog is a great actor. Do more of what you watch Wednesday. Come back.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Regina has the news.
Here's the latest. A long-awaited report of the Palisades fire is delayed again in Northern California. Police are testing AI body cams to help officers communicate with people who don't speak English during traffic stops. President Trump is blasting Smithsonian museums, calling them woke, while critics push back. And overseas, Israel is sending more troops into Gaza. From the weather for KFI, brought to you by Audible. Today, sunny and light, partly cloudy on the coast with highs in the mid-70s to 90s. In the valleys, high desert, hot and sunny with an extreme heat warning and temperatures soaring all the way to 109. From the Southern California Toyota to the traffic center, stay warned about Toyota's full lineup of collision vehicles. Right now, we're going to a crash in Pico Rivera and Susan Bob.
65 cent down line at Washington. New exit about 3 cars involved. Looks like this is the end of the lane. It's already still fine from the 60 all the way down to the 5. In Long Beach, 710 south out at Delano. Now that accident involving a semi blocking the right lane. It's stacked up from the 91. Ignition vehicle. On the 5 that were lost. A disabled semi is going to be blocking the right lane. And on 5 southbound, way to Compass Drive, we've been a crash trying to clear from that off-ramp. With South California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Jenny Harmon.
Hi, I'm Shelly. This is my Cloudflare cybersecurity website. It looked like a normal client invoice. Same logo, same subject line. I've seen it a million times. I clicked it before I even thought about it. Luckily, within seconds, Cloudflare flagged it maliciously blocked. Our whole system has been compromised. My customers could have been impacted. Just one click, one mistake. But Cloudflare stopped it cold. Thanks, Cloudflare.
October Cybersecurity
awareness number. Sometimes all it takes is one click, one fake login, one scam, and your company could be at risk. Cloudflare can stop threats in real time before they ever reach your door. Cloudflare, connect, protect, and build everywhere.
Live Radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, artist music, and podcasts just for you. It's the free iHeartRadio app. Radio is your way of joining the millions who already have it. Download the free iHeartRadio app, the #1 app for radio.
Whatever that is, honey. Hugs with family. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with video form. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The journey down the path to spiritual enlightenment is personal. Your hero, the Stray Podcast. Begin also deadly. Join filmmaker Caroline Slaughter on the podcast as she uncovers the disappearances and death of the fallen Westerners who have taken a spiritual pilgrimage to the
Because this is a Venus flytrap for your follow.
Listen to The Stray on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Sonos speakers. Activate iHeartRadio within Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections icon. Then you can cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home with the iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there. There's potential link between hearing aids and reduction in dementia risk, according to new research from the Framingham Heart Study out of Boston. The nearly 3,000-year-old study used hearing aids to prevent hearing loss and the risk of dementia by more than half. Researchers say there's no benefit for adults who use hearing aids after the age of 70. The study highlights the importance of early intervention and identification of hearing loss. Squirrels have been losing horns are being spotted throughout the U.S.
Today after 1 o'clock on the John Koval Show, we're going to talk to Republican Congressman Kevin Kelly from Northern California. He and another congressman are calling for an investigation to find out what happened to the money, the firing money, that was supposed to go to the fire victims in the Palisades in Altadena. It's after 1 o'clock today on the John Koval Show.
We are in the midst of Watching Wednesday, talking about the shows that are on right now that we've been checking out, or the ones that are coming up. There's a couple of trailers that I've seen that I'm excited for. Did you ever watch, this would not have been on your radar, but Fallout was based on a video game of the same name, post-apocalyptic, but stuck in sort of the 50s vibe, sort of the mid-century modern era when it came to design of cars and buildings and all that sort of stuff. That's a really fantastic show. And season 2 is coming out in December. They just released the trailer for season 2. And then Terminal List. This is based on the Jack Barr novels. And the Terminal List followed Chris Pratt as the main character. The Terminal List was the first series. And then the Terminal List Dark Wolf is the prequel series, and it's going to star Taylor Kitsch, who, of course, from Friday Night Lights was his face.
Taylor was the kid with the long hair.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since I watched Friday Night Lights.
Just said his name. But one of the reasons we said his name is because he's not coming back to the Friday Night Lights reboot. But he was in Friday Night Lights. His name was Craig. Different. So,
His name is so forgettable.
we also fell into that what we thought was a time without television shows, like without what we were. So we started watching on Apple TV Chief of War. Jason Momoa wrote it, directed a couple of the scenes, executive producer in it. It's better than I thought it was going to be. It's not filmed in Hawaii, unfortunately, but it's all about.
It's like an actor's passion project, which I always have a very low bar for.
It's and that's why I was afraid of it. But it is done.
You wanted to see that body build.
Yeah, it's done a lot of cheats.
Yeah.
That's just it's great. It's traditional Hawaiian language. So there's subtitles, unless you happen to speak Hawaiian. But there's subtitles. It reminded me of show from FX, which was a spectacular show. But this one is on Apple TV. It comes out, I think, every Friday, so there's 4 episodes out. It's pretty good. The other one that I started watching was the Carpet Q on Netflix. This is the
reject superheroes that rule the day.
No.
But that's an animated film. Anyway, sorry.
This is a police officer who he and his partner are ambushed. They're investigating a murder, and they're ambushed inside the scene of the murder, inside the house that they go into. They're shot. They don't know who did it. They don't know why. The main character was hit in the neck and lived. His partner was hit in the spine and is now paralyzed. And the third officer was killed, like a young, patrol officer was killed. So they're not only trying to figure out, it's kind of in the background, the investigation into who shot them, but he has started his own cold case unit, and they're investigating the missing or disappearance of a former prosecutor.
It sounds like it's an inside job.
Well, they're alluding to some things early on in this show that make you think they're obviously they're going to be connected. They would put both of them in there if they weren't connected. But it's one of those shows that is somewhat hard to follow because the accents get so thick. Oh yes, they're speaking English.
I like that fourth grade watching level. That's what I like.
Closed captions and cartoon characters.
Yeah. We've got a big day tomorrow. Come see us. It's going to be nothing but fun. We promise you fun. We can promise fun. We are fun. BJ's on Beach Boulevard in Huntington Beach. It is our news and reviews for the summer. We're going to wait for it to get hot for us to get out there. And guess what? Tomorrow's going to be the hottest day of the summer. So come to the beach with us. We are going to be giving away Dodgers tickets, Chargers tickets. You get a chance for a BJ's gift card. It's going to be a great time. Gary's wearing a new shirt. Speed might come out. I don't know.
Out of my shirt.
Oh, that'd be interesting. I
That would be very interesting. I don't think so. I do not think I would do that. Also, extra points if you bring friends. I don't know what the points go towards, but extra points. Yeah. All right, so we'll see you tomorrow at BJ's Restaurant at Brewhouse on Beach Boulevard there in Huntington Beach. John Cobell shows up next. We will literally see you tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
One thing for sure, the American people lost because that was horrific. Gary and Shannon.
Use high-minded language. I guess they had to say that. That was
KOST-HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County, or Studio Talk.
Still waiting. Irish in the D'Agostino live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Release of a report on the Palisades fire in Italy.
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Beth said Tuesday that the after-action report of the devastating and deadly fire will be released after federal investigators complete their investigation. She says the Department of Justice has asked the city to hold off on releasing the report as the feds continue looking into things. The report details the firefight, lessons learned during the response of the disaster, and ways to improve should a similar wildfire strike again. Jason Campidonia, KFI News.
News brought to you by Sellers Advantage. West Hollywood is expanding its animal protection laws.
Moving Home City Council voted to ban the sale of nearly all live animals in pet stores, including birds, reptiles, fish, rabbits, and rodents. The move built on a 2010 ban selling cats and dogs. Animal rights groups are praising it as a major step towards more humane treatment of pets. There is only one pet store in West Hollywood that sells live animals, a Petco on Bikini that sells hamsters, guinea pigs, and occasionally fish. The new rule takes effect May of 2026. Heather Berger, KFI News.
The man seen on video dragging what turned out to be the body of his dead wife in Lancaster is now in her room with their 3 sons. The woman was reported missing last Tuesday, and her remains were discovered Saturday in the Angeles National Forest. A friend of hers tells KTLA the woman had been abused for a while. She told her mom, "I don't want to be with him. I want to, record him." And that's what she was going to do that day. Authorities are working on paperwork needed to bring the suspect back to the U.S. Campbell Police in Northern California are testing a new AI tool to help communicate with people who don't speak English during traffic stops. The system is built right into an officer's body camera and helps translate conversation. Captain Ian White says it's the first department in the country to use the technology.
This is going to be down because language barriers, I think, from the standpoint of when we look at it, it's about providing a better level of service.
The AI system supports more than 50 languages and records interactions so they can be used later in court. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein has declared a state of emergency with Hurricane Erin churning offshore. NBC's Aaron Gilchrist reports the storm isn't expected to make landfall, but it's still dangerous.
Coastal flooding already impacting some areas along the Outer Banks. West Hatteras and Oakland Islands under mandatory evacuation orders. The more than 2,100 people ferried off Oakland. A beachside rental properties threatened by Hurricane Erin and empty.
Residents are being asked to have emergency kits ready and listen to weather alerts. Erin is now in the Category 2 hurricane. The Trump administration is launching a review of Smithsonian museums. President Trump says they focus too much on what's wrong with the country, calling them woke. But critics argue the Smithsonian's job is to tell the full story of history, including good and bad. The Israeli government is calling up more service members to send aid to Gaza. Israel's military has said we'll need about 60,000 reserve soldiers to meet the manpower needed to take over Gaza City. In addition to the 60,000, over 20,000 reservists have already been called on, and they're receiving Iran's extending their foreign borders. ABC's Maggie Foley said the expanded military operation has been criticized by international leaders and rights groups. They want an expanded assault could worsen Gaza's humanitarian crisis. Brooklyn weather for KFI today in Metro Orange County. It's sunny inland, partly cloudy on the coast with highs in the 70s to 90s. In the valleys, IE and high desert, hot and sunny with an extreme heat warning. Temperatures soaring up to 109. On Thursday, it's more of the same. Right now in Tarzana, 99 degrees, 73 in Newport Beach, 97 in Valencia, 89 in Mission Viejo. The KFI financial report, the Dow is closing up 16, S&P 500 down 15, and NASDAQ down 142. Let's go to a crash in Long Beach on 710. Southbound to Longbow. We had the semi fuel spill. Looks like they just pushed that all over to the right shoulder, and they're cleaning out that fuel spill. Still going to be heavy though from the 91. In Gardena, the line is down. I also get to Boulevard. We've got a report of a brush liner starting to pull around the shoulder. And Big Rivera, 605 southbound right at Washington. Had that 3-car crash in the lanes. They've got back to the right shoulder. You're still going to get the brakes from Rose Hills Road down to the 5. If you're heading through Commerce on that 5 southbound, still a slow line from the 60 to the 605. East LA, 7
Head northbound after Caesar Chavez Avenue. That's a debris in the left lane. And Mission Viejo, 5 north of miles. Got that disabled semi-trailer from the right lane. Still kind of slow from the 73. Race up California to a center in traffic reports. I'm Jen Harmon.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. Streaming live only on weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win all the way there. Lenovo and the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Tap that hits different. And your gear keep up with the beat. Lenovo PCs are built for creators, dreamers, and fans who don't hit pause. Visit Lenovo.com for the latest in AI PCs and game-changing tech.
Joe, why did you tell the class what you did this weekend? Well, my dad and I went to the restaurant and found a zillion of them in the street from our living room. Then my sister and I escaped from an evil slug cave and went back to my students' report for safety. Then we told stories from the garden and the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Into the forest. It's not that far away. Ask your parents to see you and your friends see forests this week. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Use an iHeartRadio podcast preview. The creator of the right sessions is
Now, see, I know you like to do your own mystery solving, but this is a serious investigation. If we need to figure this out, sorry, you know, we want to do curiosity, but we're just lied to me. You know, we're running headfirst into it.
Join Nazi Files as she tries to solve a big case in her small town.
We discovered that Riley Stevens has gone missing.
We're going to find Riley before the sheriff and he watched us. He's great.
This is entirely your problem to fix. It's not even a problem you can't fix.
I find this is something much worse than happened. Why is it happening? Because as we've established, we don't know who to trust. And pay close attention to the clues because when it's time to solve the case,
Damn, girl.
Files of iHeartRadio app. Wherever you get your favorite shows. iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
More stimulating talk radio programs. The Joe Show. And we're here running every day from 1 until 4 o'clock, and then after 4 o'clock, it's Joe Show on demand on the iHeart app. And welcome to National Radio, which I'm sure people are celebrating all over the United States right now. Our little treat for National Radio Day had nothing to do with this, because if you go on any of our social media platforms, on Instagram, Facebook, or X, you will see it's kind of a before and after. It's me at my first job in Pennsylvania in 1984, and then me over 4 years later. It's like a before and after the radio desk. And then yeah. And so I see those two photos from my first job and from my current job. I don't know if it's the last one, but you can go to X, go to Facebook, go to Instagram, and see it's Celebrate National Radio. 6 of us that are left in the business. We all hope to live for the next National Radio. And a lot of big news today, like more big news. We're not going to let's get to it. The former fire chief of the city of Los Angeles, Kristen Crowley, you may remember her. She is filing a precursor to a lawsuit against the city. And to sum up part of the lawsuit, Aaron Bass is a stinking liar. That's the message from Kristen Crowley. And she is accusing Mayor Bass of defamation. It comes down to Bass stupidly going to Africa when she was getting fire and wind warnings that everybody else in the city recognized. And she didn't care the truth as she went on the plane to Africa for some cocktail party. And meantime, Palisades burnt down. And as soon as she came back, she realized, it's like, oh,
Total silence. Really, and she couldn't even offer a fake bit of evidence of people who were actively losing their homes. And it probably sunk in that, yeah, she should have been here. There should have been fire crews repositioned all along the Santa Monica Mountains, especially on the south side, Pacific Palisades, and Brentwood and Bel Air, and Hollywood Hills, and then, everything from West East. But she didn't. She told any meeting she didn't care. I mean, there's always two ways to put it, It didn't matter that she was there in Los Angeles. It doesn't matter that there were. I mean, there's some little warning for it. I thought red was the worst warning the Weather Service would give out for weather and fire. There's actually another level that's purple. And she blew it all on. Realized she had to think something else. And so she dumped all the Christy Crowley reflection. And so she repeatedly lied about Christy Crowley, according to Crowley's precursor to a lawsuit. It's called a formal tornado. And under the law, you have to file that first. And then when the city dismisses it, you go to full lawsuit. And here's what Crowley said. I asked initially raised the department's preparedness and responded positively. But as criticism mounted over her absence, Bass reversed course. She sought to shift blame to Crowley, falsely stating that Bass was not aware of the nationally anticipated weather event. Also stating that Crowley sent 1,000 firefighters home that could have fought the blaze, and misrepresented the department's budget. This is the crux of what everything went haywire between Bass and Crowley, because Bass had a fire department budget. And Crowley went on Fox 11 and laid it all out. What was, we are screaming to be properly funded. That was on January 10th, 3 days after the fire. And Bass called her to the mayor's office and listened to Bass's response. She cut almost $18 million and eliminated, according to Crowley, positions that are critical to maintaining fire engines, trucks, and ambulances. Well, after Crowley said on Fox 11, we are screaming to be properly funded, Bass called Crowley in and said, I don't know why you had to do that. Normally we're on the same page. I don't know why you have to say stuff to the media. Because when you talk to the media, you're talking to the public. And because you did cut the funding, and you cut the funding in ways that really crimped fire department's response. And the public should know this. And the media is the conduit. But Bass's first reaction is, why'd you have to tell everybody? You didn't have to tell everybody that I cut the fire budget, did you? Why'd you do that? I'm sure they were drawing up some fake public relations statements to fog up the fact that our fire department was funded at a 50% level of what it should be. 50%. You're supposed to have, I believe, the recommendation from the national organization is 2 firefighters for every, I don't want to get proportional wrong. You're supposed to have 2 firefighters per X. We have 1 firefighter per X. We exactly how we need. Not to mention fire trucks that were busted, not repaired, didn't have repair people. Obviously, we have water. And gas never helped that meter. Gas never helped the meeting at all, worried about fire danger, because otherwise you would have filled up the reservoir. Months in advance, it's like, hey, fire season's coming. Do we have everything we need? Do we have enough fire trucks, enough firefighters, enough
water reservoirs, and that's Karen Bass is one of her basic jobs. And she's a failure. And she should not be there. She should have resigned. She should have been somehow forced out. This is a disgrace that she exists in the mayor's office. And crowds called her out right away. They're screaming to defund her. In her claim, Crowley said she repeatedly warned of the fire department's worsening resource and staffing crisis before the fire, and said that the aging infrastructure, the surging emergency calls, and the shrinking staff left the city at risk. She did do that. She's right. And fast forward. How anybody can tolerate Mayor Bass still in office. And then she fires Kristen Crowley and blames everything on her. A snake. What a son of a snake. We're going to have Michael Monks on next hour to talk about more detailed details and to go through some of the false claims that Crowley said Bass made. But you kind of knew it in real time, didn't you? I think we all knew that when Crowley got fired, Bass was looking to scapegoat someone to change the subject because she couldn't talk around being an actor. She couldn't. Jackie was said on television, I saw her see this, that she wasn't aware of the fire. She claimed that's another big lie. She claimed nobody told her. She claimed nobody told her about the fire. Or the fire damage. Just astonishing that she still exists in the mayor's office. Absolutely astonishing. And what he said about much of the public collectively has their head up their rear ends, probably scrolling on their phones. God. But this woman's a disaster. And eventually you can't have a disaster of a mayor forever. We had Garcetti for over 9 years, and then that. You have this go on long enough. You're not looking. The fire department is only half funded. And nobody's in place. But the big burn happens. We'll talk more about this coming up. Goes on a lot to cover nuisance nonsense to redistrict. Virginia DeAgostino's live in Fidel Park. Yeah, like 24 hours.
Here's the latest. LA's former fire chief takes her fight against City Hall to the next level. The city council pushes back on the new housing near transit stops and overseas. Ukraine and Russia unleash a wave of drone strikes as talks with Zelensky and meeting hangs in the air. We're going to check the 101 freeway next.
Payroll justice paperwork is the foundation of your business. Guardian Payroll is not a call center, and they give you a great expert in LA. Build a system that's accurate, compliant, and tailored to your business. These are people who understand California law and protect their business.
I'm going to check it out.
They'll save money and low cost in the states and get the support that you can actually trust. Go to GuardianPayrollServices.com and build it right from the start.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, save more at the pump with Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. Right now we're going to a crash on 101 in Studio City. It's a little in South Bend. It's Coldwater Camping Avenue. Trying to clear this news accident from the 700. It's already set for Bennett's Boulevard. In Seattle, 101 South Atlanta, got stalled blocking the right lane there. Heading into Silmar Farm Sound at San Fernando Road. Heads up on Mattress is in the lanes. And at 14 South after Silver Bend Canyon Road. That crash screwed over the shoulder. The good news is they were there. 605 South after Washington. That accident has moved to the right shoulder as well. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report, Sergeant Conrad.
Get into summer with Ivory. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael. Commercial free this weekend and every weekend. Open to free after that. Search iHeartEase and making your next reset.
Help the planet with a tip from iHeart. iHeartRadio Earth. Spending time outdoors can improve overall health and wellness. Celebrate Earth Day and take advantage of nature's health benefits by visiting a local park. Recreate responsibly to protect yourself and others, and to make the outdoors safe and welcoming for people of all identities and abilities. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and on iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Xfinity customers, iHeartRadio is available free on Xfinity X1 or on Xfinity Plus. The easiest way to access iHeartRadio, just press and hold the microphone button on your Xfinity remote and say iHeartRadio. And you'll be taken directly to the iHeartRadio app to listen to all your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts.
1932.
Plus, check out Xfinity Ambient Moods to set your screen to beautiful photos and videos paired with hand-curated playlists from iHeartRadio to set the right mood. It's the screen you watch the most in your home, and you never knew that it was one of the most popular ways to listen to iHeartRadio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
AM 640, more stimulating talk. I'm Coach Nicholson, Conway Jr. Later today on the Conway Show, a veterinarian stuff with all the answers. Love Jeff Warner. The doctor comes through to talk about all things pet related and with the key well into class and all the answer questions right now. Our critters, all of that later on Conway.
Ray Lopez, our producer. Happy birthday to him. Although he hates that note. Just realized Ray and I have been working together for about half his life. How scary is that? This is what he's loaded into. Just, wow. That's his judgment. That's what he's decided to do. Anyway, happy birthday, Ray. Now, the former fire chief, Kristen Crowder, has lawyers have released the initial, they call it a formal tort claim. It's a precursor to the lawsuit against the city of Los Angeles because there's fired her, and she's accusing Cass of massive defamation, retaliation, and negligence, claiming dishonesty, scapegoating, unlawful retaliation that destroyed her career, not because she did anything wrong, but she was told the truth. And we're going to play you circumstances here. We mentioned in the last segment, Karen Bass in Africa, in Ghana, at a cocktail party because the president of Ghana had been inaugurated.
They're not really. Yeah, we're all hanging out. Me and George did miles ago together. Just sitting around watching MTV, Prince, 19, what's that movie, Purple Rain? We, some nights I'd come home, like I used to do. I love when a friend of mine comes home. We get together at 2 after a long night, right? Like if I was at a bar, snorting, and I come home at 3, and George comes home at 3 from the city. I love that conversation. That was always a great comment. What do you got left, George? I got this. What do I got left? And then at the end of the night, George, what do you got? I got another package in my pocket. You gotta work him to get that other. Come on, dog. Why are you holding that up? No, I didn't even know I had it. I went to the bathroom to pee and it fell out of my pocket.
Jeez, are there any drugs like that are better alone, or no? Do you like to do it with people?
I like them all.
Yeah.
I like that some of them that, mushrooms are a lot they're a lot better with people. Yeah. You're doing something. So you spin into the high and you're fucking, and now you say to yourself, I'm high. Right? You get like, you're like, I'm fucking high, but I'm around 20 people and we're giggling. And nobody's like, there's, even if an outsider comes over, you just laugh in their face. You just start laughing.
I love laughing in people's faces.
Oh my God. You just, when they come over, they're like, excuse me. And you're like, you have no idea. That's why the most important thing for an actor, like I learned, is the scene before. And this is really weird because people don't understand this. Like, when you get an audition side, our first scene is Me and Lee arguing about the business. Lee, what'd you do with that truck last week? I fucking washed it. What do you mean you washed it? It was supposed to be a transmission job. And then when you look at that scene, you go, okay, what's happening in that scene? He's arguing with Lee. He just said hello to George. George gave an egg sandwich, whatever. The scene before. What happened the scene before? You look through the pages, they're not there for an audition. Because you want to know that guy's state of mind. Right. Before he walked into that room. I don't know if this cat died. I don't know if he found his wife with the mailman. I don't know if he found, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And this is the same way you have to think about life sometimes, guys. I don't know where George walked off of. I might go up to George like I always do and go, what's up, cocksucker? I hit him. And he'll go, fuck you, blah, 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 blah. I didn't know George got hit by a car. Right. I didn't walk around with a wooden foot. I don't know this shit. And when you're driving and that guy cuts you off, and you follow him and throw a pencil at him, go, fuck you. And the guy pulls over and they shoot you. Maybe his wife just got into a car accident. She was pregnant with a kid.
Yeah. So when you're acting, you like make all that stuff up for the guy?
Make it up, but you also want to see what he just walked in from. I don't know what he walked in from. I don't know if on the way to work he stepped on a fucking piece of glass and got 5 stitches. I don't know, when he dropped his daughter off, she told him she forgot her lunch and they had to go all the way back home. And now he's 55 minutes late for his meeting. All those little things. And that's the same thing people should be considering of other people in life. Right? I don't know what George walked into. I don't know what Nick just walked into. And I don't know what you just walked into. So before I start fucking railing my hands up, I want to observe you for 5 minutes before you come up and go, hey, can you have a picture? I just got here. Yeah. I don't know. You don't know where I came from. You come up to me, you 6 little goofy friend. Hey, can I get a picture? You don't know. You have to take a shit. I want people to understand what life is really about. I don't know. George, pick me up at fucking Segovia. You know, hey George, fuck you. I'm trying to make a fucking living here. But I could always call George to pick me up. But on that particular day, something happened to George. You gotta get up early and go fucking meet the fire department or some stupid shit. Right. I don't know that. Right. I don't know that. I snap at people. And I'm very wrong for doing it. Because you don't understand what happens when I open up the computer. That's why I don't open up the computer anymore. What happens when you do that? That's why I drink my coffee and I relax. And I enjoy my life. When I think about my life, what I want to do and what I'm grateful for. And then I go and then I write. And I smoke pot. And then I fucking go on DraftKings and do the daily thing to see if I can win 300 fucking stick. Yeah, they have that new thing now. Game that you hit it every morning. Oh yeah. At the end of the week you win like 2,000 whatever rounds. You know, I do that. And then at the end of all that, I go on social media, and that's where the fun starts. Hey, fat man, you said last year, and you're like, then I start thinking about him. What did this guy, what has he just walked out of? Did his wife tell him he was a little dick motherfucker? Did he get fired from his job? Did his wife commit suicide? So you always gotta think that way. It's not what they're doing, it's why are they acting that way. You know, I tell George all the time, don't look at the comments. Yeah, that you told me that instantly. You know what, you can probably don't look, you know, 90% of it might be good, but there's always 10% of people that you don't know what happened with them. They didn't get a job that day. They want to be a stand-up comic, and now you are, and they don't like it. Fuck you, you fuck! You know, I think better stick. Okay. Right. I just did the garden 3 weeks ago. When I stopped. Right. Done this. When I stopped. If that's what you feel. So you have to think about where that guy was walking in from. What happened to this day? Did his mother break his fucking Lego? Yeah, his mother must have stepped on his Legos. He's 38, he lives at home. And that's the assumption you make. Right. You're like, this guy lives in his mother's basement. No. It's grown guys like you and I that got divorced or somebody said something back to them, and now you have success in that area or no success in that area, but they feel, look at Doug, I don't have to tell you, I just know from 10 years ago, the podcast comments. I can tell you what they are. Oh yeah, put this guy on, put that guy on, do this, do that. Who's this guy giggling? Who's this? It doesn't matter. When you do a podcast, when you do 10 years and you last, then you come see me. Until that time, oh, you should put more light. Oh, you should put a carpet. Oh, you should shut your fucking mouth. But you can't say that because I don't know where that comes from.
Right. You were saying you were talking before the podcast, and the more I think about it, I think you're 1,000% right. Is that something shifted? It wasn't COVID. It was when Kobe died.
Kobe died. Like that's when the world changed, and a month later we got hit with COVID.
Yep.
Look at the date of Kobe's death, January 29th, one of those. February 1st, one of those. The world, when I got home on the 405 that day, I lived in California for 23 years, and I never saw the 405 like that. Number one, it was empty. And there was a breeze, there was a wind, and the leaves were blowing in a way I had never saw it. And as I was getting on the 405 headed home, I saw a little bit of smoke, and I heard all the ambulances and fire. But I didn't know what it was. I got off by your old house, 405 in that street there, where you have these.
Canyon or something?
There, before that.
Oh, okay.
And you shoot down, and I remember getting home. My daughter and my wife were at church. I walked into the back, and I hit Yahoo. I turned the computer on, and the Yahoo page just said, Kobe Bryant, down the helicopter. And you can still hear it.
Yeah.
You can still hear something was going on. And I just remember the way the sky looked.
It was a cloud. I landed in LA. It was cloudy.
And that weekend was very weird. That was a very scary weekend for me because my gig got canceled in November with Steve Simone.
Okay.
We were going to Atlanta.
Right.
And we got canceled, and we had to remake the date. So I said, you know what? I don't want to fuck around and not make the date. Just give me Atlanta. I'm just doing that. No, you can't do that. You got listen. I'm just doing fucking Atlanta. So I'm leaving Friday and I come back fucking Sunday. And that's it. We're going to focus on Atlanta. I own that date. As a man, I own the date. I got to fucking do it. Me and Steve left Friday night. Airport was fucking weird. And that's the night that I think I got on the elevator first.
That was my favorite story.
And a lady came on the elevator, fucking mangled, Asian, mangled. Her hair was pulled, the dress. And that's from the beginning of COVID. No. There was something, because I didn't know about COVID till Vegas weekend, which was after Valentine's Day weekend. That was the first time I heard about COVID, because Chemo was there, a dear friend of mine, and he's security for Guns N' Roses. And he said Guns N' Roses had canceled all their dates, except one date in Mexico. That will not get canceled. That the Mexicans do not care about COVID because they have like an Asian run.
Right. Oh, that can't happen.
That can't happen. So when I came back from there, this when I was like, fuck, COVID is real. This is real. You know?
I love that you told her that you're not going to take the next elevator.
The next fucking, she came in the elevator, we get the fuck out of here. But that was on the way out. But on the way back, we got to Atlanta. And there was tons of Chinese people. Like I'm thinking to myself, am I tripping on acid? Because first of all, this is a chocolate city. Why are all these Asians landing here? And then when I got home, was when, and then we got on the 405, and that's when we found out Kobe was done. But it took a shift, and like, remember, everybody all of a sudden, the lady, the judge covered her mouth, had a fraternity party. 32 years earlier, all the fucking Me Too started coming out. Women started remembering that in 1955, Joe Diaz bumped into them in the elevator. And that dog, it was insane. It was insane. And I'm sitting there going, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like the world, which is changing. And I'll never forget that this dumb girl, that was a fucking cohort comic. I don't even know where she is. They took the kid away from her. She snorted so much coke. Damn, that bitch was selling her eggs. We did a show one time. I don't think I stayed with you that night. I did a show in Secaucus. I had to go to Harmon Cove in the morning to do the Disney bus. And that Disney wanted to try something. So they wanted you, if you did something in the city for Disney, you did the park and ride, they wanted entertainment for the buses. So I got a call for $75 to do a bus, 75 each way. So you got two of them. You went over and back. They were just going to do one thing. You got to be there at 8 in the fucking morning. Guess what? I didn't sleep the night before. I was out all night with a package. And when I showed up to the job, I had a package. So I'm sitting down on the back of the bus because they said the comics sit in the back. We'll put the microphone in the front. And as the bus is moving, you got to do comedy. This is a horrible idea. This is fucking...
And you were standing up while the bus was moving?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
So, no. Let's get to the fucking story at hand here. So I'm sitting on the bus, and I meet this girl, and I'm talking to this girl, and she's looking at me because she knew what time it was. She knew what time it was. She's like, were you partying last night? And I'm like, yeah. Can't you smell it? And she's like, oh, my God. What were you doing? And I go, you know what I was doing? And she goes, do you have me left? And I go, yeah. Okay. There was no booze on the bus. I couldn't drink. I wasn't even thinking of doing it on the bus until I met this broad. So I go, hold on 1 second. I'm going to go in the bathroom and do a line, and then you meet me, go in there. What was the other way around? They would take the package, go in there. When you come out, give me the package, and I'll follow you, and then you get out of the bathroom. It's a fucking bus. 2 people don't even spit in the fucking bathroom at once. So I go to the package, and me and George go. 5 minutes go by.
Oh, no.
10 minutes goes by. 15, we get to the city. I'm about to get on fucking, well, I don't know if it's on stage. We're about to stand next to the bus driver and do a little fucking musical there. And dog, I'm late not there. And I'm like, and when you're coked up, you're like, this bitch is doing all my coke. So I start pounding on the fucking door.
I thought you were, I surprised it would last 15 minutes.
No, you were right now. Maybe she'll do like the chicken boogie. The chicken boogie that she had blood all over her face. And they just picked her up. The guy's like, I don't know what happened. The guy smacks him in the face. Shut up. Shut up. This is the second girl that OD'd this week. Maybe you should get different stuff. I was the best one.
Not stop doing it. Just get different
So
stuff.
she finally opens the door. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And I go, where's the coke? And she goes, right here. I was taking care of myself. So I took the coke and she went out. Never thought about it again. I think I gave her the rest of the package on the way back to New York. Never saw her again. All they do at the ha-ha, where losers go to dump. And there she was one night telling me about it.
Welcome to How We Made Your Mother, which I think we're calling podcast. We're watching 208 episodes of How I Met Your Mother. I'm Josh Radner, and I played Ted Mosby on the show for 9 seasons. And I'm thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Davis. Well, if you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs, pineapples, and general knowledge. But we'll also use India and our relationship to it. These 14 years later, let's talk about life and love, art, and everything in between. Let's
Questions are swirling over who actually drew California's proposed new legislative map.
The reality is that it was a collaboration and lines of line. The border wall in New Mexico is getting a fresh coat of paint, and the hot temperatures down here, where something is painted black, it gets even warmer, and it will make it even harder for people to drive.
AFI News is on it.
Those who keep summer camps on flood zones require them to have emergency plans and weather radios and warning sirens.
Do not send letter to a war zone. Send her to camp. We trust that you will be safe. KFI AM 640, your number one preset for breaking news in Southern California. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're on every day from 1 to 4 o'clock. After 4 o'clock, John Cobo's show on demand on the podcast. So in Texas, the Republican legislature is in the process of redrawing the district lines, passing legislation that would lead to that. And of course, Gavin is on his horse, claiming that, well, if they do that, then we are going to take retaliation here in California and try to eliminate as many Republican Congress congressional districts as possible by redrawing the line. Now, he can't do that because the Constitution says that the lines have to be drawn by an independent commission.
So his idea is to put on this November's ballot a referendum to redraw the districts to overturn the Constitution for those amendments and give the Democratic legislature the power to redraw the districts as they see fit, as Newsom sees fit. Instead of an independent panel, instead of outsiders, Newsom wants control. And he thinks if he whips up enough anti-Trump hysteria, that he'll win. Even though 2/3 of the state doesn't want this system touched. 2/3 of the state, as of last week, wants congressional districts to be drawn by an outside panel. And Republicans are now filing a lawsuit against Newsom's redistricting plan. Because when you produce new legislation, you're supposed to give the public 30 days to review it. We're getting 3. So that's a violation too. But in case, the judges are quite biased to progressive governors at the point of ground Newsom. So if the Supreme Court fails at its job, then we're going to have to vote. The question is, who specifically wrote these redistricting tools drawn? Newsom approves. He didn't draw them himself. Pretty complicated. You have to draw a zigzaggy border to try to reach home in as many Democratic votes as possible while eliminating Republican votes in any given district. Their goal is to get 48 of the 52 districts to vote Democratic. In other words, no matter what the Republicans put up as competition, no matter if there's any independent candidates, independent and Republican voters will almost never have a choice. In 48 out of 52 districts, it's going to be drawn so the Democrats always win. Which, of course, is disgusting. But that's what he's doing. Now, nobody seems to want to admit he's drawing the maps. I'm going to play you this clip. And you are going to hear Sabrina Cervantes. She's the California State. She's the California State Senate Elections Committee Chair. Ashley Zavala, Channel 3 Sacramento, KCRA. Is grilling Cervantes about the truth amendments. And listen to Cervantes do Big Dodge.
So the Rules Committee is responsible for putting the maps onto our public website, Committee on Elections. So that has now been posted since Friday and then adjusted on Monday per 8604. Did this committee meet then to draw the lines? And we were just trying to ascertain who exactly is responsible for drawing these maps at this point. So the criteria remain the same for the CRC. 76% of the districts remain the same, and that is what Californians will see. There are many folks, stakeholders who have had an input on the map drawing process, but ultimately this is up to the decision of California voters, whereas the CRC, which we respect, we want to make sure that there's a nationwide citizen redistricting commission, but the reality is we are in an emergency. And this is our emergency.
Wait, stop. There's no emergency. Not one person outside of Gavin Newsom has in the state of California. I have no interest in working in Texas. Not our business. You're going to have tens of thousands of people who are independent or Republican, and they will have no chance to have Republican candidate in the district election. What in God's name does that have to do with Texas? That's their business. The Texas people don't like it. They
ones. We're giving our clients over 2.5 months to review these maps thoroughly and make a decision on whether or not moving forward.
All right, stop. There's not going to be any scholarly economic process going on here. It's just going to be screaming about Trump trying to whip up the anti-Trump passion. That's going to be the extent of the damn thing. Because other people don't pay attention to him. Listen to a couple of them. They sent the woman Alexandra Casita trying to get a straight answer. And the simple majority leader Cecilia Adler-Curry. Cecilia's a Republican. Adler-Curry's a Democrat. Same question. Who drew redistricting there? Nobody wants to say it.
Who drew these maps? And I'm not saying general groups. I'd like specific names. Who specifically drew these maps?
So these are the legislators' maps, the legislature's maps. We did 3 important things. We took the knowledge of public input from the commission, keep the more cities whole than the commission's map, and we're letting our voters see the maps and make a decision.
Not a majority. I understand. I've heard all that. Who drew the maps? It's a very simple question. Names from group. Okay, I'm in the assembly and I did not draw these maps. No, and I'm aware of that. But the same way that in this bill it says that the Assembly Elections Committee, not Chair Cullerin, not Assemblymember Salache, not Assemblymember Bennett, I am a part of that group. So by association, I have been lumped in, Mr. Bennett. So I'm asking, who drew these maps?
The legislature drew the maps.
Who specifically in the legislature?
The legislature drew the maps.
This is transparency, but we don't get to know who drew
The
the maps.
legislature drew the maps.
Again, over 76% of
That's not what I'm asking. I've heard the maps. I have heard your response to that. I am asking a specific question.
Let's have one person speak at a time, please.
My question has not been answered. The information you've given, I've already heard. I've got it here.
The question has been answered. You just don't like the answer.
You said the legislature. I am the legislature. I am part of the legislature. Is that correct, Madam Chair? Because I am not a Democrat.
Senator Bennett,
Can we just try and answer it?
It's my time card.
Yeah, good. And when we say the legislature, all kinds of things happen in the legislature. We're not all involved in every one, but they're all controlled by the legislative leadership. The legislative leadership wrote these maps. Combination, we have a leader right here.
So
She's part of the leadership.
So you wrote the maps for how you write the maps.
Leadership team.
So then there you go. She's in leadership and she just said she didn't write the maps. Okay.
She was part of the leadership team.
Okay, can we bring the debate back to the chair?
The team. Okay. You know who the team is. I think we've answered this.
The question has been answered. Do you have another question? And I'm sorry, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to say, you can all verify this. This week's edition of Capital Weekly podcast, I call Mitchell as our guest from political data. He spoke about the fact that he moved on an Italian vacation with his family in order to work on redrawing these maps.
Fantastic. Why could we not have Paul Mitchell here then to testify?
Some mystery, guys.
Okay, you have a witness say of
Let's go ahead and move forward with those questions.
Okay.
So some mystery guy named Paul Mitchell. While these people were blind, I'm saying it's the leadership. It's not the leadership. These people are stupid. Several people. They can't draw complex maps to control variables so that they can rig the election. Got another one. It's Virginia King still black. Can't my 24-hour age.
Here's the latest. LA's former fire chief says she was scapegoated by Mayor Mass and is taking legal action. In San Bernardino County, the search for a missing baby takes a new turn as the mayor stopped cooperating with investigators. The federal judge shuts down the Justice Department's push to unseal Jeffrey Epstein's grand jury records, and the new poll shows most Americans want the UN to officially recognize Palestine. We're going to check the 210 freeway next.
GetMeTheMint.com sorry to the best prices of your car, and it's even better with GetMeTheMint.com's big cash giveaway. Give me the Fit is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. You get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to the website GetMeTheMint.com. And that's
type in your car's VIN number or license plate number, you'll get an offer on your car in minutes, well above a dealer quote. IndyTheVin.com is America's best car buy. Sell on your car.
Southland weather from KFI brought to you by Life Source Water System. Today, sunny and light, partly cloudy on the coast with highs of mid-70s to 90s and valleys high and high desert. Hot and sunny with an extreme heat warning and temperatures soaring to 109. It's going to crash on the 210 in Montana. Westbound side of 210, right debris. Citrus and Clark had some metal debris. Now they're trying to get over to the right shoulder. Down San Bernardino, 250 down south before Highland. Another report some rock mulch catching fire over on the shoulder. It's also reported on that 215 southbound, right before you get to the 210 in San Bernardino. And on 91 westbound before Brokers. Still the next old van. Second line from there, 1 minute Fullerton. 57 south, you go over like the Boulevard, some Bell debris in the left lane. With South California's most accurate traffic report, signed Jay Harmon. Radio app, your favorite radio station fits right in your pocket. Live shows, news, sports, exclusive music channels, and voices that don't just go viral. They are the voices of your local community. Join the millions who already have it. iHeartRadio, the #1 app for radio. The free iHeartRadio app is the #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's iHeartRadio Podcast Preview.
How much do you know about the person you love and who they really are? This is a story about a young couple who fall for each other despite everything.
How can you succeed?
It's a story of manipulation on an epic scale.
This case, oh my god, that stopped. What the hell is going on?
It's about we are online, how little we know, and uncovering a 10-year scam. I'm Alexi Mostrous, I'm a journalist at Talkers Media, and this is Sweet Bobby.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Live concerts. Getting back to the moments you miss starts with getting your food. Get the latest info around COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone, Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Apple CarPlay. Our iOS app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash. And if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. People with their own troubles see a path forward by telling someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust. It can have deadly consequences. I'm Dugan Arnold, investigative reporter for the Boston Globe Spotlight team. And I am going to bring you inside this secret world through the story of one city at the forefront of America's drug war.
What's the name of it? Okay.
Basically, I wanted to hear about City, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
TMI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. On the next Bill Hamilton show, we're thinking of good life, discomfort, challenges. This show aren't in the picture, but maybe they should be. And that's coming up after 7 o'clock tomorrow morning on the next Hamilton show.
Gentlemen, you can find me at 645 everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. So, fighting in Sacramento because the Democrats found some strange data guru. I guess his name was finally given up. They called Mitchell. He's the guy drawing these congressional districts so that Republicans can't get elected for Congress in California anymore. This plan works. It'll be 48 out of the 52 districts. And the meetings go. Actually, it's involved for police story. He's trying to find out who it is. And so are a number of California Assembly people. And the Democrats are lying, covering up. And then finally somebody said it's a guy named Paul Mitchell who's with some data who went on vacation in Italy to draw up the lines to screw tens of thousands of people out of the choice for who they want as a congressman. Now, here's actually following after another California Assembly elections chair. This is named Gail Ellerman. Again, same question, who's treating your districting maps? And listen to power in these states.
Who exactly is responsible for the maps? Who do we tell California voters during the weekend?
Well, so the maps have been posted on our website since 8 o'clock yesterday. The line is very clear. You can go on and observe and see what we're doing. There are adjustments. Many counties and many districts are not getting touched at all. So,
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, my question is who is responsible for the maps? Specifically, who do we let California voters know are responsible for the maps that they are being presented to?
yeah, and several people involved.
Who specifically?
I don't have the full list right here with me, but we can certainly get that to you. But these maps are transparent. They're familiar with
the names of the people, the organizations. I mean, Governor Gavin used some comments that no special interest, or this would be transparent. This would not be done without proof. So we're trying to ascertain in this very short amount of time that you had to deliberate this, who exactly are the maps responsible for it?
very quickly. And the folks that were drawing the maps went back to the Independent Redistricting Commission's testimony and what they heard during their time when they were deliberating this. And they themselves ran out of time to do the work that they needed to do. And so we're basing these on the Voting Rights Act, and we're looking at really bringing the voters into this process, and that's why we're going to an election on November 4th, because in the day, what happens.
We're asking because voters back in 2008, 2010 took the power away from politicians to draw maps because they did not like it. It was an income protection plan. So we just need to know. I mean, that's why we're asking.
These are definitely unusual times. We are no longer governing in a democracy. We're governing in an authoritarian government. We are seeing things being seriously about California. We have education for children, our immigrant community, our LGBT community. They are getting decimated by this administration. This is an all-out assault on California's democracy and the rights and values. So we have to move quickly, but we are bringing the voters on to this process. We're letting them know the maps have been posted on the website. We have this election on November 4th, and at the end of the day, the voters will decide what is important to them and whether they want to adjust these maps to give California the voice it needs in Congress. That's my knowledge.
We adjusted them last night at 8 p.m.
As my understanding that they were by 8 a.m. They were out there.
There's an
collaboration between the people that actually did that work.
So the finest legislation state the detailed maps were prepared by the Assembly and State Senate Elections Committee.
So the reality is that the collaboration, and we can get into those specifics, but I think what's most important is the maps are out there for folks to see, to evaluate, to make a judgment on.
When you consume something, don't you want to know who makes it? When you are presented with something, don't you want to know where it's coming from? Don't voters deserve to
I go to a restaurant, I don't need to read the chef. I just enjoy the food.
If you're paying attention closely, and I know it's hard to read what you play,
It's this data in Palm Beach, and they run through computers, and they come up with what's the way to maximize Democrat votes so that nearly 100% of the districts ended with a Democrat candidate winning. That's what it was. They probably used AI, some advanced analysis technology. Well, it's the legislature. Well, no, it wasn't the legislature or something. And then they say, oh, we're in unprecedented times. Democracy is being threatened. So democracy is being threatened. You're taking away the choice from tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of voters by reinforcing one-party rule in California that only Democrats can take congressional seats over 90% of the time. That's what they're doing. And if you they talk fast and they got to trick themselves and just blather and babble, you're not going to know.
I have the 11th pick. Can you please give me the best strategy under these conditions for fantasy football team? But I think I'm going to wait to have the last two picks be a kicker and a defense because I'm going to switch them out every week. Do you think that's a good strategy?
Crowley had criticized Mayor Bass for allegedly cutting the fire department's budget by millions of dollars before the fires, and she was let go shortly after. News brought to you by Sit and Sleep. Bed Bath & Beyond execs have decided it's not in their best interest to operate in California. The decision isn't about politics, according to a statement from Marcus Levinas, the executive chairman of Bed Bath & Beyond. He claims California has made it nearly impossible for businesses to succeed. Claims overregulation, higher taxes, higher fees, and higher wages that many businesses can't sustain. The strategy for California would be to instead offer products directly to their website, 24 to 48-hour delivery. Business model aimed and the price is fair. Anthony Gonzalez, AFI News. San Bernardino County investigators are looking into a reported Kern County sighting of a missing 7-month-old from Yucaipa. The parents have stopped cooperating and the father has hired a lawyer. His car has since been impounded. If you haven't noticed, it's hot out there. We're really good.
As a significant heat wave that temperature soared.
The National Weather Service warns of a multi-day heat wave lasting through Saturday.
Temperatures well over 100 across many interior sections, and inland generally looking at temperatures upwards of 105 to 110.
Dr. Eric Williams, the National Weather Service says it's also going to be hot at night.
Overnight lows will actively be on the warmer side, potentially staying above 70 degrees, and this is going to cause stress.
Red flag warnings are in effect. Thunderstorms could spark fires. A slight cool down is expected Sunday, but temps won't return to normal until Tuesday. The federal judge has rejected the Justice Department's request to unseal Jeffrey Epstein's grand jury record. ABC's Catherine Falters reports the judge says the government should release the entire set of files instead, totaling tens of thousands of pages. Republicans on oversight committee in Congress, headed up by Chairman Comer, he sent a subpoena to the Department of Justice requesting the full unredacted Epstein files. So that would be a number of documents that DOJ and FBI had said that they had reviewed. Now, they were originally supposed to turn over those documents to Congress on Tuesday. Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, was serving 20 years in prison after her conviction for helping Epstein sexually abuse girls and young men. Epstein died in jail within a trial. The new Reuters Ipsos poll shows more Americans want the UN to recognize Palestine as a state. 58% support recognition, and nearly two-thirds say the U.S. should send aid. The results come as close allies like the UK, France, and Canada support recognizing Palestinian statehood. Sony is raising the price of its PlayStation 5 gaming console starting tomorrow. The cost goes up $50 in the U.S. The standard model will now sell for $550 From KFI today, Metro Lake, Orange County. It's sunny inland, partly cloudy on the coast with highs in the 70s to 90s. The valley's high desert, hot and sunny with an extreme heat warning and temperatures soaring to 109. On Thursday, it's more of the same. Right now, 101 in Northridge, 95 degrees in Laguna Woods, 75 in Rancho.
No way.
Santa Monica and 92 in Rancho Santa Margarita. The KFI financial report: the Dow gained 16, S&P 500 lost 16, Nasdaq went down 142. Let's go to a crash in Long Beach on the 710. Southbound left is 90 block with that flags, and this one's going to be the loss of middle lanes, and it's already a call from the 105. We had an earlier crash past that on the 710 southbound right at the 405, and did get that one cleared. In Anaheim, 91 westbound Rich and Brooker Street, trying to get that stall cleared from the second lane from your left. You're hit brakes from the 57. Now in Fullerton, 57 southbound Yorba Linda Boulevard. That earlier metal debris has been cleared from the lanes. Westminster, 22 westbound at Golden West Street. Center lane is going to be blocked with some debris. In Mountain Valley, 405 northbound Magnolia Street, they got that accident cleared from the lanes. And in Laguna Hills, 105 northbound, right on the Paz Road, clearing a stall from the lanes as well. With South California's most accurate traffic reports on June.
There's a little serious awareness trouble. You must express it. Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
From iHeart Podcasts and Good and Mild from Hurricane, this is Avatar, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater Vaudeville universe. Listen to Avatar on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Avatar and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. Less than 1% of water on Earth is drinkable, and humans are using it faster than nature can replenish it. Reduce the amount of water you use by taking shorter showers and
I don't know.
brush your teeth. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast.
Got some strong ass legs.
50,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Parties, disappears, everybody's
That's baller.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
On the iHeartRadio app, every day we are on 1 to 4 o'clock. You can count on that as the 4 o'clock John Cobell show on demand. On the iHeart app to catch up on whatever you missed. We opened the show by telling you about Karen Bass. Now being targeted by the former fire chief Christy Crowley. Officially, it's a claim that Crowley's making. This leads to a lawsuit. She's saying Bass faked she got fired. Fired from the SEC without signature. Bass was that. Mike Muntz said it was better, and he had more details.
I hold the claim in my hands, and it's interesting to look at this thing because it's basically the same document you would fill out if you filled out the steps at City Hall or the city vehicle might have run over your foot. In fact, they've got this, all listeners can't see what you can. There's like a diagram that you can basically indicate that with an X, which part of the street this crash might have happened on. So it's a very simple city employee document like that she has filed. And as you know, the same legal claim closer to So let's go back into this year. Palisades catch on fire in a very significant way, destroys this neighborhood, and where Karen Bass is under public pressure. And she probably claims here that the mayor wanted to deflect some of that pressure towards her when she made this announcement back in February.
As you know, I have called for a full investigation of everything leading up to January 7th. A necessary step into the investigation was the president of the Fire Commission telling Chief Crowley to do an after-action report on the fires. The fire chief refused. We all know that 1,000 firefighters that could have been on duty on the morning the fires broke were instead sent home on Chief Crowley's watch. These actions required her removal.
So that was the day that Chief Crowley was fired. If you recall that shortly after that, there was a pretty dramatic hearing at LA City Hall. The firefighters showed up to support the chief, but she did not keep off enough support from city council members to overturn Mayor Bass's decision. So today, we learned this was not the last that we heard from Chief Crowley.
I'm sorry, I thought you were leading up to it. She's looking for money. You're right, she wants to be made whole because she got shot.
She claims she lost weight. As I mentioned, this is a pretty typical city document, and so it's like you're playing under 25,000 or more than 25. She checks more than 25 and 25. She's not fooling around.
She's claiming that that's defended her. She said she only got in trouble when she told the truth. She said she went on Fox 11 and she was asked repeatedly to the city bail us. And she finally said yes. And she said, we've been screaming for funding. We're underfunded. The whole routine. It didn't seem like that was the turning point in the relationship there where she decided enough of this, I'm going to tell the truth. And that is defunded us to some extent.
That's exactly right. Go back to that year, even to the city council meeting where they decided they would not overturn the mayor's decision. You saw people expressing sympathy for the position Chief Crowley found herself in, saying that this relationship between mayor and chief was clearly irrevocable at this point. So it was the best of the city that the chief moved on with her life. But in the longer claim filed, in addition to the city document, Chief Crowley spells out each date in which run in 2024, she begged the city for more money from the fire department to support her claim that she's now making the city cut her fire department budget by more than $17 million. And then she goes into the attack against Karen Bass, the mayor, by early 2025, saying that the mayor knew well in advance that wildfire potential was extremely serious, but she went to Ghana anyway. And the reason the mayor fired the fire chief is because she was derelict in her own duty and needed the city.
It's impossible to believe that Karen Bass didn't know fire storm was coming. Maybe it's because we worked in the butler at the radio station, but that was big news for a number of days that was coming. Because the warnings went as early as January 2nd, I think, and it was January 7th when this happened. And she was here until 4th or 5th. I'm astonished that she's thinking in the story that she had no idea it was possible.
The timeline provided by the fire chief in this complaint, in this claim, she spells out where Bass was basically minute by minute on January 7th. When she statements, saying not only was the mayor talking about the danger that the area was facing, she was praising the very fire department that she was leading for the position that she said
public statements about impending fire possibility.
By almost noon on January 7th, after Chief Crowley begins to quote, I'm reading from her complaint, Crowley again updated Bass's office on the Palisades fire. Bass posted a message on X accurately advising the public that in preparation for high winds, LAFD deployed strike teams in near areas to wildfire. Firefighters now active aggressively responding.
Nobody saw those strike teams in the Palisades. I got a lot of friends. Nobody was there. Well, in the morning, in fact, nobody was there even to sunset. Nobody showed up.
And the questions that you're raising are related to the job that was done on the LA Fire Department. I don't think we've seen a picture on what the plan was. And we're still waiting on that after-action report, which was just delayed again this week. So he's done that because it should have been out by now. That's right now. It's been delayed because they're funding the feds. It's a very strange position for just bystanders, especially Palisades residents, to find themselves in this Karen Bass versus Christy Crowley battle because there were apparent deficiencies in both of their performances leading up to the fires and in the aftermath of the fires. So a lot of people felt weird perhaps having to take a side in this battle because it does seem that it might be fair to say that each of them makes six.
A lot of the charges came from LA Times reporting, for example, claiming that Crowley sent home 1,000 firefighters, that there was 40 engines sitting idle and could have been used. The Times reported that, and Bass is most negative information, most of the argument that Crowley had to be fired. Crowley is outright denying
completely denying them. And you notice if you look at the footage from the mayor when she announced the removal of Kristen Crowley as fire chief, she only named two things. She did not say Kristen Crowley went on Fox 11 and said we didn't give them enough money, even though we knew that was where the relationship started to break down. She said two things. One, we asked the fire commission to do an after-action report. The chief allegedly refused to participate in that. And two, there were 1,000 firefighters who should be available were sent back instead on the fire chief's watch. That's what the mayor said. Yeah, that's why Kristen Crowley had to go.
Yeah, and it kind of that's something that Bass will admit,
and also something that Crowley very in and out this.
I don't know how to sort this.
Well, again, there's a lawsuit. Shall see another lawsuit that the city might have to pay.
With what?
We're never going to dig out of this hole.
All right, Michael Bunch, very good. KFI News on the case. It's Deborah Martin, Virginia D'Agostino, live on KFI 24 News.
Here's the latest. LA County's top prosecutor has tough words on the Menendez brothers' push for release. A California resident has tested positive for the plague, caring for the girls killed in Texas. Summer camp letter demanding new safety laws ending Gaza. Israel's defense minister has signed off on a major phase of the war. We're going to check the 605 freeway next.
If I've ever heard an accident, I've told some games. I already know that's the team are on their side, but so should you. Because the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win the most. One of my listeners was injured after being rear-ended at a red light, and the insurance company offered him $60,000. It might seem like a lot of money. But they got stupid games fighting him instead, and they were awarded $745,000. Not just 60. They can't guarantee the outcome of the case, but whether it's a car crash, motorcycle accident, trucking accident, the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable for pursuing justice. They can make nothing until they win. So if you were a loved one who's hurt in an accident, you call Sweet James. 800-9 million, 800-9 million. Free consultation, easy number to remember. And don't wait. Wait to hear your case. Call the firm that wins the most. Call Sweet James, 800-9 million, 800-9 million, sweetjames.com.
From the Southern California Toyota Direct Traffic Center, save more in the month with Toyota's full line of fuel-efficient vehicles. Right now, we're going to a crash on the 605 in Walton Park.
605 southbound, right at the remote out. We've got a big crash directly from the two right lanes. Looks like it just hit that to the shoulder, but you're already stepped up from the Arrow Highway. In Rosemead, 10 East of Rosemead Boulevard, heads in the ladder in the left lane. In Royal Heights, and Park South at Indiana Street. Got a new accident making its way to the shoulder. It's going to be a slow ride all the way down to the 605. And in Encino on the 101 at Wyoming. And that stall cleared from the left lane. It's going to be backed up now all the way to Woodland. West Southern California's no factory traffic report inside Jim Carmen.
What's exciting? Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
From iParty Podcasts and Ruben Ryle for Aaron Lee, this is Going Town, a new fiction podcast set in Bridgewater, Montana. Listen to Abingtown on America's #1 podcast network, iTunes. Follow Abingtown and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Hey everybody, it's me, Kate Horn, here to talk to you about a new podcast called Casuals, starting January 21st. It's a sports podcast for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. It's just regular people laughing about sports, not screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly, like not about something as serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. Is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you're feeling froggy, don't click that follow button. Because listen, it's unclickable. You know it's unclicking it, like that was a bad decision. It's not going to get a notification when you do that. But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal. Because it's going to be good. Oh, it's going to be good.
Listen on America's number one podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's number one podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and listen to podcasts like this.
When's the last time you took a chance?
I was traveling, and a few girls sat down next to me. That was enough for me.
I'm Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel leads to lasting love, decades-spanning friendship, and ultimately change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters with me, Francesca Street. iHeart is America's number one podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the last spire to a big town of Lakeland lies the South River Universe. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country.
I found a struggle worth fighting for.
Gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive training facility. The air, crops, the air, the forest, we built it differently.
The forest occupation and things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other.
Until one day, everything shatters.
Approximately 9 o'clock this morning, law enforcement was moving through various sectors of the property. An individual, without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper.
What I heard was a full clip unload. It was just like a full mess of shots, just blasting off.
From Wondery, Inside Media, Tigerwood TV, this is to the Florence.
We got about 150 to 200 protesters got moved to the hospital now.
I'm not fishing. Follow me into the Florence.
Listen on America's number one podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now.
AM 644 Studio 88 Talk.
Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show, it's a comedy time.
It's going to be the first news and news of the summer at the BJ's Restaurant and Food House in Huntington Beach on Beach Boulevard.
It's going to be the most fun you've had in so long.
We'll be there starting at 9 tomorrow. General Chicken at 645 everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Coming up after 2:30, we're going to have Northern California Congressman. And two things to talk to him about. One is he is trying to get a bill passed in Congress to get rid of these middle of the decade redistricting ideas, which is what Newsom wants to call here in California, and also stop it in Texas as well. None of this argument. This is wrong in Texas, this is wrong here. And it's especially wrong here because Newsom's only doing it because they what's going on in Texas, and that's not our business. And he's taking away Californians' choices when it comes to voting. We're only going to have Democrats win 48 out of 52 congressional seats. Well, there's a lot of independent voters, a huge number of independent voters in the state. I think more than a third are independent or Republican. And suddenly they're in districts where they can only vote for Democrats, even more districts. That's this, you know, and then he clustered around with authoritarians. Fake and phony. It's hard to get about Newsom's big plan here. Also,
about the fire and another congressman said they wanted a county kind of investigation, $100 million in firing money from Palisades and out the front. And we went to ultimately a bunch of nonprofits, and nobody seemed to figure out what to any of the people who lost their homes. We'll talk about that. One more thing about the Palisades fire, which is that Michael Monk said, because Fire Chief Christy Crowley has filed a precursor to a lawsuit claiming that she was unfairly fired into fake by Karen Bass, who lied about Crowley did join the fire. And there's supposed to be an international report that CEQA requires the report to examine the city's response to the fire. But Bass says the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Fed, Mr. DeVille Sailor's office, reached out to LA City leaders to postpone its release. The federal government, specifically the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, is still investigating what started the fire on January 2nd. This is such a peculiar case. No wonder it goes on longer. I think there's something bad here that nobody wants publicized, or something why it was told. I don't really get it. They know that the story is teenagers started the fire early New Year's Eve morning, 2-3 in the morning, and it burned a number of acres. Started to put it out. But the big groups a week later may have stirred it up again, which is possible. Not likely, but it's possible. And if it is possible, why did the fire department have a crew right there on the spot? It did start near where the old fire was now. And I don't know, 7 months later, they don't seem to have a handle on this yet, or at least nothing they want to admit to. Bass had a statement saying, according to state regulations, cities are required to complete an after-action report. Last week, the U.S. Attorney's Office requested the report be held to avoid interference with the ongoing federal investigation. Don't know what that's about. I don't know if you saw this today. How many times have a story? You know that downtown skyscraper that has graffiti all over it? It's the most disgusting eyesore imaginable. You see it whenever they cover a sporting event. If they have an aerial shot from a helicopter, this is one of the towers that sticks up into the sky and has all this primitive-looking graffiti all over it. Just nonsense. And because you had all these local street lights climbing over the fence, climbing up the stairs, and they painted all this graffiti on 3 unfinished high-rises. You can see it on the 110, you can see it on the 10. And it's right across the street and from the crypto arena. And it's still there. And no action's being taken to get rid of this. It's so embarrassing. I've never seen anything like this. This is like a sign of LA's total decay, total collapse. They want to get rid of it for the World Cup funds next year. And certainly by the Olympics. The towers, one of them is 49 stories high. And it's really depressing. Casey Horton is co-founder of the Downtown LA Residents Association and said the graffiti towers have worldwide infamy. It's like this beacon that shines and says, don't create mischief down here and you will get into trouble. This is the spot to do it. I don't know why. I don't understand why the city can't go in and clean it up just so it doesn't look so gross. They're waiting on a new owner. They're launching the property off September 17th. Actually, they auctioned it off September 17th, but the winner couldn't come up with the money. So The real estate broker handling the case said there are two companies that are competing as bidders, but it might be the end of the year before it closes. There's a lot of debts to pay, and it's obviously very expensive to continue to rebuild. They should be covered. They should send a team up there and scrub that away, and they should build impenetrable security. You know, kind of like the border wall. Speaking of the border wall, I don't know if you saw, Trump has had the border wall painted black, so it's always really, really hot, and it make it difficult to climb, especially in the summertime. It'll be hot steel. So that border wall, you're still going to build, I think, about 700 miles. And despite the stop of construction, it's going to be so hot. And they kind of, they're also drilling wall spikes into the ground. So those spikes are going to be deep in the ground, and there's going to be spikes on the top. And it's 120 degrees in the temperature. God knows what the temperature is. The steel itself. And this is the answer to, I remember hearing this for years. It's like, we built the whole everywhere over it. There's a wonder. It's like, you build the spikes deep enough to get one. You build it high enough, make it black. If they touch it, go in there, they'll burn their hands off. That's how you do it. You can always make something and take it. Our prisons are all impenetrable. Nobody gets in, nobody gets out. El Salvador's got that Supermax prison. Dig a hole. Some stupid excuse. Our leader back has a Republican congressman in Northern California, and he has a bill out to try to stop redrawing districts in the middle of the decade, wasting sensitive. And he's going to talk about Newsom shenanigans. Newsom wants to get rid of Denver Highlands. They've been at each other for years, and so they want to redraw Highlands district out of existence. Also been talking about the fire situation, because that's $100 billion, and nobody knows if it went to any homeowner in Palisades or Altadena, but a lot of nonprofits. But you know what nonprofits are like when it comes to the homeless and clean air. So we'll talk to that next. It's Deb Markets, Virginia University of Live again, like 24-hour news.
LA County's top prosecutor isn't mincing words. DA Nathan Hoffman released a scathing statement today on whether Lyle and Eric Hernandez, the brothers convicted of murdering their parents in 1989, should be free from prison. Hoffman says the pair have never accepted responsibility and continue to promote a false narrative of self-defense and never made a risk to society. He compared their case to Sirhan Sirhan, who was denied parole for assassinating Robert F. Kennedy. Hoffman says renewed media attention doesn't change the fact. He says the Menendez brothers were convicted of brutal murders, and justice must be guided by law, not spectacle. Heather Booker, KFI News. It was brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. A resident of California has tested positive for the plague.
Now recovering at home, a resident in South Lake Tahoe has tested positive for the plague. According to local health officials, they believe the person could have been divided infected fleas while camping. In a separate incident last month, a person in Arizona died from the plague.
ABC's Alex Stone reports plague is a disease caused by a type of bacteria. There are about 7 cases every year in the U.S. and it circulates among wild rodents and other animals. Questions are swirling over who actually drew California's proposed new legislative map. During a hearing Tuesday, Assemblywoman Alexandra Macedo asked for details, but Elections Committee Chair Gail Halloran could only say the work was done by several people without offering names.
The reality is that it was a collaboration of individual specifics, but I think what's most important is the maps are out there for folks to see, to evaluate, to make a judgment on, to find them on.
Republican Assemblyman David Tongiba had his microphone cut as he questioned Hillary. Vice President J.D. Vance and other administration officials visited National Guard troops at Washington, D.C.'s main train station.
Hey guys, how you doing? Chance of D.C. could be heard as the Vice President delivered hamburgers to National Guard troops at Amtrak's Union Station.
You can hear these guys outside here screaming at us. Of course, these are a bunch of crazy protesters. J.D. Vance is talking about the consequences for this family. Here we go.
paper. Michael McCown, who lost his 8-year-old daughter, says more protections are needed.
We did not send women to abortion camps or hurt camp who trusted shootings. No parent should ever again face what we are living through now.
If passed, the bill to keep summer camps out of flood zones require them to have emergency plans, weather radios, and warning sirens. Israel's defense minister has approved a new phase of operations in Gaza's most crowded areas. The military says it will call up tens of thousands of reservists, while rights groups warn the expanded assault could worsen the humanitarian crisis. Branching the 57 freeway next.
If you're looking to sell your home, you call Seller's Advantage and they're going to make you a cash offer. No need for repairs with Seller's Advantage. There's no real estate agents. So they close it. They buy with cash, as is. They might offer a $10,000 advance help. Go read the reviews online and call for a no obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-2747. SellersAdvantage.com. DR number 0196-1658.
Local weather from KFI today in Metro LA and Orange County. It's sunny inland, partly cloudy on the coast, with highs in the mid-70s to 90s. In the valleys, IE and high desert, sunny and hot with an extreme heat warning and temperatures soaring to 109. Right now it's 87 degrees in Irvine, 91 in Brea. It's going to crash on the 57 in Orange.
57 southbound line gets to 22. Got a new accident involving the rig. They are clearing that to the shoulder, but you are in delays from Hall Road. In Pomona, 10 eastbound after 57 got stalled, blocking the right lane. In Bowling Park, 605 south at Ramona, that crash cleared from the two right lanes. Still some slowing there, though. 605 north, just before the 60, got stalled in the left lane. And in East LA, on 5 south at Calzona Street, a new accident tweeting its way over to the right shoulder. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report, signed Jim Harmon. We all remember that one teacher who made a difference. Now's your chance to say thank you in a big way. iHeartRadio's Thank You Teacher, powered by Donors Choose. Nominate an outstanding teacher in your life to be among the winners of $5,000 to stock your class at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
Mix and match sets. Create your own unique set combo that is as unique as you are. Mix, match, or happy with James.
It's easy to tell if you've had way too many to drive. But what if you've had just one too many to drive? Never underestimate just a few. Bus driving is drunk driving. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, the Ad Council of this nation. The free iHeartRadio app is now podcasts all in one. Classic library of 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this podcast. This is what it actually says on the Los Angeles Police Department website. The site states that the Adult Missing Persons Unit investigates 3,200 cases a month, and 70% of those missing people are found or returned voluntarily within 2 or 3 days. It goes on to explain, and I quote here, since being a missing person is not a crime, police are given a very limited role while conducting these types of investigations. To the bottom of the webpage, it gets more disturbing. There's a section titled, What They Never Returned. Here's the official police advice. In certain situations, you may want to enlist the services of a private investigator to assist in your search. If you can't afford a PI, please elaborate more. Another option would be to contact the Salvation Army, which has a missing persons locator program. There's not a single sentence on the LAPD website that would lead a loved one of a missing person to have any faith that the police could properly investigate it. What the LAPD is basically saying is, if someone you love goes missing, don't overreact. They'll probably turn up unless they don't, in which case you should get someone besides the police to look into it. All this is my way of saying, if the police do missing persons cases as seriously as they do, say, bank robberies, wouldn't have had to do this podcast in the first place. Then enough chase my pilot halfway around the country. I'm Neil Strauss, and you can hear the full story to live in LA.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Nobody covers it like KFI.
Questions are swirling over who actually drew California's heroes in the legislative map.
The reality is that it was a collaboration. Lines of the line.
Border wall in New Mexico is getting a fresh coat of paint.
concept that 2 years old is an American. Your trusted shootings. KFI AM 640, your number one preset for breaking news in Southern California. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk radio. John Cobell Show on every day from 1 until 4, and then after 4 o'clock, you can listen to what we missed on the podcast. John Cobell Show on demand. We have Congressman Kevin Kelly from Northern California, Republican, coming on with us. 2 things. One, he and another congressman have called for some kind of accounting investigation into what happened to the fire aid money that was supposed to benefit homeowners in the Palisades and Altadena, $100 million. And there's been a lot of questions, a lot of complaints saying, hey, we don't know anybody's seen the money. And also, obviously, we have to talk about the districting idea that Newsom has, because they're trying to redistrict out of the system. So let's get Kevin on. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm all right. Let's start with the redistricting thing, because that's the hottest thing going at the moment. And talk about fire and stuff. It's like, so you're under threat personally if his redraw goes through.
Well, you know, what else to do? These are the capacity everywhere we can. We just need to find every attempt that he made for our big small people sending this down to the line and get off here for what I believe is out vote. So, one way or another, even if it's very good, I'm confident that I can do some of it, but we're going to make sure it's something. This is absolutely outrageous from to the voters of our state. It is an attempt to blow up our state constitution. And so we have a lot of ways to stop this. I'm working on it in Congress. We've got lawsuits coming and we can beat them at the ballot box. Despite every attempt we can hold it to keep lawsuits.
Is there a federal entity to this legally? That a federal lawsuit can be filed to stop this nonsense?
Well, there will be lawsuits that literally right down honestly at some point. Those things that we will have to go are going to be in state court.
Right. And it is surprising that they seem to blow up out of nowhere, and he suddenly knows in response to next. Still, I mean, we have the state constitution that's pretty clear that it's an independent redistricting panel that does this. It passed in 2010, 61-39, I think. It is still, according to the poll last week, popular 64 to 36. I mean, most people like having, I know this is not a perfect panel, but it's better than what he's proposed. Are you surprised to see this on?
Well, I'm not surprised that nothing that he's done surprised me. There seems to be sort of no limit to this corruption and what he will do in terms of overturning the bill of voting, in terms of restoring what is legally allowable in order to advance his own political self-interest. But, I guess, for a second, when you look at it, we're like reverting to the bill.
All right, on to the fire. So $100 million
Here's the latest. A man has been arrested on suspicion of pulling off a multi-million-dollar cargo heist in LA. Northern California police are testing AI body cams to help officers communicate with people who don't speak English during traffic stops. President Trump is blasting Smithsonian museums, calling them woke. More critics push back, and overseas, Israel is sending more troops into Gaza. We're going to check the 605 freeway next.
GiveMeTheBid.com is already the best place to sell your car. Now it's even better. GiveMeTheBid.com big cash giveaway. GiveMeTheBid is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. And for more details, go to their website, GiveMeTheBid.com. If they want to buy your daily driver, pickup truck, SUV, minivan, exotic car, you go to GiveMeTheBid.com, enter your car's name or license plate number. And you get an offer in minutes, and that offer is going to be better than any other dealer's offer. Enter your car's VIN or license plate number. GiveMeTheBid.com is America's best car buy. Sell your car.
Today, sunny inland, partly cloudy on the coast, with highs in the mid-70s to 90s. In the valleys, the high desert, hot and sunny with an extreme heat warning. Temperatures soaring to 109. It's going to be a crash on the 605 in Monty. On the south side of the 605, right at the 60 west, London lane, you're going to be stopped from the 10. And on the 605 before, just before the 60, traffic has been stalled cleared from the left lane. It's already slowed from the 5. West Covina, 10 westbound Sunset, heads up Wood Tower in the left lane. Little over 105 west at Long Beach Boulevard, 9X in the center line area, and south Villa, the 110 North, and the 105. Now put a stall in the fast track lanes. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report, signed Jim Martin.
My radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, this music and podcasts just for you. It's the free iHeartRadio app. Radio is your way. Join the millions who already have it. Download the free iHeartRadio app, the #1 app for radio. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
presidential fellow in urban studies at Chapman University. Also does research at the University of Texas. And he has written like the most eloquent indictment of capitalism, just by explaining what's really happening in people's lives here in Southern California in terms of how bad the economy is here and the unemployment and the lack of wages. Because Wilson is on a new book where he's got those strange little political nerds and weirdos on the staff writing all these incendiary tweets, sometimes mimicking Trump style, sometimes just random nastiness, and I think it's really cool. And there's political obsessives who think it's really cool, which have nothing to do with ordinary person's life. And it's kind of hijacked all the stories about this, about his fight with brothers and it's behind all this ridiculous nonsense too. Now, if it is anything, there's a lot of struggle in California, more than any other state, not just in raw numbers, which we're the largest state, but in terms of the percentages. And Joel Hopkins puts this together so well. And I'll read you something. It's something you actually have to listen to, because in this distracted, high-graphic media environment, you really think of one thing at a time. You can only read one thing at a time. You can only discuss one thing at a time. And everybody gets so far afield worrying about the Twitter feed, the next feed, that they completely forget what it's like for most people just getting up in the morning and trying to make it at the end of the day, at the end of the week. So I'll tell you about that coming up. I mentioned in the last segment we have Kevin Howley on, and he wants, well, the House of Representatives says, say official legal letters, and they want to know what happened with the firing that was made for the Alameda and Palisades owners. We're talking about nonprofits, and a lot of these nonprofits are just, they're just fronts for criminal operations. Do you remember early this year, the Zeldin, his enemy, the Environmental Protection Agency, and he said there was $20 billion that the Biden administration sent to nonprofits that was being thrown out the door. Remember that there was an undercover interview done with a Biden bureaucrat who had been in some classic gold bars off the Titanic after Biden lost the election. Trump was coming in, and they knew all the green energy statement was going to be blocked. Well, Zeldin went on a podcast that the New York Post has called Hot Force One, and he said they started investigating with great enthusiasm and eagerness. And every time we overturned a rock, this is like 20 billion, in that brand new inspector, we found something underneath that was filled with self-dealing conflicts of interest, unqualified recipients, or reduced oversight. This is how they do it. The Biden administration decided to have a certain bank that had $20 billion in an account with Citibank. So Biden's got the $20 billion in the Citibank, and they decided to have that bank send the money through it, pass through nonprofit companies. They're called NGOs, nonprofit organizations. 8 of them. So that anybody on the outside will lose track of the money you get for and not be able to follow. Therefore, it's corruption at all 8 stops. And it was executed by former Obama and Biden officials, Democratic voters. And this was EPA climate change money that had been rooted through the nonprofits and stolen. Called the slush fund. For example, they found a slush fund called Power Forward Communities. It's all coalition of nonprofits. It's layer after layer after layer. And connected to a former Georgia gubernatorial candidate, Stacey Abrams, That nonprofit was worth about $100. Wouldn't they $100? By EPA give them $2 billion. $2 billion. They had nothing in climate change, but they got $2 billion for the fund. And Sheldon and Steve have been working for the last 8 months to try to claw this money back. This is the nonprofit scale. It is certainly infested the entire office industry here in California. Not to mention the green energy industry. Everything how it suspects there was some scheme going on with the money that was supposed to help out the fire victims down in Nina and Palestine. So they stay on top of that. When they come back, they're reaching for Joe Biden. He's a Democrat. And he had a great indictment of Gavin Newsom. If you ignore all his public hysterics, tweeting, and you look just at what he's done in the state, it's astonishing. It's second real. I got to read it, and I knew what it was. We've got Virginia the Epstein alive again by 24-hour news.
KSI, Los Angeles, Orange County, more stimulating talk.
Virginia Magazine are live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LAPD says a man is under arrest accused of stealing more than $4.5 million worth of goods from cargo shipments moving through LA Port and American Railways. Police Chief Jim McDonald says the items were swiped in transit and then resold through a business called TJ General Tool and Wire.
Bill June Park, 41 years of age of Montebello, who was operating these storefronts, was arrested and booked for receiving stolen property. With his arrest, it stopped him from being able to profit off these stolen goods.
Merchandise including tools, appliances, bikes, and other items stolen from brands like Dyson, Watkins, Walton, and IKEA. News brought to you by Sellers Advantage. West Hollywood is expanding its animal protection laws. Louisville City Council voted to ban the sale of nearly all live animals from pet stores, including birds, reptiles, fish, rabbits, and rodents. The move built on a 2010 ban selling cats and dogs. Animal rights groups are praising it as a major step towards more humane treatment of pets. There is only one pet store in West Hollywood that sells live animals, a Petco on Doheny that sells hamsters, guinea pigs, and occasionally fish. The new rule takes effect May of 2026. Heather Brooker, KFI News. The man seen on video dragging what turned out to be the body of his dead wife in Lancaster is now removing their threesome. The woman was reported missing last Tuesday, and her remains were discovered Saturday in the Angeles National Forest. A friend of hers tells KTLA the woman had been abused for a while. She told her mom, I don't want to be with him. I want to, report him and that stuff. Yeah, she was going to do that day. Authorities are working on the paperwork needed to bring the suspect back to the U.S. Local police in Northern California are testing a new AI tool to help communicate with people who don't speak English during traffic stops. The system is built right into an officer's body camera and helps translate conversations. Captain Ian White says it's the first department in the country to use the technology.
This is cutting down what's language barriers, I think, from the standpoint of the way people gather. It's about providing a better level of service.
The AI system supports more than 50 languages and records interactions that can be used later in court. A federal judge has blocked the Justice Department's attempt to unseal grand jury materials from the Jeffrey Epstein case. DOJ had asked representatives of Florida and New York to unseal grand jury materials that were related to his case, but also admitted in court filings that they didn't believe any of those materials would necessarily be new. So we do know that previously two federal judges denied that request. So this is the latest federal judge to deny this request. The judge says the government should release all the Epstein files instead, which numbered tens of thousands of pages. Epstein died in jail on awaiting trial on charges that he sexually abused young girls. The Trump administration is launching a review of the Smithsonian Museum. President Trump says they focus too much on what's wrong in the country, calling them quote to quote. Critics argue the Smithsonian's job, however, is to tell the full story of history, including the good and the bad. The Israeli government is calling up more service members to send into Gaza. Israel's military has said, well, we have 60,000 reserve soldiers to meet the manpower needed to take over Gaza City. In addition to those 60,000, over 20,000 reservists have already been called up and are receiving a notice extending their deployment orders. ABC's Matthew Burley says the expanded military operation has been criticized by international media leaders and rights groups. They warn an expanded assault and coercive causes humanitarian crisis. Government weather from KFI today, Metro LA and Orange County. Sunny inland, partly cloudy on the coast, highs in the mid-70s to 90s. The valleys, i.e. and high desert, hot and sunny with an extreme heat warning. Temperature soaring to 109. Thursday, it's more of the same. Right now, 101 degrees in Encino, 97 in the Winter Woods, 75 in Santa Monica, 95 in Westminster. The KFI financial report, the Dow gained 16, S&P 500 lost 16, NASDAQ down 142. It's been a slowdown on the 101 in Calabasas.
It's the southbound side, and we see heavy stretches of slowing between Las Virgenes and the 170 down the 5. So, yeah, the 170 and the 134 split. Now, beyond the 101 southbound, slows ahead in Hollywood from Sunset Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. It's also crowding up on the 5 southbound. This is getting out of Burbank with the Alameda. That's pretty heavy as you continue all the way to 605. The 105 in Hawthorne, eastbound delays from 405 all the way to Redwood Boulevard. Also heading out to Anaheim Hills, 91 eastbound. The delays that started in Anaheim from Kramer LaSalle all the way to Great River. Tucking the road, F15 southbound, leaving the 91 freeway, taking you ahead to West Canyon Road. For Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu. Full of superstar performances and keep listening for the next chance to win. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of the iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? Okay, forest animals. Kids are coming to the forest. It's up to us to make the kids do. Sparrow, have you practiced the most popular bird songs for the year? Catch, I love river. Once the temperatures are fresh, 50 shade of breeze, and I love it. Jordan, it's not even yet, man. It's like every morning. Okay, swallow the forest has been prepared just for you. To learn more about cool things to do in the forest, visit discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Recent outcries of community and items report of their exposure to news about all the times of the traditional behavior disaster which yesterday claimed 52 lives.
Suspects.
Gambler on claim insured for $125,000 injury.
Murder charges against him. What? Podcasts and CBC's in action. This is about me, Ian Hedemans, and Johanna Wexner.
Investigating the largest unsolved passport in Canada. Canadian Pacific Flight 21.
Uncover Season 2 all on board. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Chuck Cook on Show. AM 645 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We are on Mondays and Fridays at 1 to 4 o'clock. And then at 4 o'clock, whatever you miss, Chuck Cook Show on demand podcast. So you can pick up whatever segments are not available here live. And we are on social media at John Cobell Radio, headed towards 35,000 followers. And today's special treat, the International Radio Day. Eric has put together two photos. One from my first job, radio job in Pennsylvania back in 1980. And then a photo from today. Or actually yesterday. Right? So this is an up-to-date. You can do an up-to-date
So I think it's come out pretty good. Come out looking okay all this time. But it's not easy. And we look at those pictures. And it's on X, it's on where it's Instagram, favorite, and Facebook. I really admire really all the upper echelon of that region. And one of them is Joe Cocker. Presidential fellow at Urban Studies Jackson University. He's also does senior research fellow at the University of Texas. And he writes in a lot of publications, including Spike.com. And he's been around for but he is so appalled by Gavin Newsom. He wrote a column today entitled Gavin Newsom, the Chameleon and Destroying California. And let me just tell you, Joe Cocker is not right centenary. He's a straight analytical scholar. And what he does here is he lays out what he's done in California. And how very little of this is covered by the day-to-day media of all the old tiger groups and communities talking about. And he's not trying to do this Twitter thing where he's or his staff, I don't think he can find for himself. His staff puts out these Trump-like announcements and all the sycophants go, Trump. And it's like a bad imitation. It's more like a high school kid would do. It's really pathetic. I don't know how they can say how pathetic the Trump's was, but, that little bubble, wow, everybody's thinking Trump is funny. And then they have their own, they're not even Trump, they have their own nastiness. And it's just nobody from the state, nobody communicate with the voters. He's got this stupid districting idea. But here's the problem. Gavin Newsom may be saddled with balls of credit, but the California governor is rapidly emerging as a leading vet of race presidential nomination for 2020. How is this possible? He says the simple answer is Newsom might be the ultimate candidate for the attention deficit generation. He's a political chameleon who changes positions compulsively, not according to facts, but whatever best seems to fit the national mood. I'll give you one example. He was one of his core issues was climate change. And that's not right, but in April, he basically fell on its knees before big oil. After two companies said they were shutting down California oil refineries. He does something insanely irresponsible and stupid and dangerous. Taxing and regulating oil refineries out of business. And then when they say, fine, we're getting out of here, like, oh, what did I do? What can I do for you? We need oil, we need gas. Like, he says, after trying to appeal to MAGA voters after Trump's victory, he's back to leading criticism. But here's what he's actually done. Here's the resume. This is what's really important. He says the state was once the envy, but now we have huge wealth concentrated in a few names. And we have half of America's homeless population. We have the highest poverty rate in the U.S. We have the highest unemployment rate in the U.S. And get this statistic. Almost 20% of Californians live in poverty, and another third live near poverty. Add that up. That's 50%. 50% of the state lives near poverty. And for seat, any of this discussion is anything important. I have it's the biggest state in the union. It's almost 40 million people. We have 20 million near or in poverty.
For something that nearly 50% of the public can afford to buy a home. It is the single worst state on the right for creating above average paying jobs. But it's number one for producing below average and low paid jobs. California averaged 1.6 million above average paying jobs in the last decade, more than twice as many as any other state. We lost 1.6 million above average paying jobs, 1.6 million in 10 years. Since 2008, we created 5 times as many low-wage jobs as high-wage jobs. Few areas have exposed the incompetence of nuisance economics and energy policy. California now has the highest energy prices in the continental United States, 30% more than the national average. Because of the stupid green policy. This has hugely increased day-to-day living costs for poor and working families. Rising energy costs have led to traditional blue-collar jobs in construction, logistics, and manufacturing have disappeared. There's no California metro area ranks in the U.S. top 10 for well-paying blue-collar jobs. But 4 cities are in the bottom 10. Ventura, Los Angeles, San Jose, and San Diego. Bottom 10 for well-paying blue-collar jobs. On its watch, African Americans and Latinos in California perform far worse in terms of income and homeownership than the rest of the country. Even immigrants, because there's a lack of good jobs and high housing costs, are headed elsewhere. In the last decade, Los Angeles has lost foreign-born residents. They've been going to Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Miami. Migration to California, adjusted for population, is lower than virtually any other state. I got to This is right. This is what he's done to us. This is what he's done to you. And I'm reading every day about a snarky tweet that some a-hole snaps it down. And that's cool. Look at this indictment here. It is comprehensive. There's nothing he's touched that hasn't turned to crap. He's destroyed the economy with his policies. We got more coming up. Thanks for David Mark. We got Jimmy Anderson live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Here's the latest. A kidney disease outbreak is hitting sea lions along California's coast, and it can spread to dogs and people. The Texas judge puts the brakes on a new law that would require the 10 Commandments in classrooms and overseas Ukraine and Russia trade drone strikes. We're going to check the 5 freely next.
Time to sell your home. Maybe you want to downsize. Maybe you want to move. Maybe you've inherited a home that you don't want to hang on to. Whatever your reason, you call Sellers of Maine. They've been buying homes for decades, and their seller reviews speak for themselves. They offer and will buy with cash, and then closing dates. And you don't have to worry about spending money on repairs or preparing your home to be shown. So if you want to sell, you call Sellers of Maine. Free no obligation number 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com.
Sellers Advantage will buy your home, make it easy so that you don't have to worry. Sell happy with Sellers Advantage.
GRA number 01961658.
The weather from KFI brought to you by unbound.org. Today, sunny and partly cloudy on the coast, highs in the mid-70s to 90s, valleys to 90, high desert, hot and sunny with an extreme heat warning and 10 storage at 109. Let's go to a slow down on the 5 freeway. Southbound side, begins to round up at Alameda. You want to break some stretches as you continue all the way to the 605. Let's also head on to New Hall. This is for the 5 northbound right. Has the 14 freeway. A car fire off to the shoulder sparked a little brush fire. Currently, all lanes are stopped. This is just where we get things situated, and we are starting to see a backup here that's all the way from the 405 merge out of Selmar. It's causing some
indicators going on the southbound side as well, just about Calbro. If you see this, count 250 keyword KFI traffic. Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Angel Martinez. Get into summer with iHeartRadio. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. Commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeartRadio, and making your next reset.
Hello everyone, it's Billy Corgan here. Welcome to another show. The Magnificent Broken. I can't afford a guy now, so I don't want to be drinking or any money. So let's get real. The Magnificent Mothers is a long-form show where we explore great artists, musicians, anybody I truly admire. We want to hear fresh stories, we want to hear fresh perspectives. We want to understand the times their individual perspectives. The most creative national thing to develop. However, now we're on today's show. We got big moments. Exactly correct in the side. Correct. I can innovate this. Join me on Magnificent Others. Very curious, one-of-a-kind exploration.
This is on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Free iHeart app. Listen now. We're Caitlin and Tyler Volterra, and we've got a new podcast. Kate and Ty break it down.
You guys can call marriage, raising kids, trauma, figuring out who we are as next season. Marriage isn't always easy, but it's both different. And then we're just figuring out how to survive being 30-something parents without losing your mind.
So follow, rate, and review Kate and Ty break it down wherever you listen to podcasts. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Or iHeart app. Listen now.
Welcome. My name is Tara Rivas, a medium and the host of the Ghost Therapy Podcast, where it's not just about connecting with deceased loved ones, it's about learning with them and gaining perspective. Listen to the Ghost Therapy Podcast on the iHeartRadio app. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Miles from the last spires and founded lies the self-worth. In 2021 and 2022, the boys became a home to activists from all over the country.
I found a struggle worth fighting for.
Gathered to stop the nearby construction of massive streams. They became cops. There, in the forest, they built a different
The forest occupation and things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other.
So one day,
At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was moving to various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper.
What I heard was a full-blood unload. It was just like a whole thing of shots, just like blasting off.
wondering, inside media, TV, this.
We got about 150 that don't know that we got after the office now.
I've got to show you. Follow me into the forest. They were set up big numbers.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Free iHeart app. Listen now.
Extreme cinema. Few films have been as successful as The Godfather. Francis Ford Coppola's Gangster Epic set a new standard, not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, Godfather's prospects for success were far from short. In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak.
And they said, we're finished, this is over. Literally something to work. Try to get rid of those guys. It's a fact.
Leave the gun, take the film. My co-host Mark Seal and I strip back the margin of history and talk to never before heard from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the gun, take the film is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind Godfather's film from start to finish. We sit through innumerable notes, many of them conflicting, Evans, George's godfather's godfather, James Mom, to the test. Test like that boy, you up and drive around, walk now, lots of night down the corner. Passion guys, it was things that do a lot of trouble. Talia Shire,
Everything was a very arduous chess game.
many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not. But we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who's involved the chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leads Gun Taking No Lead. This is America's #1 podcast network. I'm your free iHeart Listen now. AM 640 or stimulating talk.
Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show, it's party time.
It's going to be the first music booth of the summer at the BJ's Restaurant House in Huntington Beach on Beach Boulevard.
It's going to be the most fun you've had in so long.
We'll be there starting 9 o'clock tomorrow. Check out Get My AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app and run from 1 until 4 o'clock. Podcast posted after 4 o'clock. We're talking about featuring by Joel Cockton. He's a residential fellow. Studies at Chapman University, among other things. And he wrote a piece for SpikeOnline.com, Avenue of Chameleon, Destroy California. And this is all factual stuff. He puts his opinion in order. He's a Democrat. His opinion is based on the backside of the meeting. I'll just briefly run through them again. These are joints. We have half the homeless population of the country. We have the highest poverty rate in the U.S. We have the highest unemployment rate in the U.S. If you add up people with poverty and people near poverty, that's 50% of the state. It is the worst state for creating above average paying jobs. We've lost 1 million since above average paying jobs. Twice as many as any other state. Highest energy prices in the continental U.S., 30% more than national average. Real California metro area ranks in the top 10 for well-paid blue-collar jobs. 4 are in the bottom. We're losing even immigrants. We lost far more residents in the past decade. They're going to Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Miami. Even with the highest percentage of billionaires in the U.S. We've got these huge wealth deficits. In the states that the president criticizes, Texas and Florida have large budget surpluses, generate more jobs, and have introduced tax cuts. Yeah, Florida and Texas budget surpluses, more jobs, tax cuts. Compare this to Newsom's bullet train cars. He refuses to kill this disastrous high-speed rail project, which devoured billions of dollars in taxpayer dollars. Billions of taxpayer dollars. Its chances of being finished before he grows very old is increasingly remote. And Hopkins says far more critical infrastructure needs, such as roads and water supply, have fallen behind the wayside. He quotes a venture capitalist, Mark Andreessen, who said 3 years ago, compare California to the late decaying Roman Empire. He says the liberal media may ignore these issues like they did with Joe Biden's mental deterioration. The rest of the country's not going to have the wool pulled over its eyes so easily. And he says people here in California, they know something's off. Most people, according to UC Berkeley, poll say the state is headed in the wrong direction. By a 2-to-1 margin, California CM Newsom is more concerned with being president than being a decent governor. Only 1 in 3 residents think California is a good place to achieve the American dream. And an LA Times survey found that 15% thought California was a model other states would copy. But he clusters on his nonsense and lies, stupidity, and now it's mimicking Trump's tweets. Now it's violating the California Constitution and redrawing the district
lines because he wants to fight Trump. I mean, he is a reputation, a narcissistic leader, a manipulative, narcissistic psycho. And he's done real deep damage to the state. And he's like, gas. Didn't prepare for the big fire, ran off to Africa instead, in his chest. He raged that he is governor and she's there. Another round, another thing. Unbelievable. The massive incompetence, destructive incompetence. Not this kind of laissez-faire, oh, well, no, this was aggressive incompetence. And all he can do is have weirdos on his staff, like stupid, snarky tweets, and their special ones go loud with that. We got the funds. Totally support. Very interesting. Embarrassing. We're all going to get in the car. We're going to pump $5 gas. Not realize just how far the place has gone, huh? All right, more coming up. We've got It's Never Mark, Gina D'Agostino's live. You can't find 24-hour news.
Some new residential developments in LA built to build one stairwell with exit.
Supporters of arguing requiring just one exit and stairwell would make it cheaper and easier to build much needed new housing in LA. City Councilwoman Tracy Clark disagrees. She says she's concerned about fire safety.
I, for one, would like to hear directly from the LA Fire Department, Fire Marshal, and the Fire Prevention Bureau.
Clark was the only councilman who voted against a measure asking the city attorney to draft a new ordinance for consideration of one stairwell and exit in residential developments up to 6 stories above city line areas.
The kidney disease outbreak is sickening sea lions and it can spread to dogs and people. The illness is called leptospirosis and is carried in animal urine. Wildlife centers say about 200 cases have been reported in sea lions this year, mostly along the central and northern coast. Dogs can be vaccinated against it, but people risk infection if they come into contact with contaminated water. A new Texas law that will require public schools to display the 10 Commandments in classrooms is on pause. ACLU attorney Tommy Buster Clancy says the judge cited in their arguments that the law is unconstitutional. The judge said forcing students to see a state-approved Christian version of the 10 Commandments is coercive. The case is expected to head to the Fifth Circuit, which already blocked a similar law in Louisiana. Ukraine and Russia traded drone strikes today, more than 90 into Ukraine, and Russia says it downed over 40 from Ukraine. There's still no date for a possible meeting between Presidents Zelensky and Putin. ABC's Tom Sofie-Burridge said Zelensky talked about what that meeting would look like.
He said the Putin was planning for a possible bilateral between Putin and himself will be made on the US side by the likes of Steve Witkoff, Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, and said that the Ukrainians don't have any direct contact with the Russians about setting that meeting up, potential meeting up. If the Ukrainians don't have any real preference on the venue.
He says they'd like a neutral European country to host, but won't rule out other venues. We're going to check the freeways next.
If you're getting close to retirement or just thinking ahead, you probably have done a solid job saving. But here's something that most people don't consider. How much of that money is just sitting in cash? Which might feel safe, but holding too much cash guarantees one thing. We're losing purchasing power. Inflation eats away at it. The dollar's value keeps slipping. That's why more people are looking at real assets like physical gold and silver to protect their savings. One company that makes it easy is Noble Gold Investments. You can buy gold or silver, coins or bars, and have them shipped to your house or be stored securely. And that's a smart way to convert cash into something that actually holds value. Noble Gold is a fair, transparent process. They don't pressure you. Just solid information, real options. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com. 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 When you own real assets, you have real wealth. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals involves risk. Consult your financial advisor before making investment decisions.
Southland weather from KFI today in Metro LA and Orange County. It's sunny and partly cloudy on the coast with highs in the mid-70s to 90s. Valleys high in a desert, hot, sunny, extreme heat warning and temps soaring to 109. Right now it's 88 degrees. northbound lanes. So here's what's happening now. They've got southbound lanes blocked off due to smoke, and they also have the truck lanes blocked off as a result of all the smoke. This is according to the highway patrol. Northbound also, mainland lanes are blocked. They're saying that traffic is squeezing their way on the far left shoulder. Fire crews are seen dousing the flames, so things are just about out, and it says they just about have this fire out, so things should be rolling here shortly. But in the meantime, it has caused a little bit of a jam up. That 5 northbound pretty jammed all the way up Selmar, heading away from the 405 merge. And you have some delays on the southbound side as well. Now, there was some chatter about closing down the old road as a result of the smoke that was rolling across, so we may have some restrictions there. You see it now 250 keyword K out by traffic. That's what Tom in LA did. Thanks for the call. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report, I'm Angel Martinez.
Get into summer with iHeartRadio. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to goes commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeart80s, and take your next preset.
Here's that song again. Here's that song again. For the humping time today. Here's that song again. It's gonna stop in your head all day. Here's that song again. It will make you cray, cray.
You are kids enough to watch that TV show a bajillion times. Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat for their age and size. Show me love them and keep them safe. Visit NHTSA.gov/lightsheet. Brought to you by National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ambulance Service.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Anish, Lit. People of our brotherhood. The Lubavitch community. Aser Pishval Shettisashir, tithe so that you shall be rich. Askin/Iskinis, activist/ism. Obalim, mourners.
But the story of who killed her and how takes wild twists and turns. A second woman kidnapped.
And then that's it. Just like started using the dog to start driving. It's like, I need to get out of here. It's like, I'm just gonna
A dramatic carjacking. A high-speed police chase and the murderers disturbing urge to kill.
It just baffles me that you can just take someone's life. Who's the person you're
Urge to Kill, a new podcast from KGW News and Vault Studios.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one.
Nobody covers it like KFI.
Questions are swirling over who actually drew California's proposed new legislative map.
The reality is that it was a collaboration and a line to the line.
The border wall in New Mexico is getting a fresh coat of paint. In the hot temperatures down here, where something is painted black, it gets even warmer, and it will make it even harder for people to fly.
KFI News is on it.
Some lanes have flood zones required to have emergency plans and weather radios and warning sirens.
The non-set weather reports on news and hurricane. You trust and should listen. KFI AM 640, your #1 preset for breaking news in Southern California. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app, and also happy birthday, Ray Lopez, our producer. We had cake, which was good cake. And Ray has been working with me and Ken for that for now 26 years. 26 years. That is like waste producing this radio show. It's a lot of good work he's done. No, yeah, this quick position. So I want to
it. But it's, you know, just to never say nice things, saying something nice to them. He has been most important person. All right, I was talking about how disastrous this was big. I mentioned that Joel Cochran article. By the way, go to spikeonline.com. You go read it for yourself, because I don't think you can piece it. And then I happened to find this. Bed Bath & Beyond. My wife is still mourning that Bed Bath & Beyond closed all their stores. Now, it's not something that means a lot to me, although I spend a lot of time going with her and carrying enormous amounts of stuff back to the farm. But she said it was the all-time best store for getting the supplies and furnishings of the home. Right? And honestly, not because why she doesn't afford it. But she closed. And it still existed with anybody online. But now, there is new management. Marcus Lemonis is executive chairman of Bed Bath & Beyond, and he's announcing that they are coming back. And they opened one store, and they're going to open more across America. They're going to bring the brand back, and they're going to be following along with what they used to do, make it better and all that. But he made it clear that the one place they will not open, that they will not operate a store, is in California. It's the only state that's off limits, according to Lemonis. And he said it's over-regulation and the exorbitant overhead costs in the state. He says this decision is not about politics, it's about reality. California has created one of the most over-regulated, expensive, and risky environments for businesses in America. It's a system that makes it harder to employ people, harder to keep the doors open, and harder to deliver value to customers. And all the statistics prove that true. Hundreds of businesses have left the state, thousands of jobs. And nobody wants to start a business out here. He's far from the first one to say this. Now, if you're the governor and your state is suffering financially, right? Highest unemployment rate, highest poverty rate, half the state in or near poverty, half the homeless people in the state, most unaffordable state for housing. You hear all this, and you're thinking, wow, this guy made the opening in the other 49 states, but not my state. What can I do about it? What have I done? What can I do? Listen, I told you that his press office is now full of these snarky jerks, which is right. They're a bunch of a-holes. And they write nasty things all day. It doesn't matter what the subject. So the press office put on X, after their bankruptcy and closure of every store, like most Americans, we thought Bed Bath & Beyond no longer existed. We wish them well their efforts to become relevant again as they try to open a second store. But instead, are a bunch of jackasses. No, we call them up and say, hey, you're coming back. You got the financing, you got a great brand name, used to be a big. I think my wife and her friends, as far as I know, worth this place like no. Let's just say they wouldn't agree with these snarky jerks that induce the press office. Wow. And that line right there encapsulates everything that's wrong with those people. They're nasty, arrogant, whack-jobs. And they go through here the story of the corporation to the left, Tesla, Chevron, Charles Schwab. And they've been leaving for years. In fact, here's what Ross Allen, the head spokesperson for Chevron, said. When they announced they were moving to Houston. We believe California policymakers have pursued policies that raise costs and consumer prices, creating a hardship for all Californians, especially those who can least afford it. Now going back to Lemonis, Marcus Lemonis, the head of Bed Bath & Beyond, he says the result has been higher taxes, higher fees, higher wages than many businesses. These businesses cannot sustain it. Endless regulations. They
is a budget surplus. It's built on the backs of ordinary citizens who are paying too much, and businesses are squeezed until they break. So, if you're in California, and you want to shop at Bed Bath & Beyond, you're going to have to order online. Other states will end up getting these shops opening up. Lotus said California's system makes it nearly impossible for businesses to succeed, and I won't put our company, our employees, or our customers in that position. But instead, all you're reading about is how Newsom wants to reach other congressional districts, make it nearly impossible for Republicans to win any congressional seats. They're allowed 4. But the other 48 are going to be Democratic. They see push through. Am I insane? I mean, really? Am I insane? Or is this all insane? We got Virginia devastated a lot of the by 24-hour day.
Here's the latest. Police say a workplace shooting in Huntington Beach started with a dispute between coworkers. Hurricane Aaron is churning up the Atlantic with dangerous surf and flooding possible along the East Coast. And U.S. and NATO leaders are huddling today on security guarantees for Ukraine after President Trump says Europe will shoulder the burden of Russian attacks again. We're going to check the 5 freeway next.
If you're a business owner, I want you to listen. You can't afford to get HR wrong in California. One bad hire, one missed deadline, one complaint. To go sideways, you could be staring down a 6-figure lawsuit. And that's why I want to tell you about Guardian HR, a full-service HR support team with real employment attorneys on call. Whether you've got 5 employees or 500, they're going to guide you through compliance handbooks, terminations, harassment claims, you name it. It's like having an in-house HR department without the overhead. You can get your own dedicated HR manager who gets to know your team and your business. Get the support you need with Guardian HR. Protect your business from costly lawsuits. And find out why thousands of businesses are using Guardian HR. Visit GuardianHR.com today and schedule a tour of their platform. Enjoy their services with a member of the team and tell them John sent you. Very important. Protect your business from the nonsense. GuardianHR.com. The HR compliance partner that you rely on.
All right, let's go to a brush fire on the 5 in Santa Clarita. It started on the northbound side just past the 14, and they had all northbound lanes stopped for a few minutes while fire crews got ahead of everybody and doused the flames. They even shut down southbound lanes, including the southbound truck lanes. Highway Patrol telling us now that truck lanes are open. That's the southbound side, so that's flowing. They still have a restriction or two on the northbound side. From what I'm seeing, delays are pushing back out of San Fernando, getting away from Rinaldi. So, looks like traffic is squeezing by on the northbound side, but watch out, they still have a lane restriction in place. Thanks for the calls. Now 250 keyword KFI traffic. Also, the drive along the 210 in Pasadena eastbound side from Mountain stretches to Foothill, with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Angel Martinez. Get into center with authorities. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation from Madonna to and more. Commercial free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app to search iHeartEase and make it your next reset.
Catch you up after work. Getting back to the moments we miss, it starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I'm not saying it's okay to wrong, but in my world, just keeps catching you guys. Always just behind you, you know? But what really hurt me about Tony's story was why he started dropping things in the first place. Because Tony was a family man. He was doing great. Clear skies for miles. But then, while Tony was playing roller hockey with his work buddies, he took a nasty fall and hurt his back. I mean, literally couldn't even get out of bed. So his family doctor wrote him a prescription. It was like a miracle. Britain Pharma's powerful painkillers seemed to work like magic until it took over his life. Oxycontin destroyed my life. I accept full responsibility for the crimes I ended up committing and stuff. But the real boiling point was my addiction to Oxycontin.
You need to figure out a way to stop. Like, this is going to kill you.
Introducing Hooked, a story about a man, a pill, and a bank robbery spree for the ages. Hosted by me, Josh Beaker.
How does our system even allow for something like this to happen? These people walk away billionaires with so many lives that they destroy.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Vizio TVs. iHeartRadio is coming into your living room on your Vizio TV. Check your TV remote to the iHeartRadio button for one-click access, or visit the Vizio Smartcast App Store and make sure you log in with your iHeartRadio account so all your favorites are there and ready for you instantly. All your music, radio stations, and favorite podcasts available for you on the biggest screen in your home. iHeartRadio and Vizio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
AM 640. More stimulating talk. I'm Mark Rothschild'S Conway Jr. Later today on the Conway Show, a veterinarian stops through with all the answers you're going to love from Jeff Werber. The doctor comes through to talk about all things pet related, and with the heat, well, it's a blast phone. We have some questions for him about TV, farm critters, all of that later on Conway.
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And nothing for Conway in moments. Today is an anniversary. It is the 36th anniversary of Eric and Lyle Menendez blowing their parents' heads off. Yes, and tomorrow, possible reward. They could be on the verge of getting parole. Eric and Lyle has spent 35 years in prison for killing Jose and Kitty. And now, after all this time, it turns out life in prison does not mean life in prison. Apparently, the TikTok girls and the convinced system that it's wrong to put away two guys who blew their parents' heads off and then partied for months after. And never had to explain if life was so terrible, and sure it was. Why didn't you just walk out the door? And why did you do that to me? Who's crawling away on their hands and knees? Why'd you do that? We're trying to get out, and they're only in their 50s. Can you imagine the amount of money they're going to make? No. More television, more Netflix, streaming specials, more one-on-one interviews with major television anchors, maybe personal appearances, maybe a line of merchandise. If the parole board recommends either or comes for parole, and one brother is getting his hearing tomorrow, and the other on Friday down in San Diego, then it goes
Attorney Scarecrow's asked Newsom to consider clemency. Just end the sentence in one stroke of the pen. Gavin Newsom is going to let these two psychopathic, narcissistic monsters. But then again, Newsom himself is a narcissistic psychopath, so they'll probably find some common ground to push the case. Hard times.
You have me at psychopathic, narcissistic monster.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, very, very cool. We got a big show on John Gobelt. I know you're out of here. You're going to go, I don't know what you do. Your estate, Gobelt estate, where you live there.
I just spread out, turn the radio on.
That's
What else would I do with my life?
So, there's the lawsuit. We'll talk about it. You know, didn't you know that when there was a back and forth between Chief Crowley and Mayor Bast, and I thought somehow this is going to spill all over everybody.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was clear what was going on at the time. That's what you get tell the truth. You get fired.
No, I mean,
You always get in trouble for telling the truth.
you want to toe the party line.
Yeah.
You know, from LA to Washington, that is the deal.
Yeah.
And if you don't toe the party line, you know, see you under the next bus.
Yeah, right. Not what they call this in school.
That's right. That's
To
right.
be honest.
That's true.
Turns out that's a joke.
No points for honesty.
No.
Although she may get money for honesty in the end, right? I mean,
She'll get money.
the city is no stranger to selling, so I think it'll probably happen. Anyway, we'll start with that. We're going to talk to Fuchs today, which I think will cover from that incredible apartment from his hospital bed. That and more. It's a patent show. It's also hot. And it's only, I think tomorrow's going to be worse. That's what I was reading.
Worse.
Yeah.
I'm like the kids are in the limit to how hot Europe can get. I guess we're going to find out, aren't we?
Apparently not. Yeah, anyway, good times. So, all right.
Exciting.
Yeah, so it's the Conway show. Conway returns to London. But we'll get the show today.
Mark Thompson in for Conway. It's Michael Grocer live in the FI 24-hour newsroom.
KSY and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County, or Stimulating Talk.
This is coming. I'm Michael Grocer live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Former LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley is on the claim against the city and Mayor Bass.
Well, she accuses the mayor of defamation, retaliation, and negligence. The former chief says she was fired at the January wildfires in Pacific Palisades as a scapegoat. She says her 25-year career was destroyed not because of her own actions, but because she told the truth. Crowley claimed at the time that the fire department had its budget cut by Mayor Bass before the fire. She was fired soon after. She's demanded immediate retraction and public apology. Michael Brooks, KFI News.
This is a report lodged by Sinton State Police in Huntington Beach said the woman who shot an employee at a California closet warehouse was a co-worker.
Police say Lucero San Pedro Castro opened fire on two co-workers, wounding one and missing the other. About 2 hours later, she was pulled over by Southgate police officers who shot her to death after she allegedly pointed a handgun at them. The man who was shot has suffered major injuries but is expected to survive. Motive is unclear. Daniel Martindale, KFI News.
Executives at the company that provided LA County with voting machines have been charged with bribery and money laundering tied to election contracts in the Philippines. FSU Group says federal prosecutors say Smartmatic had bribery in its business model.
Three other company officials allegedly overcharged LA County customers for voting machines. The township called Smartmatic that used the extra money to bribe election officials without declaring contracts.
The LA County Registrar's Office says the county's got no evidence of surplus charges alleged by the government. Hurricane Aaron has strengthened and has increased toward the mid-Atlantic coast. ABC's Olivia Rubin says the storm could cause high winds, dangerous surfing, and flooding in beaches up and down the East Coast.
With every single passing hour, we are seeing the effects of Aaron as it turns up north, as it gets stronger, as it gathers more wind. And we think some lifeguards coming out here, they pulled a swimmer out of the water. I spoke to her a bit ago, and she said she just wanted to see what it was like in there.
Aaron's expected to peak over the next 48 hours. It's unlikely to make landfall before turning farther out to the ABC. U.S. and NATO military officials are meeting today to talk security guarantees for Ukraine. President Trump said yesterday Europe will bear the front load of the burden to help Ukraine if Russia invades again. ABC's Rachel Scott says Trump also said sending U.S. troops to Ukraine is off the table.
The United States could help by providing air defenses to Ukraine if there is a peace deal, and that's a big if.
White House is currently working on arranging a summit between Ukrainian President Zelensky and Russian President Putin. Country superstar Morgan Wallen reportedly will not be submitting his latest album for the next year's 20 Grammy Awards. Multiple reports that Wallen and his team will not be putting up I'm the Problem or any of its songs for any Grammy category. His team didn't give any further comment or detail beyond the decision. Despite being one of the biggest stars in country music, Wallen's never won a Grammy. Sounds like weather from KFI mostly clear and company through the nighttime. Lows in the mid-50s, sunny tomorrow, and another 5 degrees hotter. Highs mid-80s at the beaches. Mid-90s, Metro LA, Orange County, maybe 115 further out the Inland Empire, 100 and up in San Fernando Valley, 105 in the Antelope Valley. Maybe a degree on Friday, but hot, I should say. And then, rear to Saturday. Right now, 79 in the Good Beach, 91 in the Orange, 94 in West Covina, 98 in Thousand Oaks. KFI Financial Report, Dow was up today, 16. Nasdaq was down 142. S&P was down 16. Let's head out to Santa Clarita.
On the 5 northbound, just past the 14, that's where an earlier car fire sparked the brush fire. So it caused all types of mayhem out on the freeways. They have southbound lanes shut down for some time, even including the truck lanes. But southbound lanes have opened on the northbound side. What we're hearing is that the 2 left lanes are now open for business. But a huge doorway has been on loading up on the Money as it's amazing. The 210 westbound from Darnell and the 405 northbound slammed from Ultra northbound line merged. You see the lanes are blocked northbound. You can always get to the Chief Martina already in northbound Chief District following the northbound guidance in crash. The 118 eastbound delays from DeSoto is a lot better once you make your way past Reseda Boulevard and in Orange County. This is the 5 North County on Irvine, delays leading to 133.
The lost ad guided and Torah can be adapted for a long time. The Torah was inspired by God but not human, so can be interpreted according to the times.
Whatever it is, usually you list the house. The real estate broker, commission, paint, clean, repair, escrows. Now, directbuyers.com, they'll buy your house. Fair price, no commission, and boy, it goes quick. Cash.
The Jewish Holy Day of the day of spiritual meeting starting shortly before sunset on Friday and continuing to nighttime on Saturday.
Directbuyers.com. It's official. 30% better advance this year. The time for thinking about going solar is over. The time to act is now. Don't find yourself.
Laws given by God to Moses that tell Jews how to behave in their daily lives over 3,000 years ago. The Jewish religion
Number 1 on your car radio preset and the new and improved
the leader of the Jews is expected to live on earth at some time in the future. Messianic as nature turns up global peace and everyone's about to become closer to God, possibly through the intervention of the Messiah.
To make the show happen. And so we proceed. I will mention those who have followed the show closely know our pal and engineers.
In chief, it refers to a decree between an individual, often on behalf of the church or God.
Or Bruce's accident. That's right, Christine. They call you Boosh. Remember, Chambers kind of like, you know, a very stylized way. Anyway, Boosh will join us at 30 Columbus Hospital. And so that's what I'm getting to. Rather than doing the heavy lifting.
Rabbi's auditorium, it can take.
I felt somewhat inevitable, but nonetheless, when the ex-fire chief sues the city of LA and claims that the mayor defamed her, so that basically it was defamation, and I don't know what the specifics are. That's why you were here, but it seemed to be inevitable once the back and forth started.
No question about it.
You're right after fire chief Kristen Brown was ousted from her position by Mayor Bass. What were we just talking about a couple days ago, Mark? The city controllers and rising costs of legal settlements that the city has had to make people getting 500% increase in 20 years, half $1 billion plus past to this.
Also known as a standing prayer, it is essential for your Jewish worship.
Right now, it's just 8 people. That's all the former fire chief responds that.
Rothschild'S
Saying that the mayor famed and has hurt me economically and receiving some sort
the Jewish New Year.
damages of more than $25,000. That's all we know right now.
So just for those who missed it, I'd like to reference the fact that the city
The number of mitzvot there are in the Torah.
suffocating under these legal claims and payouts. It's sidewalk, it's all that stuff from the city, but it's become
The operation of a girl coming of age at 12 in Reform City Class, literally daughter of the celebration.
really become an impediment to being able to do things around the city because we're so busy cutting checks.
Tomorrow,
Look, you live in LA, I live in LA. I'm trying to find the right sidewalk to trip on.
we're getting commentary of the Mishnah.
Santa Barbara.
Part of the
Because they
town.
cut these checks so easily. So, again, this is just the people playing with the hard checks. Look, let's go
Cash
back
right.
to January.
Exactly.
Palisades catches on fire. Massive
Food that meets the requirements of Jewish laws.
That was starting to get the emergency.
See tour.
For a moment. Barebacks was taking it on the chin.
A Jewish prayer hall.
All over the nation, which happened to be in Africa at the request of President Biden to represent the nation and something happening in Africa. They wouldn't like that.
Unfortunately, leads for chanting prayer in the synagogue.
Palisades caught on fire, so she was facing a ton of criticism.
Back then, and they strove to
They twisted the ribs at the edges of talent shawl.
Job, the best that they can, they were on it.
make a living there. The family, while traditional and very religious, nevertheless harbored strong political sentiment. That Obadiah himself was not politically inclined, but his brothers were very much associated with the Etzel movement, which is on the more towards the right wing of the political spectrum, associated with, if you recall last year, we talked about Jabotinsky, Beitar, movements like that. And in fact, on one notable occasion, his political activity consisted of helping his brothers hide their weapons from the British Mandate soldiers by putting them behind many books that he collected in his bookcases. At any rate, he was noted in his childhood as a gifted matmid. Matmid or masmid in Lithuanian pronunciation means someone who is permanent, whose frequency is constant, from the word tamid, meaning always, that he was always studying. And his teachers and his parents and even his siblings noted that he was just simply not interested in playing. The whole idea of recess to him was, oh, I get to open a different book that I started before we learned this.
A many branched candlestick that hold either 7 or 9 candles. Challenge. A Jewish person on Shabbat. An intense period of mourning that lasts for 7 days.
A lot of things that you've heard. John the mayor,
The Jewish wedding candle.
you thought of that case for a second.
This is really interesting because this lady is
A group of families, 10 adults. Minimum number of Jews required for Jewish religious service.
This looks like any other claim that any other works on this.
Great Milah.
Well, on the sidewalk, it's the University of Regents. And again, no lawsuit. This is a delay. This behavior may
Ceremony of male circumcision. The removal of the foreskin for religious reasons.
questions you can start with somebody maybe car got hit by a sanitation truck. You go down, you fill out this paperwork. So the stakes are very high here. We're talking about
The second section of the Torah. The prophets.
and the question is, how did damage or injury
I hear it.
Crowley's attorney writes in his American gas and retaliated
Suffering on the behalf of somebody else.
Crowley because of Crowley's speech and certain activities protected under the labor code and the state and U.S. Constitution's Crowley engaged in protected speech. Coupled with LAFD budgetary and other issues that left Angelinos exposed. Danger to punish Crowley for protected speech and tarnish Crowley's stellar reputation. Vast issues and lost public statements about Crowley. Crowley position as far as she makes these false statements.
Well, the last part of that is where you got real defamatory claims. Meaning, everything before that is sort of like, this is why this happened. Retaliatory, this was that. The very end, the last sentence there speaks to, you have damaged my client reputationally and in other ways, and that damage will be something that we will, it's implied, we'll be seeking something for the damage you did.
And this is something that has to, I think, adjudicated first in some sort of small
The traditional Jewish mayor that declares faith was God.
There was facing what's at least she's gotten a little bit of political momentum going. She's been able to, whether people are position on this or not, she's been able to assert herself more forcefully in the legal operation. That's much better for her narratively because she's showing some fight. She's saying, I'm on top of this, we're fighting for Angelinos, whether legally or not. But to give anything back in the headlines related to the fires in her position at the time, especially this combative fight she had with her Archie, that's not experience.
I had this very thought when I saw the headline. I thought, oh my God, if you're mayor,
Somebody else.
what is the intention of the fire chief or controversy or, to relive where she was when fires broke out? You just want none of that.
It's the one who told me only in his lab for his circumcision.
Said, we got no comment on the ongoing personnel thing. Mayor is focused
on
current potential danger.
Yeah, there you go. This is a true to be continued. Thank you, Mike.
A blackboard in a synagogue from where the Torah is read.
A triple threat, extreme heat, fire risk, and
Aaron
thunderstorms. That's what Southern California faces right now. That
the Ark, the holiest part of the synagogue, which contains the Torah scrolls.
On Monday, Mark Thompson sitting in on KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now. The KFI 24-hour news remote. Well, that's not right. That's right.
What's going on?
A building for Jewish public prayer, study, and gathering.
No, don't do that. And, all right, everybody remain calm. Now, the
Chauffeur.
24-hour newsroom here, Franklin Road.
He's given two people inside the
A trumpet flash suit instrument used on Rothschild'S.
NASA's Webb telescope says it's found a new tiny moon around Uranus. Uranus, just 6 miles wide. The Southern California Toyota dealer traffic center.
A Jew who performed circumcision.
Vehicles, crashing industry.
This was on the 605. It's north down just before the 60 at last check. It was
Jewish Skulkhead.
down the left lane, and that drive is slow moving, getting away from Lanier Boulevard.
Star updated.
Car on the 2 southbound for Fletcher Drive. Middle lanes are blocked, sending
A symbol of Judaism said to represent the shield of David, who ruled Israel in the 10th century.
It's the right lane that remains off limits to block up after this earlier car fire got struck.
Entertainment.
Big delays are soaked up all in the late round of Burbank, getting away from Buena Vista. It's affecting the 210 West
Internal light.
are now.
A light that is kept burning in the synagogue above the
the Arc, the Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Rachel Martinez.
Steam Shark, is there a problem with your home's foundation? Sinking, rotating,
A clear container attached to the door business of a Jewish home.
Then it's time to call my foundation guys, Mark and James at Foundation Repair LA. Failing foundations, slabs, retaining walls.
A clear set by Jewish order that places law and asks for peace.
Nobody better, nobody I trust more. Find them at FoundationGuys.com. FoundationGuys.com. CSLB 999-247.
The physical sports scroll.
Sarah Spade from Iowa Women's Sports, presented by Capital One. On Tuesday, the AL Fever announced that Sophie Cunningham will miss the rest of the season after suffering a torn MCL in her right knee.
Members of the Jewish Exodus Refuge that is celebrated in spring.
Mary McDonald will see that injuries. All-star Caitlin Clark has been playing 35 games this season.
Like he said, it's gonna hurt.
As a founding partner of Unlimited Sports, Capital One helps you stay connected to top female athletes and earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and grocery stores with the Capital One Saver Card. What's the no-go? Terms apply. Visit CapitalOne.com. Cheers from Spain. Portugal and Africa.
Experience adventure in Palm Springs area travel. Ride the world's largest rotating travel car. Over 50 miles of scenic trails in pristine wilderness. Dine at 8,500 feet.
According to rabbis.
Get that perfect souvenir and adventure at its gate. Learn more at bstraveling.com. Because it actually looks frightening. I'll watch it during the day. That's all. Surely you must have like a blanket you can wrap around yourself.
A commentary by Rabbi on the Torah. It contains fish that is are together in one collection.
Later with both elements. It's 7 on KFI AM 644 stimulating talk.
The third section of the Torah. The writing. A Jewish ritual bath.
Impacted by the Southern California wildfires this year, you don't have to recover alone. Join us for the Ashes to Answers, a wildfire expert panel event August 21st to 23rd. Hosted by the Rise Relief Project. We support those impacted by the wildfires with supplies, resources, and emotional care. Get real answers about insurance claim recovery.
The first written version of Jewish oral law. Part of the Talmud.
Find out if you qualify for a wildfire class action lawsuit.
Bar mitzvah.
Legal advisors and community partners will be there, offering resources, support,
Celebration of the boy coming of age at 13. Little sense of the adventure.
Rise California. Relief, intervention, support, empowerment. Call 800-484-RISE or visit RiseReliefProject.com to RSVP.
With wonderful books of Jewish scriptures.
August 21st or 23rd. 800-484-RISE.
Back to school. The sun is taken already for the fall muzzle with brand new windows and doors from American Vision. Best part, you pick 2 of these smart upgrades. Free expert installation, free sound package upgrade, free sun matrix package upgrade. We pay the tax, 0 interest for 18 months. Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com and get the A+ film improvement before this deal goes out for recess. Under credit home, 6 windows home is AmericanVisionWindows.com for details. Offers like speed 3129. See 7%, 7326.
Got issues with youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance now. PCA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for youth and high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators. Visit PCADeadZone.org. There's a violent sickness in this town. You must excise it. Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
For iPart podcasts and Where the Nile for Your Day Game, this is Epic Tale, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater Audio universe. Listen to Habitat on America's #1 podcast network, iTunes. Follow Habitat and start listening to the free iHeartRadio app today.
KFI 640 or stimulating talk.
On the next Bill Hampton show, if you're thinking of the good life, discomfort, challenges, this show aren't in the picture. Maybe they should be. And that's coming up after 7 o'clock tomorrow morning on AX Hampton's show.
Shema, a traditional Jewish prayer that... Yeah.
Live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app, our top series national radio, which I didn't realize when I went into social media. Everybody I know in radio has popped something up. Our national radio dealer, there was a shot of John Cobell. He might have been, I don't know, 18 or something. He was like, this young DJ doesn't look anything like John Cobell. You wouldn't have picked it out as any similarity.
He does look like his sons, though.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. And it's just fun to see all that good stuff. I didn't have I'm going to try to find one maybe, but what was your first job in radio?
Coast. I did music research for Coast Net. I was the one that called you at 5, 6, 7 o'clock at night when you were having dinner and said, hey, what kind of
Rap Menorah, Jack Amendments.
Back into the way they used to do it.
Absolutely.
So they'll play you the hooks for all the songs.
We had to go through, you have to go through a checklist.
Laws given 10, laws 10, law 10, law 10, law 10, laws given by God to Moses that tell Jews how to Jiva.
Their answers adhere to that basically.
Thorax.
Without saying that, then you go on to the next level of listening medication.
I see.
Like, what kind of music do you like? This, or soft review, soft hits and things like that. Once I got to that point, it was like, oh, here's something with the use, here's something with the
And then, from the research job, you went to...
I became their only board op at the time in the late 80s. And so I ran, like, I was at the station on hosts, and then I did, like, the weekend, their stuff, and then eventually I moved over to hip-hop. Wow, where I became a board op.
Oh, it's funny, the board op thing is kind of like a way into...
Yeah,
right.
And it's a great way in, once you get trained up and stuff, because you really understand, because the ultimate responsibility of what goes on in the air,
What knocks?
Sure, all falls down to you, so you have to keep an awareness of everything that's going on. You need to know what the station sounds like and adhere to that.
Yeah.
Mark, what was your first radio job?
I was during summers from college. I was a fill-in DJ at 2 different rock and roll stations in Washington, D.C. And I was, if I can say this, and I say this because the general manager up in San Francisco later told me, he said, it was weird because you're this young guy, so when the mic cracked, you sounded like a real pro. It was like unreal. He said that, and I it lingered with me because I always felt like there are no recordings from back then, so I can't even go back. So, your sense of it is that you're just, it took a while to get it. But I so wanted it. I so rehearsed it. I so did it. In college, I was on college radio. I was always in the radio station, always working hours and hours and hours of being studying on the side. Then by the time I cracked up mic in Washington, D.C., I was kind of ready, And so when that guy made me that compliment, it was like it meant a lot to me. So
did you have this voice at that time, or did it evolve?
No, he was younger. I was higher. I mean, he was a good radio voice, but he sounded big, so I sounded older. I was much more fun.
Give us an example of that part.
It was a rock station, so it's all there. So my first full-time job, though, which is really, so that was summers, was at KB Radio, the WKBW 50,000 watt clear channel radio station. And I was the night guy, 7 to midnight, and you know that was somebody that all of you were going to know. And his name was Fritz Coleman.
Oh, no, I don't know that.
Fritz Coleman was the afternoon guy. And I was the night guy. And I had like a very kind of, it was nice, high energy. It was like, hey, you're ready, I'll have a rush on the way. It's a kind of like a charging sort of a tempo. And Fritz was very funny, just terrific. I loved Fritz. Fritz seemed to be, I felt this one the way I saw him. I felt like a kid doing radio. And I saw Fritz as an adult. He was like the first friend of mine. I thought, well, that's a grown-up doing radio. I'm just getting it together. Everything about Fritz seemed like an adult to me. And I just remember in Buffalo, New York, we were best friends, and we remain best friends today.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so that was.
You both become wonderful too.
I know, that was kind of weird. Yeah, that is sort of weird.
Did you want to do music radio, or did you want to do talk, or did you have aspirations for TV when you first started that job?
I had aspirations for TV. I did.
Because you're so good looking.
Here's what happened.
You want to share your looks with everybody?
I became my looks out there.
Yeah.
Here's the thing on music radio. I'm just going to be honest. This is why all I want to do is be on music radio. I love music radio. I love the talk ups. I like the tightness. I like the jingles. I like everything about music radio. After 6 months, I was bored. Super bored. I couldn't believe it. Like when you get to the mountaintop, KB, where I was, a huge radio station, WKBW, like really a massive cornerstone station. And I was working for 6 months. So television was where I went. And I got all the training, and I got all the meteorological training and everything. I went over to their television station. And then, to me, talk radio seemed like much more fun, much more interesting, much more dynamic. You know, but I still have a place in my heart for music radio. I just think for great jobs, great personalities. I really miss that. I love that's because probably is something I grew up with, so it kind of lands for me that way. Do you remember at that radio, guys? November or Angelinos, AM radio, that rock radio, I'm talking about the pop radio, it's like that high energy, KLOS, whatever the callers are. But then you had remember the FM stations are, they were like, if you imagine gaming, and then the 3 songs were coming up, it was a very, the album rock sound, you know what I'm talking about? AOR. Out of the car, you did rock. And so that coexisted with the Kiss FM, which is, Tanner Whitney's along, and Kiss FM was that kind of thing. Taylor Davidson. That's it. So anyway, so we got legendary stations, right? KFI was a music station. Yeah. Standards. Standards, and then they were a rock station for a short time. Because I hear recordings back on the East Coast. I was so into radio that I did these recordings on KFI in LA. But it is a small thing. It is like I was going up to DC like you. It was I heard one job that was on the air. Her name was Liz Kiley. And my first job here when I worked at Coast, she was the assistant program director out here at Coast. Oh, so she basically became my boss, and I remember growing up listening to her in DC. The guy who became I think he replaced me in San Francisco doing the weather. His name was Steve Raleigh. His dad, Bob Raleigh, was the morning guy in Washington, D.C. at WPGC. I used to listen to him all the time. It was just so weird. It's like the same kind of thing you're talking about, like when the lives overlap. And you just felt connected through radio, because radio connects you with personalities. It is a club. Yeah. But what a great legacy in Los Angeles. Just great. Charlie Sheen and Robert W. Morgan and all those great names, my God. Just so cool. And now the new generation things have changed, but it's really cool. National Radio Day, I didn't even know that it existed. And it's kind of cool. It just makes me nostalgic, sort of. So, anyway, happy National Radio Day on you, radio people and radio listeners. We are KFI AM 640 for live everywhere on the air. There was no streaming back then. Enjoy while it's here. That's Thompson for Conway. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now we gave like 24-hour news from your side. The husband and the woman is buying this out. The Angeles National Forest has left the country. Evaluate Lancaster resident Sheila Gutierrez was found on Saturday. The LA County Sheriff's Department believes her husband suspected of killing her has fled to Peru. Gutierrez's family says Lucy Martin Rivera kept changing his story ever since his wife went missing more than a week ago. First he claimed ICE took her, then he said she left with another man, then he said she'd been in an accident. Police say video shows Rivera dragging something large wrapped in fabric. Gutierrez's body was found wrapped in similar material. Can't find it. Like vigil taking place at Lancaster City Hall was again right now. This report brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. House Republican lawmakers in Texas have approved new congressional maps that would give the party as many as
House of Representatives. The federal House of Representatives, President Trump is the mid-decade tradition of congressional maps and his party better chance of keeping control of the House of Representatives in next year's midterm elections. Maps need to be approved by the Republican-controlled state Senate and then signed by Republican Governor Greg Abbott. It's expected to happen. Families of the girls who died in the flooding on the 4th of July at Camp Mystic in Texas are speaking publicly for the first time.
In support of a state bill to protect children's camps in Texas from future flooding threats, the parents of the girls who died at Mystic gave emotional testimony. Cece Williams Stewart's 8-year-old daughter, Seal, has not yet been found.
38 days later, Seal remains somewhere in the devastation of the Guadalupe River.
Decision told the lawmakers her family feels betrayed that what was in place. It now costs gamers more to buy a PlayStation 5. Sony announced prices for each model of the popular video game console will go up by $50 in the US starting tomorrow. Standard PS5 models now cost $550. Mostly clear and comfy overnight, sunny and 5 or 4 degrees hotter tomorrow. And it's more heat on Friday than down on Saturday with right now 88 in Culver City, 90 in Santa Ana. There's a snowy in Tustin.
This one's on the northbound side of the 5, and it's coming up on the 55 freeway where it's been cleared out of lanes to the right shoulder. The ties are moving up out of the Irvine, heading away from San Canyon Avenue. We're also checking out the terrible drive ahead on that 5 northbound at Calzona in East LA. That's back in the left lane, and it's adding to a very slow drive getting away from Rosecrans out of Norfolk. Drive on the 10 eastbound leaving Santa Monica, loading up at Cloverfield all the way to 9 Royal Heights, and we're heading out to Rubino, 60 eastbound. Delays from Rubino Boulevard as we continue ahead towards University. Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Angel Martinez.
Nothing is better than this time of year. You got football, you got baseball, and I'm the king of fantasy sports. Prize, yes, Prize makes it very simple. That's what I like. What you got to do is take more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections, and if you get them all right, you can cash in and win up to 2,000 times your money. That's right, $5 bill is turned into 10 grand. Woo! And another thing great about Prize Picks, they put their members first. It's easy to fund your account, and withdrawals are super easy. In fact, Prize Picks is the app. Use the promo code Conway. You're going to get $50 in lineup after you play your first $5 lineup. I know it's like back up the counter on the coffee table watching the game. Prize Picks.
A short collection from the commentary on every Saturday Jewish synagogue following a reading from the Torah.
$50 in lineup after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. On your neck.
Mishnah.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/great.
Jewish teachings explaining and elaborating on written Torah, handed down only until the 20th century. When it began to be written down in most Jewish towns, include Mishnah and Talmud.
Qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of pay, ZipRecruiter
Parsha.
finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack. It's 4 out of 5 employers who post their job at ZipRecruiter.
Sefer HaTorah.
First stage, ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you
A handwritten scroll in public. The Torah is not read from a book, but from it, written without vowel or punctuation, because actual kosher Torah cannot be touched because it's sacred, must be read in Hebrew even if the audience doesn't understand it. Talmud. Mishnah plus Gemara, part of Judaism, after the Bible, most studied by Jews, greater than there are two. The Talmud of the land of Israel, completed about 450 CE. The Babylonian Talmud, completed about 550 CE. This is larger than Rothschild'S and considered to have greater authority. Written Torah.
exercising and imagine a life without pain. No shots, no surgery. surgery, no medication. You've got nothing to lose but your pain. Stop living in
Dialogue is held between Rocky Valley and Montesquieu.
various locations. Find the one closest to you at goodheat.com.
Guide for the Perplexed. Masterpiece of Jewish philosophy and theology written by Rabbi. Discussion of difficult theological concepts from the perspective of an Aristotelian philosopher. Rambam harmonizes religious tradition with philosophy.
For adults with polyneuropathy, hereditary ATTR,
Jerusalem.
which is serious but common. Take supplements as directed by your doctor.
The Holy Judaism. King David's capital and the site of King Solomon's temple and the Second Temple. Since ancient times, Jews have faced Jerusalem during prayer and had prayed daily for a return to Israel and Jerusalem.
There's a lot to know about HTTR, and as a matter of fact, we know it. Talk to your doctor about winning. Visit WayNew.com. That's WAINUA.com. Call 1-844-292-4682. Save up $1,000 on that.
Traditions about Bible from a root to study, to seek out or to investigate. Stories elaborating on incidents in the Bible, to derive a principle of Jewish law or to find a moral lesson.
Current book that we're in, and he was just constantly in his books. He really enjoyed studying to an unusual degree, but he didn't show like exceptional promise beyond that, with the exception of one very special moment that occurred a little bit later when he was about 10 years old. The family was having an incredibly difficult time making ends meet. This is the Depression era. Depression, of course, was worldwide and affected Israel. And the father decided that his eldest son had simply had enough education. It was sad, but he had to come into the family business and he had to clerk in the grocery store. And so he took his son out of Porat Yosef Yeshiva and had him studying there. And then one day, a couple of days after Yam Ovadia was missing from class, the Rosh Yeshiva, Ezra Atiyah, Chacham Ezra Atiyah, came to the father's door and said, "What's going on? How come Yosef hasn't come back to school?" And the father said, "What can I do? We're so impoverished, we can't make ends meet." And so the Rosh Yeshiva took off his robe, rolled up his sleeves and says, "I will work for you. Send your son to school. It is far more important to the Jewish people that your son continues to learn than I continue to perform my function as Rosh Yeshiva." The father felt, "Oh my gosh, how are we going to do it?" So he managed to scrape together some more support and in fact sent his son, the young Ovadia, to school where he continued to flourish. In his early teens, he was active in writing, and in fact, one of his very first writings bears the title of his most famous collection that I just showed you, Yabia Omer. It's actually a verse from the book of Psalms, and it is a little bit of a play on words because it means, it will certainly be said. The word Yabia and the word Omer are related to each other, or related to the idea of expression of speech. And Yabia is a reverse acronym of his name. Ovadia, Yosef, and Yaakov, spelled backwards, is Yabia. So he kind of liked that. It's like the reverse acronym of his own name, speaking. He actually composed some of his own original thoughts at age 16, and eventually he came out with a book called Chazon Ovadia, the Vision of Ovadia, that towards the end was like many, many volumes of it. But as we shall see, when it first came out, he wrote a thin volume on the Haggadah, on the customs and rituals of Passover, and it was actually burned by other Orthodox Jews. How many times do we see this, that Jews write great books, they get banned or burned, and then they soar in popularity? Now, in his approach, which is going to relate to the issue of why they were burned, he took an unusual approach that separated him from his Baghdadi origins. Remember, he's living in Israel right now, and he's also thinking about what it means to be Sfaradi. Perhaps I should mention to you something that hasn't come up yet. What exactly is a Sephardi? What does it mean to be Sephardic? He came from Baghdad. He did not come from Spain. 500 years after the Spanish exile. What does it mean to be Sephardic? Does it mean that you have to have some kind of genetic heritage that goes back to Spain? Because he certainly never claimed that. In fact, there are many communities, we say Greek Jews, Turkish Jews, Bukharian Jews who are Sephardi, but do not say that we are descended from the Spaniards. Syrian Jews in this community, a lot of Syrian Jews, clearly very Sephardi, but they identify as Syrians. Who would say that they are directly descended from Spanish Jews? Now, to be sure, there's going to be some admixture when you have the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and they travel to these areas, they intermarry with them, then there will be some sort of illusion of categories. But it's certainly not a kind of Sephardi tahor, like a pure Sephardic lineage. So one of the key ideas that he came up with early in his youth, and he stuck to this principle throughout his career, was the idea that a Sephardi is someone who follows the path of the Shulchan Aruch, the path of Rabbi Yosef Karo, who is also known for his status as Maran. The Sephardim call him Maran, our master, and adhering to the Shulchan Aruch and its style of approaching the rituals and so on, that is what makes a person a Sephardi. The ethnic things are all very nice and so on, but they're not as relevant. And in this regard, he relied on a very old Jewish tradition that defined Jewish status primarily through its relation to the Torah. That we are a people, says Saadia Gaon, we are a people by virtue of our connection to the Torah. Yes, there is a biological element, yes, there is an ethnic element, but the fundamental element is connection to the Torah. Of course, you have converts coming into the Jewish people, and we have such a wide array of converts from all over the world who just kind of blend into the Jewish people. The idea of an ethnic component alone is silly. So it is fundamentally the ideological attachment to the Torah, however we understand it, that makes us Jewish, according to this line of thought, which we see best expressed in the 9th century Saadia Gaon. So Rabbi Yosef used the same idea to say that Sephardim are those people who fall within the umbrella of the thought of Rabbi Yosef Karo, distinguished from those who follow, for example, his contemporary Rabbi Moshe Isserles, which would be the Ashkenazic community. So if you follow the Rav Yosef Karo and not necessarily Ramad Seder, you fall within the category of Sephardic. Whether you're from North Africa or from the Middle East, from Baghdad, from Cairo, from Aleppo, we're all Sephardi. So that's all fine and good. And by the way, he said it's also very important because halachically, according to Jewish law, every place kind of has to have its own local tradition. The major rabbi, who is the fundamental authority for that region, which can last for hundreds and hundreds of years, and in Eretz Israel, the land of Israel, who else would be the fundamental authority other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, who lived there towards the end of his life. He lived in Sfat in particular. So Rabbi Moshe Isserles, who lived in Poland, was not the local authority. Rabbi Yosef Karo was. So therefore, for two reasons: A, because Sephardim fall within the umbrella of Rabbi Yosef Karo, and B, because Rabbi Yosef Karo, of 500 years prior, was the local authority of Israel, then he felt that in Israel, Jews should observe Sephardic ritual unless they have a specific connection elsewhere. So that was all fine, except for all these Baghdadi Jews who said to him when he's a young man, "What are you talking about? We follow the Ben Ishchai. We follow the great Baghdadi thinker who himself, although he was clearly Sephardi, he also took on a lot of Kabbalistic ideas that were not necessarily in Rav Yosef Karo's main work, the Shulchan Aruch. He took on a lot of stringencies that were clearly of European derivation, things that look more like Ashkenazic customs than Sephardic customs. And so in a few key places in the Passover rituals, He wrote in Chazon Avadia that here we are in Israel, and we're following the Shulchan Aruch, and we're not following those Baghdadi traditions. And so the Baghdadi community, from which he himself derived, was infuriated that a scion of their community should express a normative statement such as that, and some of the hotheads in the community actually burned his books. Someone who would become the greatest of the generation, they burned his books. It is rather an amazing statement. But he didn't stay unpopular for very long because he was a gifted teacher. Here's a great picture. This is more like what we imagine he must have been like as a young man. And he was known for bringing together large gatherings of young people, and young people who are not part of the traditional Torah community, meaning like he gathered together just people who wanted to hear a shir that was entertaining. He was known for telling hilarious jokes. He always began his classes with a joke, which is kind of mussar to me. I should really go back to telling jokes. But he told them well. That was the difference. But he would tell jokes. He would tell stories. He was a very strong believer that even simple people, as we shall see, simple people want to learn Torah. And it is the responsibility of the educator to make it palatable for people who are not necessarily steeped in all the fine details of Jewish thought. He married early. This is his wife, Margalit Fatal, who was equally dedicated to the idea of raising a family with a husband who was completely involved in studying Torah, and she supported him to an incredible degree. Before they moved to Cairo, when they had just a few kids more than this, they lived in tremendous poverty, even though he was a very popular lecturer and so on. He also was a bit of a controversial figure. That was part of the reason, by the way, he left Israel, was because of the controversy over Chazon Avadia's first volume. He says that they used to put the kids to sleep in an empty tomato box covered with rags. And they only had a 2-room apartment, one room which was used as a synagogue, and the other room was for everything else. And so when he would study during the day in the synagogue part, she would keep them quiet by sitting them underneath the kitchen table and playing with the fringes on the tablecloth. And amazing kinds of stories of Ben-Yuri that we don't understand. He also spoke about it much later in life as well. At any rate, they had a very strong, close bond. And I'd like to close the lecture later tonight with an amazing story about his wife. But we'll move on. At any rate, they lived the typical Kollel family kind of existence, especially when the fathers-in-law were not so wealthy themselves. And combining that with the controversy over his work, he eventually decided to take a position in Cairo. He was offered a rabbinic position there, and actually he received mixed reviews from his work in Cairo. Here you can see him surrounded by his students at the yeshiva in Cairo. They were all requested to wear these distinctly Egyptian hats. That was actually something that the government wanted them to wear, the fezes, yeah. So he was tremendously valued as a teacher. There are stories, by the way, I forgot to mention in the previous class, stories about when he was trying to leave Israel to go teach in Cairo. His students were literally laying down in front of his automobile. You know, the automobile was taking him to the border, that they did not want him to leave. It's also a fact, well, I won't tell you that story right now. But it was a great success, brilliant success as a teacher. As a rabbi, not so much. He encountered tremendous degree of entrenched resistance to a more strict observance of Jewish law. He had notable conflicts and repeated conflicts with the communal authorities in place over basic standards of Sabbath observance and in particular kashrut. He was especially disturbed that they had a home there for older people, and it was communally run, and the kitchen promised to keep kosher, but there was no Jewish supervisor of the Arab cooks, that they simply washed the dishes in water between milk and meat, and he was aghast with the low standards. Ultimately, he had to leave. He could not he could not change the standards of the community, and therefore he left to leave. But while he was there, he gained in particular experience with one of many distinctly Sephardic issues that later would be very important for him in his work in Israel. He ended up working quite heavily on Gitin, which are divorces in Egypt, a task which is part of the regular rabbinic repertoire. And as I'm sure you're aware, divorces are extremely serious things because when a woman is married, she is forbidden to any other man in Jewish law. If she were to be with another man, there are grave consequences, not only for the partners, but for any children that will be produced. So if a marriage is dissolved, it must be dissolved completely in order for the woman to go and marry a second husband if she so desires. And therefore, the documents that attest to divorce are written with tremendous precision, and they have to be supervised to a very high degree. All of this goes without saying. Why is it specifically Sephardic? Because they were very lazy in Egypt and in Israel, as it happened, with the pronunciation of Sephardic names. Since the names have to be recorded in Hebrew letters, it was crucial that they had to be recorded phonetically and not orthographically. Meaning you had to write it down the way it sounded. And a lot of Spartans had names which were borrowed from many other languages, and the Ashkenazi rabbis would just sort of guess at it, and the Rabbi Yosef said, no, that would make the entire get asur, would make it invalid, and if she were to remarry again, it would be a tragedy. You would have to make sure it's done right. So, for example, what if a Spartan guy has the French name Georges?
The following conversation
is George. So in French, Georges. So we don't have the letter je at the beginning or je at the end of Georges. How do you actually write that? So you've got to combine various letters. You've got to add little critical marks and things like that. But if you were to use George just for George, no one would call us like George. You wouldn't know who he was. So he got very deeply involved in the precise writing of Sephardic names as they were pronounced. Something that also he was involved with very heavily. In 1973, he was immediately with the Yom Kippur War entrenched in a very deep and agonizing attempt to free Hasidim. I don't want to take too much time for this, but here's important. There were 970 women in Israel whose husbands went missing in action during the 1973 war. You recall the Yom Kippur War, a surprise attack. Israel was caught off guard. They suffered punishing blows until they were eventually able to reassert themselves. So 970 women who were left in uncertain state. If the bodies of the husbands were claimed or identified, then they would be widows. But if they were not identified, then they would technically still be married. These men who were MIA, they would be classified, as we know, as changed women and unable to be married. There are several measures that Israel takes currently to try and avoid such circumstances in the future. And by the way, in America, particularly, is a real problem with husbands who aren't missing in action, but they refuse to give their wife yet. A whole other discussion. Rabbi Yosef felt this responsibility weighed on him very heavily, and he literally went sleepless for many nights, agonizing over each one of these women until every single one of 970 women had found a way to be released from their marriage. This is part of his thought as well. He was what they call a no-kill, someone who was able to find leniencies, and he found all kinds of them. So I'll give you one example. In halakha and Jewish law, let's say a guy falls overboard from a boat, and people see him fall overboard, but they don't know if he swam to shore or what happened to him. They don't know if he's alive or dead or whatever, but they're not even sure who he is. What they find is personalized wallet, has his name on it. So it looks on the surface like this is the guy that died. although you don't have 100% certainty. So that's not considered acceptable proof in normative Jewish law. What about if you have dog tags? Dog tags are also designed to identify persons. If a person is burned beyond recognition, you still have the dog tags and identify that someone wearing this chain was in fact killed. Could you say that the person is in fact dead and therefore the right to be remarried? As Rabbi Yosef said, this is not at all like the personalized wallet. The personalized wallet, a man could give his wallet to someone else and say, here, can you go to the store and buy something from me? Or could you watch the wallet while I go out in the shower or whatever he's going to do? A dog tag, a soldier never takes it off. That specifically is, it's not given to someone else in a gift. So in these kinds of logical inferences, whatever he could find to release these women was part of his time. And he spent a tremendous amount of hours with remarkable success in so doing.
He rode away.
He returned from Cairo and took a few jobs in Central Israel until finally he ended up being promoted to being chief rabbi of Tel Aviv. And it is here primarily that he wrote his magnum opus, the Yavia Omer, which is a collection of halachic legal decisions that shaped how Sephardim in particular observe Jewish law. I'm going to show you some of the most creative ones shortly. He was also at this time caught up in yet another war in Israel. We discussed the 1973 war. This is, of course, the 1967 war, which is still very much in the news today with protests going on in the Gaza Strip. The Six-Day War, we should recall, I'm sure everyone in this room is aware of what those events of June 1967 meant. When it looked like all of these Arab armies surrounding Israel were going to push the fledgling state into the sea, and then with a remarkable, uncanny, supernatural miracle, within 6 days the Jews had not only defended their little strip of land, they had actually expanded it beyond. This was the era when the 1967 border between East and West Jerusalem was removed. This was an iconic photograph showing the soldiers first approaching the Temple Mount, which was behind Jordanian lines, until 1967. But perhaps even more significant for many Jews was this moment when Chief Rabbi Shlomo Goren blew the shofar while holding a Torah scroll at the Temple Mount. Truly a moment when many Jews were shipping with the idea that perhaps the Messianic redemption really is at hand. To imagine a rabbi of great stature blowing a shofar. It turned out that both Rabbi Goren and Rabbi Yosef were both appointed to be chief rabbis of Tel Aviv together. And so he, the Ashkenazi chief rabbi, and Rabbi Yosef, of course, the Sephardic chief rabbi of Tel Aviv city. And it was an uneasy kind of partnership because they held very divergent views on many, many things. Not just, what you can eat on Passover. They held, for example, tremendously divergent views on politics. Shlomo Goren, Rabbi Shlomo Goren, tended to be more of a hawkish individual, very much in favor of annexing the West Bank and Gaza and not holding it for some kind of negotiation, whereas Rabbi Yosef was much more dovish. He felt that Israel could, if it so desired, trade land to the east. He was incidentally very friendly with Shimon Peres. He felt that no amount of land, even the holiest land in the world, is the same value as a human life, and so he held a much more peaceful kind of position vis-a-vis the situation in the Middle East. At the same time, however, especially towards the end of his life, he lost his confidence that the Arab interlocutors were acting in good faith and that the exchange of land for peace would actually be effective. He did, however, believe it in principle. He began to doubt it in his specific practice. But the two of them nevertheless managed to eke out a modus vivendi on a whole host of issues, even though they held quite divergent political views. So let's look at some of the rulings that he made that were specific to Sephardim and had a really huge impact on bolstering the central idea of Sephardim as having a distinct and valued tradition. For example, weddings during the 3 weeks. The Ashkenazic custom is between the 17th of Tammuz through the 9th of Av, which falls in July and August months. No weddings may be had. The Sephardim have a different calculation of when that period of mourning is, and they say, come on, you're wiping out half of this time. And so even though wedding halls, which were all kind of dominated by the Ashkenazi mafia, Sephardim couldn't marry during those times. So he insisted that they in fact should be open. I should also mention, by the way, that while he was ordering the wedding halls to allow weddings at this time, he was taking away weddings on Saturday night, which was a really popular time, because Saturday night weddings are almost impossible to manage while observing the Sabbath during the day. And it's just like a charade. Yeah, we're not going to hold the wedding until 30 minutes after Shabbos is over. So try and prepare your food and your bride 30 minutes before Shabbos is not going to happen. I know that my daughters took at least 3 weeks to get ready for it. So that was kind of one example. Another, Harak, the Ashkenazim, including in places as stronghold for Ashkenazi Jewry as Bnei Brak, held a much lower standard of what makes an animal kosher. Specifically, there are these small sort of imperfections that develop on the lungs of a cow, they're called circas. And they're like little punctures, little ruptures in the lung. It's especially true, by the way, if they're fed all kinds of antibiotics and all kinds of artificial things rather than being grass-fed. So the Ashkenazim say, when they slaughter the animal, they feel the lobes of the lungs, and as long as the lungs would hold enough air that you could put them underwater and you wouldn't see bubbles, that's close enough. That's called kosher, and it is totally kosher. The Sephardim, on the other hand, say, no, we don't want to even rely on that. We want to feel the lobes of the lungs to make sure that they have not, they're totally smooth, which is the Yiddish word glatt. They're totally smooth, and they have not developed those circles, whether or not they're empty. And so the Sephardim said, we want it to be halat, or glatt kosher, using the Yiddish term, and they set the standard. Ashkenazim ever since have kind of risen to that. It's very hard to find butchers that don't serve glatt kosher now. It is ironic that you look at places that are dairy and they say they're glatt kosher, which is absurd, but nevertheless. So he kind of forced the Ashkenazim to kind of live up to their game. There's a host of things on matzah, on Passover observance, because that's where you see a lot of differences. Matzah shira, for example, which is matzah baked with any liquids other than water, like fruit juice and things like that. Here's one of my favorites. The Tel Aviv Passover Guide. They would do this every year, and they would bring this guide on what's kosher and what's not kosher. They would bring it to the chief rabbi to sign, and he looked at it, and he said, no, this is not right. It said in the original, rice and beans are forbidden, but Sephardim allow them, which is in fact a tradition. Rice and beans are called kitnios. Ashkenazim don't eat them, Sephardim do. So he said, no, you got to change the language to read, rice and beans are permitted, but Ashkenazim forbidden. So he turned it around. This is a lot of his way of thinking of hey, the Sephardim have a point, and it's not like we're deviant from the Ashkenazim. Anyways, the Ashkenazim are deviant. He did generate controversy with so many rulings. We're talking really about a man who ruled thousands of rulings in his life, many of which were very controversial. So, for example, he was in favor of the heter mechira, a very controversial law or sock that had been in place since the beginning of the century, that during the 7-year sabbatical cycle, the land belonging to Jews could be sold to non-Jews, which would render the produce permissible, even if it was actively farmed. Many of the Ashkenazi rabbis felt that was not a valid sale for many reasons, and therefore they did not want to rely on the permission of sales, which is what Heder Mechira means. And so there's a lot of back and forth between Ashkenazi and Sephardi rabbis. Rabbi Yosef, however, really believed not only in the power of a logical argument, even if it turns out to be lenient, he also believed in the suffering that would ensue to the farmers if they did not allow these leniencies. He also felt that, if we do not tell them that if we do not make this permissible, they're going to do it anyways, because most of the farmers in Israel were secular Jews. They would do it anyways, and then we would have really non-kosher food flooding the markets. So in that calculation, his opinion was dominant in the state. He also was more permissive when it came to shedut or meat for women. In Israel, in the 1950s, one of the what's called the status quo agreements was reached between the great Ashkenazi thinker, the Chazon Ish, and Rabbi Ben-Gurion, that men who are learning in yeshiva full-time would not be exposed to the draft, very contentious issue even in contemporary Israel, and religious women would also not be required to be drafted. They simply had to declare that they were religious and they were exempt from military service. If they wished, however, said the state, they could enlist in what was called shedut leumi, which means national service. And they would do all kinds of non-military kind of assignments for a few years, like wrapping bandages or maintaining way stations or whatever was needed logistically behind the enemy on our side of the enemy lines. The Ashkenazi rabbis forbade this as well. It was too much like conscription for women. Rabbi Yosef was lenient. He said, no, there's nothing permitting women, there's nothing prohibiting women from engaging in shedut leumi if they wish to do so in an appropriate manner. He also, just to give you one that's perhaps more pragmatic that you may even have seen, the dominant mode, one of the most common Jewish rituals is Friday night candlelighting. The procedure is women, Ashkenazi women will light the candles, will kind of wave their hands over the candles, and then cover their eyes while they say the blessing. The reason for this is kind of a contradiction in circumstances. The rule is you say a blessing before you perform the action. You say a blessing on the apple before you bite into it. You don't say the blessing after, unless there's some reason specific to it afterwards. But if you say the bracha and you have made it Shabbat, and the first thing you do is transgress it by lighting a match. So therefore, the Ashkenazi custom is you light while you still consider it Friday, and then you close your eyes as if to say, I'm pretending the lights are not there, I'm saying the blessing, and then you see them for the first time. That's the idea. The Moran Yosef Karo, the Shulchan Aruch says no. Just light the candles and then say the bracha. And that's in fact the ritual for Sephardic women. And Rabbi Yosef made a big deal out of saying, why is it that Sephardic women have ignored this very normative halacha that has clearly stated so in the Shulchan Aruch. So he advocated that women should in fact follow the Sephardic custom if they were Sephardic. Let me give you some examples of his ruling that are outside of specifically Florida, but nevertheless demonstrate his leniencies in very creative ways. He recognized brain death. He's one of the first rabbis in Israel to recognize that there was such a thing as being placed in a situation where life is artificially sustained by contemporary technology. And this is a tremendous leniency because the Talmudic definitions of death are all cardiopulmonary, heartbeat, and breathing.
The state of affairs
as we all know,
how much violence
people
is
can,
there, how much
unfortunately,
kidnapping
or
is
may
there.
be placed on heart lung machines, and they can be kept breathing and their heart beating indefinitely. So he was the first to pioneer the concept of what's popularly called brain death. It is not a simple test. There are a lot more stages to it than we would have in North American hospitals. Nevertheless, he did say that there are grounds
for
for
horses and for any
considering
kind of
a
valuables
person
that
who
they
is
can
on life
buy.
support to nevertheless
It's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China.
Cosmetic surgery, one of my favorite exchanges. His study partner was Rav Eliezer Waldenberg, Tzitz Eliezer, and they both were very much involved in medical halacha, medical technology.
So they had to
So
get
far in
these
the 20th century that they're constantly dealing with questions. And one of the
so
questions that was sent to Tzitz Eliezer was, may a woman have cosmetic surgery performed on her face? She wanted rhinoplasty, she wanted to have a nose job. And Tzitz Eliezer, I don't know, he just kind of like takes off his jacket and rolls up his sleeves and starts berating the questioner, saying, why are you dissatisfied with the way God made you? You're a creature of God, the image of God, and for whatever reason you have this nose, you should deal with your nose, whatever. And he essentially, put it on. And Rabbi Yosef, on the other hand, he says, why not? He said, there's no law in the Torah. If it is safe, there would be a law in the Torah if it's not safe. Anesthetic is dangerous, the operation is dangerous, then it would be forbidden. But if it's a common procedure, it's done all the time, it's very little risk, and it'll make you feel better about yourself, and maybe it'll make your husband like you better, who knows what it is. Why not? Even if you're not married and you want to improve your appearance for dating or whatever, also why not? Very, very lenient, great contrast to Tzitz Eliezer. Similarly, also in women's halachas, bat mitzvah. The rabbis, especially in America, the Shai V'Kayam, they got very upset about the idea of having a bat mitzvah, because after all, it's something that was really pioneered by the non-Orthodox movements. I think the first bat mitzvah in history, like the celebration of bat mitzvah, when a girl turns 12 days old, 12 years and a day old, was, I think, Mordecai Kaplan's daughter. I think she was the first bat mitzvah. That would be like in 1940 or something. And in America, it just, took off because, we have a bat mitzvah for the sons, they grew up, but it was just something for our daughters. And the rabbis here in America really drew a line in the sand, it's either the bat mitzvah, we can't have both. But everyone just says, why not celebrate? She's now, obligated to the mitzvot as well, have a party, and so he was very lenient with these guys. At the same time, I don't want to color this too broadly. He was very strict. He forbade animal experimentation for cosmetic purposes. He said you could not cause pain to an animal to develop cosmetics. For other health-related medicines, things like that, that's a different story. But simply for cosmetics, he said you can't torture an animal. And here in a most amazing discussion, he wrote that if you are a match for someone who needs a kidney, you must give it.
She takes the baby girl to
Not you may.
In her own lap.
You must give the kidney. The way that the response works is the rabbi is asked a specific question with a specific situation, and the rabbi will answer that specific situation. And so he was asked about siblings. And one sibling needed a kidney transplant. The other one had it. A little nervous about doing it. He asked Rabbi what he said. He says, what do you tell me? You must give your kidney to your sibling. There's no,
so she leaves Saltigal, the other wife.
And that was much further than any other rabbi was willing to go at the time. So he could definitely be very strict as well.
They pile
but know him primarily as a very creative individual who found leniencies when people needed it. So he, and I think one of the things that made him so beloved as a chief rabbi was his remarkable tolerance of diversity. Even though he has the whole kind of Elvis get-up, he was really very, very relaxed around non-observant Jews. He was welcoming to them, he was warm to them, all kinds of things, because he felt that they were part of one people, and he did not want to alienate them under any circumstances. So he was elected with the support of many Ashkenazi rabbis, including Rabbi Eliashib, the Rishon LeZion, that means the first in Zion, or the Sephardic chief rabbi, in 1972. And one of the first things he did was he defended the Sephardic practice of people. The Love marriage. The law is if a man dies childless, then his brother is expected to marry the widow. And when you read the passage in Deuteronomy that talks about it, it's very clear that this is considered a duty
And this is the
to
early
support
steps
a
of the
young woman
military genius.
who otherwise is alone in
Because in order to
society.
get her
Especially
back
written within the context of a
an
Middle
actual
Eastern
organization of
culture
troops.
where women always are existing within the shadow of some male figure, the father, the husband, the son, and godson, that kind of thing. To leave a woman alone in the cold would be considered in that society very wrong and immoral. You can see by the fact that if a husband refuses to marry his brother's widow, then there's a whole nasty ritual where you spit on the ground and you call them names. It's clear from the context that the preferred thing to do, at least in that society at that time, is evil. That he should marry her and take her into his family, perhaps as a second wife. Ashkenazic culture, living among Christians who are monogamous, at least nominally so. The Ashkenazim, we lost the sort of cultural norm of polygamy, and so therefore in the year 1000, more or less, the great Italian Rabbi Meir Gershon Meir HaKolah said that's it, there's a ban, no more polygamy. Ashkenazi men only marry one wife, and therefore that meant that Yibum may no longer be performed, that is the lover of marriage. The alternative, Chalitza, which means sending away the widow, must be performed. And that is in fact the Ashkenazi norm. But Sephardim never picked that up. Sephardim lived in many Arab countries where polygamy was accepted, and so therefore, if both parties are amenable to Yibum, what is the point of standing in the way, essentially, is what Rabbi Yosef said. This was very controversial because Israel adopted the Ashkenazi standard, which was more European in nature. But nevertheless, exceptions were then made because Rabbi Yosef said that ultimately this is well within the Sephardic tradition. He also was a great defender of Ethiopian Jewry, which at this time was learning to return to Israel. Ethiopian Jewry, by the way, we're going to talk about them, God willing, next semester in the fall. I hope to do a full lecture on their history, which is fascinating. It goes all the way back to the ancient kingdom of Rothschild'S. It's amazing how far back they go. But there was a lot of question in Israeli society, are they really Jewish? And if they are Jewish, are they perhaps illegitimate? Because among other things, their divorce law was not the same. Well, that was my argument. But Rabbi Yosef was a staunch defender of admitting them to the country as Jews. There's a lot more to say about the story. We'll have to leave it for next week, but he was definitely very much in favor. He wrote,
but the trouble is meat. So they come from different backgrounds, and John does not derive by any means.
He also argued that, with regards to Sephardic Jews, there's kind of this stereotype, which is based in some rough reality that it was perfectly consistent for a Sephardic Jew to go to shul in the morning and get a geschmack out of davening and listen to Russia, and then go pick up a bag of garim and drive to a soccer game. That was all part of kind of like the traditional sense of what is normative among Sephardim. But as one Rabbi Yaakov Levi said, the traditional Jew desecrated Shabbat more than much, but never did it desecrate the name of life. I mean, these young Sephardic men in particular would feel that, these things are just not as important. There's a much greater value of respecting God, respecting the rabbi, and so on. So the rest of us are practicing. And so we see that he shows over and over again kindness and tolerance for non-observant Jews. That really is remarkable for someone such a good man. Dress codes even allowed, non-normative dress for women that was running a lot of trouble with Iranians. Let's just look at one last thing. That's my special thing. This is a picture of Cardinal Lustiger, Jean-Marie Lustiger, who was a French Jew who, as a child, was taken into a monastery and saved from thereby from the Holocaust. He ended up growing up in the church and was elevated to the post of cardinal. In fact, he was in the running for the position of the papacy at that point. Amazing thing. He never denied his Jewishness. In fact, he had it inscribed on his tombstone. He said he was born a Jew and he never left it, just like the apostles. But at any rate, he died in 2007, and some family members wanted to say Kaddish for him. And the chief rabbi of France was asked to say Kaddish for Lustiger, who was a cardinal of the Catholic Church, and he didn't know what to do, so he went to Rabbi Yosef. And said, what should I do? So Rabbi Yosef apparently he broke down his ears, and he said that of course you should say Kaddish for him. Absolutely. Why would you not say Kaddish for him? Same chapter did. They had the ceremony, the funeral in the church. They brought the church, the body outside, and they said Kaddish in the street. And that's just a sense of, Rabbi Yosef's sense of every Jew is part of the Jewish community. Even the cardinal of the Catholic Church is part of it. He was known as a very popular teacher to the masses. He had a Saturday night radio show long after he had finished his term as chief rabbi. He was tremendously popular. And he would, again, bring in his stories, his lessons with the Job and his stories. He was very much in favor of teaching as a public demand for scholars. He wrote once on solitary scholars, meaning kind of like the Lithuanian ideal of a guy who sits in yeshiva for 30 years and doesn't, stick his head outside the four walls of the study hall. He writes, this is infuriating to me, for such teachers and students are closing their eyes so they see only themselves. They don't see the Jewish people and their distress and thirst for Torah. Yeshiva X issued an order that married students may not teach. This is wickedness without power. And here's one of my favorites. After 120 years, God will ask, he wrote, what have you done for my honor? You have to be able to answer, I ceased my Torah study for your sake and went to each other. I closed my Gemara and went out and taught. Now, we got to talk about his politics a little bit. Obviously, this was not his main area of activity, but he was drawn into politics, and he was the figurehead of an extremely successful movement in Israel called Shas. Shas stands for Shomrei Sfaradim, the guardians of the Sephardim, the guardians of the Sephardic tradition. It also, ironically, is the common acronym for the Talmud. Shas is Shisha Sidrei, the 6 orders of the Talmud. So it has both an ethnic and a religious connotation simultaneously. Up until the late 1970s, Sephardim were definitely second class in Israel. There was a very strong Ashkenazi dominance to society because all of the early pioneering Zionists, particularly in the leadership, came from Russia, Austria, Germany, England, France. And they all came, the vast majority of them came with very Western European secular ideas of what Israel should be. Shortly after Israel was established, you had all of these Arab countries evicting their Jews, and you had a massive onslaught of Sephardim, but they were coming into a society that was already well entrenched in European ways of thought, European ways of doing things. And it took them a generation and a half to really begin to find their footing in Israeli society. And that was expressed primarily through the election of Menachem Begin and Likud in 1977. Labor, the more socialist-oriented, European-dominated party, was ousted for the first time since 1948 by a coalition of more right-wing parties, like Jabotinsky-oriented parties, and the Sephardim, who said, enough is enough already. We want to vote for a more conservative party, a more religious-friendly party, not a religious antagonistic party. And this was the beginning of when the Sephardim began to find their political market. It was finally expressed in 1984 with this organization called Shas, and Rabbi Yosef was the natural person to be the spiritual leader of the movement. He was not the political director. He was the figurehead that stood at the top of all of it. Unfortunately, that meant that he was also drawn into some of the political morass that involved in Israeli politics. Specifically because in Israel, with the exception of the few times that it's had a national unity government to deal with the immediate
Also,
threats,
quite
no
common
majority party has ever
if a man
ruled the
dies
country.
and his
It's always
brothers,
been
or
a
has no
minority
brothers or his
party,
brothers,
horse trading
not
with
marry
other
his
small
widow,
parties,
and if he has
and
a
forming
son
a
with
coalition, a
another
very
wife,
fragile coalition.
she
So
will
Shas, even
become
though
his
at one
wife.
point they garnered
So
19
it would have
out of
been
120
common that
seats, a
Victor
very large
eventually,
chunk
when he
of the
passed through
Knesset,
puberty,
they never were the majority, and
perhaps
so they had
marry
to align themselves with parties that did not necessarily share their values. Ovadia Yosef was
I don't know that
especially
happened,
pained when
but either
the
it did
Israel Power Company had to
Putin
move a
was
very
trying to
large
prevent
piece
it
of
because
equipment,
it was bad
and
enough
they,
that he was the older
could only
brother, but he
travel
becomes the
9
older
miles
brother
an
and
hour
his
down the
stepfather.
highways, and they figured they
Putin
better
just
do it
couldn't
on
handle that.
Shabbat,
I
because
mean, he
that's
was
when the roads
already,
are
Victor was
least
ordering
traffic.
around so he
But
would take
he
things
felt
from
that was
a
just
fish
intolerable to
bird,
be in an Israeli country
it was in
with a
economy that's
Jewish government
perfectly acceptable.
and decide to do something specifically on
The
Shabbat.
hierarchy.
They had non-Jewish
So
drivers
Jewish
and things like that, but he was confident that a lot of Jews would nevertheless be involved in
Yes,
desecrating
it's
the
only
Sabbath.
recorded
But
once,
that was the
perhaps
difficulty
happened
of
several
being
times.
involved
So
in
that's
politics
no
when you're
easy thing
essentially
to do
religious.
for an older brother. Just take
So
stuff.
to turn to his
Yes, he
legacy
can
and
do
conclusion,
anything he
and
wants,
at
just
this point,
about with
you
his
know, one
younger
of the things that I
siblings.
have not talked about pointedly is the many, many miraculous stories associated with
Mostly in
Rabbi
the
Yosef.
record, they
We're
kind
talking
of put
about
the
a
blame on
very
this
holy
fish.
person, and there
So
are
I'm not
dozens
sure
of
that's really the
published,
blame.
very
But
authentic
the boys had
sounding
actually taken the
stories
sewing
about
needles from their mother
miraculous
and they were
cures
using them for
associated.
fishing.
I'd just like to share
I think it's a
two
little
of them,
complicated.
just to give a sense of,
But for
you
whatever
know,
reason,
it's
he and
beyond
his next
our
brother
purpose to speak about
decided to
spooky
kill
things
him.
like this.
And
But
they did.
nevertheless, just to
Why
get a
to you
sense
is it
of
more
how people
complicated than
regard
that? It feels to
Rabbi
me
Yosef.
like
Nobody
stealing
says
of a
these
fish
things happen for
is
me.
like the final
Right?
straw.
That's for
Here
a
he's
reason.
being
Rabbi Yosef
abused
is someone who's so great.
over
One
and
spooky
over and
story,
over.
apparently when
The
he was
fish is
a little bit
somewhere
older,
like
and he was
So
giving
here
a
he
public lecture,
takes
and there were like
matters into his
hundreds of
own
people in the
hands.
room.
I think it
A
is
couple of young
simple that, and
ruffians
it can be
came
the thing
in
that
and
pushes
started
you over
loudly
the edge, but it's all these other tensions of what's going
disturbing the
on
lecture
with the
in
family.
a very
Because
predicament and
they shoot him with arrows, they
inappropriate
kill
manner.
him.
And
But what
apparently Rabbi
happens
Yosef said to them two
afterwards is
words.
also
He said,
interesting for the
"You are in
dynamics of what was
Shamta,"
going on before,
which
because
is a,
we hear nothing
we
from
don't have an
Fauci.
exact translation for it in English,
She
but
and
it
her
means you're
younger son,
excommunicated.
then
You're
get tired. They
outside.
stay with the family.
And,
They don't go away. But the
you
one
know,
who
that's
is
kind of weird.
outraged
They did
is
actually
Mama
take those two
Ergo, his
guys
mother.
outside
She
of
screams
the,
and hollers at him
outside
in
of
the
the,
longest kind of tirade
the
you can
hall.
imagine. About you will never have
years
anybody
later,
in your life
a
except
dozen
your
years later,
own
one of them
shadow.
came back to Rabbi
And,
Yosef,
you know, you are
and
worse than
begged his forgiveness
everything that she could
because he
do.
and his friend had been married
She
for
was
many years and
outraged
were
and went on and on and on about it.
He
So
attributed
she
it
was
to that,
obviously
those two words. So
extremely
Rabbi Yosef told
distressed
him to
about
get
it.
his friend.
Whereas
They had to both
Sochibel, the
come.
mother of the
He
boy,
sat them, told them they
she
had
may
to
have been
sit on the
distressed, I don't
ground,
know, but nothing has
and then he
shown
ignored
up
them for
in
about 5
the record.
minutes, and then he said,
So he does have this
all
episode
is
of having
forgiven,
killed off
all
his
is
mother.
released, all
But
is
I don't
permitted.
think it was a deeply
And they left,
meaningful.
and in
I think it was
fact, they
important,
both had
but
children
I don't think it was
immediately
emotionally deeply meaningful
Spooky
for
story.
Kibutzim.
Okay. One more spooky
The
story,
brother was gone.
which is one
Problem was
that
solved.
affects me a
Mother
lot.
is
I had to say, I was
extremely
reading
ticked
this on a
off
Q
at
train,
him.
and I started
But
blubbering.
But
It
it
was bad. I
does
got too
show,
emotional, you know.
in fact, it's
People looking
interesting
at
if
what's
it's
wrong
not a
with this
big
guy.
deal for him.
But
It does show that
it's a
he's
story about his
willing
Rebbitzin.
to
You
resort
don't normally hear stories
to
about
take
the
care of
Rabbanit,
a
as she was known.
bad
But it's
situation.
an amazing one.
yes,
In
he is
2004,
capable of
a
doing
man
anything that
came
needs
to
to be done
Rabbi Yosef
to
with a
resolve
6-year-old
what he sees
child
as a
and
problem.
asked the
There was a
Chacham to
problem,
give him a blessing.
he resolved
And
it
he
at
told
a
him
very
that
young age. So he had
told him
that
that the
experience
6-year-old child
behind
was
him.
here because his wife, who had died many years prior to his birth. And the story went like this, that the man was a rabbi who was hired by the absorption ministry to run a Seder for a whole Passover Seder for a large number of Soviet immigrants.
Is it normal to have such a
And
love story across
the
many
night of
years
the Seder, his
separated,
wife went into labor.
sort of having that
So
kind of
they went to the
loyalty?
nearby
Because
hospital,
two-way
and
loyalty from Russia
the hospital, and I actually have experienced this
and
myself in
Timothy
Israel, the hospital was basically vacated.
And this is like
Everybody was gone.
before he was
For the
Genghis
holiday,
Khan.
there was just one hairy nurse who was running between a few people who were in the maternity ward there. And the nurse said, look, I'll do the best I can, but I can't possibly help you when I have another woman in labor just down the hall. But the Rebbe said, you know,
her
you have
family
300 people
liked
who
him
are
in some way
Judaism,
or
who are
that she
waiting for
remembered
you
him
to
or
say
that she had no
it is
other
so important
suitors.
that you go.
Because at 17
That
she
would
should have
help
been
you
married,
find.
actually.
You go.
So I can't explain why,
Amazing thing
but
that
it
she
was
would
certainly
say.
a strong love story
And then
after
she
the
went
fact,
into, and
if
then
not
he
before.
it was difficult, but he went to the
Those two were
Seder,
loyal
the
to each
Seder.
other throughout their
And
lives.
when he came
Or she
back,
was, I would say, the most
his wife was holding
important
this little
person
boy,
to him.
and she told
After
him
that,
she went into labor and she was suffering. It was difficult.
To get her back.
And
he risked everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to die in order to get her back.
An old woman came into the room and said,
Got her back.
I am Rabbi
But now
Yosef.
he's reestablished his relationship
The
with
Rabbi
Jabal
Rashi's wife.
And so they decide
I'll help
to
you.
stay together.
And,
And they all
the
go
story
off to the
goes,
Horonaka
the
Valley.
woman says that the Rebbitzin actually delivered the baby. And then, of course, she was
She
gone.
is pregnant.
So, you know, what are you going to do with these kind of stories?
This
You
becomes
can't
a huge
exactly
issue forever.
print them in standard scholarly
It's one of
work.
those things that to this day,
It's the kind of thing that I find very
issue.
moving and powerful, that the Rebbitzin,
But
who
as
was
he
not
says
known
much
for
later in
thousands of
life,
volumes of
when his own
response
sons rebel against him,
and
and they call
nevertheless
that
could
first
carry
child
such
a wicked
spiritual weight
bastard.
to affect
He
such
defends his
women.
wife.
But anyway, back to the
Viciously.
secular stuff. 800,000 people attended
You
his
were not
funeral in
there. You do not
2013.
know who
It
loved who
was,
and who did not.
it
You
was
did
an
not
amazing
see the
thing. It
sky
was
turning
the largest
around. You did not
funeral
see the stars falling. You did not
Jewish
see the
history.
earth turn over. You don't
800,000
know what was
people
happening.
came. This is
And
just
if
a
I
second.
say
It
he is
took
my
4
son, he
hours
is my
to
son.
move
Who are
the
you
coffin
to
just
say
a few
otherwise?
blocks
You were not
from
there.
the
You
yeshiva
come from the
to
same
the waiting
warm
car.
womb. And if
And
your mother
because
could
people
hear
simply
your
would not
words, her
allow
warm
it to move.
womb would turn
So
to a
we
cold
come
stone.
back to our
So
initial
he defended
statement.
her forever.
And I apologize,
But he's
I've gone
off
over time.
now.
I'll cut it
We
down
go
on the
back
internet.
to the beginning. She's pregnant.
Rabbi Yosef, I spoke to earlier that he was in many ways, I think, the most important scholar
Decide to
of the
renew
20th
their
century.
vows of being undone.
Not only
each other.
because of his tremendous genius and his
So this
contribution
time,
to Jewish
it's
culture,
more
and Jewish
serious
thought. He won
than
the Israel Prize, and all
ceremony in front
that,
of
but
the
also
whole.
because of his very early
We can't say
decision
tribe. It's
to
not big enough yet
define
for a
the
tribe.
concept of
But the whole
scholarly
clan
as
that's there.
associated with one particular approach to Torah.
Then
And
Tonga
in this
takes off
way,
a
he
gold
actually
belt, which actually
broadened
gets
the
stolen
tent
from the market
for
at some
who
point. And
could
where on earth they
sit
had a gold,
within
a
those
gold belt? I don't
boundaries
know.
and be
He took
considered
off a gold
scholarly.
belt
And at the
and he
same
put
time,
it
he
on
constricted the tent
Temujin.
because he said
And then
it has to do with
Temujin
these
gave him
laws as expressed by
a
this
mayor who
particular
had
thinker,
never
Maran
had
Yosef
a foal
Karo.
that never
And so in
given
many
birth.
ways, he
And it was
gave
unusual mayor who
Sephardi
had a little
Jews
growth on the
borders around which to define
So it's
their
an
identity,
unusual gift that I don't.
and in such
It
a
has
way
meaning,
he
but I don't know
guaranteed
all the
the
meanings behind
legacy
it.
of the
You know, it's sort
Sephardi
of odd to
tradition
me.
for
But
generations.
golden
Thank
belt
you
and
very
then
much for your
sort of
attention
think
and
about
your
it in different
endurance.
ways. But golden
See what
the
God willing in the
belt,
fall.
the belt for the Mongol man is really the sign of manhood. And in fact, this belt of Dus, a woman was often then and even now called person without a belt, because that's how they were at that time. Today, women wear belts, of course, but they still use the word uskui, with no belt. So it's a very important symbol of manhood. So he gave that to Mujid, and they celebrated. And then the words of the secret history, they stuck the part under the same blanket apart from their mother group, and they were happy together. And then when the baby was born, Temujin named the baby Tuch, which means visitor. Some people say, well, it's because the child was really the working child. Other people say, no, it's because he was a visitor on the territory of Jalak at that time. And other people can say, well, Jalak's ancestor, who had been born from the kidnapped woman who was pregnant, they had named that Jorigadai, which meant foreigner. So it's kind of like a parallel, the visitor and the foreigner. And so Jalak's clan took the name from him. They were called Jalak. So all these things that sometimes we can't quite understand because we don't have the total mentality of that time and we're not there.
But we should say that it's a pretty powerful part of this love story is that if the child is likely not his, and he accepted that child as his own without, and defended it as it becomes much more important later, as his first child.
Yes, he defends this child through his entire life. But not long after the birth, he and Jamaica break apart, or really it's Timuchin breaks apart at the urging of Rothschild. She said he lords it over you too much, he orders you around too much, you need to be free, we need to break away. She urged him, but he loved his wife more than anything. I think that in a certain way the most important other character in his life, adult life, would be the Honda relationship, which gets severely tested in future years. But they run away through the night. They go all night long to escape from him. But he obviously loved Bertha the most and took the baby, of course, with him as well.
So here's this breaking point of how that relationship evolved.
The two of them never claimed to break it. They had just separated. And now we have Wang Han, the most powerful ruler on the steppe, who's ruling out of central Mongolia, the Karyan people. And so Jamaica remains loyal to him, but at first so does Timuchin. They're both loyal to him, but they're fighting in different kinds of campaigns. So for a while, they're not fighting each other. But eventually, some things happen that separate Timuchin. Timuchin was making all of these great victories for Wang Han. And he was even got the title Wang, which means from Chinese meaning prince or king. Wang Han received that from the Jin dynasty because of all of these conquests against the Tatar people. So Timuchin was rising up, and then he wanted his son to marry the daughter of Wang Han. And Wang Han said no. His own son. He told the father, no, we don't marry those little people. They're Mongols. They're not like us. We're Karyan people. We're not going to marry them. And so then, now, war, you could say, breaks out a feud, really. And Timuchin has to flee far away into the east to a place called Balchun. And he goes to Balchun, and at this time, Jamaica is going to fight on behalf of his lord, Wang Han. The two of them do not meet in combat, but now their forces are fighting each other.
And they didn't see that. I mean, there's an obvious tension there. There's an obvious, if slight, breaking of loyalty, right?
Yes, it's hard to know what's going through their mind at that point. We only have it later on, when the relationship is being resolved in unfortunate ways, that they claim that neither one of them ever truly broke it because they never harmed each other directly. And in fact, then Timuchin eventually defeats Wang Han. So he takes over central Mongolia. He's starting to really rise up now. And he has the title from his own people of Genghis Khan. They give him that at Black Heart Mountain by the Blue Lake. It's a very beautiful, special place. But he takes that title. That's not a title that anyone had ever held that we know of Genghis Khan. It was a new title that he just thought up, or somebody thought up, or somebody thought it had auspicious meaning behind it. It's very close to the word Tengiz, which means the sea. It could have had something to do with that. Mongolians really like, you might say, puns. They like words with multiple meanings. And it's very important to them. The more meanings a word has, the more power that word has. So that has different meaning in different languages. So in Mongolian, it sounds like strong. Genghis. But in Turkic, and there are many Turkic people, including the merchant themselves, are mostly Turkic people. It sounds like the sea.
So it's exciting to them when there's this double meaning, and the double meaning plays with each other, and it excites them.
Especially with like today in Mongolia, well, I've been there so long, I think the fad is past now, but about 20 years ago, it was popular to name children Michelle. Girls, because it's a French name, an American name, and it means smile. in Mongolia. So it's the power of three great languages and three great civilizations. And so many names are like that. And so I think Genghis, it doesn't have one meaning. I think it means powerful, it means the sea, I think it means many different things. But so he had become a Khan, and he was ruling over him. And so Jamukha now switched loyalties to the next kingdom over, called the Naiman people, who are farther west. And he becomes the protege, you could say, of the Naiman people. But when Genghis Khan attacks the Naiman, Jamukha deserts the Naiman. He tells them these people have snouts of steel and they eat humans alive. And he was telling them all these horrible things about the Mongols, you know. And Tayan Khan, the leader of the Naimans, he was rightfully scared about him. And he was left there. And he, in fact, was very quickly also defeated. So Jamukha has not fought against Temujin in this campaign. And he's involved with some of his people, Jatavan clan people. He's involved with them, and they see the turning of the tide. You know, but he now wants to become the great Khan of the steppe. He has very few followers, but he takes the title Gurkhan, which is a very old, ancient, important title. But because Baghan is gone, Tordohan gone, he can take this title and pretend to be the great Khan of the steppe. You know, but his own people turn against him, and they capture him, and they think they will take him to Genghis Khan. They'll take him, and they'll be rewarded perhaps for turning him in. And Genghis Khan does reward them immediately. He kills them all because they have betrayed their leader, who is his uncle. It's a very strange encounter. And so supposedly Genghis Khan says to him, come back to me, save me, be beside me, protect me, be my shadow, be my safety guard in life. And supposedly Jamukha says, but I did betray you. My people fought against you, and you will always know that, and you will never completely trust me. I will be like a louse underneath the collar of your tunic. I will be like a thorn in the lapel of your down. He said, kill me without shedding my blood. Let me die. And if you do, take my remains up to a high place and bury me, and I will be the guard. I will be the protector for you and your people forever. So they obviously Temujin did not participate in the killing, but he ordered the killing, and he was either. It's not specified how he was killed without shedding blood. But the Mongols had several ways, because the most honorable way to die was without shedding blood. The blood contains part of the soul, and if you lose it, you're losing your soul before you die. So they usually wrap them up in felt carpets, and then beat them to death, or trample them to death with horses, or something like that. There are a couple other methods, but I think that's probably the method by which Jamukha was killed. And so he was killed, and then Temujin had him, or Genghis Khan had his remains taken up and buried in a high place. This is over near Tuva, which is today part of Russia. But until the 20th century, it was a part of Mongolia. The Tuvan people, very, very close culturally to the Mongols.
It seems that both of them, under the relationship, had a deep value for loyalty. And so the way, it's not worth living after you've been disloyal, which is the Jamukha perspective, right?
He had become very practical at this point, and he understood that you needed complete total loyalty and trust with everybody around. And I think for this reason, he was willing either to accept the plea of
The Jews of Provence, the
Jamaica,
south of France, who were not part of
Genghis Khan was asking him to come back and to be his shadow and to be his safety guard again. Maybe that was just a formality that he knew would be rejected. Or maybe when Jamaica offered to be killed without shedding blood, that was a formality that he thought would not be followed through.
Nevertheless, to me, just reading your work and understanding his history, this relationship seems like a really, really important relationship that defines the nature of loyalty.
Yes.
For Genghis.
I would say in both negative and positive ways, it was the most important relationship of his adulthood of selling from birth to. But that relationship really did not seem to have many negative aspects. They somewhat disagreed on things, but small things. So she was by him, and she was positive in every regard, so far as we know, forever. Although she was not submissive, but she was always on his side. And Jamaica, it was just a little too hot-headed for me, I mean, my evaluation of these things like, oh, we're going to drop down on the market and we're going to come through the so-called kill everybody, He had a flair for the dramatic, even in a way giving the gold belt to Gucci. But Jamaica also, he explained himself at the end of life. And he said, we both lost our father, but I also lost my mother. And you had a strong mother to raise you. I did not. He said, you had Persia. You have a very strong wife to help you. And my wife, she just used a word like prattler, like she just sort of complains and prattles along, and we did not have a relationship. So I think something about that rings true. There were some elements of that were true, but Jamaica certainly didn't have the intelligence and the real genius for dealing with people, dealing with soldiers, especially in warfare, that Temujin had.
Yeah, there's in that relationship there's a contrast because Genghis Khan did not accumulate riches or accumulate power in a way that was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. It was always very practical in what is the way to maximize the success of this operation.
Yes, I often wonder what happened to the gold belt. It's appeared from the story. The gold belt doesn't just disappear. What happened to that? It's so interesting because Temujin was never interested in material goods. And as Genghis Khan is the ruler, in some ways you could say became the richest man in the world because he controlled the most wealth flowing through him. But he always dressed simply. He always lived in a tent, and he said, I eat what my soldiers eat, I dress the way my soldiers dress, I live the way my soldiers live. We are the same. So he had no interest in the wealth. And he had sided before with Anahan, which was very advantageous because they had more trade goods and wealthier people and all. But he just didn't have the temperament, I think, that was going to be helpful for Genghis Khan's continued rise.
That is one of the powerful things about the Genghis Khan stories. He came from nothing.
Absolute nothing.
And he didn't, from what I see and understand, become sort of corrupted by the riches or change. He fundamentally remained the same person who does not have value for material things.
He changed and matured in various ways over life, as we all do. We hope we do. But he never became avaricious in any way. He was never greedy. He was never Christian. He kept the simple life. And part of the simple life for him meant that no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't paint a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. No building could be built dedicated to him. No palace, no tomb, no temple of any sort. Not even in the point of death, but the simplest gravestone. Nothing.
It's fascinating that a kid, a boy, that doesn't know the world would have the intelligence to understand how corrupting that is. Like the moment somebody builds a statue of you, it's like a slippery slope towards becoming not seeing the world clearly, not seeing surrounding yourself with sycophants that don't tell you the information, not being able to select the right people to lead the armies or to lead the territories that you conquer. So it's interesting that he had that foresight of don't record, don't worship. That's because that's a dangerous road to go down for a leader.
And it's very hard to explain how he stuck to that, how he got it. You're so easily corrupted by power, and
pull water out of the
and yet
soil.
He maintained this very fierce attitude towards his relationship was with the people around him, his guard mostly, or his private part of the army, went with him, the central part of the army. That was his relationship, his family. He had 4 wives. This was what was important to him. And in fact, no portrait was painted until 1278. Well, by then he'd already been dead for 51 years. And then no statue until
as long as they did their part,
the 21st century.
It's incredible, but let's go to the document that you referenced several times, the Secret History.
Secret History is a very unusual document, and I happen to love it very much. But I said, Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written about him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes. Even the army was Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet for the Mongol people, and it was adapted for the Uyghur people. And so to this day, it's often called the Uyghur alphabet, the Uyghur alphabet. So he had ordered that, and he'd ordered his children to learn to read and write, and some did. I think most did not, but some did. But one of the things he did with every campaign, even the one at the merchant when he rescued Bertha, was he always adopted one orphan. And that child became a full member of the Mongol nation in his household. His mother would raise the child. So she eventually had a whole household full of boys of different tribes. But they all became very high-ranking members of the government. And one was a Tatar boy who turned out not to be so great as a soldier. But he could read and write. He was the best. And later, eventually, he became the supreme judge, appointed by Genghis Khan, of course. And so, when Genghis Khan died, he recognized it was important not just to write down the law. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to be written in blue books, only the law. Nothing about him or campaigns or military anything. When Shigihutep, was his name, Shigihutep realized that this was going to be lost, that this is a great historic thing that has happened. So he compiled the work. Part of it, I don't know, other people contributed, helped him. It's still a little bit unclear. Almost, they don't specify that. They always know exactly where something happened. So we know exactly where it happened. You can still go to that spot where he wrote it. That's very important to the Mongols. And we also know it's the year of the mouse, so it was 1228. Genghis Khan had died in 27. So he wrote down, it begins with what we would say are the myths. Well, I'm not sure they're myths, but the origins of the myth. It begins with the marriage of the gray blue wolf with a tawny deer. Then some people say, well, that's not kind of myth. Totemic. Almost mostly, they look at me, I asked them about this, and I said, what? He was named Gray Wolf. She was named Tawny Deer. They married. No, they're very practical about it. They think they're real people. Maybe they were or not. But so this earlier history is just the genealogy as it should be. But it's also in there because like Bodhidjar, they call him Bodhidjar the Fourth, the ancestor of Temujin. He's cast out because he's just so dumb. The rest of the family doesn't want him. And his father is undetermined who he was. He kidnapped a very high woman. She has the child who becomes ancestor. So it's a confusing mess, but I tend to think it's probably accurate. There's a lot of good information. And by the time you get to the life of Temujin, the reason we know these intimate things is because that person, Shigihutep, he was there, sleeping in the same gear with the people. So we even see in there, he will record instances where Bertha sits up in bed and tells her husband, okay, you got to do this, you got to do that, you can't do this anymore, we can't do it. It's all recorded, so it's a very intimate document. This is one reason that it was secret. It was only for the family. They were trying to uphold Genghis Khan's prohibition against putting out information about the family. So it was secret for a very long time. So much so, the scholars began to think it didn't exist. And then in the 19th century, a Russian academic who was working in China at the time in Beijing, he discovered a manuscript which was very, very odd, that people didn't think was anything because it's all Chinese characters, but it makes no sense in Chinese. What he recognized, but if you read it, pronounce it, it makes sense in Mongolian. So it was in this code that had been used to record the information in Chinese.
So they're recording the sounds.
The sounds, correct. They use Chinese characters to record sounds, which is always problematic in some little areas. You're not exactly sure what the name is or something like that. But it was a very unusual document. And then once they found it, they realized that some of the Persian documents had incorporated part of that already. So that was very helpful to me. Some of the Persians I trust very much. And I like their work very much. And so it was helpful that it already existed, and all of it. Some of it existed in Mongolian, other Mongolian sources that were written later. Some of it was just incorporated. So it seemed to be fairly genuine, but it wasn't 100% pure. It had little things that happened to it along the way. Some things had been snipped here and there, and a few words changed. Like sometimes for Temujin, they call him Genghis Khan. Well, he wasn't the Han. And sometimes they call him Han, which is like chief, and other times Han, which is emperor. Well, it's a bit different. You know, so there are little things like this that move around that you're not sure why, but it's a document that I have great faith in. It was not published in English until 1982, when Francis Woodman Cleaves at Harvard University translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher, and so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. It was supposed to be 2 volumes. The first volume is the translation. The second volume was going to be the notes, and the second volume was lost. To this day, it hasn't been found. I would love to see that, but anyway, now it's in all languages throughout the world.
Can you clarify? So there's 2 volumes. The 19th century Chinese manuscript covers the first volume.
Yes, that was translated and then published by Harvard University. But the notes were just the notes from the scholar Francis Woodman Cleaves. Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. There are Chinese notes that went with it because the Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things. And they also disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margin to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women would be often marrying their stepson. It just did not match with Confucian ethics. You know, so there's several things like that that they try to skip around. But so it's interesting just to read the Ming Dynasty notes that are attached to it. But the document itself, Mongolian Notes from Zhou, it's just so important. And for me, it was the guiding document. I didn't want to be guided by anything else first. Everything else I would check to correlate, fill in blanks to get more information. But I went to Mongolia to travel around to those places because they are so exactly there and to feel it. And it's so important, I think, because history does not live in books. History does not live in archives or even libraries, as much as I need them for my work. But history lives in the people. History lives in the memory of the people and the culture. And for example, the episode with the kidnapping of Rushta. So I went to that place. I didn't know when it happened, what season it happened. It was very important for figuring out the births that came afterwards and other events that were being correlated. Very important to me. And so I was just talking to the people who live in that valley, the nomads there. They said, oh, it's clear. It was the winter. I said, oh, where did you read that? So no, Granny Quanchen was on the ground and she could feel the vibration. She said, look, this is summertime now. You're not going to feel any vibrations. The ground here is so soft. Suddenly, the whole important piece that I've been searching for just came together from some nomad sitting there next to his horse. And he was absolutely right. It could only happen in the winter. And that also correlates with the time that reading was done. So it correlates with other historic factors. But then that gave me the basis for figuring out a lot of other things. History lives in the people.
Just to link on that point, you visited different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. What did it feel like? What are some memorable things about just the experience of standing there?
I really said almost in every single cities he had conquered across Central Asia and all. And there was so little to learn. I mean, everything was kind of known of whatever the chroniclers had recorded. The archaeologists had found whatever they had found. And I get there, and he hadn't spent much time there. He didn't identify with it. I wasn't feeling anything. But in Mongolia, when we go to these places, and I would know, if Genghis Khan came back today, he would know exactly where he is. There's no road, there's no sign, there's no building, there's no power line going, nothing. And just to smell the air, to feel it, to see the animals, to see what kind of animals live here, what kind of plants are growing here, you begin to get a feeling for how he was thinking. And then you begin to see, I know which direction they came from. The only direction they could come from was that way. You begin to see it, and his life starts to unfold in a very dramatic way. And I have the text. But the text is like it has no secret, no prompts, nothing like that. The Mongols don't understand their way of life. They don't need to explain anything. They know which way the gear faces with the sun. They know all these things. But for me, that's how I learned it. It was from being with the people. It was the most important thing. And this was starting in the 1990s. And the people, at this time, they were amazed at all. I would come, the Soviet era had just ended, socialism was just ending, democracy was starting. Genghis Khan had been forbidden to them for almost the entire century. And every known descendant of Genghis Khan was killed in Mongolia. Following the secret history, that became the key to writing what I wrote. Take the history, which is difficult to understand. You have to go over it. I often never understand different parts, or I change my mind. I think it was yes, now it's no. But the secret history is a valuable document. And to me, also, it's the opening document of Mongolian written language. And I think it's very important how the people begin their written language. And they begin it with the words, from highest heaven came the destiny of the blue wolf, who was married to the tawny deer and deer descendants, who came from the great sea to live at the base of Mount Rothschild.
And then integrating the spiritual elements of nature, the mountains and the great sea, this kind of, it's like a deep connection to nature that they have.
Mongolia is a world that, for the most part, is the same as when Genghis Khan was there. We cannot say that for hardly any other place in the world. Certainly not for America, but just a few hundred years ago, it was entirely different. People, languages, everything. But you can't say it for London or Moscow or Constantinople, Istanbul, Constantinople. All of these things have changed so much. But Mongolia is still Mongolia. It's one of the largest countries in the world in space, with the fewest number of people, well, today 3.3 million. And they're spread out, and they live in their environment in such an intimate way. This was important for learning about Genghis Khan, how he thought, how he hunted, how he strategized for war. You learn that from the people today because they are still there. They're still living.
What's the open Mongolian step like as we return to the feeling of Temujin and Genghis Khan? What's it like looking at this place that has not changed since this time?
The first thing I think about this step is that you can see forever in every direction. There's no building, nothing to stop your line of view. And it's like being in the ocean in many ways. So you have this extremely open space, and the wind is usually blowing through it. But it's extremely fresh. It's coming out of Siberia, it's coming out of the Arctic, it sweeps down across Mongolia. Or cold as the thicket sometimes, but it's always fresh. Always fresh. So you have the wind coming in, you have the smell of the wind, but also then there's grass. The smell of grass becomes very important. Now, because of the particular location, from one year to another, one area may have grass one year, and then drought the next year, another area has grass. So you don't always know. If it's not grass, it's dust. Yeah, dust. Growing in, the dust doesn't smell so good, the dust doesn't feel so good. But that's just one more part of the country. The waters are mostly pure. Unfortunately, there has been pollution in this century from mining in several areas. But even when I was there, even today, when we go to some place like the Sea Lake River, where we were talking about the Market Cliff, so it's a place of pure waters, and that's how the Mongolians define their world, is by the water. They don't, Genghis Khan does not give lands to his sons to rule. He gives waters and people to rule. They do not refer to the earth as land, they refer to the earth as Dala, ocean, the sea. So water is very important. To learn the rules about water. You don't camp by water. If you camp by water, your animals and you are going to be polluting it, messing it up. So they're back, maybe in our water terms, about a kilometer back. You take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take the water away from the river, and you bathe away from the river, so you do not pollute the river. The rules are very strict and very clear. They're from the time of Genghis Khan about how to deal with it. But also, it's dangerous to live close to the river because there are flash floods in the summertime. You can certainly have it, and it can wipe away if your camp is right there by the water. So the people, they live with nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today, with the changes with the cell phone and with solar panels, and they can get TV out there and stuff. Still, they're living a similar life. The young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks and camels. If it's on a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it the local way.
But then, if we go to the time of Temujin, Genghis Khan, another component is the horses. We'll talk about their relationship with the horse. And thinking about this open steppe, from a young age, they've been, all Mongols are trained to master riding horses, as you ride while standing on the horse. So they learn how to ride while standing on the horse from a young age. While standing on the horse, they often jousted with one another to see who could knock the other off. When their legs grew long enough to reach the stirrups, they were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would dangle from poles so they would blow in the wind. The youngsters practiced hitting the targets on horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills of such play proved invaluable to horsemanship later in life. Can you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the Mongols to horses?
The Mongol and the horse are inseparable. I wrote one line in the book to the editor because that was insulting. I said, the Mongol and the horse, they live together, they know each other with every twitch of the muscle, and they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting about anything, but they have that deep intimacy, and the horses do know their owner from the smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags, the coastal, out of the horse hair on their own horses. And so in battle, they used it for a very practical purpose, and that is the horses would return to their source because they knew the smell of their flag, the rest of other members of their own herd. So the language itself, I have never ever mastered all the words. just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember Mongolians being out there in the countryside. They said, "Oh, I want to learn English." I said, "Okay, yeah, that's nice. Teach me some words." Oh, yeah, teach you the word. Then what color is that horse? I said, "Brown." They would say, "Brown." I said, "Yes." Okay. What color is that horse? Brown. And they said, "Well, you said this color was brown. What color is this?" So what? It's just amazing. They have words based on sort of how smooth the coloring is, and the variation of the texture, and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow brown or brown brown, but the words for horses of course, by sex, and then they have three because they're geldings, so they're very important too. And by age, and by whether or not they've reproduced in the case of the females, all these things are important parts of a horse. And the horse, a few years ago, a presidential candidate ran under the slogan, "Raised in the dust of many fast horses." It just resonates with the Mongolian spirit, and the dust itself is important. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body, where the soul resides. This is how intimate the relationship is with the horses. And they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that. They use a very small crop. It's a little bit like a stick with a slight whip at the end of the day. Hit the rump of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and metal to harm the horse in the stomach. And to harm the head of a horse, they say it's a capital crime. I don't know anyone's ever executed for it, but you never ever harm a horse's head. So horses are important in every way, even religiously important with the making of fermented horse's milk. The mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the four directions to start the day. And they use it for every kind of thing. Well, some things puzzle me that in my watching. I remember one day being with a very nice family. It happened to be on a gelding day when they were up to gelding would-be stallions who don't get to be stallions. But one of this family, they had a bunch of boys, and I think they had one or two girls, like 4 or 5 boys. And one boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You could see him not so far away. He fell from the horse. He didn't get up. No one moved. They all kind of turned attention away. And I thought, what am I supposed to say? This boy fell down. Somebody go get him. No. And then the boy was trying to hobble back. He still had the reins on his horse. But he couldn't remount. He was trying to hobble back. So his little brother went out to help him come in. And they came into the gear and they sat down. The mother just turned her back. And I'm thinking, how on earth did you do this? This is a child. This is your child. But 2 weeks later, by chance, another boy who was practicing for Nada, the annual races, like this boy had been doing, he was off in an area right close to the forested mountain area, and the horse bolted, took off through the woods. He was knocked off by a tree, and then the horse went deeper into the woods. The boy followed him. The boy became lost. The boy was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks, and he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was cold. Even though this was a summertime, the nights could be quite cold as they showed up. And he sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. And he knew what to eat. And then he walked until he found water moving, and then he would follow that water down to the next. He lived. And I realized the boy falls from the horse, his mother's not going to be there. She knows that. It's probably hard for her to see her boy suffer, but she knows.
Just a small tangent. There's a wrestler named Gary Coleman, and he tells the story
people suddenly
about mental
develop
toughness that
a wide-ranging phobia.
the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice-cold water.
So much so that
And, you know, all the other wrestlers, they would take the shower, and then when the water hits them, you could see a little grimace. With the Mongols, there was just nothing. It was emotionless. So like ice-cold water or any other kind of hardship, you build a hardness to that. And I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness, a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often in that time and still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, a lot of wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. And the water's very cold coming down from the mountain. And every day, when there's a break, they go down, they do not get in the water, never. But they take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And yes, that's refreshing to them, refreshing.
Well then, getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses and the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war, the Mongols were able to do targeted shooting accurately at 200 meters and more while riding fast, up to speeds of 60 kilometers an hour, I read. So there's a lot to say. Like, you have the time, and just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting in a moment of the gallop when all four of the feet of the horse are off the ground. And you have to time all of that. You have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. And there's obviously the technology of the bow, the composite bow, the recurve bow. And they've also used crossbows later, adapted from technology. And there's a particular kind of thumb draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse. Because the thing is bouncing up and down, right? So you have to not drop the arrow. It's just incredible to be able to shoot while the horse goes 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this kind of exceptional excellence that the Genghis Khan and the Mongols had for riding horses and engaging in war off of the horse?
The Mongol, the horse, and the bow were a perfect combination. It was the most lethal weapon known to the world before the modern era. It was incredible, the synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, the Mongols would be on a horse. And by 3 years old, they would probably be riding alone on the horse. So when I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time, all jockeys on horses for races had to be under 6 years old. There was the age limit, the cutoff was 6 years old at that time. And so you had somebody 3 years old racing. It's absolutely, of course, at that age, they can't even have a saddle because it can't even be used. So they're just, all they're doing is staying on the horse. The horse has been trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on it. Well, by staying on it, they learn the horse to become one. And not just one horse with one rider, but one rider with several horses. Usually 5 is the number that you should have for you when you walk an animal. And this ability to then shoot. You have to defend your animals. There are wolves around, foxes, other things. In some areas there are even tigers and other animals that would come in. And you had to be able to shoot to defend it against other people who might be raping. So they became excellent archers. They had composite bows that were very powerful, much more powerful than those of most sedentary people. Now I say all that because it's very important, but Those are all sort of nomadic traits of the Great Steppe anyway. I mean, in an earlier version, you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia, and Hun is just the Mongolian word for human. That's, to this day, that's what they say, or human being. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, also you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it and organize it and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, had been very good at earlier times, a number of Turkic leaders, and also, or even Attila the Hun, who, of course, was actually born in the West, but they were charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders. And it wasn't that they were so excellent in their strategy, they were very good in warfare, and that's what carried them through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good in warfare, but small. He never got probably above 100,000, the most 110,000. That is small. When you're going against China, that has millions just in the army, not counting the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan and these areas, your whole army has to be as finely tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. But the army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan. How he organized it, and how he used it, and the strategies that he put together.
Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army that conquered the world.
It would fit in a stadium today in America.
So there's extreme efficient coordination of units. Mostly cavalry, right? All cavalry. It's all cavalry.
He had no infantry, and he had no baggage train. He had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps. Later, one was added much later. But no, all cavalry.
And so there's light cavalry and heavy cavalry, and breaking down units using the decimal system, 10, 100, 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly. So following extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops in the battlefield and the dynamic movement of the troops, including all the interesting tactics that were utilized. You have to have really good communication and coordination. And for that, orders must be followed. Is there something to speak to that? Like, how do you tune this kind of system to where everybody is working together so well?
I think the first point is the extreme loyalty of the people who Genghis Khan chose. His kinsmen, as we said, had deserted him. His Anda was a very small relationship. But all the others that he found were just common people, herders or hunters, very common, and they were loyal to him and never, ever revolted against him, never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. And then, as you mentioned, he organized his decimal system. So the smallest unit of the army was the Aft, the squad of 10 men. They were put together, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. But the men knew that they were going to protect each other, and they had to come back with every member or every bunch. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life for you. The army was, they were organized with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could have. But they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battle. And they also retrieved the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage whenever they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They couldn't knock them in their bow. But the Mongols could use Russian arrows, right? So all these little things, it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread.
Syria.
Every soldier had to be able to sew. And sometimes that could be a torn garment. It could be a piece of skin or a wound that somebody had. It's a very odd thing when you think about the army of Genghis Khan and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any pack train behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things.
Complete self-reliance.
Yes. They also carried dry dairy products. Butter, it's called, where they dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, it joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It's said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They have enough food there. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty of his men to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west. Mongols, the word for left is east, the word for right is west. So those two wings. And then in the middle was the pole, the center, the moving center. There was his bodyguard and his unit in the middle. They usually didn't have a vanguard and a rear guard. But sometimes the vanguard would go out as much as 2 years in advance to clear the land, run the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the grass is left there for the army when it moves through. And they never marched the way other armies do in a line of one following the other. They would always go in long lines spread out in wings, so that each horse is on its own path, you could say, but all parallel together. So they had very precise ways of doing things. And this, I think, was the secret with him. And he used the best people, but he also was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them for what happened. So Shiki Hutuk, for example, the supreme judge, he was command one time of a group in a battle in Afghanistan, and he lost the battle. This is very, very unusual for Mongols. So Genghis Khan went out with him, said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together and look it over. And you explain to me what you did, and then we will talk about it. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people around him. And they knew they were going to be punished. It's not like these countries where the general comes back and gets executed because he lost. No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. And if they retreat, fine. They're saving local lives. They know what to do. He respects them. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him, so he had this base from steppe warfare already. The horse, the archery, and how that all fit together. But he was very quick to embrace any kind of other technology that he saw. I think that sedentary armies, like sedentary civilizations, they get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. We're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger, but this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set way to think. And when he encountered the first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these raids. And I really think they were raids, not wars at first. So he went into Tibet territory of what's now northwestern China in the upper reaches of the Yellow River. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. This man who's never encountered a wall in his life. Well, he did, but they were made out of felt. The walls around his tent were, felt walls.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like for the first time in your life seeing a wall.
Yeah.
When you come from the Mongolian steppe, where there's very few even natural wall-like things.
Well, they have like the wall cliffs in some places. They're familiar with that. They can climb them, but they don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. So he looked at everything around him, and he saw, okay, they have this river, and they have all these channels, and they're always moving water around. And like he said, for a Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You've got moving water, you've got a standing, non-moving wall. So he said, okay, the men are going to dig channel, and they're going to bring down the wall of the Tangut Sea. Well, they did it. They didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp. But, okay, it happened. We learned that lesson. So we're going to improve it. That became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years. All the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way. We all think we learn from our mistakes. We all what do we do? We repeat the mistake. I think it's just a part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time because I got the right number. That's how we think. But he had that real ability to, first of all, to be humble before these other things he didn't know about. Technology, I don't understand that he didn't understand. But he could understand it in his own way. And he did. Over and over, the Mongols were excellent at putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies.
So, rapid, extreme, continued innovation. You couple that with you have to say, a revolutionary idea that promotion should be based on merit. That idea, combined with the innovative approach to the military, is just feeds in itself. Because people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving are the ones that get promoted in the positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just, if every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, then over time, repeated iteration of war creates a more and more powerful army.
Yes. And they were able to do that for 3 generations, to create an army that was ever expanding, ever changing its tactics and its technology. And they got worse at it over time. But Genghis Khan was the one who innovated it. He was the best with it. And he used it throughout his lifetime. And he was getting better over his lifetime with using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas. He just had a genius for that.
If we go back to the horses, you mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired. And so you can cover a lot of ground in a single day.
Usually the way the rotation of the horses would, the horse would usually ride for 1 day and then rest for the next 4 to 5 days. And then another horse would be riding the next day. One way to measure it is later at the time of the death of Abdullah, the word went from Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks.
Going into Hungary in 6 weeks. So let's just imagine this army that's able to move at such high speeds. It does not need to follow roads because it's used to riding in the open steppe. So it can do all kinds of dynamic movements in encircling a place. And then also, one of the other famous things is the famed retreat. It's used continuously. Can you explain how that worked?
The Mongols did not fight the way we often think of brave soldiers, Achilles and the Iliad and things like that. They fought for victory. That was the one thing. So to retreat, to save lives, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat, and Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle that he thought he could lose. And he won every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general under him, as we said for Shigihito, for example. But he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting, not against the enemy. However, that also becomes a tactic. They would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on a horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turn, but they could still fire backwards, which was part in shot, which is unusual in a world, not totally unique, but unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so they're protected. They had many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going, but usually the soldiers who were against them would break ranks to chase them. They want to go, they want to get the weapons, they want to kill the Mongols. And if they didn't immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things out like loot from some place and valuables around, and the soldiers usually couldn't resist them. So they'd come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell going in every different direction. And then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the two hills, the Mongol army would come and slaughter them. Over and over, this tactic worked. It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking, the people, how can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know that?
Human nature, there's something that when the forces are retreating, you
You want to run out.
you can't help it. I don't know what that is. That's maybe the animalistic, but take that with the ability at high speed for the Mongols to encircle and attack the flanks, which there's been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history, and one of the things you write about, and in general, is the Mongols don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea of the fake retreat and then attacking the flanks, that's been, if not invented, then perfected by Genghis.
It really was a military genius. But there were other things too, they didn't like roads. They just didn't like the roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would be unprepared for that. The most famous example is probably Bukhara. This is a beautiful, wonderful old city, a great place in the world to this day. And they came across the desert. Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert, so people see dust coming. They think, oh, caravan. They don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction. There was a surprise element in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that the other people were not thinking, and to be able to surprise them.
What do you think it, again, felt like to have this Mongol armada, the horses? The crowd must shake when you have that many horses. What do you think it feels like to be in a town when Genghis Khan is approaching?
I think the terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. That he cultivated this reputation of ferocity. Not only did he win battles, but he didn't allow people to write about him, as we said, but he encouraged refugees. And when he conquered a city, he always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city, because it's going to weaken them, it's going to weaken their food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that the Mongols killed with their steel chiseled teeth, eating children, and all kinds of horrible things. Genghis Khan encouraged it. This is propaganda. This terrorism of a mental sort to weaken the enemy. And so when you hear, or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you hear the kind of roar that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth. It must have been truly terrifying.
So psychological warfare was a part of the whole process. But as I understand, first of all, was an offer for the towns and the territories being attacked for them to surrender peacefully without the loss of life. And the alternative would be near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that?
Genghis Khan had a precise system. Exactly. He sent in envoys first to explain to people a little bit about the Mongols. Already much was known, but to explain to them that if they surrendered, all the lives would be spared, and they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rulers would be the Mongols. They would have to pay the taxes, and usually be the same taxes they paid before, but now they would go to the Mongols. It was kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave a detachment there. So you're going to leave the local people in charge to run your country. their city or their area the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful to that. In one episode in the north of Persia, one in Iran, his son-in-law, Dojan, violated that and was stealing and looting from people who had surrendered. Genghis Khan called him in, and he stripped him of his rank. Then he said, the next city, you go first as a common soldier. And of course, he was killed in the next battle. I don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. I'm trying to figure that out. But anyway, he was a close relative to him, and he was killed in the next battle violating this law. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought, they did not kill everyone. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They felt like the elite had not served them well, and they usually killed the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their own. The army had failed, but the one thing that they valued were all the artisans, everybody who had a skill, and that skill could be making a pot, it could be hammering out a metal plate, it could be weaving carpets, it could be translating or just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared. So the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered. And many of them did, and then they knew they would not be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols go on. The Mongols are hundreds of miles away. And all of a sudden, forget about the Mongols. Genghis Khan said word they were supposed to send so many cows and sheep to help out. Forget about the Mongols. They're far away. It's a no. He stopped. He returned. He conquered the city, and he killed everyone. That's the way it worked.
So the most drastic slaughter happens when there's an agreement and there's betrayal.
As it turned out, I would say it was more the Middle East, or what we call around Iran and Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And I would say only in Afghanistan did sometimes the emotion of the slaughter take over in an unfortunate way. He had a grandson whom he loved very much, and that grandson traveled with him, and he had the happy childhood that Temujin had not had. And I think Genghis Khan just loved that about him. But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to conquer the valley of Bamiyan, where the great Buddhas are, actually. He was sent to Bamiyan, and as it says in the Persian history, the thumb of fate fired the arrow that showed him down. He was killed. For Genghis Khan, he had never lost a family member, not one. None of his sons, none of his grandsons in battle. He had not lost them. And now to lose the most valuable grandson you have, the one that you pride and joy in so many ways. And so he called the father, his own son, to him. Did not tell him, did not announce it to the public. And the son came, and the son didn't know why he was being summoned. And so his son said, you have to tell me that you will not cry or moan when I tell you this. But your son is no more. And the father no one was allowed to moan. No one was allowed to cry. No one was allowed to do anything. You just, he said, make them cry. You know, he came down on the people of Afghanistan so harshly, and it went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. And then it just kind of wore itself out. He recognized that he had allowed his emotions to overcome practicality, and the slaughtering of these people should stop. So he did. That's the only time I know of that he really kind of lost control of his own emotions. It was something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. We will not cry, we will not mourn, they will cry.
So that goes against the cold, rational way he approached war, which is peace is offered. and the betrayal is punished.
I said, and he did not slaughter the people in the peaceful towns. What happened was the killing of what people thought was the heir, and well may have been, of Genghis Khan. The killing of him revitalized a lot of people's hopes, and a lot of cities revolted. The ones who did not revolt were not killed. But the cities who revolted, he killed them all. There was a mass slaughter.
There are estimates that Genghis Khan and his Mongol Empire were responsible for an estimated 40 million deaths, approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number in the perspective of the modern day, that would be equivalent to killing about 800 million people in today's population. So how should we think about the brutality of numbers like these?
The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it's a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is, it's a tremendous loss. And there was tremendous loss of life, as in every war. I don't think we should judge him any differently than other conquerors in history and other countries today that fight wars, including our own country. Whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan or the Mongols did it. Now look, today in the world, people are killing children, women, civilians, every day. Every day. There's always in the name of something, in the name of peace, or in the name of God, or in the name of our nation. There are always reasons for the killing. And the United States is certainly involved with that. Supplying the weapons for bombing people, invading Afghanistan, fighting in Iraq, fighting in Syria. The United States is very involved, and there's always, but we're defending democracy. Yeah, we brought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan. We killed a lot of people. You can even look back to World War II, our great moment of democracy and bringing freedom and democracy to Germans. We dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those were not military targets. We were not doing anything strategic against the country other than terrorizing the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us. My father fought in that war. In fact, he fought in all of Vietnam. He fought in that war. And he fought in Korea. And he was a good American. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't even condemn America, but I'm saying, how can we condemn one set of people for doing it and then excuse it in ourselves? We tend to do that. Especially barbarian people from the steppe, for example. We tend to demonize them. Or any enemy we have, we tend to demonize them.
You said a lot of interesting things there. So one is just the very nature of war. That sometimes things like dropping the atomic bomb, which is an act of essentially terror, in the same style as Genghis Khan, in an attempt to prevent further.
It's a justification. People are always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. World War I was to make the world safe for democracy and peace. In World War II, well, what happened? We went to war in Korea. We went to war in Vietnam. We bombed Cambodia. We bombed Laos. We bombed Afghanistan. We bombed Syria. We bombed Iraq. We're always fighting for. And I'm not a pacifist. I am not. I grew up surrounded with soldiers, and I'm not a pacifist. But I am trying to be a realist. That all nations kill. It happens everywhere.
So can we universally also then, in the way you're passionately criticizing wars of the 20th century, can we also criticize Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great and the wars fought by Caesar and others in the Roman Empire, that they're essentially wars of conquest, and in some human way were not necessary, or were not defensive. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about somebody I respect a lot, Dan Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast. He did an amazing series on Genghis Khan and Mongols called The Wrath of the Khans. I recommend people go listen to it. So he had a lot of interesting ideas there. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arsonists. So referring to figures who cause immense destruction but also pave the way for new developments and progress. Basically making this complicated case that destruction often in history paves the way for progress. So what do you think about this idea?
Creative destruction, it certainly works in some aspects of life, even with ourselves. For example, if we can creatively destroy some of our habits and build new ones, it sometimes works, or we can destroy relationships that we're in to create new ones that can work. When you start applying it to world history, it does become a little bit more difficult. I certainly think that these episodes create great changes. You can see great changes that happen because of the Mongol Empire. Now, whether or not that's a good reason for the Mongol Empire having to happen, it seems like a bit of a stretch for me. You know, the Mongols helped to unify many countries. You can think Korea had been three, basically, kingdoms, push them together. Everything that you see in China today was a part of the Mongol Empire. They put together North China, South China, Tibet, Manchuria, and it was a little bit larger under the Mongols. Even Russia, with so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center had been into Ukraine and Kiev. And they shifted the focus out of Ukraine and more towards what we call Russia now. And they began the process of the unification and had a great impact on the country. So, in a way, it's a new creation. Yes, it does rise out of the destruction. But also, I think we need to look, where does the destruction come from? It often comes because the powers around them have been so debilitated and so corrupted and so decayed of their own lack of moral fiber that it was easy to conquer them. Okay, so Kublai Khan finally conquered all of China. He was conquering a decayed dynasty. When the Mongols conquered Baghdad and overthrew the Caliph, they were conquering a very decayed institution. No one likes war, and I certainly don't like war, but I'm not 100% against it. I think that there are times that people are going to do it for their own protection, if nothing else, or their family, and it's justified in that sense to themselves. It may not be justified in the world sense, but I just make the case for being tolerant of what the Mongols did if we can tolerate what the Americans did. And I am American, true. There's no question about that. But we overlook all of our things that we did. That's interesting. For example, in Afghanistan, we were there for some 20 years. We had made the Taliban stronger before they were fighting against the Russians, but then we kicked them out, and then they kicked us out. But some of the Taliban leaders are from the Jadra clan, who's descended from Jamuk family, from his clan. This is what I mean when I say that the ramifications from that time are still with us, and we don't even see it. When Saddam Hussein went on television for the last time in Iraq to plead with Israel, he said the Mongols, the Americans, the Mongols have returned. The Mongols have returned. And he said the Americans are just people. I can see it. I don't accept that. But I can see how people think. If we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our own lies about ourselves, then perhaps we will be more ethical in our dealings with other people.
And there's effects that you can talk about. I mean, the unification of China, Mongols or otherwise, is a very important step in the history of China that permeates to today. And then there's a lot of stuff that we'll talk about, the ideas of religious freedom, the postal network, the trade routes, all of this. There's a lot of progressive consequences of the Mongol conquest in the Mongol Empire. We'll talk about that, but let's linger on the heavier topic for a little bit longer. Like we were talking about Dan Carlin, he was critical of your work a little bit, showing your respect, but also a little bit critical as being a bit too emphasizing and focusing a lot of the positive impacts correctly and accurately, but not giving enough airtime with describing the brutality of the killing, the hell that is war. So can you understand his criticism?
Guilty.
Steve made it. Yeah.
Carl is a very smart man. I respect him very much. I like him tremendously. And he's right. But that is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the killing. It's not that I want to deny the warfare. But that's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say about how the wall was broken down, how this unit was defeated, and all? No, it's what comes afterwards. You know, just as the story of our life begins far earlier than we are born, the story of our life goes on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation of 1 million people, and you are ruling over hundreds of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people, China, Russia, the Middle East, you do not do that through warfare. You conquer them initially through warfare, but you do not rule them through warfare. You've got to be offering something that they want, something that they like. And all the things you've mentioned, from the trading system, the postal system, the religious freedom, the rights of women, the rights of minorities, these were things that people responded to. And so we're benefiting tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. But all we want to talk about, and I don't deny it, is the conquest part. Okay, that's 20 years. If he went on for another 150 years, there's more to the story than just conquest.
And there is a point that you correctly identify, and you've also written about Native Americans and so on, that history does seem to be written by the non-barbarians, but in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way. The barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people, that there is a sophisticated, deep culture within that as well. All the different kinds of peoples that came from the steppe.
Yes. I guess if there's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing, it is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the history of the world. We tend to have two categories for them. They are barbarians who kill people and eat one another, or they are victims and we should feel sorry for them and nostalgic about everything about them, and maybe wear some of their beads or some of their clothing to show how much we sympathize with their suffering. That's the two roles for tribal people. I'm trying to show them in a different light. They conquered, yes, they were conquerors, but they also created great things in the history of the world. And the Mongol Empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. And Genghis Khan was the genius behind that, who created this idea that there could be one world in which there would be one set of supreme law, but all people could follow their own law. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey kind of the great ethics of the sky. And there were things like that about his vision that I think very few people in history had a vision. And I look around the world today, and in my lifetime, since the time of Roosevelt's death, I look around, I don't see much vision. I see lots of slogans, lots of talk, policy papers. Oh my God, we can produce it. Where's the vision? It's always, we're going to have peace, we're going to have a better life, and, vote for me or vote for my party, and we're really for the people, and what the heck are they talking about? There is no vision there. So what is this country? What should this country be? What is this world? How should it? No vision.
Well, those figures, I mean, they're rare through history, legendary figures that come along that have vision, but are able to capture the public imagination, heart and mind through vision, but also have the skill to execute and implement it, and all of those things combined, and have the mental fortitude not to be corrupted by success along the way, all of those things. That's very rare in history. When they come along, they change the direction of history. If you look at some of these world world-defining ideas. Religious freedom is it's just surprising and incredible that Genghis Khan was able to enforce, inspire the value of religious freedom throughout all of these disparate lands. From religion was a very powerful force. So can you speak to that?
Some empires in history, some rulers have been tolerant of various groups. I mean, Rome, to some extent, was reasonably tolerant of different sects, religions, not the Christians, but reasonable. But what happened with Genghis Khan, the first campaign he had outside of Mongolia was for the Uyghur people who lived in Western China. They at that time were being ruled by, as we mentioned before, the Naiman king, Taiyang Khan. His son Kuchlu had fled, no good, worthless, well son, but Kuchlu had fled into what is today the area around Kyrgyzstan. They ruled over the Uyghur people. He had been a Christian, Naiman had been a Christian tribe, but he converted to Buddhism. All his subjects were Muslim, and he outlawed the Muslim religion, and he made all kinds of things happen. So the Uyghurs sent a delegation to Genghis Khan. At this time, they knew that the emperors of China were too weak to protect them, so they sent a delegation to Genghis Khan and asked him to come and save them from him. And he did. He sent down a detachment. He didn't actually go himself. He sent a detachment down there. They drove Kuchlu from power. Kuchlu fled down towards Pakistan in that direction. They caught up with him. They killed him. That's what the Mongols did. And then Genghis Khan made the first law that he ever made for people outside of Mongolia. Up to this point, it's been tribal law. And he saw, as we mentioned before, that the tribes were mostly fighting over women. So you outlaw the kidnapping of women, you outlaw the sale of women, and you cut down on a lot of feuding. But he saw that civilized people fought a lot over religion. They weren't fighting over women, they fight over religion. And so he made the law. This was very interesting. Talk about religious freedom. Religious freedom comes in many forms. One form is to allow institutions to do what they want. So we're going to allow the Mormons and the Catholics and the Jews and the Muslims each to do what they want in the organized churches that they have. This law was not that. It presumed that. It allowed that. But he said every person has the right to choose the religion. No one can stop them. No one can force them. The idea that it was individual choice, no one in history had ever thought of that. That it belonged to the person.
That's a really powerful statement. That alone, I mean, that's why you talk about Thomas Jefferson being deeply inspired by Genghis Khan. That religious freedom, yes, of the individual, but it's like such a powerful illustration, manifestation of just individual freedom, period. If you in the world, in history, are allowed to practice any religion you want, that is one of the biggest ways to say that the individual is fundamentally free in this society.
It was a great source of power for him also. I don't say that he did this because of some ideological reason. Just like he didn't all the kidnapping of women for ideological reasons. He didn't come to it through studying ideas of moral right. He came to it through practical experience of life. His mother was kidnapped. His wife was kidnapped. He knew that that was a crime against every ethics that you could think of, every form of morality. That's why he did it. Not for ideological reasons, but practical reasons. It hurt people. It hurt people. It was the same with religion. He gave this right to everybody because it was going to be their own personal right to keep them from being hurt. And then they gave him tremendous support from minorities of many types. And so they flocked to him. Minorities after that, this was a minority effort of the Muslim Uyghurs to come there. Many people flocked to him for the same reason, for that kind of religious freedom.
So that religious freedom and also the other things you mentioned, they create a stable society and that allows him with a small army to administer a large empire.
And also, I will say, on a more practical, political sort of way of thinking, he recognized the power of having a balance of power, like Shiite and Sunni, that both are going to be allowed equal rights. One is not dominant over the other. And Christians and Jews. They all have, well, that keeps the society from fragmenting against him, or uniting against him. There's a kind of fragmentation that he's taken advantage of. I don't think it was his main reason, but I do think he was quite aware of that you give every religion the right. Well, unfortunately, the only religion he did recognize as a religion was Confucianism. He said, what do they do? The Taoists can do magic on the earth, and they can give people magic formulas and cure it, they have all this kind of stuff going on. Well, what did the Confucianists do? So the people could be Confucianists, that was okay. But he didn't expend all the tax-free rights. See, that was another thing. He dropped all taxes on religious institutions. Since the Confucianists were not necessarily, but then of course eventually that was abused so much because the religions were there. And everybody to donate property, you can still use it, you can still farm your land, but it's ours, and now you don't have to pay taxes on it, you just give us some money. It got abused, but it started off as a good idea.
And genuinely, as I understand, maybe you can correct me. Of course, there's the practical aspect of those policies, but he himself was just curious about the different religions as well. And as I understand, so he never chose any religion except the one for which he came. I guess, can you describe what he believed spiritually himself?
It's interesting, we said after the death of Shirago and his grandson, Bamiya, and the slaughter that followed that, he went through a new phase in which he summoned religious scholars of all sorts, famous Zhongzhang from China, who are despised. But anyway, he came with all of his magic formulas for things, and then a bunch of various Muslim leaders came. So Genghis Khan was exploring all these different religions, and not just in a simple way. He had organized public lectures from these people. The public debates, antagonistic debates, with discussions on groups of people who hated each other, would never discuss anything, and suddenly this powerful man summons him, and he has to say, okay, well, explain your religion, explain yours. And even sometimes you can't just explain it in terms of your own scripture. When you say the people who believe in it, no, he was exploring. No, he never changed at all. He was an animist, we would say. That's not the only term we know to use. Early in life, he worshipped that mountain where he took refuge several times. Orhan Khaldun. Orhan Khaldun was the great refuge of his life. He would go to the top, he would pray, he would take off his hat, he would take off his belt, he would stand there before the sky and pray. So later on, this became rather dramatic. He would sometimes go away to pray, so we invade these people. So all of the subjects are waiting to hear what's God going to tell Genghis Khan when he goes up the mountain. So there are episodes like that, but he was very sincere. But I think what happened, the Mongols have so many spirits in the water, the mountains, everything around them. And you have to know them personally and pray to them, know what they like and don't like. And should you sing to them, or should you offer some products, or what do? You have to know them. Well, you get away from Mongolia, and this was a problem in China. They didn't know the spirits. This caused great consternation for the Mongols. You've got a land here, and the spirits don't like us. They're hostile lands. We don't even know who they are. We don't know these spirits in China. It took a long time. And so, gradually, Genghis Khan, he's kind of moved from just the spirit of the mountain that he worshipped, which remained his main focus of work in his whole life. He removed that to the sky. That was the one universal spirit. It was everywhere in the world. The sky was the same for every people. And so for the Mongolians in their language, the word for sky, and the word for heaven, and the word for God, and the word for weather are all the same. Thank you. And so, or Rothschild'S in the case of the eternal sky, when they're talking about it in religious terms, the eternal blue sky. So he became more universalistic in this animist vision of the world. And so then the sky could embrace all religions, and all people were trying to attain the same form of enlightenment. Well, enlightenment is too specific a word, but the same form of moral life and guidance from the sky. He felt that each person knew morality. Each person could communicate with no morality within themselves. It didn't have to just be taught by somebody from a book. And in fact, as one of his grandson Mohammed said, you people talking to all the others, to the Christians, the Jews, the Muslims, the Taoists, you people have your scriptures. You don't live by them. We have our spirits and our shamans and our drugs, and we live by them. And I think it's true.
It's just, at the start of this conversation, it's just blowing my mind that the kid from the Mongol steppe that lost everything, right? Lost, just had the hardest of lives. Is now, yes, a military genius, but also this kind of sage type character to understand the value of religious freedom. I mean, there is a cynical way to see all these things, because he did hopefully a lot of things that look like he's a feminist. And you're saying, well, the cynical way to see that is when he saw the value of promoting women in positions of power because they create a more stable society. And, there's less power struggles and all that. But the reality is, there's a lot of things that look awfully progressive about the things he's implemented in the state.
I'm not trying to say it in modern terms. When you have 1 million people, you've got to use every one. And the men are fighting, and so he left women to administer a lot of things inside the country, the economy in particular, and then in some of the ancillary Turkic kingdoms around the Mongols, such as the Mongol, the Tongol, different Mongol, the Uyghur, were administered by his daughters primarily, and then his wives were in charge of administering the land of Mongolia itself and handling the economy. So he was using the women in a very practical way, but it wasn't necessarily our ideological way. I think it's the same with the environment. I'm not trying to say he was an environmentalist in our modern way, but he has very strict laws about the use of water, and also about not using water. That you couldn't move water into an area to irrigate it. That was violating the earth and violating the water. So they think, a lot of the historians, they think, well, they're so stupid, they let the irrigation system be destroyed. No, it takes more work to destroy an irrigation system than it does to create it. They destroyed those systems out of policy, and that was, this is going to return to pasture land. This lasted, Kublai Khan was the one who changed that actually, and started allowing for more irrigation and the movement of water and things. But like Genghis Khan, we can't use these modern terms of like a human rights crusader, or I'm trying to say he's a Democrat, the modern sense, or environmentalist, or textual envoys. He said every envoy, every ambassador, every messenger is protected from arrest, from torture, and from killing. And if you kill one of ours, we will wipe you out. In 1240, that was the destruction of Kiev. This is after Genghis Khan had written, this is a good day Khan, his son. The army had come there under Subadai, the greatest general in the history of the world, I would say, Subadai, or Subadai. Was Genghis Khan, was from the military part. He was the greatest strategist for organizing everything together. But the military part was Subadai. So Subadai had been there, and they sent him an ambassador who happened to be a woman. Now, some of the Western sources say daughter of Genghis Khan. I have no evidence of that, and I don't quite believe it. Maybe she was kin to him or something. Some say she was a daughter of Genghis Khan. Others say she was a witch. The people of Kiev decided she was a witch and killed her. Okay, that's it. That's it. Kiev was destroyed for killing a Mongol envoy.
The envoy is a method of communication and diplomacy. And so if you destroy that method of communication or disrespect it or in any way, then that sends a signal to everybody else. You send an envoy, you respect it.
That's why these these plans, I say that in the making of the modern world, most of the ideas are we accept the idea, we don't do the practice. All of us accept today diplomatic freedom. Diplomats are killed around the world yearly. We accept the idea of female equality and emancipation, but in fact they're enslaved in many parts of the world today. We accept the idea of religious freedom. Oh, but not those people. And that's not, theirs isn't good. Their religion isn't right. But our religion, we won't tolerate them, but they got to be more like us. No, we only say these things, but the world still hasn't achieved some, and he did achieve these within his empire in his time. He achieved those.
So one of the things we mentioned, but I think is really, really fascinating and maybe an immeasurable impact that Genghis Khan had is on trade. And you can say a lot of stuff, but basically establishing a unified trade network that spanned, I don't know how many thousands of kilometers. And there's a lot of interesting things that were done to enable that trade. One is providing safety and security of not just the envoys, like I mentioned, for communication in the military context, but for the merchants. Can you speak to what Genghis Khan did for the trade network connected to the Silk Road?
Nomads in general are interested in trade. Throughout most of history, they have been the traders who carried the goods from one city to another, one oasis to another. And so the Mongols were also extremely interested and extremely dependent. They could create very little in their home country. They couldn't grow hardly anything. They didn't have the technological skills for most of the crafts. So they're very dependent on trade. Well, they raised the status of merchants very high. This was particularly a problem in the Chinese world. It wasn't so much in the Christian or the Muslim world, but certainly in the Chinese world, where merchants were considered extremely low. And all of a sudden, he raises them up above scholars. They're going to have certain rights. For example, they get to be taxed one time. Whatever the national tax is, that's it. They're not taxed every time they stop in some new town. And he created a set of what we would call rest houses or recuperation centers where they could get fresh horses, they could get food, they could deposit their money and get paper receipts that could be used anywhere in the empire. They were guaranteed protection if they had to pass to an area where it might be dangerous. Then a small group, a squad of men and horses would go with them. So trade was extremely important. And then the Mongols, they supported trade in a very odd way. And that is, the merchants would come in and they would ask for an outrageous price for some goods. Much more than they should get, waiting for the Mongols to bargain it down. And the Mongols would say, I'll give you much more than that. It was just, there's his grandson or his son, Uncle Nihal, was once asked, why do you do that? You got to stop doing that. This was a Muslim financial advisor. He called in and told him, well, you've got to stop paying more than people ask. And Uncle Nihal said, where's the money going to go? It's still in my empire. It's going to come back eventually, And so they had a much different attitude with great respect. And I think a symbol of that is in the time of Kublai Khan, when we see that his uncle and father went to China and came back from China. And then on the second trip, Marco Polo went with him to China and back. They were safe the whole way. Their goods were safe. They came back with a tremendous amount of wealth. They were never harassed. And the mere fact that they could cross, it took 2 years, but the mere fact that they could cross the whole continent safely and come back, there was unprecedented. We really don't have any well-documented case of anybody, say, from China visiting Europe or Europe visiting China before the Mongols. But since Genghis Khan, there's never been a year without contact between these two groups. It was permanent. Once he created it, it was permanent.
I don't think it's possible to measure the positive impact of that, because it wasn't just trade of goods, it was also exchange, explicit or implicit along the way, exchange of ideas. Whether that's exchange of technologies, exchange of philosophical ideas, scientific ideas, technical, mathematical ideas, all of this spread throughout and constantly circulating. Maybe Can you speak to that aspect of it?
Yes. It was an exchange of ideas on every level. Ideas, technology, ideologies, beliefs, scientific information, everything was being exchanged, even agricultural goods, new crops for new areas. But Genghis Khan, he had a part of his genius of organization was knowing what skill people had that would contribute towards his empire. For example, the Muslims were very good with arithmetic. In fact, they conquered the little empire of Khwarezm, from which we get the word algorithm, because there was a mathematician there who did algorithms. And so Khwarezm belonged to him. He conquered it very quickly, very easily, no problem. But it belonged to him. But the Muslims were using the zero. The Mongols were absolutely impressed with that. The Chinese less so. They were very suspicious about the zero. But the Mongols were very impressed because herders' numbers are important to them for keeping up with their animals. In fact, the Mongols have a simple system. They reduce all animals to the number of horses. You can ask somebody how many animals you can have, and they can say, oh, 100 horses. That doesn't mean they have 100 horses. It's going to be 5 cows count as 4 horses, 5 sheep or 5 goats count as 1 horse, 4 camels count as 5 horses. So they reduced it all down like that. The Mongols take a census of everything. That's one of the first things Genghis Khan did. And that was one of the demands he made of every place he went, is a complete census of your people. And every house had to post outside how many people, how many animals, what did they do, their occupations, all this information. So they needed good mathematics for this. The Muslims provided. So they took the Muslims to China, these Middle Eastern scholars and all. Unfortunately, they were rather ruthless sometimes when it came to implementing the tax policies, but they became the financial advisors to him. Other groups of people had other roles like that, and he was moving them around constantly. And so you had a combination. As I said, he himself had that genius for combining new bits of technology, but it created a new kind of cultural spirit in which other people were also combining technology at other levels and being encouraged. It was no longer heresy or the devil's work to bring in this thing. So we had the spread of printing, for example. We had the partial spread of something which is print money, for example. We had almanacs being created now through printing that combined different calendars and different information that was coming along. But one simple but legal form of technology was that, for example, Chinese had gunpowder. Mostly it was used for fireworks, religious things. And then sometimes in warfare was used for a kind of primitive hand grenade or primitive bomb that could be thrown with a trebuchet. This is in the time of Kublai Khan War, the grandson. But so they had that. The Middle Eastern, the Muslims, they had, and the Byzantines especially, they had naphtha, what we call Greek fire, flamethrowers that could set things on fire. The Europeans did not excel very much in technology. They were behind in almost everything, but they could cast bells for churches. Okay, let's take that bell and we're going to turn it on its side, and we're going to use the principles of the flamethrower, and we're going to use the gunpowder from China, and you've got a cannon. So the Mongols, even early on, by the time they got to the siege of Baghdad, not, I think, in the lifetime of Genghis Khan, but soon thereafter his sons and grandsons, they were using some very primitive forms of cannon and even some like firing rods. We can't even call it anything like a rifle, but it can fire a very small ballistic rise. So this combination of metallurgy, gunpowder, flamethrowers, you put it all together and you come up with something incredibly different.
So if we jump around a little bit, sort of on the topic of the cannon, what are some technological developments that Genghis Khan and his son and Kublai Khan were using? So how much gunpowder were they using? In general, what was their approach to the siege warfare, for example? What are some different ideas there?
If we switch to the grandson Kublai Khan, he work perfectly on the grassland. Well, by the time you get to Hungary, the grassland starts to give out. By the time you get to Poland, it's so many farms, it's hard for horses to get through the farms, and they don't want to go on the roads. By the time you get to the Indus River, it's too hot, too humid, the bows are beginning to wilt, the horses are exhausted, it's not working. So to conquer South China, Kublai Khan had to come up with new things. One thing, the South Chinese had built a great wall. It was called the Great Wall of the Sea. This is before the wall that we know as a Great Wall, which is really the big wall. The big countries, but the Great Wall of the Sea, and they used it as a defensive navy. They're the largest navy in the world. It was defensive, and it was literally defensive. And then it came time for warfare. They would chain the ships together across the mouth of a harbor to protect the city. And so,
So actually, if we rewind Kublai Khan, who was he, and what was the state of China at that time? That kind of sets up this idea of ships and siege warfare.
In 1215, Genghis Khan conquered the city we now know as Beijing. It was the capital of the Jin dynasty of northern China. And at that time, southern China was ruled by the Song dynasty, or used to call the southern Song. He'd already conquered the Xia kingdom of the Tangu people, and so most of northern China was under the control of the Mongols from about 1215. And then he conquered Metal later. His descendants conquered Metal, and Kublai Khan was the one to take on the south. But Kublai Khan was born that year in 1215, about 3 months after the capture of Beijing. And he was nobody. He was the second son of the fourth son of Genghis Khan. Well, he's got lots of cousins out there who've been riding around. They've conquered Russia, and they've already burned down Kiev, and they've conquered different places in the world. They're real Mongols. That's their whole life. And he's born, and he doesn't meet Genghis Khan was about 7 years old. Because Genghis Khan was away on conquest in Central Asia. And Genghis Khan came back, and he met him, and he said, oh, he doesn't look like a Mongol. He looks like his mother's people. His mother was Rothschild'S, who was actually a part of the royal family of the market people, whom he had conquered sometime earlier. And so it looks like his mother's people, who was a little bit more tawny. Mongols tend to be very white, with very bright red cheeks, and a very round face, and so on. And so he looked different. And for whatever reason, his mother, I think, she recognized the difference and treated him differently. Her oldest son was called Mulkhan, later Mulkhan, and she wanted him to become, even though her husband was drunk, who died of a campaign drunk, and she took over northern China, and she began to put it together, and she wanted her son to become the great Han, the emperor of the Mongol Empire. And this wasn't in line. This wasn't going to happen because he's the fourth son out of three. Others are way in line, way behind her. But she caused a revolution. She made it happen. She put her son in Mulkhan 1251. He became Great Han. He only lived till 1259. He died of something. It could have been cholera or the different stories that I don't know the truth of it. But he died in a campaign in China, trying to conquer southern China. Up to this point, Kublai Khan had not been distinguishing himself. His mother she was a Christian woman, but she had a Buddhist nurse for him, and she had Chinese scholars come in to tutor him. She had a very good education for him. And I think that she planned that he was going to be a great administrator under his older brother, and he was going to administer the lands in China. So he was learning all this stuff. The older brother, he insisted on taking him out. Oh, but he was overweight, he was fat, he was always having issues. But the brother was assigning people, who was the son of Subadai, the great general. He assigned him to teach him. He wasn't great at his best. He really was. He was very smart. He was a little bit lazy, like talking about the religion, sitting around, go hunting, as long as he had Benny with him to do the shooting, and then to prepare the food and all. And his territory in northern China was just being run in the dirt by these administrators the Mongols had brought in. They were just overtaxing the people, cheating the people, doing everything wrong. And his mother basically just pulled his chain. She said, go to your land. This is your land. You have to administer this land. You go there. You live there. You take charge. And everybody was terrified. And so he ran off to China and he started administering his land. He started learning how to do it. But when his mother died in 1259, she was some of the yellow Yangtze River. He was sent by his mother. He said, go to and he thought, okay, the mother's dead. I should finish the campaign. Meanwhile, his youngest brother, he was rather hard-headed. He was back in Mongolia, and his tolerance for religions. He had to oversee the debate one time between the Taoists and the Buddhists because the Mongols thought the Taoists were overtaxing everybody, the Buddhists. So he had to oversee it. He got to the Buddha and beat the Taoists and represented to death. So he just wasn't good for moderating debates. So he was going to be the new great Khan. So he was declared the great Khan in Mongolia. But this was a turning light for Kublai Khan, who never achieved much of anything other than talking. So his wife Chabi sent him some coded messages, basically telling him, forget about southern China. It's going to always be there. You'll conquer that some other time. Right now, your brother is taking over the empire. You should be the new emperor. You are the next son after Khan. And somehow she invigorated him. And he came back, and even though he didn't have all the military strategy, he had northern China. The resources were immense. He could cut off Mongolia. Mongolia was very dependent on northern China for food. All the Mongols supported Army. All the ones in Central Asia, all of them were supporting Army. And so he went to get food from them, and then they didn't want to give up their food. Yeah, we want to support you for Great Han, but we're not giving up our food. So he was basically kind of starved into submission in 1262. And then he was taken prisoner into China, and then he mysteriously passed away in 1264. A legal case was being brought against him for trial, but he never made it to trial. He was gone. So Kublai Khan had not really distinguished himself very much. But he didn't have the genius of his grandfather, I won't say that. But he was smart and clever. He understood more about China than most Mongols did. And he understood more about Mongols than most Chinese did. So the great thing left that Genghis Khan said on his deathbed, finish conquering China. That was the great objective. So Kublai was going to fulfill this, and they didn't know how. The Great Wall of Ships was protecting the southern zone. This huge Yangtze River was so bad. Why? The ocean on the side. All of these things were protecting them. So he had one of his very smart generals, Archer, who was a real Mongol, but he was also able to think of innovative. He was the grandson of Subadai, and he went with his father, Rothschild'S, on the conquest of the Red River of northern Vietnam. It's a Vietnam. They went down the river. They were trying to surround the Chinese territory. They were going to hit them from the north, from the west, and from the south. So they went down the Red River and to conquer the Dai Viet. The Dai Viet moved their army up on the other side by boat, and then they had a whole corps of elephants. So the Mongols on one side of the river, and the Dai Viet forces on the other side. Rothschild was a smart man. Not a genius, but smart. He already knew from campaigns in Burma that the only way to rout the elephants was with flaming arrows to the feet. That was it. But he recognized that they came up on boats. The Mongols didn't have boats. They crossed the river on a goat skin. They wanted to do something organic. A boat was like a cart. A cart belonged to a woman. It was a floating cart. I am not going over a floating cart. I'm going to ride a goat skin across the river. So he's assigned one detachment. You have to burn the boats so the Dai Viet cannot escape when we around the elephants. Well, the war battle, got started. The elephants are running wild. All kinds of chaos is going on. The group that sent them are modes, they're Mongols. They want to go to war. Why burn a bunch of women's cards? It's just not, point. So they go and join the battle, they leave the boats. Well, the Mongols won the battle, but Davian forces come to the boats and sail back to Wasabi. Then they evacuated the city, took all the food, everything out of the city, and they disappeared into the Delta. The Mongols arrived, they conquered, quote unquote, Hanoi, the capital city, and they had nothing. They had nothing. They won every battle, they lost the war. They retreated. Aju was the son of Hakanai, and he saw all this happen, and he recognized the importance of water and boats, and so he knew. And he spent his time studying the Yangtze River and every little river around it in the cities. The crucial thing he saw was the cities were heavily fortified on the land side. Because invasion comes from the land, and they expect this little line of boats to protect them from the water, and so the city walls are weak, the defenses are weak on that side. That's where we have to attack. So they set off to Il Khanate, to Persia, where Genghis Khan, his uncle, was now dead, and his cousins were ruling there, or his nephews, we can say cousins. So they sent over engineers to build a special kind of trebuchet, catapult. And they had to play around with it to adapt it for a boat, because they were usually made for stable ground, but they adapted it for the boat and for throwing heavy things, and also for some incendiary bombs. And they developed it, and they attacked the first city. It fell. They attacked the next, it fell. They had something that was working. They worked their way down the Yangtze River, destroying city after city with this navy, and then the army would move in after the navy had broken down.
So this is a catapult on a ship.
Catapult on a ship, but it's we call it trebuchet for this type of catapult.
This is an engineering solution for peoples who are deeply uncomfortable with boats.
Yes.
And they've accepted it.
Yes. Now it's a great weapon. It's like it's no longer a woman's card. It's a bow and arrow. It is a giant bow and arrow.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So that they hit them hard on the walls on the weak side. Yes. When there's no army protection.
Yes. And they conquer their way down to Hangzhou, the capital of the Southern Soul. They've been in power for a long time, since 970, or now we're already into the 1270s. But it's a long time. They've dissipated, they've had they've had imbeciles ruling, all kinds of things going on. And at this point, we have a child in command. Kublai makes a very strange move. He says, okay, let's invade Japan now. We're fighting against the Song Dynasty. And most people ascribe it to all kinds of things, but I think there was a great logic to it. One was he had abolished his grandfather's policy of defeat and destroy until they are no more. That was the phrase that was used for their enemies. And he had replaced it with a kind of mercy policy, trying to incorporate them into your army if possible, to be merciful. He did not want to destroy, and he was not. He had a lot of defectors coming in. And because the Mongols prized people with skills, a lot of very clever people with shipbuilding and engineers, and these people were flocking to the Mongols, whereas scholars were all hanging out in Guangzhou doing calligraphy and poetry and having contests over who could sing or paint, or I don't know what scholars do, but they were being scholars.
Yes.
But they're actually, I think there's a very, very good reason for invading Japan. Several. The main one was to cut off the supply of sulfur. They needed it for gunpowder in South China. They lost their sources in northern China when they were driven out. They got it from Japan. It was a great source. But I think there were other reasons. If they could trade, they could also perhaps flee to Japan. Well, they didn't want that to happen. And then there's this idea of, like, kill a chicken to scare the monkey. It's like, okay, we'll go do this, and then maybe they'll just surrender down there if they see us conquer Japan. Well, it was a total failure. You've got a bunch of ships that are based mainly grain on the river, and right along the coast, and you're crossing some treacherous water there. And the Mongols basically just did not know what they were doing. Okay, you can arrive with trebuchet and you can throw grenades at the beach. It's not really going to do a lot of damage. It might scare a few horses, but you're not destroying cities. And the Japanese cities weren't in. They were there on the beach waiting for Mongols to come invade. So he failed with that invasion.
So we should say that this is the time of the samurai, right?
Yes, samurai.
So there was never a real test of like
no, there was some fighting, and the samurai learned some very valuable things. The samurai had such a ritualized way of it's like the knights of coming out with armor that had to be lifted up on a crane onto a horse. I mean, it was just crazy. It's crazy. The samurai almost at that point. You ride out in front of your enemy and you recite the story of your genealogy. Mongols, they have no use for that. But they're there to fight, they're there to win. But on the other hand, this was unknown territory to them. The weather did turn against them, but I don't want to give too much credit to the weather. I really think that the Japanese defeated them. The Mongols weren't well prepared. Their ships were not very good. They were defeated in the first invasion.
Could they get off the ships onto the beach?
I think they had some skirmishes or small battles on land.
But they didn't successfully complete them.
No.
So they could do their usual Mongol thing.
You're right. Well, see, they don't have enough horses for one thing. There were many tactical things that they had done incorrectly. It's the first time anybody had ever tried to have such a massive invasion.
So they're just learning the basics of what it means to have a navy.
So he has failed to conquer, and he's thinking like a Mongol that he ruled those waters and lands, but he ruled the ocean. He stopped the trade. He stopped the supply. He cut off the possibility of the Song Dynasty fleeing to Japan. He won in a certain way. He lost, but he had won his objective of cutting off southern China. Also, it gave him maybe some experience with the ocean. Now they were ready to move out into the ocean around southern China. They were closing in then. Aju was in command, but actually the head command was a man named Bayan, who was a Mongol who had been raised for Central Asia. He was perhaps close to the Fergana Valley in that area. We're not exactly sure where he was born, but he grew up over there. And then he eventually was living in what's now Iran. When he came and he took over command of the army, he was very cosmopolitan, sophisticated, intelligent. Aju should have been in command, but Bayan recognized that, and he and Aju worked together very well. Aju knew how to fight the war. Bayan was able to negotiate things back with the capital city and handle it. So Bayan is in command. And so the generals are deserting the south on right and left. The artisans are all coming up to join the Mongols, get paid. Generals are loading up the boats with all the jewels, and they grab a couple of brothers to the little 5-year-old emperor, and they put them on a boat, and they're fleeing. They even deserted their own families. The generals were corrupt cowards who fled. The person left in charge was the Dowager Empress, an old lady. She had no children. Xie was her name. The Dowager Empress Xie. They said she was missing an eye. She was ugly. They called her Ugly Xie. That's what they called her at that time. She was in charge. And she offered the Mongols everything. I'll give you everything. Please let the emperor stay. Okay, even if you demote him to just being a king, please let him stay. Bayan said no. Total surrender. Total surrender. So she decided to surrender. She said, yes, we will surrender the capital. So Bayan came in with a small group of soldiers. They looked around, and she invited him to come to the palace to surrender.
Chronologically,
he said, no,
because it's complex, right?
I didn't win this war in the palace. My soldiers won this war in the field. You have to come with the emperor in front of my soldiers to surrender. But he did not harm her, he respected her, and there was no looting of the city.
I'll give you the broad sweep.
Later,
and
they
then
take
starting
everything in a
on
very
Tuesday,
systematic
we go
way.
right back to the
Take
beginning,
their
and we'll
archives
go
and all this
much
kind of stuff
deeper
away.
into
But there's no wholesale looting
period
and killing of people,
Any
nothing like that.
lingering questions left over
So,
from last
They've taken the
class?
capital,
Clear?
and
Yes.
she comes out, she surrenders, she bows on the ground towards Beijing, and then she takes the child emperor, and they
Well,
slowly
I
make
start
their
on
way.
time. So if
She
you
was a
guys
little
are
bit
late,
sick to the
I mean, it's on you.
to Beijing, and they surrender again in a public ceremony, bowing to the he gives each of them a palace. He gives them a new,
No, I like to start on time because I think if you wait till
he
people
pretends
show
trying
up,
to show
you're
the
just
world this is the
rewarding
new
people
phase
who are
of
coming
models.
late.
We don't kill
Start
off the
on
old
time, and
people
maybe we'll
anymore.
end early
Really,
if we finish
we're
the
going to
material
give
today.
them a palace, feed them
What I
nice
want you to walk away with at the end of this
But the
hour
Navy that had
is
fled
good
did
sense
not
of
defend the city.
4 major
Those
periods.
cowardly
That's why I've got these
generals,
4 bubbles here.
they made the new
The first period
little boy,
is the
7-year-old
ancient
brother,
period.
half
The
brother,
term ancient
to the Emperor
typically
was his
does
name.
not go up
They
to
made him
year
the Emperor.
711. It's a technical term, ancient,
Well,
sometimes referred to as
they're just floating
antiquity.
around in the ocean,
So
losing
antiquity generally
all
ends
support.
around the year 200.
City
There are
after
different
city.
ways in which you can measure it.
Muslims
Christian
who were controlling
historians
the
tend to
trade
look to the
and
fall of
controlling many of
Rome,
the ships
which would be
in
like
that area. There were Chinese Muslims,
400s.
but
That's
there were still
at the very
Muslims.
ends of antiquity.
They
And of
switched
course,
sides to the Mongols
it
because of
starts
the religious
all the way
freedom
back
thing
once
and
you have
because they were
written
merchants
history.
and their status
Before
was
written
raised.
history, like
So
Stone
the
Age, stuff like that, that's called
Muslims were
free
switching
history.
over.
We don't have any
The
free
fleet was
history
kind
as
of a
far as
fleet
you
lost
said.
without a country out there.
Definitely have
They had some
ancient
oil,
history,
some porters, some places.
and that's where we're going to start. I'm going to go a little bit into the
They
early
dropped the
medieval
emperor in the
era
ocean.
because we're going to take stuff to
How
711.
do you drop the emperor in the ocean? They accidentally spilled him in the ocean,
As a whole,
and then they fished him out, but he died. So, fortunately, they had one more 7-year-old half brother. So on Lantau Island, exactly where the
711,
Hong
really
Kong
famous.
airport
They
is
named
today.
a whole chain of
Well,
stores
it's not
after
really
this event.
I still think it was the new airport, Lantau Island.
Really
So
important
they
day.
went there, they had a big
Represents a
coronation
huge
ceremony.
from
But
Christian
the people
Spain
there
to
were not
Muslim
supportive
Spain.
enough. So they were supportive anyway.
Sorry?
Until to the Pearl River.
There is no
So
connection store.
they sailed out farther south to another island.
But I have no idea
They
why.
took it over, and of course, the
They
first
call
thing
it
they did was
711.
well,
I
we have to
highly
build a
doubt
palace.
it's because of the Muslim conquest of Spain, but
The Mongols are chasing you. You're going to stop and build a palace.
So these are like the remains of the Chinese
Yeah, that's great. That's
Generals
okay.
and the general army. And
Maybe it opens
those
up
are
around
real competence issues.
Okay, so that's the
So
first
we're
period.
going to protect it
The
with
ancient
a great
period,
wall of
that
the
means
sea.
from the
They
origin
chained
of
together the boats across
the
the
Sephardic
Egyptian
Jewish
harbor.
community, which has been, as
And
we
they
shall
put
see,
the
based in
palace
the first
boats
century
so-called
up
in the middle.
until the Muslim conquest of 711.
The generals didn't
Technically,
trust their
it's
own
a little
soldiers
longer
enough.
than the ancient period because the
So
ancient
they made
period
all of
at
them
its
leave the
furthest
island and go
extent
to the
goes to
boats
say
to
the
fight
fall
the
of Rome
Mongols.
in the
So
400s.
Mongols arrived
And by the way, it took
over
a
and over
while
and
to
over.
fall,
They asked
so
them to
some
surrender.
people date 405,
You won't
others
be
406,
alarmed, all this
476,
kind of stuff.
depends on how you want to think about it,
But
but
the
that went
Mongols now
somewhere.
took over the
Then
land.
we're going to go to
So
the
they had the water all
Golden
around
Era.
them, and they had
And
the
the
land.
Golden Era, I identified in particular
Once the fighting
2
started,
centuries.
They could
The
just shoot
10th
down from the
through
highland
the
right onto
12th
the ships.
century.
And
Now,
they
by the
cut
way,
the ships
many
off
of
for the
you
fresh supply of
are,
wood and water. So they can't boil rice. They have to try to eat rice and drink seawater.
to avoid
They're all
any
sickest
embarrassment in the
dogs out
future,
there.
the number of the century always refers
leaders
to
refused to
previous
surrender.
digits. So, for
The
example,
little
right
boy
now
is there,
it's
7-year-old
2024, but we are in
Big
the
was his
21st
With his
century.
pet
That might be a very
parrot.
obvious fact, but
That's the only thing he had left in life was his pet parrot.
Right, so 21st century, we
And
count
then the
from 0
Mongols,
up for a second
they
there.
offered every
Also,
opportunity.
we will use the dating system CE
Prime Minister,
and
so
not
coward that he is, although he's treated as a hero today in China throughout the history. The coward that he was. He said, we will not disgrace the country
no, you just
by
count it
letting
out.
them
Like
capture
when
the
you're in the
emperor.
year
So first
150,
he threw his
you're
own
in
wife
your
and children
second
into the water to drown.
century.
And then he took the
like
emperor
2nd, 3rd century,
and
or
held him. The 7-year-old, it was 7 years and 1 month. He had just turned 7 years old.
yeah,
Jumped
right.
into the
Like for
water
example,
with a
if you
child.
say to Hillel, according
A
to
child
God, right?
murderer. He's
So
a child
I am
murderer.
right now
To do
61
that.
years old in the
Somehow,
American
in
system.
the whole ruckus,
Does anyone know
the
what
cage came
the
undone with the
Hillel
parrot,
say?
and the parrot fell in the water too.
Exactly.
So the
In
7-year-old
my
boy
62nd
and the
year,
parrot
but Americans
died
say
in the
I'm
water.
61.
That was the end of one of the greatest dynasties in the history of the world. The Song dynasty, they were intellectually great, they were artistically great, they were technologically great, they were just one of the greatest moments of world history. And it ends with this coward killing a child.
Or I am in my 62nd year. That's just